A gift from a friend. Yi Ran looked at everything in disbelief. Who could tell her why Qiao Sang was on Huangming Mountain? And that fire-breathing dog that just knocked down the Thunderbird, how could it not be Qiao Sang's? The scene before her was so shocking that Yi Ran stood frozen in place for a moment. The middle-aged woman who came with her jumped down from the wind chariot and rushed to Qiao Sang's side, asking, "Child, did you call the police?" At that moment, Qiao Sang was immersed in the joy of her fire-breathing dog successfully claiming a kill, as she was startled when she heard someone speaking. She turned to see a medium-built, slightly plump woman in police uniform. She didn't expect that someone would come even before she finished her call to the police. If this were her previous life, there would be no such efficiency. Seeing that the girl who called the police was fine, the middle-aged woman let out a sigh of relief. Yeah. At that moment, the fire-breathing dog ran in front of Qiao Sang, watching the suddenly appearing person warily. "Where's Zhou Xian?" the middle-aged woman asked, glancing at the fire-breathing dog. Based on her years of experience, she quickly analyzed the situation. The Thunderbird was already unconscious, and there was another unknown pet beast on the ground, along with a fire-breathing dog that didn't belong in this level of combat. There should be another Beastmaster on a mountain who could engage Zhou Xian, and their level was definitely not low. The black beast on the ground should belong to that Beastmaster, but there was no one else around. They must have fought somewhere else on the mountain. They needed to hurry over to help. Maybe they could capture Zhou Xian without waiting for the people above to arrive. Qiao Sang pointed to the grass behind her and said, "Over there." The fire-breathing dog relaxed its expression while watching its Beastmaster interact with the newcomer. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, then immediately looked back warily. When she saw a man on the ground with 2 bumps on his head, his hands tied, lying with his eyes closed, she was stunned for a moment. This was Zhou Xian. The middle-aged woman took a deep breath and quickly approached to crouch down and take a closer look. Although the man lying there looked quite miserable now, his handsome face, which was rarely seen in this state, made her recognize him immediately. It really was Zhou Xian. The middle-aged woman was shocked. On the way here, she had imagined countless scenarios she might face, but she never expected it to be like this. At that moment, Yi Ran walked over, looking at Qiao Sang with a strange expression, and asked to Sang, "How did you end up on this mountain? Did you encounter anyone? And why did your fire-breathing dog fight with the Thunderbird?" Qiao Sang turned and was momentarily stunned, surprised. "Sister Ran, you're here too." "I'll tell you later," Qiao Sang said, looking at the stone helmet spirit on the ground. Most importantly, there was still a head not picked up. "Stone helmet." The stone helmet spirit weakly called out. It regretted immensely after seeing the Thunderbird fall. How did things turn out like this? Why did they end up fighting among themselves? Right? It was all because of this human in front of it. This detestable human. The stone helmet spirit glared at Qiao Sang, and its heart sank, fainting. Before losing consciousness, it hazily felt someone calling its name in sorrow. "Master." "Stone helmet spirit." Qiao Sang cried out in anguish. "Her points." Yi Ran paused for a moment. The stone helmet spirit? The one in Zhou Xian's data? That black lump. The middle-aged woman looked over upon hearing this. Although she was surprised that Yi Ran knew this girl, it was clearly not the time to care about such trivial matters. Qiao Sang regained her composure from the grief of the stone helmet spirit fainting without waiting for her to pick up the head. She began explaining what had happened. There was nothing to hide throughout the entire ordeal. When the other police officers arrived, they were greeted with the sight of their team's flower and an older flower from the police force, both with their mouths agape like fools. The arrest of the silver-tailed sea snake was unexpectedly easy when they found it. It was still sleeping, just like its owner. Qiao Sang nodded. This wasn't her first time making a statement. After a moment of silence, Qiao Sang said seriously, "I didn't remember the account number. My bank card is in my bag." "What do you need a bank card for?" Yi Ran asked curiously. Qiao Sang remained silent, simply locking eyes with her. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. After a moment, Yi Ran, she realized, and looked at Qiao Sang in shock, unable to speak for a long time. What the hell? Her cousin who just graduated from middle school was about to become a millionaire. As they were about to leave Huangming Mountain, Qiao Sang suddenly asked the still dazed Yi Ran, "Did you bring any food?" Yi Ran, in a daze, replied, "What food? What to eat? What food?" Qiao Sang, "Do you have any food on you?" Qiao Sang asked again. Qiao Sang. She originally wanted to give some food to the magnetic mouse as a farewell before leaving, but everything she could eat was in Little Treasure Ghost's ring. Given Little Treasure Ghost's current state, it was likely that it couldn't hear her speak. After they got down the mountain, she would have to take Little Treasure Ghost to the Beastmaster Center for a checkup. Qiao Sang looked around, but didn't see the magnetic mouse mother and child that had always been there. Yeah, at that moment, the fire-breathing dog barked at a certain spot. Qiao Sang followed its direction and saw two yellow heads, one big and one small, hiding in a patch of grass, looking towards her. When Qiao Sang looked over, both magnetic mice smiled friendly at her, and then one small yellow paw pushed a green fruit out of the grass. It was a fullness fruit. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned and walked forward to pick up the fullness fruit. She pushed aside the grass, but the two magnetic mice that should have been there were now gone. Qiao Sang stood there holding the fullness fruit in a daze. At that moment, Yi Ran walked over in surprise and said, "Did you just pick this up from the ground? I remember the tree for fullness fruit is quite far from here." Chapter 93, Dark Essence. Qiao Sang finished her statement and came out of the police station. Naturally, Qiao Sang had no objections to this. However, after leaving the police station, she silently took out her phone, switched the usual silent mode to standard mode, and turned the volume up to the maximum. The Beastmaster Center is an official unit of the Alliance, belonging to the government. It's an important hub for the entire region. It is present not only in big cities, but also in every town. The Beastmaster Center in Qitong Town is located in the town center. Although its standards are far from those of Hangang City, it can definitely be considered a large building compared to other structures in Qitong Town. At this moment, Qiao Sang was quietly sitting in the medical area of the Beastmaster Center, holding her fire-breathing dog. Regarding Little Treasure Ghost's condition, Qiao Sang wasn't particularly worried. Little Treasure Ghost showed no signs of internal or external injuries. It just kept sleeping, looking as if it had been drinking in today's society. As long as one goes to the Beastmaster Center in time, a pet beast that was knocked out in a morning match can be healed by noon and be back to full vigor by the afternoon for another match. While waiting, Qiao Sang's consciousness came to the Beastmaster data. Name: Fire-breathing dog. Attribute: Fire level. Beginner 198-1000. First trait: Fierce fire level. D1500. Status: Difficult to use. Description: When status is below 14, potential can be activated. Fire skills increase by 2 times. Speed increases by 2 times. Skills: Bite entry 74100. Charge proficient 483500. Fire Fawn. Minor success 6942000. Spark minor success 8662000. Shadow Clone proficient 25500. Flame Vortex proficient 220500. Blazing Charge proficient 10500 points. 1386. Looking at the data in front of her, Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. She repeatedly confirmed the points at the bottom. 1386. Last night, it was still 456, and now it's 1386? That's an increase of a full 930 points. Qiao Sang's heart raced. Although she knew that the final hit on the stunned Thunderbird would add a lot of points, she never expected it to be this much. This directly allowed her Fire Fong dog to evolve. Wasn't her purpose for coming back to her hometown to train the Fire Fong dog for its evolution? Qiao Sang's thoughts froze. She just arrived in her hometown yesterday, and today she achieved her goal. Number 006. Number 006. The Beastmaster, the treasure-seeking ghost. Qiao Sang felt as if she had just awakened. I'm here. The treasure-seeking ghost is fine. It just drank a bit of dark spirit liquid. Fortunately, it seems to be just a few drops. Although dark spirit liquid greatly benefits ghost-type pets, this treasure-seeking ghost is still young and won't benefit much from it. The male doctor in front of her looked to be in his 40s or 50s. With a receding hairline and sparse hair, it was clear he was a director-level figure. Thank you, doctor, I understand, Qiao Sang said after taking the still-sleeping little treasure-seeking ghost. Dark spirit liquid is a special supplement for ghost-type pets, with a price of around 5 figures for a single drop. It was clearly something only the stone helmet spirit could possess. Exchanging milk for dark spirit liquid, and the final outcome was still so tragic. Qiao Sang suddenly felt a pang of guilt. At first, she was heartbroken over the points she missed, but now she felt more at ease. Lu Ganqi. Yeah, the Fire Fong dog tilted its head, confused as to why its Beastmaster was staring at it without saying anything. Ya Bao, let me take a few photos of you, Qiao Sang said, gently patting the Fire Fong dog's head with reluctance. Yeah, the Fire Fong dog nodded. Its Beastmaster's current demeanor was strange. It thought she was going to say something, but it turned out she wanted to take photos. Taking photos was easy last time. A bunch of people praised it for how well it posed. The Fire Fong dog immediately adjusted its posture, tilting its head up at a 45-degree angle, raising its mouth slightly to reveal its sharp teeth. Qiao Sang, wasn't that pose a bit too quick? It almost made her just rekindled emotions fade away. Qiao Sang took out her phone and opened the camera facing the handsome and cute Fire Fong dog. After evolution, a pet's size and appearance would change dramatically. Although the burning fire dog's form is much more impressive than the Fire Fong dog, Qiao Sang still felt a bit reluctant about the Fire Fong dog changing so suddenly. But evolution is an inevitable path for all pets, and it is the pursuit of all beastmasters and their pets, and O1 would refuse to become stronger, especially not such a competitive Fire Fong dog. It's just that she probably wouldn't be able to hold it anymore. Just as Qiao Sang was filled with emotions and about to press the photo button for a keepsake, a phone call came in. Seeing who was calling, Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned before pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Qiao Sang? The photos are ready. I'll send them to you shortly. Remember to post them on Superblog. I've also prepared the text you'll need, and I'll send you the information so you can just copy and paste it later. The woman's voice on the other end said a lot. Qiao Sang listened to the voice on the phone and didn't speak for a while. That was close. So close, she almost breached the contract. She had forgotten about the endorsement deal for the Fire Fong dog. Initially, she signed a 6-month endorsement contract where the Fire Fong dog was supposed to shoot 2 quarters worth of sunglasses. Now, the summer sunglasses had just been completed and the autumn ones hadn't even started. If it evolved into a burning fire dog before the autumn photo shoot, she would definitely have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. After all, others were looking for the Fire Fong dog that won the championship in the Baixin competition. Hello, Qiao Sang, are you listening? I'm listening. Have your autumn sunglasses come out yet? If they have, I can come over early to shoot. Qiao Sang tried to negotiate. The time was a month and a half from now. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Sang accepted. There was no rush for the moment. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Sang said to the Fire Fong dog, let's practice flame charge now. The Fire Fong dog currently knew only 4 fire-type skills, and she had already tested the release limits of the other 3, now only flame charge remained. The Fire Fong dog, still in its 45-degree angled pose with a smile, fell into confusion. Weren't they taking photos? 10 minutes later, Qiao Sang typed on her phone's memo. Flame charge, 48 times. Fire Fong and Flame Charge both belong to mid-tier skills. The proficiency of Fire Fong was higher than that of Flame Charge, but the energy consumption difference between the two wasn't particularly large. There are indeed differences among skills of the same tier. Clearly, Flame Charge, in terms of both skill consumption and power, would definitely be higher than Fire Fong at the same proficiency level. The Fire Fong dog picked up the milk that had been prepared earlier and started drinking. The little treasure-seeking ghost was now lying on Qiao Sang's head, pulling at 2 strands of hair, while sleeping the milk had been placed to her bag early in the morning. As the Fire Fong dog drank the milk, it looked up at the sky. It seemed to think of something, its gaze becoming firm, and it finished off the remaining milk in one gulp. Yeah. The Fire Fong dog's bark made Qiao Sang shift her gaze away from her phone. What's up? Qiao Sang asked. Yeah. Yeah. The Fire Fong dog kept gesturing with its short claws. It pointed to itself, then to the sky. Qiao Sang was taken aback and hesitated. Are you saying you want to relearn Meteor Shower? Yeah. The Fire Fong dog nodded firmly. Chapter 94. Do you want to get it for free? The Alliance categorizes skills into 4 tiers: low tier, mid tier, high tier, and ultra tier. There are obvious differences in energy consumption and power between these tiers. Low tier and mid tier skills are relatively common, and many pets may only use these 2 levels of skills throughout their lives. For a pet to learn skills, it must not only refer to the corresponding learning manuals and be diligent, but, most importantly, it must have talent. There is a saying, talent determines the upper limit, while effort determines the lower limit. Sometimes, even with the best resources, if a pet lacks talent, it cannot evolve to its racial limit. Learning skills is no different. Generally speaking, it should only be considered when a pet has evolved to a higher level to learn high-tier skills. Of course, after years of development in the beast taming society, there have been instances of mid-tier pets learning high-tier skills. However, such occurrences are always recorded in the history of pet prodigies. While there have been cases of mid-tier pets learning high-tier skills, there has never been a recorded instance of low-tier pets learning high-tier skills. At least, Qiao Sang had never heard of one. Looking at the spirited fire-toothed dog in front of her, Qiao Sang felt a bit worried. She was pleased that fire-toothed dog was so positive. But some things cannot be achieved through attitude alone. Although she recognized and appreciated fire-toothed dog's talent, some matters should not be approached with blind confidence. However, despite her concerns, Qiao Sang squatted down, patted Fire-Toothed Dog on the head, and smiled. All right, I'll think of a way. Negative reinforcement is not the solution. The correct way to interact is for beast tamers and their pets to work in unison towards a common goal. But you can't neglect your skill release training. Qiao Sang continued. In fact, there was still plenty of time. She had nothing else to do besides training Fire-Tooth Dog. Moreover, Fire-Tooth Dog saved a lot of time practicing skill release by relying on its clones. Even when the energy recovery potion arrived, training would likely end within an hour each day. The remaining time could be spent on other matters. Yeah. Fire-Tooth Dog's eyes lit up as it nodded seriously, then trotted over to the bag to search for milk. It wanted milk. It wanted to train. At 6:10 p.m., at the dining table, Ran animatedly recounted the day's events. You guys have no idea. All of our colleagues were about to drop their jaws. We went with the mindset of sacrificing ourselves for the public good, but we ended up winning without effort. Who would have thought everyone was already tied up there? If it weren't for the fact that Qiao Sang is still a child, Captain Zhang might have pulled her straight into our police force. Wen put down the book in her hands and looked at Qiao Sang in surprise. Your observation skills are incredible. Why don't you become a breeder in the future? Ran countered. That kind of insight should be used to become a police officer. Uncharacteristically quiet at the table, Uncle Sen spoke up. A Sang is a great candidate to be a professional beast tamer. It would be a shame not to. Aunt Sen brought out steaming dishes and smiled. Why are you all talking so far ahead? At your age, the most important thing is to focus on your studies. Usually, Qiao Sang would humbly deflect and shift the topic, but now, with her mind preoccupied with how to help Fire-Tooth Dog train for Meteor Shower, she didn't engage in the discussion. A Sang, how long are you planning to stay here? Uncle Sen suddenly asked. If this question had come from a less familiar relative, it might have seemed like they were wondering when she would leave, but since Uncle Sen asked, Qiao Sang had no extra thoughts about it. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Sang replied, I'm not sure. Unless something unexpected happens, I should stay until school starts. There's going to be a marathon relay race in town in half a month. 3 people per team. I still need 1 more person on my team. If you're interested, I can help you sign up, Uncle Sen said. Qiao Sang looked at Uncle Sen in surprise. She hadn't expected him to still participate in marathons at his age. Perhaps her surprise was too evident, as Uncle Sen added. It's a pet relay race. You need to have 2 pets to participate. Qiao Sang. She was thinking too much. In this society, besides beast battle competitions and splendid coordination contests, there are all sorts of competitions. It's similar to how countries send athletes to various events in the Summer and Winter Olympics in her past life. But now, the competitors are pets. If you still need people when the time comes, just call me, Qiao Sang said. She had no aversion to participating in such activities. Fire-Tooth Dog would be fine. It was determined, but Little Treasure Thief was still a child who hadn't even reached a month old. If it were to compete, it would likely finish in last place. Okay, Uncle Sen replied and returned to his meal, not continuing the conversation. Meanwhile, Fire-Tooth Dog skillfully turned on the TV to find the competition channel, as watching battle matches had become its hobby. As Qiao Sang logged into her account, she was surprised to find that she had over 110,000 followers. It had only been 2 days since her super blog was verified. Could it be that Song Yuan helped her buy followers? When she copied and sent out Fire-Tooth Dog's photo and topic text, she realized she was overthinking it. Saving a front row seat. Finally waiting for you. Tooth Baby is so cool. Is this the new beast tamer praised by Sha Duo? Is this the new beast tamer praised by Gao Shilu? It's not surprising to win as a level beast tamer relying on a fire-type pet. I could do it too. You finally posted on the super blog. I've been waiting for 2 days. Sha Duo said you can participate in the regional competition in the future. I'm following you to see if I can witness a rising star. Most of the comments were directed at Sha Duo and Gao Shilu. Given their popularity, it was not surprising that her follower count jumped by several thousand. After reading a few comments, Qiao Sang closed the super blog and opened the forum. How can I train Meteor Shower? Since she promised Fire-Tooth Dog, she had to take action and think of a way. Eating super spicy chicken wings was definitely not an option. Initially, the extreme spicy wings were meant to activate the fire-type energy within Fire-Tooth Dog. The essence of the Meteor Shower skill is for fire-type pets to launch a condensed fire energy ball into the sky, which explodes after reaching a certain altitude, producing a large amount of energy that attacks the target from above. How to condense this energy ball, how to successfully release it into the sky, and how to control the energy ball to explode in the air. These were all challenges she had to face. Do you want to get it for free? Chapter 95. Energy Ball How to Learn Skills has always been a headache for beast tamers. If one has money, it's easier. Just send the pet to different training institutions. These specialized skill training institutions will inform you of the skills that can be learned there in advance. If one lacks money, they must research how to learn on their own. Searching online and discussing with others to generate more ideas is something most beast tamers do, and no one would criticize them. This sudden comment clearly came from someone who knew how to learn Meteor Shower. Just 19,998. Take the learning method with you. Message me for details. Qiao Sang Pa. So it's a scam. Did this scammer not check the market price for learning Meteor Shower? Adding a 0 to that price would still be unreasonable. Qiao Sang ignored him and continued to wait for others to discuss. Soon, There were a few comments. Front row. Same request. First, you need to own a fire-type pet. What the person above said is incorrect. First, you need to own a high-level fire-type pet. A high-level fire-type pet isn't enough. It has to be at a level to be effective. Seeing this, Qiao Sang typed a message. What if it's a low-level one? Forget it. The original poster is an idiot. Let's not even talk about how to learn. Can a low-level fire-type pet release meteor shower? It wouldn't work even if you squeezed it dry. Mars rain feels like setting off fireworks. The host can buy some fireworks to study. Energy balls are round. Fireballs are also round. One is to converge fire energy, and the other is to release fire energy. The host can start with fireballs, instead of studying how to learn Mars rain. It's better to study how to earn money to learn Mars rain. I'm not talented. I once researched the issue of low-level pets learning high-level skills. And now I'm doing well in a mental hospital. One of the main reasons low to mid-level pets can't learn high-level skills is the lack of energy within them. High-level skills consume energy that the fire-toothed dog can't currently handle. The quickest solution would be to let the fire-toothed dog evolve, but unfortunately, it can't evolve right now. However, it is possible to try to increase its energy without evolution. After all, the fire-toothed dog is still developing and has not yet reached energy saturation. Another piece of information is that the energy ball is a state of energy condensation. Since that is the case, forming an energy ball must mean mastering fire energy to an extraordinary level. With a cheat to increase proficiency, this shouldn't be too difficult. Qiao Sang lowered her head to write down training directions. Just as she was focused on writing, there was a knock on the door. Qiao Sang put down her pen and got up to open the door. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Qiao Sang exclaimed in surprise. Her mother at the door looked tired. Her usually meticulously applied makeup was now smudged. Did something happen? Just when Qiao Sang was secretly guessing, her mother suddenly relaxed, smiled, and her expression softened. "I heard from your third aunt that you encountered a murderer today, and I was worried, so I came to check on you. Now that I see you're fine, I can relax." Qiao Sang was taken aback, feeling a bit sour inside. Everyone was marveling at her luck and praising her abilities. But no one asked if she was okay. Qiao Sang pretended to be indifferent and said, "You could have just called. No need to come all the way here. Is tomorrow a day off?" Her mother smiled. "How did you know?" "I arranged to go shopping with Aunt Wang tomorrow." Qiao Sang. Her mother's visit was a small interlude. The next day at noon, her mother rode the fat dove to the train station. It seemed she had forgotten about shopping with Aunt Wang. The little treasure seeker had woken up after a night, but the redness on its face had faded. Luganchi. The fire-toothed dog was spinning in circles madly. It looked at the changes in its body with amazement. Just a second ago, its fur had suddenly grown longer, its height inexplicably increased, and its claws had become much sharper. "Tooth, now release sparks and use up all the energy inside you," Qiao Sang said. The fire-toothed dog stopped in its tracks upon hearing its beast master's words, nearly losing its balance because of dizziness. When it mobilized the energy within, it was stunned. Why did it feel like it suddenly had more energy? "Tooth." The fire-toothed dog tilted its head, both surprised and confused, looking at its beast master. "This is the benefit of the contract. You see, pets that follow beast masters progress faster than those in the base," Qiao Sang said to persuade. In fact, this wasn't untrue. She was just using a cheat. Just now, she directly added 600 points to the fire-toothed dog's level. Now, the column regarding the fire-toothed dog's level in the Beastmaster manual was Beginner, 800-1000. The changes appearing on the fire-toothed dog were just as she imagined. The conditions for pet evolution include energy accumulation and the opportunity for transformation. The latter encompasses many factors: evolution items, environment, intimacy with the beast master, or training specific skills to a certain level, all play a role. The former is much simpler. The more points the fire-toothed dog has in its level, the more energy it has inside. Mars Rain is a skill that consumes a lot of energy, so she decided to first increase its energy without evolving it. She didn't dare to add the remaining 200 points carelessly, as there was still a month and a half left. Qiao Sang didn't plan to tell the fire-toothed dog about the cheat. She was afraid that it would change its mindset upon knowing, and in the future, it might rely on the cheat without putting in effort. "Tooth." The fire-toothed dog suddenly realized, so that is how it is. Then it excitedly began to mobilize the energy within. 30 minutes later, the fire-toothed dog, having released sparks 320 times, collapsed on the ground. Qiao Sang immediately handed over some milk. Although everything was just as she had guessed, witnessing the fire-toothed dog having enough energy to release so many sparks still left her a bit dazed. This cheat is too powerful. At 3:12 p.m. in the room, "Look at this water balloon," Qiao Sang said, taking out a mini balloon filled with water and showing it to the fire-toothed dog. "To learn Mars Rain, you first need to learn to condense the energy ball. This energy ball is just like this water balloon. All the energy is gathered together like water in this balloon. On the surface, it seems nothing, but you must know that it contains huge energy. You can take it and feel it." "Tooth." The fire-toothed dog nodded solemnly, and reached out its paw to take it. Bang! As soon as its claw touched the water balloon, it burst open, splashing water everywhere. Fire-toothed dog. Chapter 96. Harmonious and happy. Did you feel that? Qiao Sang asked. The fire-toothed dog was taken aback, looking down at the water that had spilled everywhere, as well as the water droplets still clinging to its paw. After staring for a while, its eyes widened. So the water balloon bursting wasn't an accident. It was specifically arranged by its beast master to let it feel the energy contained inside. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog nodded earnestly. It felt it. Qiao Sang felt a bit guilty. Her intention was merely to let Tooth take the water balloon and look at it, but unexpectedly, the increase in points had made its claws much sharper. Wait, she still needed to trim them. After all, Tooth didn't have any skills related to its claws. As long as you felt it, that's good. The energy ball is like this. If you don't touch it, it's fine, but once you do, the energy inside will explode. Qiao Sang took the opportunity to say, what we need to do now is to form this energy ball. The fire-toothed dog was eager to try after hearing this, and began to feel the energy within, ready to experiment immediately. Don't practice in the room. Have you forgotten about that television before? Qiao Sang shouted loudly to stop it, frightened. After spending so much time with Tooth, she could tell from its expression and its restless paws what it was about to do. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog shyly stopped its actions. It really had forgotten. This is different from the fire generated by the energy running inside you. You need to directly condense the fire energy. The most important thing is that it has to be solid, and the internal structure must be stable. Otherwise, the energy ball might explode on its own before reaching the sky, and that kind of uncontrollable explosion won't create Mars rain. Qiao Sang continued. In simple terms, the energy ball is a spherical energy formed by the condensation of energy. Forming it doesn't seem difficult. However, to form it without energy leaking and to rise to a certain height, it must have a very stable internal structure, which is quite difficult. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog listened carefully and nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Qiao Sang was very satisfied. Let alone anything else, just this learning attitude felt like half the success. There's one more thing to do before training, Qiao Sang said. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog looked puzzled. What else was there? Come over and let me trim your nails. After dinner, Qiao Sang was about to take the fire-toothed dog to Luganshi. Just as she stepped out the door, she saw a sky pig with a green bag on its back flying to her doorstep with gray and white wings, panting heavily. It turned out that the energy recovery solution and the fire condensation beads she ordered last time had arrived. Watching the sky pig drop off the package and turn to leave, Qiao Sang couldn't help but sigh. Pets still have an advantage in employment. I didn't expect even pigs could deliver express packages. Arriving at Luganshi, the fire-toothed dog began to try to condense energy balls while wearing the condensation pearl. Qiao Sang found a patch of empty ground and sat cross-legged. She reached up to hold her little treasure-seeking ghost down. Because the little treasure-seeking ghost was still gripping 2 tufts of hair with its small claws, this process was a bit painful. Qiao Sang put the condensation pearl on it, and, looking at the little treasure-seeking ghost still with its eyes closed, she couldn't help but start to worry. Wasn't it said that a good sleep would make everything better? Had this sleep lasted a bit too long? It had almost been 2 days. Qiao Sang poked the little treasure-seeking ghost's cheek, but there was no response. Out of sight of Qiao Sang, the little treasure-seeking ghost was very conscious and gripped 2 more tufts of hair in its paws. The fire-toothed dog was still trying to condense energy, but each time it opened its mouth, it only produced flames. Qiao Sang didn't play on her phone and quietly watched from the side. Sometimes watching her pets train was enjoyable in itself. After failing for the 13th time, the 14th time, what appeared before her was no longer flames but a nail-sized energy ball. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up. No matter the size of the energy ball, successfully condensing it was the first step. What needed to be done next was to stabilize the internal structure. As long as the internal structure was stable, the more energy there was, the larger the energy ball would naturally become. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog was very excited looking at the energy ball in front of it. It raised its head and excitedly barked at its beast master. At the same time, the energy ball lost control and flew straight toward Qiao Sang. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog was startled. It immediately wanted to use some skill to save the situation. But as soon as it opened its mouth, it realized. If it used its skill, its beast master would be injured even if it wasn't hurt. Damn, Qiao Sang exclaimed as she looked at the energy ball coming toward her. Luckily, this energy ball was only the size of a nail, and Qiao Sang tilted her head back at a 75-degree angle to dodge it. However, while she avoided the energy ball's harm, her head suffered another kind of injury. Feeling the pain in her scalp, Qiao Sang suddenly realized something was off. When did the little treasure-seeking ghost grab her hair again? And could it maintain such stability while asleep? But soon the fire-toothed dog's barking interrupted her thoughts. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog ran up, looking worried at its beast master. I'm fine, Qiao Sang reassured. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog relaxed. But if you do that again, I don't know if I'll be fine. The fire-toothed dog, In the following training, the fire-toothed dog's focus on controlling the energy ball improved significantly. Qiao Sang silently changed her position and continued to sit cross-legged. This time, she split her attention between the fire-toothed dog and the little treasure-seeking ghost. When she focused on her head, she quickly noticed something was wrong. Her head would occasionally vibrate. If she hadn't specifically focused on it, she really wouldn't have felt the extent of the vibrations. Qiao Sang quickly made a judgment. The little treasure-seeking ghost's stomach was growling. This little guy should have woken up. Pretending to be asleep. Qiao Sang picked up the little treasure-seeking ghost and opened its eyelids. No response. She scratched its armpits. Still no response. Okay. You're pretty good at pretending. Little treasure, if you don't wake up, I'm going to have to take you to the hospital, Qiao Sang said. The little treasure-seeking ghost remained motionless. At this point, the little treasure-seeking ghost's eyelids twitched. Son. In the next second, it opened its eyes and rubbed its paws. Looking as if it had just woken up. Qiao Sang, the little treasure-seeking ghost, saw its beast master not speaking and nuzzled its head against her. Tell me, why were you pretending to be asleep? Qiao Sang asked. The fire-toothed dog, hearing the commotion, paused its training and turned to look. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog happily ran forward and barked. Its little brother finally woke up. Son. The little treasure-seeking ghost looked at its beast master with a questioning expression, became nervous, and without hesitation, blurted out everything it had been thinking. Son. Son, 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 son. It turned out the little treasure-seeking ghost thought it had messed up. It was supposed to lead the other away, but because it was greedy, it didn't know what happened afterward. Afraid of being hated, it didn't dare to wake up. Qiao Sang sighed. You're still so young. Why do you have so many thoughts? For me, as long as you're okay, that's enough. Besides, you did great at the beginning. If you hadn't led the stone helmet spirit away, I wouldn't have been able to handle what came next. The little treasure-seeking ghost's eyes instantly welled up with tears. These past 2 days, both I and the fire-toothed dog have been very worried about you, Qiao Sang continued. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog nodded. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost cried out. You must be hungry. Hurry up and drink your milk. I heard your stomach growling. Qiao Sang smiled, as if to confirm her words. The little treasure-seeking ghost's stomach growled at the right moment. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost's face turned red, forgetting to cry and burying its head in Qiao Sang's arms. Both Qiao Sang and the fire-toothed dog couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Under the sunset, by the stream, it was a warm and harmonious scene. Chapter 97. Count me in. The training days were dull, but that was for the fire-toothed dog. Under the shade of a tree by Legangxi, Qiao Sang and the little treasure-seeking ghost were leisurely enjoying ice pops. You're still small. You should eat less ice, Qiao Sang said after taking a bite of her ice pop. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost cheerfully responded, then put the whole ice pop in its mouth. Its body shivered, and its eyes turned into crescent moons. Seeing this, Qiao Sang sighed inwardly. The little treasure-seeking ghost was becoming more mischievous. Ever since the last incident of pretending to sleep, the little treasure-seeking ghost's nature had become increasingly relaxed. In the past, if she told it to eat less ice, it would have immediately put down the ice pop. Now it was responding verbally while its body was being so honest. Meanwhile, the fire-toothed dog sensed the energy within itself and opened its mouth. The next second, an energy ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of it. The fire-toothed dog opened its mouth and maintained the operation of the energy ball, trying to make it more solid. Go for it, Fire-tooth. Soon. Qiao Sang and the little treasure-seeking ghost cheered from the side, resembling two cheerleaders. The fire-toothed dog focused on the energy ball, and when it felt the internal structure was stable enough, it raised its head, and the energy ball shot into the sky. Qiao Sang looked up, keeping an eye on the energy ball's trajectory. Sure enough, after rising about 4 meters, the energy ball quickly fell, crashing into the stream. Bang! There was a loud noise, and splashes flew everywhere. Soon after, a fish floated to the surface, flipped on its side. Little treasure, Qiao Sang called. Soon, the little treasure-seeking ghost bit the ice pop and called out in a muffled voice. It extended its 2 short toes, and blue light radiated from its body, while the condensation pearl around its neck emitted a faint glow in response. The fish in the water was controlled and floated over. Qiao Sang placed the fish into a plastic bag she had prepared earlier. This was already the 7th fish that had suffered due to the fire-toothed dog's training with the energy ball. Fortunately, the fish in Legangxi were all wild. Otherwise, the training venue would have to be changed again. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog had long gotten used to failing. It wasn't discouraged and continued to sense the energy within itself. It had been 10 days since the energy ball training started, and the fire-toothed dog had progressed from the initial nail-sized energy ball to the size of a baby's fist. For a beginner pet, the speed of progress was undeniable. However, the internal structure of the energy ball was not solid enough, and each time it failed to rise to a certain height, it would fall uncontrollably, sometimes even exploding in midair. Qiao Sang glanced at the time. 5:01 p.m. Qiao Sang considered herself a relatively positive person, but without any pressure. She felt she couldn't work as hard as the fire-toothed dog. Having a pet that didn't require worry was truly enjoyable. The new beast tamers who graduated from middle school with her are still exploring how to get along with their pets. Don't even mention training skills sometimes. Even getting a pet to master skills it already knows requires coaxing and trickery. The 5 recommended pet personalities for new beast tamers are good. However, sometimes a good personality doesn't mean being diligent. Qiao Sang suggested she check online or find a breeder for advice. A day later, Fong Cici sent over the breeder's diagnosis. Although the diagnosis contained a lot of information, it could be summarized in one word: lazy. Qiao Sang watched the fire-toothed dog condensing energy balls once again, contentedly enjoying the leftover popsicle. At 5:56 p.m., at the dining table, Aunt San took a bite of the braised fish and exclaimed, "The fish Qiao Sang brings is always so delicious." Qiao Sang replied while pushing some rice, "It's because Aunt San cooks it well." "You child," Aunt San laughed. "By the way, Ran, how did your blind date go today?" During the 10 days that Qiao Sang spent at her hometown, Yi Ran had already been on 3 blind dates. To this, Qiao Sang expressed indifference and became curious. She lowered her head to eat but perked up her ears to listen. Yi Ran looked around the table and then fixed her gaze on Qiao Sang, saying, "Why do I feel like you've gotten darker?" Qiao Sang, getting darker or fatter are things that girls care about, and Qiao Sang was no exception. "I just bought some Ming Xuan coral powder. You should brew some and drink it," Yi Ran said. The powder from Ming Xuan coral can significantly improve skin tone, and its effects are immediate after consumption, receiving rave reviews in the current beauty market. Qiao Sang nodded repeatedly and asked, "So how did you feel after today's blind date?" Yi Ran replied, "Not good. That guy actually supported Clica during the Star Cup." Yi Ran said helplessly. The Star Cup had ended just a few days ago, but many people were still immersed in it. Clica was the one who defeated Linya. His strength was clearly superior to Linya, and he made it to the top 3. Although Clica was strong, everyone in Long Country basically supported Linya. Even those who weren't beast tamers couldn't possibly not know what Linya represented in Long Country. The different supports among beast tamers during the Star Cup could easily lead to emotional rifts. Statistics showed that during each Star Cup, the divorce rate among couples increased by 9, and arguments and breakups among couples due to the Star Cup were common. "That's really unacceptable. What kind of person is this?" Aunt San complained. Clearly, Aunt San supported Linya as well. As the meal was nearly finished, Uncle San, who had been silent, spoke up. Sang, "I still need one more person." Uncle San had been living in the town and couldn't even gather a trio to participate in a marathon? Was it that he didn't have good connections, or was he being excluded by the beast tamers in town? Qiao Sang's mind raced with various thoughts. "But Little Treasure just got born not long ago. I'm afraid it will hold us back," Qiao Sang said worriedly. Since Uncle San wanted to participate, he must have been aiming for a ranking. A marathon is a very demanding competition, and the participating pets usually undergo systematic training, possessing a certain level of speed and endurance. They are excellent both physically and mentally. If it were just a trio sending out 1 pet each, that would be fine. But if they had to send out 2 pets, Little Treasure clearly wouldn't be suitable for this event. Qiao Sang instantly felt relieved. If they weren't aiming for a team ranking, it wouldn't matter if Little Treasure just ran 100 meters and then stopped. "All right, count me in. Who's the other person?" Qiao Sang asked. Yi Ran put down her chopsticks and said, "It's me." Chapter 98, Spirit Patterns back in her room. The fire-toothed dog was watching the Hong Kong sports channel as usual. Qiao Sang was taking an online course about beast engravers while using a special brush for engravers to draw on Little Treasure's cheek. She wasn't just idly using her vacation time to learn a skill. She wanted to help the fire-toothed dog with its energy ball condensation. The Mars Rain is a high-level skill, and even if she added points to the fire-toothed dog, its current energy level was insufficient to support its release. Although the first step of condensing the energy ball was progressing rapidly, even if the internal structure of the energy ball stabilized, the explosion created in the sky would not be Mars Rain, but rather a drizzle, one with just a few drops. There are 3 solutions. The first is evolution. Practicing Mars Rain is merely an attempt and not urgent. Even if the fire-toothed dog evolves into a flame dog after practicing for over a month, it wouldn't matter. The concern is that even if it evolves into a flame dog, the energy might still be insufficient. As most intermediate pets learning high-level skills are covered in textbooks. The second is items. The reason for rejection is simple: no money, at least not at the moment. The third is to carve energy patterns. This is mainly a technical task. While some materials are expensive, compared to items, they are practically pocket change. The materials needed for those simple patterns and their mixing ratios can be bought online for a reasonable price, which Qiao Sang's current financial situation can afford. Carving patterns tests one's technique, and the strokes must be done in one go. Besides ensuring that the pattern carving is error-free, every stroke must have the same mental energy infused. Uneven mental energy can lead to an imbalance in the energy structure of the pattern, resulting in failure. Simply put, this mental energy involves activating the beast contract within the brain domain. Beast tamers don't feel anything while summoning pets using the beast contract. But continuously operating the beast contract while using mental energy to carve patterns will definitely feel strenuous. Qiao Sang had been learning to carve energy patterns for 3 days and hadn't encountered difficulties in this aspect yet. The pet's skill release mainly relies on its internal energy, while the energy patterns she was learning were designed to absorb external energy during skill release. Qiao Sang specifically bought a month's worth of online courses on these types of patterns, with Little Treasure as the experimental subject. It wasn't that she didn't want to experiment directly on the fire-toothed dog. It was just that the fire-toothed dog disliked water and always dragged its feet during baths, given the fire-toothed dog's aversion to getting wet. She feared that experimenting with the pattern on it would take forever. Little Treasure, on the other hand, had no such concerns. In contrast, it had been quite proactive during the 3 days of pattern carving, even eagerly bringing out the materials each time. All done, give it a try? Qiao Sang put down the brush and said. Little Treasure extended its short claw upward, indicating it wasn't in a hurry. It picked up the small mirror that had been prepared earlier and started looking at its face, occasionally making funny expressions. Qiao Sang watched helplessly from the side. If someone unaware saw this, they might think she wasn't drawing a spirit pattern but rather a ghost face. Little Treasure put down the mirror and happily called out, seemingly satisfied with its facial masterpiece. In the next second, a purple glow appeared around it, but quickly dissipated. Little Treasure opened its hands and shook its head, indicating it didn't work. Another failure. Although Qiao Sang was somewhat mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Knock knock. Just as she was about to wash off the pattern on Little Treasure's face, there was a knock at the door. Little Treasure eagerly floated over to open the door. Sang, why did you draw a ghost face on Little Treasure? Yi Ran was taken aback when she saw Little Treasure at the door, puzzled. Hearing this, Little Treasure burst into laughter, floating to the table to look into the mirror again. Qiao Sang, this is a spirit pattern. Qiao Sang moved her mouth, wanting to explain. But considering that people thought so, without Little Treasure making a ghost face, explaining would feel somewhat humiliating. Is this Ming Xuan coral powder? Qiao Sang looked at the bowl in Yi Ran's hand and chose to ignore her previous question. Yes, I just brewed some and brought you a bowl. Yi Ran entered the room and placed the bowl on the table. Qiao Sang took a sip and found it slightly sweet. What's the situation with Uncle San? How come he can't even gather 3 people for the competition? Qiao Sang asked. She had actually wanted to ask this for a long time, but felt it was inappropriate to bring it up in front of Uncle San at the dining table. Afraid of touching on a sensitive subject. How can we not gather? Aren't you and I both human? Yi Ran teased. Qiao Sang replied, I'm not joking with you. The main reason for Uncle San is that the people he originally found wanted the same prize, and the positions in the pet contest were also overlapping. So it wasn't due to bad connections or being ostracized. By the way, do you have time in the next few days to practice with the fire-toothed dog? The land is the first track, and the fire-toothed dog should be the second runner. Uncle San mainly wants to rely on the roaring swamp crocodile to get a personal best, but the water is the second track. And I'm worried if your leg falls too far behind, it might put psychological pressure on the roaring swamp crocodile. It seems a bit jumpy lately, and its mental endurance doesn't seem that strong, Yi Ran continued. The pressure is on the fire-toothed dog's side. Qiao Sang turned to look at the fire-toothed dog, which was intently watching the competition channel, feeling that there shouldn't be a problem. Is Little Treasure the last runner? Qiao Sang asked. Yi Ran nodded yes. It's the last runner. Don't worry, we didn't expect to win the team competition anyway. Your Little Treasure can just walk if it wants. Qiao Sang glanced at Little Treasure, which was still making faces in front of the mirror. Okay, if it doesn't run, that's fine, she felt relieved. In the following days, the fire-toothed dog schedule became even busier. In the morning, it practiced skill release training, then drank half a bottle of energy recovery liquid to practice condensing energy balls. In the afternoon, it continued the morning's training. However, after drinking the energy recovery liquid, it wouldn't practice energy balls to the point of exhaustion, but would leave time to run a few laps around Luganshi. By night, after drinking milk to recover, it still had to practice energy ball condensation. It was even more exhausting than when Qiao Sang was trying to get into Holy Water High School. With such a competitive pet, Qiao Sang was influenced as well. During the holiday, she actually studied to supplement her knowledge and practiced spiritual patterns on Little Treasure's face. July 24th, sunny. On the day of the Chitong Town Marathon Relay. Chapter 99. Racing Fire-Toothed Dog woke up early, rummaging through its backpack. But after searching for a long time, it couldn't find the sunglasses it wanted. It paused for a moment, tilting its head in confusion. It remembered that flashy pink sunglasses were in the bag. Fire-Toothed Dog didn't fret for long and turned to find Qiao Sang. When in doubt, it's best to find your beast master. Fire-Toothed Dog brought the backpack to Qiao Sang, who was tying her ponytail. Yeah, Yeah, yeah. Qiao Sang calmly finished the last loop of her hair tie and said, that pair, I forgot where I put it too. Just where those red sunglasses. They match your fur color and look good. Little Treasure, who was about to take off the ring, froze for a moment. Didn't their Beast Master just put that pink sunglasses on it last night? Little Treasure looked at its Beast Master and saw her winking at it. It instantly understood. Its Beast Master was doing this on purpose. Son, Little Treasure instinctively covered its mouth. So this was a secret. Upon hearing this, Fire-Toothed Dog immediately forgot about the sunglasses it was looking for and started rummaging for the red triangular sunglasses to wear. Yeah, after putting on the sunglasses, it wagged its tail and barked at Qiao Sang. It looks great. Qiao Sang sincerely praised. Compared to the pink heart-shaped sunglasses, any pair looks good. Yeah. Fire-Toothed Dog wagged its tail even more happily. Unfortunately, there was no full-length mirror here like at home. Otherwise, it would definitely go check itself out. Qiao Sang, having participated in a formal competition before, felt no anxiety about this marathon relay. After all, they were just there to have fun. However, when she arrived at the scene, she was still shocked by the scale of the competition. Pingxiang Street, the starting point of the race. The streets on both sides were packed with people from the beginning to the end. Looking up, the track made of clouds by flying-type pets stretched from west to east. Seemingly endless. On both sides of the cloud track, dozens of beast masters riding flying-type pets could be seen. It was unclear whether they were staff or just spectators. Looking at the bustling crowd on both sides of the street, Qiao Sang seriously suspected whether all the people in Chitong Town had come. Little Treasure was perched on Qiao Sang's head, blinking curiously at the surroundings. This was its first time seeing so many people. Soon, it locked eyes with several people. Immediately, those people smiled at it. Little Treasure was taken aback, feeling confused. Son, in the past, people would look away in fear when they made eye contact with it. Why was this time different? Ah Sang, come here to collect your gear. Yi Ran waved at a spot marked for contestant checks. I didn't expect so many people to show up, Qiao Sang exclaimed as she walked over. It must be the townspeople. There aren't many entertainment activities normally. So everyone wouldn't miss an event like this related to Beast Masters, Yi Ran said. Qiao Sang nodded, noting that there are many Beast Masters in the city, leading to more competitions. Occasionally, if small competitions are held without advertising, hardly anyone pays attention. The Bi-Xian competition is the best example. In contrast, there are fewer Beast Masters in the town, and even the slightest wind about a Beast Master competition spreads quickly without needing special promotion. Ah Sang, don't be nervous. Just stay calm, Uncle San suddenly spoke up. Qiao Sang replied, although I'm surprised at how many people there are, I'm really not nervous. It's not me running. Yeah. Fire-Toothed Dog, sitting in the basket, cheered. Uncle San, we're not nervous. You don't be nervous either, Qiao Sang said, looking up. Qiao Sang stood in line to collect 2 bib numbers and tied them onto Fire-Toothed Dog and Little Treasure. Fire-Toothed Dog had number 071, and Little Treasure had number 166. The participant bibs were marked with symbols indicating the first track, land, second track, water, and third track, sky. These bibs not only marked individual participant numbers, but also contained timing chips that could be read at timing checkpoints to upload arrival times to the timing backend for score statistics. I'm heading to the second track now. Your Uncle San's wife and Jean Win are over there waiting. We'll meet up later, Uncle San said. Uncle San, just go ahead. We're here, Yi Ran reassured. Qiao Sang nodded in agreement. Uncle San's competing pets were the roaring swamp crocodile and the ink fish, both belonging to the second track. Yi Ran's silent tail fox was the first leg of the first track, while Qiao Sang's fire-toothed dog was the second leg. 10 kilometers away in Jinsong village from the starting point. No, I'll go by myself. It's not good to trouble others, and with so many people on the street. It's not convenient to drive, Qiao Sang refused. All right, then I'll call you when IMO is close to Jinsong village. Yi Ran didn't insist. 30 minutes later, Qiao Sang regretted it. It was her first time participating in such a competition, and she had no experience. Who could tell her why the distance between the first and second legs was so far? Qiao Sang pedaled her bike desperately down the street. Has the race started? It must have started, right? What if the silent tail fox in the first leg arrives before I do? Yeah. Fire-toothed Dog shouted encouragement from the basket. Little Treasure clung tightly to Qiao Sang's hair with its short claws, its round eyes squinted against the wind. Qiao Sang was panicking while riding the bike. It would have been nice to ride with someone else. Bored and with nothing to do, what bike should I ride? Now it's fine. I thought I was just here to lay low and go through the motions, but it seems that this process is a bit precarious. Beautiful girl. Want to share a flight? Qiao Sang excitedly looked up. She saw a large-winged sharp sparrow flying above her, carrying 2 men and 1 woman. The man at the front looked to be in his 40s, while the young man and woman behind him appeared to be in their early 20s. Qiao Sang shouted as she rode her bike. I'm going to Jinsong village. Is it on your way? The large-winged sharp sparrow flew alongside her on the right. The middle-aged man in his 40s happily replied, On the way, on the way. We're also heading to Jinsong Village. I'll charge you 800. How about it? The two young people exchanged knowing glances, realizing they were about to take advantage of someone younger. They were planning to charge 600 each. Yet they were trying to charge a kid 800. Qiao Sang had paid for a flight before, but her mom was a professional at it. Although it was for sightseeing flights, she still knew the prices in this area. How about 400? Qiao Sang shouted. The middle-aged man decisively said, deal? The two young people were stunned. Were they the ones being taken advantage of? Chapter 100. The second arrival after Qiao Sang parked her bike by the roadside to take photos and mark her location, she boarded this shared flight. The large-winged sharp sparrow, an evolved form of the sharp sparrow, had a body length of about 25 meters. It was no problem for a beastmaster to ride a flying pet, but to carry passengers, one needed a flying license. The Air Management Bureau had clear regulations regarding flying pets carrying people. A flying pet with a body length of 15 to 20 meters could carry 2 passengers. A flying pet measuring 25 meters could carry 3 passengers, while those between 25 and 30 meters could carry 4. The large-winged sharp sparrow hovered around the standard for 3 and 4 passenger mounts. For such pets that straddle the standard line, they had to be tested annually by the Air Management Bureau for specific measurements. However, many flying pets that just met the standard often flew overloaded. Qiao Sang opposed such overloads, but times had changed. She didn't dare to ask if this large-winged sharp sparrow was overloaded, fearing it might actually be. Along the way, the middle-aged man chatted nonstop. Initially, the two young people wore cold expressions and were reluctant to engage, but later, under the middle-aged man's relentless chatter, they exchanged a few words. From their conversation, Qiao Sang learned that these two were also heading to Jinsong Village to participate in the second leg of the race, which made her feel more at ease. I think the prize for the individual first place is better than that for the team first place. If I didn't have to earn a living, I would definitely want to try, said the middle-aged man. Qiao Sang had been listening to their conversation, and she couldn't help but ask, what is the prize for this individual first place? Her uncle participated in the marathon solely for the individual first place. Moreover, he had a conflict with his originally teamed friends because they wanted the same prize, which showed how popular the individual first place prize was. Her uncle earned money for the whole family. He had 2 pets to take care of. His eldest son was also attending Beastmaster University, which was quite an expense. And Yi Jingwen wanted to become a spirit plant master, which was another costly profession, as could be seen from the many spirit plants in their backyard. For a moment, Qiao Sang imagined many possibilities for the prize: cash, spirit plants, several boxes of pet energy food, all practical items. The latest photo album of the God of the Abyss and his pet, just released during this Interstellar Cup. I wonder where our little town got it from, said the young man. When they arrived at the exchange point for the second leg in Jinsong Village, many people had already gathered there. After registering at the athlete recheck point, Qiao Sang took her fire-toothed dog to the designated spot at the village entrance. Just follow the main group and run. You remember the crocodile monster, right? The one this morning with tough skin, yellow color, and a big mouth? The one you greeted, Qiao Sang said anxiously. Rough. The fire-toothed dog patted its chest with its paw, looking confident. There will be tables with water along the way. Just grab some when you need it. Qiao Sang advised. Rough, the fire-toothed dog casually replied. It's just running. Why drink water? Even if I get tired, I should drink milk. After Qiao Sang finished saying everything she needed to, she stepped out of the racetrack. Since it was the pets competing, the Beastmasters could only wait at the sides of the track. This marathon relay race included 233 teams, 699 Beastmasters, and 1398 pets. At the village entrance, there were about 200 pets crowded together, including some high-level pets. But even among them, the fire-toothed dog would not go unnoticed, thanks to its unique sunglasses and fiery fur that caught many people's attention. Whose fire-toothed dog is this? Wow, this red pet looks so cool. It seems like a fire-type pet, someone exclaimed. Qiao Sang turned her head and was surprised to find that there were actually kids who had seen the 100 new race. Good eye, kid, Qiao Sang thought to herself, silently approving. Time passed little by little. 13 minutes later, a rumbling sound drew closer. Look! The little treasure-seeking ghost excitedly pointed towards the sound. Qiao Sang looked in that direction. Stunned, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, thinking she was seeing things. A brown-shelled pet rolled over. Yes, rolled. The brown-shelled pet kept rolling, and just when Qiao Sang thought it was an intruder on the track, a male voice shouted from nearby. It's here, it can stop. At that moment, the brown-shelled pet finally stopped rolling, slowly extending its head and limbs. It had the number 112 on its right front paw, and wore a yellow relay band around its neck. Qiao Sang was a bit dazed. It was a double-tailed tortoise. This is a competing pet. Isn't a marathon supposed to be about running? She thought. How come it's rolling? The next scene completely changed Qiao Sang's perception of the marathon relay. The double-tailed tortoise handed the yellow relay band to a 6-tentacle snail. She saw the 6-tentacle snail. now wearing the yellow relay band, using 3 of its flesh-colored tentacles to spray a thick liquid onto the ground. Then it crawled onto the slick liquid. The liquid made the ground incredibly smooth, and as soon as the 6-tentacle snail reached the surface, it slid forward several meters. It continued to spray the thick liquid while sliding forward, moving so fast that it quickly disappeared from view. Qiao Sang watched in astonishment as everything unfolded. What was happening before her was entirely different from her impression of a marathon. Right, this is a pet marathon. It's normal for it to be different from a human marathon. She had always thought this marathon would involve running on land, swimming in water, and flying in the sky. She never imagined it could be done this way. Most events held in society were still Beastmaster battles and fancy coordination competitions. Other less popular competitions had rules that not everyone would know. She had taken the rules of the marathon relay for granted and had never seriously researched them. Qiao Sang glanced at her fire-toothed dog, who was confidently wearing sunglasses, and felt a bit regretful. If other pets performed all these flashy tricks, her toothed dog would definitely fall behind just running on its legs. Would they end up in last place? Soon after the first team completed their baton exchange, the second pet to exchange also approached. It was a desert-tail fox, which came running up, panting, without utilizing any special traits or skills. But perhaps having spotted the exchange point, the next moment its tail, which was over 2 meters long, glowed with a sandy color. And patches of floating sand appeared beneath its limbs, forming a narrow path made of sand on the ground ahead. The floating sand lifted the desert-tail fox, allowing it to slide down the narrow path right to the exchange point. Then it took off the yellow relay band hanging around its neck and handed it to the sunglasses-wearing fire-toothed dog. Qiao Sang was shocked. What the heck? The second one to arrive was actually Yi Ranran's desert fox. Chapter 101, Red Lightning. Qiao Sang never expected Yi Ranran's desert fox to be so powerful, and she immediately relaxed. With over 200 pet beasts, it was impossible for Fire-Toothed Dog to come in last after being the second to run. After putting on the yellow relay band, Fire-Toothed Dog dashed out in a flash. Seek! Seek! Little Treasure Hunter shouted desperately, cheering them on while floating along. Seek! Little Treasure Hunter looked innocent. Don't waste your energy, we still need you for the 6th leg. Let us head directly to Luyang River to wait for Yabao. Qiao Sang said. This had a hint of truth. The first part was false while the latter was true. She had no expectations for Little Treasure Hunter in the 6th leg. It was impossible for it to keep pace, as the 3rd leg was over 10 kilometers away at Luyang River. With its small limbs, it would probably collapse before even reaching halfway. Moreover, marathon races do not allow for pacing. They have professional medical teams and technical services to ensure safety. Pacing could lead to unnecessary trouble and chaos during the race, making it difficult to maintain order. Qiao Sang watched the direction in which Fire-Toothed Dog disappeared. Yabao, we can only support you in spirit. Go for it. Fire-Toothed Dog ran desperately forward. It remembered its Beastmaster saying to follow the main group, but there was not even a competitor in sight. At this moment, it recalled the 6-tentacled snail that had run ahead of it. Yeah. Fire-Toothed Dog picked up speed. It could only try to keep up with that 6-tentacled snail. Time passed, and Fire-Toothed Dog dragged its weary limbs, struggling to move forward. Right now, it was not just hard to run. Even walking was a challenge. Although the Pet Beast Marathon was different from traditional human marathons, it was still a high-load, high-volume, long-distance competition. While pet beasts could use their traits and skills to speed up and make the race more interesting, constantly using traits to release skills was unrealistic. Excessive energy consumption could lead to exhaustion during the race. But Fire-Toothed Dog didn't know that. It had been running with all its might since the start. Initially, it was fine, but as it slowed down, dozens of competing pet beasts passed it one after another. Fire-Toothed Dog wasn't stupid. During the race, it had seen several competing pet beasts use skills, so it had attempted to use skills to speed up as well. It had tried Flame Charge and Body Slam, but soon became exhausted. Fire-Toothed Dog had not undergone professional training. It had mostly been practicing skills lately. Running a few laps around Luganshi had not provided any real training for a marathon. While it might be decent in terms of stamina compared to other pet beasts of the same rank, it still fell short of marathon standards. The scorching sun baked the ground. Even Fire-Toothed Dog, which usually wasn't afraid of heat, felt the torment. It panted with its tongue out, struggling to breathe, feeling like it was running out of air, and its limbs felt like lead, making it harder to lift them than when it had a weighted ring on. Yeah. Fire-Toothed Dog called out unconsciously, its throat dry as if it were on fire. At this moment, it suddenly remembered its beast master mentioning water. It looked around but found no tables or water. Hadn't it arrived yet? Fire-Toothed Dog saw stars, gazing ahead in a daze. For the first time contemplating the word give up. So tired. Really so tired. A bouncing ball pig happened to pass by. Its tail was like a spring, with a gray ball at the end, and it was wearing the competition number 099. Its tail stood upright, and the gray ball touched the ground. using the spring-like properties of its tail to bounce and instantly surpassed Fire-Toothed Dog. The ball pig didn't leave right away. It turned to Fire-Toothed Dog and gave a smug smile, provocatively raising its smallest short toe. Yeah, Fire-Toothed Dog was instantly enraged. It wanted to roar at the bouncing ball pig, but the roar that came out was so weak that only it could hear it. Watching the bouncing ball pig turn and hop away, Fire-Toothed Dog felt a surge of anger wanting to charge over. But its body was unwilling to cooperate. The momentum was too strong, and its already fatigued limbs couldn't support it. After just a couple of steps, Fire-Toothed Dog's legs gave way, and it collapsed. In a daze, it seemed to hear its beast master calling its name. Yabao. Actually, it didn't really like that name. It lacked any forcefulness. But its beast master liked it, and there was nothing it could do. Would its beast master be disappointed if it collapsed here? And what about its little brother? It was still waiting for its relay band. Fire-Toothed Dog suddenly felt a bit defeated. Its beast master trusted it so much, saying to wait for it at Luyang River. What if it didn't make it? Fire-Toothed Dog's weak ember within gradually turned into a flame, and in the next moment, the flame flickered and a bright red flame surged, instantly enveloping it from the inside out. We have a Fire-Toothed Dog here that seems to have lost strength. Someone send help. The logistics personnel were startled. What happened? What's going on? The person on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. It's nothing. Just a Fire-Toothed Dog that was already down suddenly caught fire, probably triggered its blaze trait, and then zoomed off. It's my first time seeing a fire-type pet beast run a marathon and erupt into flames, the logistics personnel explained, still a bit shaken. It was like watching a collapsed patient suddenly get up and perform a backflip. It was quite frightening. Luyang River. Qiao Sang watched as the bouncing ball pig quickly made its way to the third leg handoff point, its tail touching the ground, and sighed. That tail is just too suitable for this race. I still think that Ice and Snow Raccoon's skill is more appropriate. It directly covered the meatball on its paw with ice and slid over. I don't know how it thought of that, Yiranran said. On such a hot day, the ground is so hot that the ice ball won't last long before melting. It just makes it a bit easier in the middle. But it's clear that a lot of effort was put into it. The balance aspect is commendable, Qiao Sang analyzed. If a pet beast can come up with a slightly less strenuous plan to rest in the middle, that's enough. It mainly depends on the pet beast's stamina and endurance, Yiranran chuckled. Qiao Sang was silent for a moment before asking. What if there's no plan for conserving energy? Yiranran pondered for a moment and replied, relying purely on physical strength and endurance? That shouldn't be the case. How exhausting would that be? In a pet beast marathon, everyone prepares a plan. I've never seen anyone foolish enough to come to a competition without one. Qiao Sang replied, the fool is right here. Seek, seek. Little treasure hunter suddenly shouted excitedly. Qiao Sang looked toward the racetrack. In the distance, a figure wrapped in flames raced toward her, like a red lightning bolt zooming past her in an instant, surpassing the bouncing ball pig that was about to reach the handoff point. Chapter 102, Where's the Relay Band? The red flames were wildly dancing, unabashedly flaunting themselves. The unique triangular sunglasses and familiar silhouette instantly made her recognize it was her Yabao. Qiao Sang froze for a moment. She didn't feel the joy of Fire-Toothed Dog successfully reaching the handoff point so quickly, but rather a deep concern. Wasn't this the blaze state? What happened? How did blaze come out? Did it trigger from exhaustion during the marathon? Thinking of this, Qiao Sang suddenly felt a bit guilty. It seems there is a possibility. The Fire-Toothed Dog didn't directly search for the Roar Swamp Crocodile at the third handover point, but instead, it contemptuously curled its lips towards the bouncing pig, which was half a step slower than it, and raised its right front paw to lift its smallest toe. The bouncing pig glanced at the Fire-Toothed Dog out of the corner of its eye, and in the next second, it brushed past the dog and handed the yellow relay baton to a little rain frog on the shore. The Fire-Toothed Dog maintained its handsome posture, but the stiffness at the corners of its mouth made it clear that it had been petrified. For the first time in less than half a year, the Fire-Toothed Dog experienced the ups and downs of life. The transition from being spirited to being emotionally hurt happened in just a moment. The flames that were once exuberant on its body had also weakened considerably. Tooth, pass the relay baton. Qiao Sang shouted. Seek, seek. Only then did the Fire-Toothed Dog come to its senses, turn around, and attempt to hand over the relay baton to the Roar Swamp Crocodile, which was almost in tears waiting. Lowering its head, it exclaimed, Tooth, where's the relay baton? This was the first time in the history of the Qitong Town Pet Marathon that a relay baton had disappeared midway. There was no choice but to urgently resend it. No one expected that the relay baton would be burned away by a Fire-Toothed Dog that activated its blaze characteristic. Fire-type pets in the town were already scarce, and those with the blaze characteristic were even rarer. It was the first time for the elderly who lived in the town to see a fire-type pet activate its blaze characteristic while running a marathon. In a sense, the Fire-Toothed Dog became famous in Qitong Town. Later, when the pet marathon was held again, The organizers would specifically equip fire-type pets with relay batons made of special fireproof materials. Of course, that's another story. By the time the logistics staff retrieved a new relay baton, 3 minutes had already passed. The strength of pet marathon competitors is divided into 4 levels. First is those who are far ahead, leaving others behind. Second is those who can keep up with the main group. Third is those who reach the designated points within the time limit. And fourth is those who drop out midway. The fire-toothed dog performed well this time, squeezing into the second tier. But the difference in strength among the pets in the second tier was not significant, and some rankings could be separated by just a few seconds. Due to this 3-minute delay, the fire-toothed dog, originally ranked 51st for the second leg, dropped to 62nd. It's okay, I didn't expect to be 62nd either. Qiao Sang consoled. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog looked even more forlorn. It had never lost before. Now it not only lost but lost to 61 opponents at once. Seek. The little treasure spirit timely took off a ring and handed over some milk. The fire-toothed dog took the milk and drank it down in a fit of sadness and anger. Sad as it was, the milk still had to be drunk. Look at you. You used to faint shortly after activating Blaze, but now you're still awake and can drink milk. That's progress. Qiao Sang continued to comfort. The fire-toothed dog paused in its drinking, raised its head, and stared blankly at its trainer. Tooth. The fire-toothed dog's eyes lit up, and its mood instantly improved. Yi Ranyan, watching as Qiao Sang revived the fire-toothed dog with just a few words, sighed. I suddenly feel that what Jingwen said last time makes sense. You really have a talent for being a trainer. A trainer not only needs to be clear about and understand the breeding methods and health conditions of different pets, but also needs to devise different plans based on the current psychological state and strength level of the pet to provide growth directions. One of the subjects to qualify as a trainer is pet psychology. Qiao Sang was able to clearly grasp the fire-toothed dog's psychological state shortly after contracting it, which obviously indicated a talent in this area. It's rare to see a fire-type pet that activates Blaze at such a young age. Asen has talent. And the contracted pet also has talent, so being a professional beast master is the way to go. Uncle San, while watching the roar swamp crocodile half submerge in the water, chimed in. There was a smile in his eyes, clearly pleased with the timing of the fire-toothed dog's arrival. Today, Ranyan and Asen worked hard. If you get first place this time, the photo book is all yours to look at, Uncle San said with a smile. No need for that. Ever since knowing what the personal prize was, Qiao Sang found it a bit hard to face Uncle San. The thing he wanted was too mismatched with his usual hardworking, mature, and steady image. He didn't know what Aunt San and Yi Jingwen thought of Uncle San's motivation for participating in the marathon. Qiao Sang turned to instinctively look for Aunt San and Yi Jingwen. He saw them excitedly taking photos of the competing pets nearby, completely unaware of the conversation over here. Qiao Sang observed without interrupting them. For ordinary people living in the town for years, there aren't many opportunities to see so many pets at once in reality. Susong Old Street, a public auditorium. As one of the few Beastmaster competition events in the town, it attracted the attention of the entire town. People gathered at the starting point, but the rules did not allow running alongside, and moreover, the hot weather made it unbearable to stand outside for too long. Therefore, the live broadcasts playing in various places were packed with people. Susong Old Street, as the handover point for the 5th leg of the 3rd track, had set up a viewing area for the live broadcast in the nearby auditorium. Qiao Sang was a competitor on the 1st track. After sending the fire-toothed dog to the 2nd leg handover point, he had to set off early to wait at the 3rd leg handover point, leaving no time to watch the live broadcast. But now he had the chance. Qiao Sang stood on tiptoe, trying to see the big screen broadcasting the live feed in the auditorium, but it was packed with people in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. The fire-toothed dog also learned to stand on tiptoe like its trainer, but naturally, it couldn't see anything either. Only the little treasure spirit floated up half a meter, taking in the entire live broadcast scene. Asen, stop struggling. You're not taller than me, and I can't see. Let alone you, Yi Ranyan advised from the side. Qiao Sang. That makes a lot of sense. She couldn't really refute it. He saw Qiao Sang freeze for a moment, and then looked to the side. Sure enough, he saw the fire-type pet that had left a memorable impression in the previous live broadcast. Isn't that the little fire dog that fell down, got back up, overtook the pig, then got overtaken by the pig, and burned the relay baton? The uncle exclaimed excitedly. Where? Where? Let me see. Let them in. You're blocking everyone outside. I know. It's called fire-toothed dog. Everyone in the back, move aside. Let others in to watch. Thanks to the fire-toothed dog, Qiao Sang and Yi Ranyan found an excellent spot at the front of the auditorium to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 103. Instant transfer. Isn't that Officer Yi? Officer Yi. Is this child your relative? Officer Yi. I just saw your white fox, 2nd place. Although there were several similar ones in that round, yours looked particularly spirited. I recognized it at a glance. Officer Yi. Have you found a partner yet? What is the name of this little red dog, Officer Yi? In the small town of Qitong, where everyone knows each other, it's small enough that a few steps can lead to familiar faces. Qiao Sang, who had lived in Hangang for a long time, wasn't too well known, but Yi Ranyan was quickly recognized. It was like when an adult meets acquaintances while taking a child along. The adult handles the conversation while the child serves as a background figure. On the big screen, an orange-red light starfish was facing away from the track, using its water gun as propulsion, pushing itself back several meters. Qiao Sang secretly complained that while this method could speed things up, facing away from the track posed many safety hazards, making it easy to collide with other competing pets. Before long, the live broadcast on the big screen switched, and the view of the river transformed into an underwater perspective. In the footage, a blue water-absorbing salamander was waving its two tails in a continuous 360-degree motion, spinning like a propeller to increase its speed. Soon, it became exhausted, and its tail stopped spinning. At this moment, the live broadcast shifted again. A deep blue spiny seahorse appeared in the frame. Qiao Sang instantly understood. They were specifically selecting pets that showcased unique methods of advancement for the live broadcast. However, it was also understandable since a marathon is a long-duration competitive sport, and watching pets simply run or swim would indeed be quite boring. Then a surge of gas erupted, and the water behind bubbled up as if boiling. The force of the gas was so intense that it propelled the spiny seahorse forward for more than 10 meters. Qiao Sang stood there in shock. Wow, they actually used the emission of grain gas to increase speed. Who came up with this idea? It's incredible, but it's a pity for the participating pet beasts behind. Although the method is somewhat crude, the technical content is not low at all. After all, you can't just let out gas whenever you want, right? It must have undergone professional training. For a moment, Qiao Sang felt a deep respect for the spiny seahorse and its beast master. Xiao Xuanbaogui was also stunned, staring at the live broadcast, feeling as if a door to a new world had opened. Since seeing the spiny seahorse's way of moving forward, Qiao Sang felt that switching to other pet beasts in the live broadcast was dull. Feeling bored, Qiao Sang thought of Sanjio's howler alligator. Where's the howler alligator? Why haven't I seen it for so long? 3 minutes later, the screen switched to a black inkfish. Qiao Sang was taken aback and unconsciously squinted to take a closer look. Why does this inkfish look so much like Sanjio's? Ran, does this inkfish look like Sanjio's? Qiao Sang asked Yi Ran uncertainly. Yi Ran was chatting with an ant nearby, but upon hearing this, she turned her head. She looked at the inkfish in the live broadcast, which was constantly releasing water waves with its side fins like wings to propel itself forward. And her heart skipped a beat. She jumped up suddenly. Asen, we're done for. Although Sanjio wanted to achieve the best individual result in this marathon, it was still a team relay race. If the participating pet beasts did not wait on the track to receive the baton, the results would naturally not count. Qiao Sang had not finished. She was the last leg. Yi Ran felt a bit flustered and hurried over. Pingxiang Street. The starting point of the first leg of the first track was also the handover position for the last leg of the third track. After placing Xiao Xuanbaogui on the track, Qiao Sang held on to Hoya Dog and waited aside. Many people around were pointing and laughing at Xiao Xuanbaogui. Ordinary people know that there are ghost-type pets, but they do not understand what the ghost type means to beast masters. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Sometimes not understanding makes one less afraid. In their eyes, Xiao Xuanbaogui was just a pet that could leave the ground but couldn't reach the floating cloud track. The floating cloud track was dozens of meters in the air, while Xiao Xuanbaogui could only hover about 2 meters off the ground. Xiao Xuanbaogui looked up at the participating pet beasts far above and seemed to think of something, suddenly clenching its claws tightly, and its gray little face turned red. Ya? Hoya Dog pointed at Xiao Xuanbaogui in confusion. It should be thinking about how to make its movements faster, right? Qiao Sang said uncertainly. In fact, she felt the posture looked a bit like it was trying to relieve itself, but quickly dismissed that thought. It was impossible for a ghost-type pet to relieve itself. The inside of ghost-type pets was like a bottomless pit, and some ghost-type pets could devour everything. Emotions, life, dreams, etc. could all be transformed into their own power. According to experts, the higher the level of a ghost-type pet, the more malevolent it becomes, as their evolution is fundamentally based on devouring. And this devouring is not limited to energy. After an unknown amount of time, a blue and white pet beast rushed in like a gust of wind. The wind sculpture was indeed a flying-type pet known for its speed, and it was the 6th to arrive in the final baton handover. It swiftly grabbed the baton and flew over Xiao Xuanbaogui, directly attaching it. With this baton handed over, Qiao Sang's task was considered successfully completed. She took out her phone, ready to contact Yi Ran, when suddenly the crowd around began to stir. What is this? Why did the ghost-type pet teleport? Isn't this a flying-type pet? Am I hallucinating from the heat? Whose pet is this? Could it be that it became invisible and then floated forward to appear again? Show me how you float so fast. If you can float like that, I'll call you Dad. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned by the commotion. A ghost-type pet? It seemed that Xiao Xuanbao was the only one from her family participating in this marathon. Qiao Sang put down her phone and looked up at the track. She saw that Xiao Xuanbao Gui was no longer in its original position. At that moment, it had its claws tightly clenched, its gray little face flushed red. Just like when Qiao Sang first suspected it wanted to relieve itself. But in the next second, Xiao Xuanbao Gui suddenly disappeared and reappeared 3 meters away. Qiao Sang, isn't this teleportation? Qiao Sang was completely confused. Can Xiao Xuanbao Gui teleport? No way. Last night, when she watched the Beastmaster manual, nothing had changed. And the last time it absorbed dark ghost liquid and woke up, it only gained 60 level points in its cursed body characteristic. Qiao Sang looked at Xiao Xuanbao Gui, who was both clenching its fists and teleporting, feeling a bit dazed. Is it really that easy to learn skills now? Chapter 104. It seems to have succeeded. Learning skills is extremely important for pet beasts, as they play a crucial role in both competitions and everyday life. If a pet learns one more skill, the options for the future increase significantly. For example, if a water-type pet learns to create air bubbles, it can envelop a person in bubbles and dive underwater, allowing them to experience the underwater scenery up close without any equipment. This gives its beast master the opportunity to become an underwater videographer, underwater safety officer, underwater archaeologist, etc. The ancient mist region is known as the world of water, and its provincial capital, Yushur, is filled with waterways, where boats are the only means of transportation. The reason the ancient mist region is called the world of water is that the water bodies under the 9 prefecture-level cities in the entire region are interconnected. Beneath these interconnected water bodies lies a world-famous underwater city, with numerous ruins below. After a long period of construction, the buildings have filled the entire water area, becoming a must-visit place for travel bloggers from various countries. There, learning to create air bubbles is a necessary condition for recruitment by the local Underwater Management Bureau. Besides air bubbles, water-type pets learning to create rain is a prerequisite for recruitment by the Meteorological Bureau. Additionally, water guns are a requirement for firefighters. An average beast master could secure a worry-free life for the rest of their days if their pet learned a rare skill. While everyone was trying every means to get their pets to learn skills, Qiao Sang's pet inexplicably learned a new skill. First it was Hoya dog. Now it was Xiao Xuanbao Gui. Qiao Sang felt dazed, and a question suddenly flashed through her mind. Where did the rumor that skills are hard to learn come from? Xiao Xuanbao Gui was holding back a burst of energy while teleporting, but after teleporting 6 times, it was still on the same street. Xiao Xuanbao Gui turned to look at its rear, feeling that its speed might not be so fast because it hadn't released that gas. It straightened its head, clenched its fists, and exerted more force, making its face turn even redder. Asen, this is teleportation, right? A shaky voice came from beside her. Qiao Sang turned her head to see Yi Ran standing there like a wooden post, her eyes wide in shock as she looked in the direction of Xiao Xuanbao Gui. This is so silly. If I remember correctly, Xiao Xuanbao Gui should be a ghost-type pet, right? Yi Ran's voice trembled slightly. You remembered correctly? Qiao Sang nodded. Then, Yi Ran murmured. Before she could finish, Qiao Sang interjected, it's just as you think. Yi Ran was stunned. After a moment of effort, she found her voice. How much did you spend? I didn't spend any money. I exchanged it with the pet voucher given by the Xian competition, Qiao Sang replied. Yi Ran. This statement shocked Yi Ran even more than when she first learned that Qiao Sang had won a 5 million prize. Where are Sanjiu and the others? Qiao Sang asked. Qiao Sang sighed and said, you see, a low-key person like me didn't even plan to mention this. But I didn't expect Xiao Xuanbao to suddenly learn teleportation. There's no need to hide the fact that our pet's qualities are good. With the existence of the Beastmaster manual, we don't have to worry about others stealing our contracted pets. Yi Ran exclaimed, is this intentional? This is definitely intentional. Although Xiao Xuanbao the ghost learned to teleport, it was still small, and its internal energy wasn't enough to support multiple movements. Its stamina was far from meeting the standard, so it didn't reach the finish line within the allotted time. However, there were still 23 participating pets in the 4th tier that also didn't make it, so it wasn't too embarrassing. On the way back, Qiao Sang was in a good mood, holding the fire-toothed dog and humming a few tunes from time to time. Xiao Xuanbao the ghost wasn't upset about losing. It lay on Qiao Sang's head, leisurely drinking milk, showing that it didn't have the same strong desire to win as the fire-toothed dog. The reason was simple. The hope for Howling Swamp Crocodile lost to a lightning otter by just 9 seconds, finishing second. Dad, second place is pretty good. It can reimburse the expenses at the Qitong Beastmaster Center for the next 6 months. You can take the Howling Swamp Crocodile and the Ink Fish for a checkup. Yi Jingwen comforted. Yeah, third uncle. I think the reward for second place is much more practical than first place, Qiao Sang said with a smile. Third uncle forced a smile and said, I'm fine. Having a second place is also good. Thank you for your hard work, you and Ran. Not hard at all. Qiao Sang smiled brightly. She thought it would just be a minor event, but unexpectedly, Xiao Xuanbao the ghost learned a new skill, making it all worthwhile. On the way home, Qiao Sang was in high spirits, but as soon as she arrived home, she couldn't smile anymore. Huh, where's the bicycle I rode out this morning? Third aunt suddenly asked, looking at the usual parking spot for bicycles. Qiao Sang. Nighttime. 7:28 p.m. Lugan Creek. Qiao Sang helplessly looked at the fire-toothed dog, which had begun to sense its internal energy. However, the fire-toothed dog was too eager and insisted on practicing the energy ball. As a beast master, she couldn't just say discouraging words while her pet was training. Thus, they ended up at Lugan Creek late at night. Qiao Sang habitually found a spot to sit cross-legged and rested her chin in her hands, watching the fire-toothed dog, which was already gathering energy for the ball. She wondered if it was just her illusion, but the energy ball seemed to have slightly increased in size. As she watched the energy ball, she thought, I wonder if it can produce a shooting star tonight. Suddenly, the energy ball began to rise. 1, 2, 3. 6 meters, and it showed no signs of stopping. Qiao Sang froze for a moment and unconsciously sat up straight. She looked up at the energy ball, which was rising higher and higher. Why hasn't it lost control yet? This height looks like it has already reached the standard for a meteor shower in the air. The red energy ball continued to ascend until it reached about 23 meters before stopping. This time, the energy ball didn't lose control and fall, nor did it explode on its own. Instead, it lingered in the air for 2 seconds before bursting. 3 red flames fell in the silent night sky, like red meteors descending from the heavens, embellishing the night. Bang, bang, bang. The crimson sparks hit the ground, producing a series of loud sounds. Just flew up, accompanied by dazzling scarlet flames blooming. One of the red flames landed not far in front of Qiao Sang, illuminating her gaping mouth and wide-open pupils, as if her jaw was about to drop. Qiao Sang felt like her brain had crashed and stopped functioning. Meteor shower. It seems to have succeeded. Chapter 105. The Ultimate Move. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog ran over excitedly, stopping in front of its beast master, pointing at the sky with its paw, and then gesturing toward the direction where the red flames had just fallen. Yeah. Qiao Sang was still in a daze, while Xiao Xuanbao the ghost floated in front of the fire-toothed dog, full of admiration. Son. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog couldn't control its rising smile. It raised its right front paw, gesturing as if to say over there, but its bright, shiny black eyes were looking at Xiao Xuanbao with expectation. Xiao Xuanbao evidently understood the fire-toothed dog's true feelings and praised it even more enthusiastically. Sun. Yeah. After a while, Qiao Sang's brain began to function again, rapidly processing thoughts. Why did it succeed? Logically, it shouldn't have learned so quickly. The speed of mastery is completely unscientific. Of course, successfully releasing a skill once doesn't mean it's mastered. It could have been a momentary opportunity that led to success, and there's a high probability it still won't be able to release it afterward. However, this situation doesn't apply to the fire-toothed dog. Under the influence of its golden finger, it can successfully cast a skill it has released once with 100% certainty each time. But what was the opportunity for this release? Relying solely on extraordinary talent feels too mystical. After all, this is a high-level skill, and there must be other reasons. Could it be that training its physical abilities allows it to sense internal energy more clearly? Or does the potential triggered by the fierce fire still play a role? It's not impossible. Enhancements in one aspect of a pet can affect its overall capabilities. For example, if it eats well and gains weight, training skills like mountain crushing would become relatively easier. But learning meteor shower just by enhancing physical abilities and triggering fierce fire still feels unscientific. Qiao Sang suddenly thought of something and focused on the Beastmaster manual. Level: Beginner, 935-1000. First trait: Fierce fire level, 2500. Status: Difficult to use. Description: When the status is below 14, it can trigger potential, doubling fire-type skill damage and speed. Skills: Bite, Novice 74100. Charge, Mastery 498500. Fire Tooth, Minor Mastery 6942000. Spark, Ultimate Move 107-862-0000. Shadow Clone, Mastery 127-12000. Flame Vortex, Mastery 2-20500. Blazing Charge, Mastery 65500. Meteor Shower, Novice 1100. Points 786. Some things that are hard to understand become much clearer when looking at the data. In the past half-month, the fire-toothed dog has been training to release the spark skill. With the aid of the energy recovery potion, the fire-toothed dog can release the spark 640 times a day, and just the day before yesterday, it had just mastered spark to the ultimate move level. The ultimate move is the highest level of skill proficiency. Qiao Sang looked at the data in the Beastmaster manual, and her thoughts gradually clarified. Since the fire-toothed dog has already mastered a fire-type skill at the ultimate move level, its control over fire-type energy must have reached a considerable height, especially after activating Fierce Fire today. Combining these two factors with the fire-toothed dog's extraordinary talent seems to explain why it successfully released Meteor Shower. If that's the case, it's no wonder there are no examples of low-level pets mastering high-level skills. After all, that's the ultimate move's proficiency, even for beginner skills. Who knows how many years it would take to reach that level? With that time, it would be better to let the pet evolve early and train for higher-level skills. The more Qiao Sang thought about it, the more she felt her analysis was on point. She slowly shifted her gaze upward. Level: Beginner, 935-1000. Qiao Sang froze for a moment. The fire-toothed dog had been wearing the level's flame-gathering pearl, which increases points by 7 every day. When she checked last night, it was still 905, but today it suddenly increased by 30 points at once. Was it Fierce Fire? But now is not the time to think about that. Qiao Sang quickly exited the Beast Master manual and crouched down to take off the flame-gathering pearl from the fire-toothed dog's neck. She was terrified. She hadn't noticed the daily incremental points before, but now that it had suddenly increased by 30 points, she realized there was a problem. At this growth rate, she wouldn't even need to use her golden finger to add points. In about 10 days, the fire-toothed dog would break through on its own. When she first became a Beast Master, she never dreamed that one day she would actually worry about her pet evolving too quickly. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog, still immersed in compliments, woke up with a puzzled look at its Beast Master. You no longer match your current self. Let me replace this ugly string with a nicer one before I put it on you, Qiao Sang said seriously. Yeah. The fire-toothed dog looked at the black rope and nodded in agreement. It had already become a skilled practitioner of meteor fire in its family. It was time to upgrade its gear. Meanwhile, the little treasure hunter glanced at its Beast Master, silently stepped back, and turned its gathering bead 180 degrees to its back, afraid of being targeted as well. In the following days, the fire-toothed dog practiced its spark skills by the river, and wore the long-lost weight ring to run a few laps to build its stamina. Previously, the fire-toothed dog was inspired to practice meteor fire by Thunderbird, and now it was practicing stamina inspired by marathon running. The day after mastering meteor fire, Qiao Sang conducted the same test. Unlike other skills, the fire-toothed dog's clones could not support it in releasing meteor fire. After several tests with diminishing clones, it was found that the fire-toothed dog could only release meteor fire with its main body. 3 times was its current limit. Moreover, the red flames bursting from the energy ball did not amount to many. Just as Qiao Sang had previously guessed, the current energy was insufficient to constitute a rain-like quantity. However, this was an issue of energy accumulation, and it would be achieved sooner or later. Qiao Sang told the fire-toothed dog not to rush, but every day, the time spent practicing runes on the little treasure hunter's face doubled. There was no choice. Her 2 pets were too powerful, learning skills as if they were playing. If she didn't put in more effort, she felt she would lose face. The fire-toothed dog continued watching battle competitions as usual. The little treasure hunter blinked its eyes by the bed. That's teleportation. If you make a fist and hold your breath before moving, those fast opponents will reach you before you know it, Qiao Sang advised earnestly. Son, the little treasure hunter pointed at its own bottom. Qiao Sang sighed. How many times have I told you? You can't fart. Chapter 106. Intensive training. The little treasure hunter was different from the fire-toothed dog. The fire-toothed dog cared about becoming stronger, trusting Qiao Sang unconditionally regarding training. In contrast, the little treasure hunter had a strong desire to explore new things and was very curious. It would follow any bugs or birds it encountered in Luganshi for a close observation, even the first time it brought fish to its third aunt. It wanted to watch how to cook them in the kitchen. Although the little treasure hunter had not yet started real training, it was evident from correcting its teleportation moves that it had its own ideas. I want to stop until I can fart. Son, the little treasure hunter pointed again at its bottom and then at the door. I know you want to teleport further, but that's not done by farting. It's done with intent. Qiao Sang emphasized the word intent. The little treasure hunter seemed to understand, then turned to look at its own bottom. Son, Qiao Sang explained, because you are a ghost-type creature, your species cannot fart. For example, the fire-toothed dog can breathe fire when born, but it can't float in the air like you. You can float, but you can't breathe fire like the fire-toothed dog. The spiny seahorse you saw can fart in water, but it can't float like you, and you can't stay in the water like it. Everyone is different. That is predetermined from birth. Qiao Sang spoke. She had explained this issue a few times before, and even specifically looked up the body structure of ghost-type pets to read to the little treasure hunter. However, since it was still young, it couldn't understand too complex of explanations, so she had to simplify it. Son, the little treasure hunter suddenly understood. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief, finally making it clear, what you need to do now is to stop those movements before teleporting. You need to break that habit. She took the opportunity to explain. Teleportation is a form of supersensory perception, focusing on instant actions. If there are movements before teleporting, It's not a big deal in daily life, but in a competition, it would be a major flaw. The little treasure hunter blinked without saying anything, then suddenly disappeared from the bedside to the ceiling. Son, it shouted from the ceiling, and the next second, it reappeared by the bed. Son, Qiao Sang exclaimed. So you can do it. So, all that fist clenching and holding your breath was just a fart, huh? Qiao Sang paused for a moment, suppressing her urge to tease. You did well, just like that. Son, the little treasure hunter looked at its beast master with an innocent expression. Qiao Sang, gazing at the little treasure hunter, inexplicably wanted to draw runes on its face. Even if it didn't succeed, it would just be for practice. Just as she was about to take out the materials, her phone, which she had thrown aside, rang. Because she was waiting for the notification about receiving 5 million. The volume had been turned up to the maximum recently, and this ringing drowned out the sound from the TV. Qiao Sang picked up the phone, glanced at it, and before she could speak, her mother on the other end had already started talking. Qiao Sang was taken aback and asked, which school? What school could it be? Shengshui Middle School. They say you were specially recruited into the elite class, her mother said cheerfully over the phone. It's the key class, and you need to report there tomorrow. All the kids selected for this class have to participate in intensive training. After finally finishing her entrance exams and looking forward to 2 months of vacation, where she could wake up naturally every day, she received the dreadful news of having to attend training just halfway through. Qiao Sang's mood was complicated. On one hand, she was happy to be selected for the elite class, but on the other hand, she remembered the days ruled by the alarm clock. Hey, are you listening? Her mother asked when she noticed the silence on the other end. I heard. Does the training require boarding? Qiao Sang quickly accepted the reality. It probably does. I didn't ask. You should come over tomorrow to report. If you need to board, just call me, and I'll bring you whatever you need, her mother replied. Okay. Qiao Sang had no objections. By the way, I already called your third aunt, but you need to tell her and your grandma face to face again. You must clarify the reason for leaving, her mother added. All right. Qiao Sang thought her mother's little scheme was quite obvious. After hanging up, she lost the mood to practice runes. There would be plenty of time to practice later. For now, she should enjoy the last few hours of her vacation. Let us watch TV, Qiao Sang said, and walked towards the fire-toothed dog. Son, the little treasure hunter happily followed behind. The next morning, the long-awaited alarm clock rang, and Qiao Sang struggled to get out of bed. She opened her sleepy eyes to find that the fire-toothed dog and the little treasure hunter had already started drinking milk on their own. Being young was great. By the time she finished washing up and packing her things, it was already 7:52. Her third aunt was constantly bringing food from the kitchen for breakfast. Why are you up so early today? Her third aunt asked with a smile. You used to sleep until after 9. Qiao Sang glanced at the unusually lavish breakfast and said, Third aunt, please don't laugh at me. You already knew. And you even made so much delicious food early in the morning. You know, your mom called me and told me about it. An elite class at Shengshui Middle School is quite impressive, her third aunt remarked. I just found out, Qiao Sang replied. Haven't they gotten up yet? Not yet. They're all quite lazy, her third aunt said. It seems she used to be the last one up. After finishing breakfast, since everyone was still in their own rooms, Qiao Sang asked her third aunt to say goodbye for her and set off for the train station. The train station in Hangang City was close to Shengshui Middle School, which was also the reason Yi Xiangting suggested her daughter report there first. Due to the summer vacation, there weren't many people near Shengshui Middle School. Last time, Qiao Sang entered through the north gate as an outsider, but this time she could enter through the south gate. Standing in front of the south gate, Qiao Sang looked at the imposing gate, which was over 100 meters long and dozens of meters high, as well as the grand school plaque above it. The school gate is an important symbol of a school, and undoubtedly, Shengshui Middle School reflected the first-class standard of Hangang Beastmaster School in its facade. The gate was tightly closed, but a security room on one side indicated that there were security personnel inside. Qiao Sang walked over and said to the window, Uncle, I'm here to report today. Please let me in. The security personnel inside looked up and was momentarily stunned by the fire-toothed dog in Qiao Sang's arms and the treasure-seeking ghost on her head. Report? Are you a sophomore or a senior? I don't think I've seen you before. The security personnel hesitated. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A new student who has contracted 2 pets. And they are both fire-type and ghost-type. The security personnel couldn't help but doubt if he had heard wrong. But today was indeed the day for the new students of the Beastmaster class to report for training. He was a bit dazed. He was also a Beastmaster. And although his level wasn't high, he had come up through a legitimate Beastmaster high school. He had never seen a first-year student who had just officially become a Beastmaster contract 2 pets. However, he had seen it on the news. The security personnel steadied himself. As the security of the city's top Beastmaster school, he couldn't show that he had never seen the world. Please show me your information card. Qiao Sang handed over her information card. The security personnel stared at the screen, looking repeatedly. There were no evening classes, no repeats. and she was a freshly graduated middle school student who had just turned 15. This is a genius among geniuses. If there are no accidents, her future is definitely limitless. He slowed down the registration process and said warmly, "Qiao Sang, your name sounds really nice." "Really?" Qiao Sang scratched her head. "It's really nice. I register so many names every day, and yours is the most impressive." Qiao Sang felt a bit shy, while some had praised her looks and others her talent. No one had ever sincerely complimented her name. "I have an ancestor with a single character Sang in her name. So it's no wonder I feel a sense of familiarity when I see you." Qiao Sang. The security personnel realized he had misspoken after he said that. Normally, he would say such things to leaders, but now he was using them on a child. He awkwardly chuckled and said, "You're here to participate in the training, right? Wait a moment. I'll call Teacher Xian to pick you up." They were actually sending a teacher to pick her up? What a big deal. Qiao Sang was a bit flattered and didn't have time to refuse when she saw the security personnel already dialing the phone. "Hello, this is the Southgate security room. There's a first-year student here to report for training, named Qiao Sang. Please come to pick her up." The action was so fast. How did it feel like the number was right at the top, as if it didn't need to be searched? The treasure-seeking ghost on her head suddenly sensed something and looked blankly in a certain direction. She saw that the air over there seemed to twist momentarily. In the next second, a pet with loose skin, wrinkles, gray and pink patches all over, a white belly, and ears that resembled wings, appearing like a bat, appeared out of nowhere in front of her. It was holding several pieces of paper in its claws. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment at the sudden appearance of the pet. It looked familiar, but she couldn't recall its name. Only knowing it should be a psychic-type pet. A chill ran through her heart. This pet seemed to be using space movement rather than instant teleportation. Instant teleportation allows one to reach another position in an instant. As long as the space is closed off, it can be restrained. Simply put, if a pet is in a room and the door is closed, its movement space will only be in that room. However, space movement can ignore three-dimensional space and move to other coordinates. The difference between the two is not trivial. The levels assigned by the Alliance clearly show that instant teleportation is a mid-level skill, while space movement is a high-level skill. Yeah, the fire-toothed dog showed its sharp teeth in defense at the suddenly appearing pet. The large-eared pet ignored the fire-toothed dog's actions, looked at Qiao Sang, and began flipping through the papers it had in its claws. After flipping through a couple of pages, it stopped, looking at the page it had turned to, and then at Qiao Sang, seemingly confirming something. "Teacher Xian, her name is Qiao Sang," the security personnel reminded. Qiao Sang was a bit dazed, so Teacher Xian was referring to the pet. Upon reflection, it wasn't uncommon for pets to be teachers in the Beast Master Society. But the teaching targets were also pets. These pets could be teachers mainly because their Beast Masters held positions in the school. "Xian." Teacher Xian nodded, holding the paper in its left claw, and waved its right claw upwards. Qiao Sang felt darkness envelop her, and her head spun. When her vision cleared, she found herself in an office-like room. Qiao Sang was shocked. This Teacher Xian's space movement could even bring people. Its proficiency must be at least perfect. It should be noted that without a golden finger, practicing a high-level skill to perfection is not something an ordinary-level pet can achieve. "Qiao Sang, long time no see." A deep male voice came from beside her. Qiao Sang turned her head to see a middle-aged man with a meticulously styled pompadour sitting behind a desk, with Teacher Xian beside him. Sitting in front of him was a boy she had once taken the special recruitment exam with. "Hello, Vice Principal," Qiao Sang quickly said. She recognized the speaker at a glance. Thanks to the awakening of the Beastmaster Codex, her memory had improved, and she hardly forgot people and things she had seen. The main reason was that the vice principal was the first high-level cultivator she had encountered and had once guided her. Lu Yao was taken aback when Qiao Sang turned around, then straightened his back and leaned forward, squinting his eyes. "Qiao Sang, what is this treasure-seeking ghost?" "It's my second pet." "What?" Before Lu Yao could process this news, the boy in front exclaimed, "Lu Liangya, mind your language." Lu Yao shot him a glance. Lu Liangya immediately shut his mouth and raised his hand to gesture a zipper motion across his mouth. This news was so shocking that it made him blurt out inappropriate language in front of the vice principal. Lu Yao stood up and walked towards Qiao Sang, staring intently at the treasure-seeking ghost for a while before shifting his gaze to the fire-toothed dog. The fire-toothed dog was initially looking around in surprise at how things had suddenly changed, but upon seeing someone staring at it, it lifted its chin, showing off its sharp teeth in a cool manner. The more Lu Yao looked, the more incredible it seemed. Qiao Sang nodded. "This time we have a total of 12 participants in the training. Not all students from the Beastmaster class will come. The reason you were chosen to participate is not because of how outstanding your exam results were. You should know that your scores in the high school entrance exam were only slightly above the minimum passing line." Qiao Sang and Lu Liangya exchanged knowing glances. So it turns out this guy's cultural scores weren't that high either. Lu Liangya felt a lot more balanced instantly. However, this was not important. The purpose of this training was not to make up for cultural lessons, but to form a team that could defeat Li Tan Beast Master High School. Lu Yao said. Chapter 108. Signs of Evolution. Li Tan Beast Master High School is the top Beast Master High School in Zhejiang Province, with a profound educational background. Who knows how many times its name has been changed? When talking about this school, it is not only about the enrollment rates, but also about the various competitions students participate in during their time there, whether in academics or sports. As a group or individuals, they have all achieved rankings in national and even international middle school competitions. Sometimes, they can't even be bothered to post the rankings they achieve in provincial competitions on the school website. However, despite the numerous competitions, they still publicize the rankings obtained in individual or team battles at the provincial level, as battle competitions have always been the biggest highlight. Qiao Sang wasn't too surprised to hear this. As the second-ranked Shengshui Middle School in the province, it's normal for them to aim for the first-ranked high school in the province. She estimated that every year there are new student training sessions, and they probably say the same things. The goal is to elevate the students' learning attitudes and inspire their enthusiasm for training. The second place is unwilling to accept the first place. Those who can enter Shengshui Middle School always feel they could also get into Litong Yusho High School. The scores of students who get into these two schools are actually not far apart, but due to their household registration being in different cities, they only have one choice. However, once they enter high school, the gap becomes evident, as Litong Yusho High School consistently outperforms Shengshui Middle School. This leads to a strong sense of resentment among Shengshui Middle School students towards those from Litong Yusho High School, especially the freshmen. Qiao Sang glanced at Lu Liangye out of the corner of her eye, noticing his fist clenched and his face excited. Sure enough, another one inspired. Qiao Sang herself felt indifferent. Her mental age was there, and she viewed the rankings of these schools with detachment. Competitions didn't intimidate her at all. Her Firefang dog was about to evolve. Its proficiency in Spark had reached the ultimate level, and it had even learned Meteor Shower. She had absolute confidence that she could crush her peers. If it weren't for the school's arrangement, she felt she could defeat Litong without any training. The vice principal must be disappointed if he thought a few words could ignite her enthusiasm for training. You all know Litong Yusho High School, a top high school. Their school team has even won third place in the National Middle School Beast Battling Competition. However, you few were selected by the school based on various considerations. I believe through training, you won to lose to Litong's team. You were chosen based on your contracted beasts, your battle levels, and most importantly, your cultural scores. Lu Yao said slowly. Qiao Sang was taken aback. How did cultural scores come into play? If your cultural scores are not high, you certainly won't have hope for top universities in the future. However, if you defeat Litong and achieve first place in the province in competitions held by the government within 3 years, you can then pass the qualification assessment for Beast Masters. At that time, you only need to reach the single admission line for the Beast Battle specialty announced by the Education Bureau for the second-tier college entrance examination, which is generally around 160 points. This year's college entrance examination is also this score, Lu Yao continued. 160 points. Qiao Sang and Lu Liangye's eyes widened in shock. Although Qiao Sang's goal was not to enter a second-tier school, she was still deeply astonished by this score. After all, the total score for the college entrance examination is 750. Liu was very satisfied with the reaction from the two students in front of him. Of course, since you can stand out among many students, our expectations for you are certainly much higher than just the second tier. If you can meet the two conditions I mentioned, both first-tier and top universities have special testing assessments. As long as you pass the tests, you can be exempted from the college entrance examination. Qiao Sang. For someone who has experienced a hellish college entrance examination once, this last sentence undoubtedly struck a chord with her. Vice Principal, when do we start training? Qiao Sang couldn't help but ask. Don't rush, it starts tomorrow. There will be 2 teachers teaching you, and they will group you according to your performance. The specifics will be explained to you by the teachers tomorrow, and I will also provide guidance based on the specific situation of your beasts, Lu Yao added. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up, a training direction personally formulated by a level cultivator. Not to mention the preferential treatment for the college entrance examination. Just this training session alone is worth it. There is one thing I hope you remember. You are not irreplaceable. If you do not perform well, other students may replace you at any time. I hope you can cherish this opportunity and train hard, Lu Yao emphasized. Vice Principal, don't worry. We will work hard. Qiao Sang was fully motivated for the training now. Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction. Good. Lu Liangye, you can leave first. Lu Liangye was confused. He was let out just like that? What about Qiao Sang? Vice Principal, I will also work hard. Yes, I know. I still have something to discuss with Qiao Sang. So you can leave first. What can't be said in front of him? Lu Liangye shouted internally. All right. Lu Liangye got up and politely closed the door behind him. After Lu Liangye left, Lu Yao couldn't wait to step in front of Qiao Sang. His eyes shining as he exclaimed, Your Firefang dog is completely different from a month ago. Its jaws are short and powerful, its teeth sharp and fierce. And its fur has a shine that is 2 degrees higher than before. It looks like it's about to evolve. Qiao Sang couldn't help but marvel, truly. A level cultivator can see this. Is it really about to evolve? Qiao Sang pretended to ask excitedly. Yes, and your Firefang dog is in great spirits. Its eyes clear, showing no signs of having used drugs for forced enhancement. You have trained it well, Lu Yao praised. He paused before continuing. This Firefang dog has extraordinary talent. When it approaches the threshold of evolution, I suggest you use a level fire-type evolution stone. If conditions permit, it is best to use a higher level one. Firefang dog does not evolve naturally. To evolve into a burning fire dog, it must use a fire-type evolution stone. Qiao Sang had researched the signs of approaching evolution. Beasts often exhibit behaviors that differ from usual when close to evolution. Firefang dog, for instance, inexplicably wants to bite things. At that time, it's necessary to buy a stick for it to bite. Otherwise, who knows what it might ruin. Qiao Sang thought for a moment and asked, if I don't use an evolution stone, is it possible for Firefang dog to evolve? Lu Yao was momentarily caught off guard by her question. Before Qiao Sang could speak, Lu Yao said worriedly, Qiao Sang, if you have any issues, you can come to me. Both you and Firefang dog have great talent, and I don't want you to be hindered by resources or other matters. Qiao Sang's eyes brightened as she asked, really? Lu Yao replied seriously, if there are difficulties, the teacher will definitely help you. You are a talented child, and all you need to do is study hard and train well. With your talent, you shouldn't be buried. Many talented new beast masters have faded into obscurity due to lack of money and resources. He was not a philanthropist, but this child truly had exceptional talent. In just a month, she had contracted 2 beasts, and the contracted Firefang dog also had a rare talent, growing at an astonishing speed. This made him develop a fondness for talent. Most importantly, with her around, this cohort might really have a chance to defeat Litong Yusho High School. Lu Yao looked at Qiao Sang with encouraging eyes, signaling her to boldly express her desires. Qiao Sang excitedly said, if the training requires staying at school, can I apply to stay off campus? And during school, can I bring my phone? Lu Yao, the dormitories at Shengshui Middle School are all suites, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, which can be considered luxurious for a high school. Qiao Sang, feeling physically and mentally exhausted, arrived at Qinshou Garden, which is the girls' dormitory. From the name, it is clear that Shengshui Middle School has high hopes for its students. After making a phone call to explain to her mother that she would stay at school, she found the dormitory manager and received the already arranged dormitory key card, 312. On the way to the dormitory, Qiao Sang was filled with resentment. The vice principal was not easy to deal with. He spoke so nicely, yet didn't agree to either of her requests. Fortunately, she didn't have to hand in her phone during training. Otherwise, she didn't know what would happen to her 5 million. Qiao Sang arrived at 312, just as she used the key card to open the door. Ball. A burst of high decibel screams came from inside. Qiao Sang and Xiao Shu and Bao Gui simultaneously covered their ears. Yeah. Huoyago's fur instantly stood on end, jumping down from its beastmaster's arms. Looking warily at the culprit and adopting a combat stance. The culprit was seen crying and hiding in a girl's arms, looking very scared. Seeing this, Huoyago closed its exposed sharp teeth and relaxed its fur. It scared the life out of it, thinking there was an enemy. But it turned out to be just a coward. Senior, how do you have our dormitory key card? The girl speaking had naturally curly long hair, thick and draped behind her like seaweed. I'm a freshman, just came to report, and I also live in this dormitory, Qiao Sang explained. The girl forgot her fear and stood there in a daze. Freshman? She exclaimed, both excited and dazed. As expected of Shengshui Middle School. There's even a freshman with a contract for 2 pet beasts, she said, timidly glancing at Huoyago and Xu and Baogui. Oh my. All the contracted pets of my future roommate are what I'm afraid of. My name is Jean Fifen. I also just came to report today, Jean Fifen said, forcing a smile. Although her roommate looked scary, she had to build a good relationship for the coming days. I'm Qiao Sang. Are you here for the training camp too? Qiao Sang said while entering the room and surveying the layout of the dormitory. Qiao Sang looked at her with confusion and asked, what's wrong? I feel like you're about to cry. Jean Fifen, you've seen through me. Will my roommate think I'm not welcome? Qiao Sang stared at Jean Fifen for a while and said seriously, I get it. You have slightly droopy eyebrows, which give off a gloomy vibe. Just shave off the droopy part and draw an upward arch, and it'll be fine. Really? Jean Fifen paused for a moment and asked softly. Really? Qiao Sang smiled and said, but now that you're in your first year, it seems a bit early to be drawing eyebrows. You look good like this too, quite unique. This roommate resembled her pet quite a bit. Both were so timid. During their conversation, Qiao Sang glanced at the 2 bedrooms. One of them was already set up. If you want to stay in that room, I can move my things out, Jean Fifen hurriedly said when she saw Qiao Sang looking at the room where she had placed her belongings. No need. It's the same whichever room I stay in, Qiao Sang replied. The two rooms were side by side, each with a bed, a desk, a cabinet, and a window. Not much difference. Huiyago followed its beast master and began to examine the place they were going to live in next. It looked around the empty room and paused for a moment, then ran to the living room, looking around but still didn't see what it was hoping to find. Unwilling to give up, it ran to the bathroom and searched the entire dormitory but still found nothing. Yeah. Huiyago anxiously ran back to its beastmaster and gestured with its paws. Seeing Huiyago's urgent expression, Jean Fifin hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Oh my, what's wrong? So scary. Qiao Sang looked at Huiyago and calmly said, we are here to get stronger. Not having a TV is perfectly normal. Huiyago was taken aback. Get stronger? Then not watching TV isn't that important. Jean Fifin was a bit slow to react. Is that all it takes? Fire-type pets are so easy to please. That's a Xiaoqipu, Qiao Sang chimed in. Xiaoqipu, a grass-type pet, is one with healing hereditary skills. When Qiao Sang was researching her second pet, she had considered it, but the price was beyond her expectations. Not to mention buying it directly. Even reserving one was nearly impossible without political connections or internal channels. Xiaoqipu, who had been nestled in its beastmaster's arms, timidly turned its head when it heard others mention it and murmured softly. It was about 20 centimeters in size, green in color, with short limbs like a big round ball. Its eyes were also green, but they looked a bit red from just crying. And it had a white dandelion on its head. Xiao Xuanbao Gui stared at the dandelion on Xiaoqipu's head after it turned around. Yeah, I call it Xiaoqiu. Jean Fifin said, and her smile became genuine when she mentioned her pet. Just then, Xiao Xuanbao Gui floated in front of Xiaoqipu, skillfully took out milk from inside its round ring, and handed it over. Qiao Sang was taken aback, feeling a bad premonition. Xiao Xuanbao Gui followed her every day, and she naturally knew that the milk from Xiao Xuanbao Gui was never given away for free, except when Huiyago gave it to others. Xiaoqipu buried its head back into its beastmaster's arms. Xiaoqiu, quickly take it. Xuanbao Gui is greeting you, Jean Fifin said in a trembling voice. Oh my, a ghost-type pet. It's so close to her. Yeah. Huiyago spoke for its little brother. It didn't understand why so many people were afraid of its obedient little brother. Huiyago had completely forgotten how it felt when it first met Xiao Xuanbao Gui. Xiaoqiu, come on, take it, Jean Fifin urged, her voice trembling. Oh my. Huiyago is also so close to her. Xiaoqipu cried, unwilling to turn its head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuanbao Gui paused for a moment, quickly comparing in its mind milk and dandelion, eating and playing. Well, eating is still more important. Jean Fifin blankly forgot to speak, as if she was stunned by the scene before her. Even ghost-type pets are this obedient? All their luggage was in Xiao Xuanbao Gui's ring, and since they didn't have to study during the training camp, Qiao Sang didn't have her mother send anything over. After tidying up the room a bit, Qiao Sang lay on the bed. A blue light glowed from Xiao Xuanbao Gui as it stretched out its short paws, trying to use telekinesis to lift Huiyago. Still a few days short of a month old, Xiao Xuanbao Gui's telekinesis wasn't strong enough to lift Huiyago, but out of every 5 attempts, it could slightly lift Huiyago off the ground once. Whenever it managed to lift Huiyago even a little, excited cries would ring out from them. This was the benefit of having 2 pet beasts. They could entertain themselves. Otherwise, without a TV, Huiyago, being so active, might not be able to stay in such a small room for long, and she could also have time to do other things. Qiao Sang lay on the bed, lost in thought. There were still 10 bottles of energy recovery liquid left, enough for 10 days of high-intensity skill training. However, now that the location had changed, some skills were not convenient to train, such as Spark and Fire Rain. The proficiency of Spark was already profound, meaning 146-262-0000, and it needed 9 more days of regular training to reach the maximum proficiency. Whenever a pet's skill proficiency reached its peak, the corresponding attributes of that skill would become stronger. She wanted to see how the fire attribute power within Huiyago would change once Spark reached its top proficiency. Unfortunately, she couldn't continue practicing for now. The power of Spark, which had already reached the profound meaning, was different from before. She didn't dare to let Huiyago release it without water or a river. The school was a public place. Even if she trained at the playground late at night when no one was around, she was worried that the fire would damage the ground. It was still more convenient to live outside. She was thinking about how to live off campus during the school period. Qiao Sang spent the whole night pondering this issue. The next morning, Qiao Sang stepped out of her room with dark circles under her eyes. Qiao Sang, you've woken up. I bought breakfast for you, Jean Fifin said, gathering her courage as she sat at the table in the living room. Qiao Sang paused for a moment, then walked over to take a look. Pan-fried buns, soup dumplings, rice rolls, crab roast soup dumplings, wontons, xiaomai, fried spring rolls, porridge, tea eggs, youtiao, soy milk. After a moment of silence, Qiao Sang couldn't help but ask, Did you buy so much just for us to eat? I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything. Jean Fifin explained softly. Qiao Sang pulled out a chair and sat down, saying helplessly, "Thank you, but don't spend so much in the future. A bun and a bowl of soy milk are enough for me." Saying this, she picked up a xiao mai and started eating. Jean Fifin was happy when he saw Qiao Sang didn't refuse, and said, "I see. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you." Qiao Sang took a sip of soybean milk and said, "Lunch?" Jean Fifin was taken aback and hesitated. "Don't you know? The school has prepared a special group meal for us at noon." Qiao Sang was confused. "Group meal? Didn't you see the messages in the group?" Jean Fifin asked. Qiao Sang was even more confused. "What group?" Qiao Sang thought, "Why does this conversation feel so familiar?" Chapter 110, Group 4, "Pull me in," Qiao Sang said. They had already added each other as friends yesterday. "Okay," Jean Fifin replied. Soon, Qiao Sang's phone rang with a notification sound. After finishing the entire xiaomai in a few bites, Qiao Sang took out her phone to check. The group name was simple and clear, New Student Training Group. There were 14 people in the group, including her. Qiao Sang remembered the vice principal mentioning 2 teachers. It seemed like the number was just right. The group announcement listed the meeting time, location, and some important notes. 9 a.m., Training Ground 2. Qiao Sang checked the time. It was 7:45 a.m., still early. The notification sound kept ringing, and the group was buzzing with conversation early in the morning. Qiao Sang hesitated for a moment and switched her phone to silent mode. She definitely needed to carry her phone with her. It wouldn't do to have it ringing during training. In the group, Feng Qi, those who come in please change your nickname. Everyone should use their real names. Peng Xiaoyuan, oh wow, everyone's here. Jiang Nai, looks like this profile picture is a girl. Wang Jihong, everyone woke up early. Lu Liangya, Jean Fifin brought them in. It should be a guy. Feng Qi, Jean Fifin is a girl, right? I think I saw her when coordinating the special enrollment exam. Jiang Nai, what girl would be named Jean Fifin? Lu Liangya, she's a girl. Jiang Nai, oh, how do you know? Lu Liangya leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the messages in the group. How did he know? After leaving the vice principal's office yesterday, he checked the group list and noticed that person wasn't in the group. Now that everyone was here, who else could it be besides her? Lu Liangya, I'm talking about the new person in the group. I just saw her at the vice principal's office yesterday. Jiang Nai, who asked you about the new person? We are discussing Jean Fifin. Qiao Sang glanced at the group messages, changed her nickname to her real name, and then set her phone aside to continue eating breakfast. Then I'll treat you to dinner, Qiao Sang said. Okay, Jean Fifin replied happily. Qiao Sang thought her roommate seemed nice and didn't feel as intimidating as her 2 pets. How come no one knows if you're a guy or a girl? Haven't you talked at all? Qiao Sang asked. Jean Fifin said shyly, I'm a bit shy. Qiao Sang was surprised. Usually, some introverted people are not good at interacting offline but are very bold online, yet Jean Fifin was the same in reality as online. At 8:55 a.m. Training Ground 2. Who hasn't arrived yet? A tall man with skin fairer than a woman's leaned against the wall and asked. A woman in professional attire looked at her documents and compared them with the kids who had already arrived one by one. Why do women, regardless of age, have such a poor sense of time? The man complained. Qinwen glanced at him and said lightly, the meeting is at 9 a.m. It's only 8:55 a.m. It's not time yet. If anyone has a poor sense of time, it should be you, Luo Qian. But I came early today, Luo Qian retorted. Huh. Qinwen coldly laughed. You're late to 8 out of 10 meetings. Last time, you didn't show up at all for the special enrollment exam on Autonomous Awakening. And you were nearly 40 minutes late for coordinating the special enrollment exam. Do I need to say more? Sister, you're my sister, okay? I just made a comment. Do you really have to roast me like this? Luo Qian softened. No way. I'm 31. You're 32. I can't afford to call you sister. Qinwen said with a cold face. No wonder you're still not married. Who can stand that temper? I wonder who will be so unlucky in the future. Let me let you pick first when we divide into groups, okay? Luo Qian said helplessly. Do you have any sense of responsibility? This is about selecting the best lineup to face Li Tan, not playing house. You should choose wisely, Qinwen said dissatisfied. At that moment, the door to the training ground was pushed open, and 2 girls appeared before everyone. The time was 8:59 a.m. Qiao Sang actually felt full after finishing 5 xiaomai. However, seeing a table full of food made her feel it would be wasteful not to eat more, so she ended up overeating and had a stomachache, causing her to be delayed. Just as the 2 rushed to Training Ground 2, they arrived right on time. Training Ground 2 was indoors, and as soon as they reached the door, Qiao Sang heard a group of people talking inside. Upon entering, 10 boys and girls all turned to look at them, and the conversation abruptly stopped, leaving the spacious training ground in an eerie silence. Qiao Sang walked straight in, her sharp eyes quickly spotting a few familiar faces. 3 were from the special enrollment exam, and 1 was Lu Yu, whom she met at the Baixing competition. All right, everyone is here. Come over to gather. Qinwen clapped her hands and said. She was quite pleased to see the two girls who had just entered. They weren't late, which was a nice slap in the face for Luo Qian. Furthermore, Qinwen discreetly glanced at the girl holding a fire-toothed dog and a treasure hunt ghost. Although the vice principal had already mentioned it, seeing it in person was still quite unbelievable. Fortunately, the vice principal had prepared her for it. Otherwise, the teacher's authority might have been undermined on the first day. Wow, why does this girl have two pets? And look at what she brought. A fire-toothed dog and a treasure hunt ghost. Luo Qian whispered in shock. Qinwen ignored him. This guy was probably too busy flirting to pay attention to the work group. The 12 students quickly lined up side by side, with their pets beside them. Qiao Sang observed. There were a small ball puff, a short-tailed snake, a water circle catfish, a small dragon, an electric bat, a deep fur turtle, a Legion sparrow, a power duck, a bubble bell, a long-eared cat, and an ice snow lynx. Adding her fire-toothed dog and small treasure hunt ghost, there were actually no repeated attributes. A girl standing next to Qiao Sang leaned over and whispered, Zhao Dalao, do you remember me? Qiao Sang looked over and nodded. I remember, Zheng Yining. Zheng Yining happily said, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I didn't expect it either, Qiao Sang replied. She initially thought that the students participating in the training would all be strong fighters, but after seeing these pets, she realized she was wrong. The small ball puff, Legion sparrow, and long-eared cat clearly did not belong to the combat category. If considering the suitability for individual beast battles, with so many new students in the school, there would obviously be better choices. Qiao Sang thought for a moment and came up with another possibility. Could it be that these 12 people were all picked from those with poor academic performance? This is our first meeting, of course. Some of you might have seen us during the special enrollment exam. The 12 of you were selected by our teachers together. Some were recommended. Some are special students who awakened autonomously, and some were special students who passed the coordinated exam. This time we gathered you for training, and we will divide you into 4 groups. Individual battle group of 3, team battle group of 3, individual coordination group of 3, and team coordination group of 3. Let me introduce myself. I'm Qinwen, responsible for the grouping of individual battles and team battles, Qinwen said. I'm Luo Qian. You can call me Teacher Luo or Teacher Qian. I'm responsible for the grouping of individual coordination and team coordination, Luo Qian smiled. Chapter 111. Energy Testing Machine. It turns out that the competition is not just about battles, but also coordination contests, and there are distinctions between individual and team competitions. Qiao Sang understood that it was no wonder there were pet beasts like little Qiao Pu that weren't good at fighting alone. If it were a team battle, little Qiao Pu could act as a healer with its healing skills, and if it had skills like vines, it could control the battlefield. If it also knew attack skills like Leaf Blade, it could provide a distraction, making it an excellent choice for team battles. Even if it weren't a team battle, little Qiao Pu's image being selected for the coordination group was also a good thing. The important reason for choosing you is that the synergy and cooperation between you and your pet beast far exceed those of other freshmen. While others are still struggling with how to interact with their pet beasts, you can already command yours in battle. That's your talent, Qinwen encouraged loudly. As soon as she said this, everyone straightened their backs unconsciously. Even Jean Fifen, who was trying hard to lower his presence, raised his chin slightly. Only Qiao Sang looked confused. Commanding pet beasts in battle? Isn't it just about forming a contract? Is that really so great? Qinwen noticed everyone's reactions and changed her tone. Let me say this first. You are the school's initial selection, but not the final choice. I hope that through this training session, all of you can make it to the final group, instead of being replaced halfway through. Qiao Sang sighed to herself. A round of praise followed by a warning made everyone realize that this training opportunity was precious. No wonder she is a teacher. Her speeches are so well structured. Indeed. Everyone straightened their backs even more. Without further ado, Qinwen pointed to an energy testing machine beside her and said, let's start by testing everyone's energy levels. Come over and line up to let your pet beasts wear the testing helmets. The energy testing machine is different from the strength measuring device. The strength measuring device measures power, while the energy testing device measures the energy value within the pet beast. In short, it is a high-tech product that is many times more expensive than the strength measuring device. Qiao Sang looked at the testing machine with a bit of psychological shadow. However, since it only required wearing a helmet for testing and not releasing skills, Qiao Sang thought it wouldn't be too much of a problem. This test isn't to select people for the battle group, right? Jing Yining quietly asked. It's very likely, Qiao Sang nodded. The amount of energy can reflect a pet beast's endurance and the power of their skills, which are important in battle competitions, but seemingly not very relevant in coordination competitions. Oh no, if I had known we would do this on the first day, I would have let Long Ear eat more energy meals this morning, Zheng Yining said anxiously. If the energy meal was just eaten and not digested yet, the test values would be a bit off, but not significantly. Qiao Sang glanced at Long Ear Cat, who was elegantly licking its paws on the ground, and said, I think Long Ear Cat is more suitable for coordination competitions. Jing Yining sighed upon hearing this. I know, But Long Ear is not interested in coordination competitions, it only likes battles. Qiao Sang was taken aback and looked again at Long Ear Cat, still licking its paws. Pets really can't be judged by their appearance. She suddenly turned to Jean Fifen next to her and asked, "Do you have a group you want to join?" Jean Fifen said shyly, "I and little Qiao both want to join the coordination group." "Qiao." Little Qiao Pu weakly echoed from the side. Qiao Sang nodded. This wasn't too surprising. While chatting, the line had already formed, and soon the first person finished testing. Wang Jihong, 2602. Qin Wen reported the value displayed on the testing machine connected to the helmet. An energy value of 110,000 is considered quite good for a beginner beastmaster with a newly contracted pet. Luo Qian was recording with a pen beside her. Next. As she spoke, Qin Wen prepared to remove the helmet from Bubble Bell's head. Unexpectedly, Bubble Bell tilted its head and dodged. Qin Wen was taken aback and tried again. This time, Bubble Bell floated up while directly bumping against the helmet. Ding! Bubble Bell floated while laughing, thinking someone was playing with it. Wang Jihong. Qin Wen helplessly called out his beastmaster's name. Ding! Little one, be obedient and take off the helmet. Wang Jihong stepped forward anxiously. Ding! Bubble Bell smiled and called out to its beastmaster, then floated in the opposite direction. Qiao Sang, can it really be commanded in battle? Fortunately, the helmet was connected to the testing device, so Bubble Bell didn't float too far. The testing proceeded quickly. Among the first 10 people, the highest was Lu Yu's little Qianlong with an energy value of 5,630, and the lowest was Peng Xiaoyuan's Li Jianke with 911. Long Ear Cat had an energy value of 1156. If the grouping were based on energy values, she clearly wouldn't make it into the top 6. Moreover, there was still the formidable Qiao De ahead of her, so the battle group probably had nothing to do with her. Next, Qiao Sang stepped forward. The other 11 people all looked over, giving her absolute attention, especially Lu Yu and Lu Liangya, who had lost to Qiao Sang before, looking as if they wanted to stare a flower out of her. It's common for peers to compare themselves, and since Lu Yu contracted little Qianlong, he had never lost among peers, until he met Qiao Sang. Lu Yu stared intensely at Qiao Sang's back. After losing that time, he watched all of Qiao Sang's subsequent matches in the Bi-Exine competition and had to admit that she was indeed much stronger than him in battle, even defeating Kong Cheng Xiao with Fire Fong Dog. That said, he still felt a simmering frustration in his heart, always thinking that given time, he could beat her. After all, he had contracted a dragon-type pet, little Qianlong, while Qiao Sang had a Fire Fong Dog. In terms of attributes and future growth, he had the upper hand. He thought he wouldn't encounter her again, but unexpectedly, she was also a freshman at Shengshui Middle School. What was even more unexpected was that when he met her again, she had brought a treasure-seeking ghost. But even so, as long as the energy value of Fire Fong Dog was lower than that of little Qianlong during the test, he could comfort himself. Just give him time. Little treasure-seeking ghost floated over eagerly. It had been wanting to try this since it saw it from behind. Fire Fong Dog was dazed in its beast master's arms. No training today, it felt so boring. Qin Wen was momentarily stunned, then reacted and placed the helmet on little treasure-seeking ghost's head. Qiao Sang, treasure-seeking ghost, 1388. Qiao Sang was momentarily shocked upon hearing the value. Others might not know, but she was well aware that little treasure-seeking ghost hadn't even reached 1 month old. This value placed it 7th among the previously tested pet beasts. Is that too high? After Qin Wen reported the value, she reached out to remove the helmet. However, little treasure-seeking ghost tilted its head and dodged, blinking its eyes and making eye contact with her. Qin Wen, Qiao Sang. Qin Wen directly called out Qiao Sang's name. She secretly shook her head. Although this child had high talent, starting with 1 fire-type and 1 ghost-type pet was still a bit too ambitious. She knew Fire Fong Dog was fine, but this treasure-seeking ghost, little treasure. Qiao Sang spoke. Little treasure-seeking ghost obediently responded and then used its paw to take off the helmet. Qin Wen. Everyone was taken aback by little treasure-seeking ghost's action and turned to look at Wang Jihong in unison. Wang Jihong blushed from being stared at and angrily said, "What are you looking at me for? What do you think? Do I not know what is going on? How dare you ask me here?" Although everyone thought this way in their hearts, they were all unfamiliar on the first day, so it wasn't appropriate to say too clearly. And no one around responded. Only Zhang Nai, who shared a dorm with him, reluctantly said, "Because you are handsome." Humph. Wang Jihong turned his head away, somewhat reluctantly accepting this statement. This was a treasure-seeking ghost, a ghost-type pet beast that was even harder to serve than his Ding King. How did this guy manage to do it? After teaching so many generations of students, there were actually quite a few with talent. No matter whether it's her own brain domain, the cultivation of her pet beast, or her awareness in battle, there really is no one else as comprehensive as her. As long as she is given time, she will likely meet the standards for the second-year school team very quickly. This child is destined to be a natural professional beastmaster. The Fire Fong Dog stepped forward and put on a helmet. Everyone's gaze shifted back to it. causing the Fire Fong dog to instinctively raise its head and puff out its chest, maintaining a poker face. Boss Qiao, your Fire Fong dog seems to look much cooler than the last time I saw it, Jing Yining exclaimed. It has grown up, Qiao Sang replied with a smile. When she first saw the little pup, it looked like a little pitiful creature, shorter than the other Fire Fong dogs, and she even imagined a scenario of bullying. She didn't expect such a drastic change in just about 2 months. It was completely unrecognizable from its former pitiful appearance. The green light on the testing helmet flashed twice and finally stabilized. 1. Qinwen stood frozen, staring at the values on the testing instrument screen, speechless. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. What the hell? There's still a number behind this. She stared intently at the numbers displayed on the screen, counting them one by one. It was clearly a simple 5-digit number, easy to understand, yet she couldn't believe her eyes and kept looking at it again and again. Units, tens, hundreds, 10,000. 10,000. How could it have exceeded 10,000? It is common knowledge that the energy value of a beginner pet beast is between 8,000 to 10,000. This is taught in textbooks. But the value that appeared now completely overturned her established understanding. A beginner pet beast can start preparing for evolution once it reaches an energy value of over 8,000 and 10,000 is their limit. Most beast masters with resources and background would wait until their pet beasts reach this limit of 10,000 before preparing for their evolution. Pet beasts evolved this way will have a far higher growth potential than other pet beasts of the same rank. Logically speaking, even if the Fire Fong dog had extraordinary talent and reached the limit energy value of a beginner pet beast, it should only be 10,000. How could it be 13,966? Moreover, there was no evolution and no signs of evolution. This doesn't make sense. Qinwen. Seeing that Qinwen had not spoken for a long time, Luo Qian reminded her. This is an era where the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. The world is too vast, and every day there may be events that cannot be explained by common sense. There are too many beast masters. And every year some genius figures emerge beyond understanding. If one hides their strength and does not receive enough recognition and cultivation, they can easily be forgotten. Hangang is just a prefecture-level city. With the talent of Qiao Sang and the Fire Fong dog, they could completely venture into the vast world. What? Luo Qian was stunned, thinking he had misheard. He turned to look at the values on the testing instrument screen. Then he was dumbfounded. Next, Qinwen made an effort to calm herself down. Damn, my deep fur turtle hasn't even reached its decimal point. My electric bat hasn't either. Apart from Lu Yu, none of us have reached the decimal point, right? This Fire Fong dog couldn't be stronger than the little dragon, right? Lu Yu, what do you think? Lu Yu said expressionlessly, I'm feeling down, don't talk to me. The Fire Fong dog suddenly jumped into its beast master's arms. After finding a comfortable position, it maintained its poker face. Although it didn't understand why everyone was staring at it, that didn't hinder its enjoyment of being the center of attention. The Fire Fong dog's head tilted slightly upward. Indeed, even without sunglasses, it was still the coolest. Qiao Sang didn't understand the range of energy values for beginner pet beasts either, but with the comparison, she realized that the Fire Fong dog had already far surpassed other pet beasts of the same rank. She felt delighted. Not bad, not bad. This month-long break was not wasted on training. Jean Fifan, 1955. After Qinwen reported the value, she said to the still-dazed Luo Qian, next, it's up to you. I'm going out to make a call. After saying that, she turned and gave Qiao Sang a deep look before quickly walking out of the training ground. Qiao Sang, this teacher seems so unreliable. Luo Qian nodded, looking at the materials in his hand, and asked, what was Jean Fifan's testing value just now? 1955. Qiao Sang said quietly. Luo Qian lowered his head to record it, then looked at the group of youthful students in front of him and smiled. Since Teacher Qin is not here, let's first test your coordination abilities. Everyone should know that coordination competitions emphasize glamour. The pet beasts need to look good. The extraordinary moves need to look good, and you need to look good too. In short, it's all about stimulating the audience's visual nerves and enhancing their sensory awareness, which should be beautiful and stunning, not ugly and terrifying. I believe everyone has seen coordination competitions on TV. I won't elaborate too much. Those of you who are special recruits for coordination, step forward. 3 students, including Jean Fifan, stepped forward. You have experience from the exams and have practiced the extraordinary moves. Show the others how it's done, Luo Qian said. The 3 of them looked at each other. The girl in the middle, with long black hair and a delicate appearance, said, I'll go first. Everyone naturally stepped back a few paces to clear a space for her. Be beautiful, amaze them, the long-haired girl said to the nearby lily duck. Qiao Sang felt a bit excited. Although coordinators might not be as good as professional beast masters in battle, they definitely excel in controlling energy. Professional beast masters focus on the power of the extraordinary moves, wanting their pets to unleash the most powerful moves possible. In contrast, coordinators focus on how to make the sparks generated by the extraordinary moves more stunning to others, which requires controlling the output of energy. Too much or too little is not acceptable. One emphasizes release while the other emphasizes gathering. Chapter 113. Good seedling. Qiao Sang was full of anticipation. This was her first time witnessing someone demonstrate coordination skills in reality. Lily Duck was entirely blue, with sturdy limbs, webbed feet, and webbed hands. As a dual-type fighting and water pet beast, the characteristics of these two attributes were vividly displayed on it. Lily Duck took a step forward and showed off its developed biceps on both sides. Upon seeing this, the Fire Fang dog forgot to maintain its poker face, its eyes shining as it perked up. After Lily Duck showcased its muscles, it tilted its head back and opened its mouth, releasing about 20 transparent bubbles the size of ping-pong balls. The Fire Fang dog's head gradually rose along with the ascending bubbles. As the bubbles slowly fell, its head lowered in tandem. The transparent bubbles fell around Lily Duck, which tensed its muscles and leaped, its fist shooting forward like an arrow released from a fully drawn bow, quickly attacking the slowly descending bubbles. After popping each one, Lily Duck slid to its knees with both hands raised, as if waiting for something. Then, the transparent bubbles transformed into water and cascaded down onto Lily Duck, drenching it completely. Without hearing applause or cheers, Lily Duck got up, wiped the water off its face, and bowed to indicate that the performance was over. The second training ground fell silent, and many felt it was a bit of a letdown, including Qiao Sang. Is that it? She had prepared for applause. But this was the result? This is the glamorous display of extraordinary moves? The Fire Fang dog tilted its head, clearly not understanding either. Little Treasure Ghost covered its mouth and laughed. All right, next. Luo Qian spoke up. The second to perform was a chubby boy whose pet beast was an ice snow raccoon. After the first performance, Qiao Sang had no expectations for the second one. She had also gotten distracted, actually expecting to see the kind of stunning, extraordinary move combinations seen on TV. Participants in coordination contests shown on television are all professional coordinators, not students who have just become beast masters. Qiao Sang, what should I do? I'm so nervous, Jean Fifen said anxiously as she approached Qiao Sang. It's okay. Aren't you a special admission student for coordination? Just follow the exam format from back then. Qiao Sang comforted her. But on the day of the exam, Fang Qi also showcased this ultimate move combination, and the effect looked completely different from now, Jean Fifen whispered. Qiao Sang was taken aback by this remark. The same ultimate move combination producing different effects? How could such a simple process of bubbles bursting and water splashing be different? When the Fire Fang dog fought the water ring catfish back then, the water ring catfish also used this skill. At that time, it was outdoors and under the sunlight. The bubbles looked colorful and much more translucent. Now, in the indoor training venue, with no lighting, it just looks like an ordinary transparent bubble. Similarly, in this environment, the burst bubbles look like regular water, at most resembling the water splattered from a showerhead in a bathroom. Nothing special. Were you taking the exam outdoors back then? Qiao Sang asked. That's right. Under the light, the color of the bubbles is variable. In this venue, there's no light. So the effect produced is quite different from what you saw on exam day, Qiao Sang explained. This issue could be understood with a little thought. Everyone was just there to watch the performance and wouldn't think along those lines. If Jean Fifen hadn't mentioned the difference in their displays twice, Qiao Sang wouldn't have started to think about this issue. Jean Fifen was just about to take her turn, making her too nervous to think about anything but what she should do next. Jean Fifen paused for a moment, suddenly realizing, and her eyes brightened. That's a water-type ultimate move. It has nothing to do with my grass type. At the same time, the ears of Luo Qian, who had been secretly paying attention, perked up. Despite his outwardly cheerful demeanor, he was already feeling turbulent inside. At first, he was shocked by the energy value. Then, he couldn't help but observe the Fire Fang dog. This fur, this appearance, this aura, it could definitely score over 90 in the first round of appearance judging in a formal coordination contest. And it's Beastmaster. This girl had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. She looked like a great candidate to be a coordinator. If she doesn't become unattractive in the future, she'll definitely be someone who can amaze people as soon as she steps onto the stage. If it weren't for his bad reputation, which would make people think wrongly if he stared at someone of the opposite sex for more than 3 seconds, he would have openly admired her. When he first entered the school, he was ambitious, but reality quickly crushed that. Always second. Occasionally third, that was the current state of Holy Water High School participating in provincial student coordination contests, since no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach first place. Why force himself? It was better to spend more time enjoying life. But seeing Qiao Sang today gave him a glimmer of hope. This new student seemed to be born for coordination in every aspect. The fact that she quickly analyzed the impact of light on perception further confirmed this for him. As long as the Fire Fang dog passed the first round, with its energy value and attack power, It would definitely be able to defeat its opponent within the set time in the second round's glamorous battle. If the opponent fell down, what else could there be? It would definitely win. The more Luo Qian thought, the more he felt that they had a chance against Li Tan. This student must be figured out to join the coordination team. Outside the door of training ground number 2, Vice Principal, what I'm saying is true, Qinwen said. Holding her phone, there was some silence on the other end of the line, and after a moment, a calm male voice came from the speaker. Can we rule out the possibility that the energy testing machine is broken? Lu Yao paused for a few seconds and gently asked, what are your thoughts? Qinwen quickly expressed her prepared statement. An energy value of 13,966 is something only our second-year students can reach. Qiao Sang has already contracted 2 pet beasts. And the second one, the treasure ghost, seems very obedient to her. Training should be no problem. She has extremely high talent and is far ahead of her peers. If she continues training with the new students, I believe it won't help her grow well. I suggest teaching according to her abilities and letting her directly join the second-year school's training team. This way, I'm confident she can win against Li Tan in individual battles during her second year. Liu Yu smiled, his tone softening. You're right. Teaching according to ability is important. I agree with this. You can proceed with it. Qinwen sighed in relief, glad that the training was under the vice principal's responsibility. If it were another leader, it might not have been so easy to discuss. She then remembered something and worriedly said, there's one more thing. I'm a bit concerned about the Fire Fong dog reaching this energy value without evolving. If possible, I hope you can help take a look. Chapter 114. Teacher Xian inside training ground number 2. The little treasure ghost curiously stared at the ice snow raccoon, which was spinning on its back and continuously releasing snowflakes. The ice flowers released during the 360-degree spin were exceptionally beautiful. So pretty. Without the psychological pressure, Jean Fifen finally had the mood to appreciate someone else's performance. Qiao Sang couldn't help but take a couple of steps closer. So cool. Summer ice-type pet beasts are a must-have for home and travel. Ugh. The Fire Fong dog disdainfully raised its right paw to swat away a snowflake that had landed on its nose. After spinning for about 20 seconds, the ice snow raccoon stopped, and that was it. Snow. The little chubby one rushed forward to pick up the ice snow raccoon anxiously. The ice snow raccoon had stars in its eyes and had fainted. Luo Qian secretly shook his head. He was present during the special admission exam for coordinators. And that day, the child performed well. The ice snow raccoon could spin for a long time and still stand steadily. But a month had passed, and its performance was even worse than when it was first contracted, clearly indicating that it hadn't trained at all and had just been playing. Next, Luo Qian said. Jean Fifen's body tensed, and the little balloon puff in her arms straightened the flower stem connecting to the dandelion. You can do it. Qiao Sang encouraged from the side. The little treasure ghost sweetly cheered. The little balloon puff stared blankly at the little treasure ghost. It didn't expect the treasure ghost would cheer for it. Ghost-type creatures didn't seem so scary after all. Jean Fifen nodded heavily at Qiao Sang. The little balloon puff stood in front of everyone, its 2 tiny legs shaking violently, almost invisible. If it weren't for its round, ball-like body trembling, no one would notice its legs were shaking. Qiao Sang looked at the little balloon puff shaking like this, feeling a mix of worry and confusion. How did it pass the coordination exam with such a small amount of courage? Coordinators perform under the spotlight, and not being stage fright is the bare minimum. This little balloon puff shaking like this clearly didn't meet the standards. Soon, Qiao Sang understood why. The little balloon puff used its trembling legs to make its body shake, which also shook the dandelion on its head. The dandelions scattered everywhere. Wonderful. Qiao Sang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The dandelions on the little balloon puff's head couldn't be blown away even by an 8th-level gale unless it willingly let them go. This was clearly the little balloon puff allowing the dandelions to disperse. But the audience perceived the shaking of its body as the reason for the dandelion scattering. Since it couldn't control its body, it made reasonable use of it. For a moment, Qiao Sang looked at Jean Fifen with new respect. Although her roommate was timid, she had ideas. Dandelion seeds floated in the training ground, and it wasn't over yet. A faint green light appeared on the little balloon puff, and a new dandelion immediately sprouted from the flower stem on its head. Then, its body shook, and the dandelion scattered again. Just like that, it grew, scattered, grew, and scattered, repeating this 5 times until the ground was filled with dandelion seeds. Ugh! The fire-toothed dog excitedly reached out its paw to catch the white fluff ball. It was evident that while it didn't like snowflakes, it quite enjoyed dandelion seeds. After the little fluff ball landed, Jean Fifen happily hugged it and said to Qiao Sang, I was scared to death. Luckily nothing went wrong. Qiao Sang praised. The little fluff ball perfectly disguised its fear. Great job. The fluff ball shyly let out a sound. Jean Fifen smiled. My little fluff ball is really reliable at critical moments. By the way, how did you think of using leg shaking to make the dandelions disperse? Qiao Sang started a casual conversation. Jean Fifen was taken aback. Using leg shaking? No, I've always wanted to correct this habit of the little fluff ball. If its legs don't shake, the dandelions on its head won't disperse. Qiao Sang was confused. The little fluff ball has a natural way of scattering dandelions. Some need to shake their heads, some need to pinch the flower stems. My little fluff ball needs to shake its legs, but this habit can be corrected through training. Jean Fifen explained. Qiao Sang was speechless for a long time. So it wasn't fear causing the leg shaking. She learned something new. Let me say a few words. Luo Qian's smile disappeared. The 3 coordination demonstrations just now were, at best, mediocre. Compared to a month ago, none of you have made any progress. And some have even regressed. The main reason you were able to become special recruits for coordination is that a month ago during the exam, everyone had just contracted their pet beasts and could not showcase their advantages well. So those of you who managed to command your pet beast for the demonstration scored high. But now, a month has passed, and you're still like this, while others have built good relationships with their pet beasts and can make them obediently perform. What advantage do you still have? I could just randomly pick a student, and they could do as well as you, Luo Qian said. Then pretended to look at the list. Let's have Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang was a bit stunned. Her middle school teachers loved to call on her. And now it was the high school teacher too. Was it because her name was too nice? Just let your pet beast demonstrate something, Luo Qian said. Qiao Sang. This is too sudden. She wasn't prepared. However, she wanted to join the battle group, and it wouldn't be a big problem if her coordination demonstration wasn't great. Qiao Sang lowered her head, just about to call for Yabao, when suddenly the little treasure ghost above her floated in front of her. Sun Sun. The little treasure ghost looked excited, eager to try. Then let's have the little treasure, Qiao Sang said. The little treasure ghost happily circled around its beast master. Qiao Sang pondered what kind of special move to let the little treasure perform. Even if the demonstration didn't go well, it shouldn't be too embarrassing. As a result, before Qiao Sang could think of a plan, the little treasure ghost floated directly in front of everyone. Sun, the little treasure ghost called out. Then raised its short claws to stretch the corners of its mouth wide, making a funny face, and then placed its short toes under its eyelids and pulled down. Soon after, it placed its short toes at the corners of its eyes and pulled up hard, opening its mouth and sticking out a long tongue. Qiao Sang thought it was showing interest in special moves, but it turned out it just wanted to show its funny face. Good. Luo Qian led the applause. Since the teacher was clapping, how could the students not join in? Everyone cooperatively started to clap. Seeing this, the little treasure ghost got even more into making funny faces. Qiao Sang performed very well. Just look at the treasure ghost, playful and quirky. A series of actions fully showcasing its characteristics. Luo Qian praised loudly. Everyone suddenly understood. The essence of the coordination competition demonstration was the charm of the pet beast itself. Sometimes, even without using skills, it could still showcase its appeal. However, making a few funny faces was really better than the first 3. Luo Qian praised without a hint of shame. To get Qiao Sang into the coordination group, he could say anything. He believed that if Qiao Sang saw how much the teacher thought of her, she would surely be moved and prioritize choosing the coordination group. After all, Qiao Sang entered through the battle exam, and with the energy level of the fire-toothed dog, Qinwen would definitely compete with him for her. Qinwen was so serious, like a head teacher, while he was so amiable, any student would know who to choose. Qiao Sang thought, this teacher is really unreliable. Luckily, she wants to join the battle group. Qiao Sang, you're quite good. Would you like to? Before Luo Qian could finish, the door to the training ground suddenly swung open with a bang. Qiao Sang turned to look. Entering were not only the battle group teacher, Qinwen, but also teacher Xian. Chapter 115, there are exceptions to everything. Qinwen was fierce and rigid. If she heard that he hadn't followed the grouping procedure and had invited a student to the coordination group early, she would probably confront him directly. Luo Qian looked at the flying figure next to Qinwen. His expression stiffened. How did the vice principal's Tian Xian bat come as well? What is the name of teacher Xian's pet beast? I feel like I've seen it before, but I can't remember the name, Qiao Sang asked. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment, and then quickly remembered. Gao Xian was a second-tier star in this society. There weren't as many people chasing after movies and dramas as in her previous life. Most stars became famous due to their pet beasts. And the main reason Gao Xian became popular was because of his psychic eagle. Gao Xian once saved over 23 people who were almost killed by a landslide on set with his psychic eagle, which happened to be recorded in the behind-the-scenes footage, leading to his fame. In the footage, the blue light emanating from the psychic eagle was just preparing for the next scene, coincidentally matching the timing of the rescue. The beast master who passed by saved the people and left, and those saved were panicking at the time and didn't know. The footage was edited to create a false impression to deceive the public. The news was leaked by the photographer who shot the behind-the-scenes footage. Qiao Sang casually skimmed through the content back then and exited without looking closely. No wonder it felt familiar, but she couldn't name it. Wow. Qiao Sang quickly changed the subject. She saw Teacher Xian looking at the paper he had been holding in his claws, and then at Qiao Sang. Teacher Xian. This is Qiao Sang. Qinwen said, then turned to Qiao Sang and smiled. The vice principal is looking for you. Qiao Sang was taken aback before she could react. Teacher Xian waved his right paw upward and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone fell silent. After a moment, Zheng Yining approached Jean Fifan and asked, do you think the vice principal calling Qiao Sang over will be okay? Friends of friends are friends. This girl had just come over with Qiao Sang and later stood together talking. Obviously their relationship was not ordinary. Jean Fifan was taken aback. He didn't expect someone would actively talk to him. In fact, he wasn't sure either. When students are called to the office by teachers, it usually isn't for anything good. Especially when the caller is the vice principal. Luo Qian, coming back to his senses, walked over curiously and asked, what does the vice principal want with Qiao Sang? Meanwhile, Qiao Sang looked at the man in a white lab coat, hair meticulously combed, with a face full of resentment. Next time, could you at least give a heads up before using Teacher Xian's spatial teleportation to bring me here? If it were someone with a bad heart, they might get scared to death. Vice principal, you were looking for me? Qiao Sang forced a smile and asked. Yes, just sit down for now. Lu Yao said while pouring a bottle of red liquid into a test tube. Qiao Sang surveyed her surroundings. Unlike the last office, this place was filled with various precision instruments, and the humidity and temperature were clearly controlled. It was obviously a laboratory. Qiao Sang walked to the lab bench and casually found a chair to sit down. The fire-toothed dog curiously watched the potion Lu Yao was making, unconsciously sniffing with its nose. Yeah, it smells so good. Lu Yao laughed upon hearing the fire-toothed dog's call. Old Xian, bring out that fruit. Xian, the Tianxian bat, responded and instantly disappeared. When it appeared again, a plate of cherry-sized, red fruits covered in spiral patterns floated beside it. The next second, this plate of fruits appeared in front of Qiao Sang on the experimental table. Yeah, the Firefang dog's gaze was instantly attracted to the plate of fruits. It lowered its head to sniff, and its eyes immediately lit up. The little treasure seeker, Sun, also floated over curiously to take a whiff. Obviously, compared to the fruits, the little treasure seeker was more interested in the heavenly bat. Qiao Sang looked at the fruits in front of her and felt a bit guilty. She never expected that at her age, there would still be types of fruits she couldn't recognize. What was this called again? But it wasn't her fault. There were too many fruits in this world, with different regions, countries, and planets having their own local varieties. She had mostly only eaten the more common fruits from the Yuhua region. The vice principal, being a high-level breeder and wealthy, often bought rare fruits from other regions as snacks, which was completely normal. Although she didn't recognize them, she absolutely couldn't show any weakness in front of others. Thank you, Vice Principal, Qiao Sang said, picking up a red fruit and pretending to put it in her mouth. Yeah. The Firefang dog happily barked and also picked up a fruit with its paw, wanting to put it in its mouth. Wait, Lu Yao, who had been calm, suddenly raised his voice by an octave. Qiao Sang was startled. What's wrong? Yeah? The Firefang dog blinked its eyes, pausing with the fruit near its mouth. Lu Yao's eyelid twitched as he explained, this is a flame fruit, which can only be consumed by fire-type pets. After saying that, he felt it wasn't enough and added, humans can't eat it. Qiao Sang, this must be social death, right? Haha, I know, come on, Yabao eat. Qiao Sang awkwardly laughed a couple of times and stuffed the fruit into the Firefang dog's mouth. Yeah, the Firefang dog's mouth was just blocked. It instinctively started to eat. Yeah, so delicious. And the energy inside it heated up, feeling like it was increasing. After swallowing the red fruit, the Firefang dog stuffed the one it was still holding in its paw into its mouth too. Haha, eat slowly, don't rush, there's more. Qiao Sang awkwardly laughed as she picked up another red fruit and held it near the Firefang dog's mouth. Lu Yao said, Teacher Qin just contacted me and said your Firefang dog's energy value has already reached 13,966. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Could it be that the vice principal came to find her because the Firefang dog was too outstanding? Qiao Sang responded while feeding the Firefang dog. Do you know what the energy value range for primary level pets is? Lu Yao asked. Could it be that the Firefang dog's energy value exceeded the normal range for primary level pets? Qiao Sang immediately had a guess. She wasn't panicking. Even if the Firefang dog's energy value was above standard, what did that mean? It meant it was excellent. 15,000. Qiao Sang casually threw out a number. Lu Yao shook the test tube in his hand a couple of times before solemnly saying, it's 1 to 10,000. Normally, primary level pets reaching 10,000 will evolve. Pets that need some auxiliary conditions to evolve are also because their internal energy values are constrained and can no longer be improved, leading them to take these methods to breakthrough. However, there are always exceptions. Chapter 116. What is this? Just like when the first aberrant Pilado appeared before the public, everyone only then realized the existence of aberrant pets. Pets exceeding their own energy value range isn't unheard of, but it's extremely rare. At this point, Liao suddenly remembered that his conversation partner didn't have a high cultural level and kindly reminded, if you encounter questions about energy values in exams, you still need to write the conventional answers. Qiao Sang. She was enjoying the discussion when suddenly this comment felt like a buzzkill. Liu Yao poured the red powder from the side into the test tube and continued. Pets that can exceed their own energy value range definitely have top-tier talent within their species. If he previously thought Qiao Sang had a 60 chance of defeating Li Tan, now knowing the Fire Fong Dog's energy value, he felt the probability could directly rise to 90. There's still a 10 uncertainty. After all, those selected for Li Tan's school team are all affluent families, pouring resources into their pets like it's nothing. However, with him around, that probability could rise further. Liu Yao shook the test tube and asked, do you know what the prerequisite for researching the evolution limits of pets is? It's to first cultivate a pet that exceeds its own energy value range. To put it simply, it still comes down to talent. If a pet doesn't have talent, even a billionaire couldn't break through the conventional energy values. Qiao Sang was stunned for a while, her heart unconsciously racing. The current League's announced upper limit for the Fire Fong Dog species is the King-level Flame Dog. If what the vice principal said is true, then the Fire Fong Dog could definitely meet this prerequisite. Others might not know how to cultivate pets to exceed the conventional energy value range, but she had a rough idea from looking at the data in the Beastmaster's manual every day. Aside from its inherent talent, it also needed to practice skills to mastery, then learn advanced skills. In short, it was about achieving what normal primary-level pets couldn't do. With her golden finger, the Fire Fong Dog could completely attempt to break through its species limit. The more Qiao Sang thought about it, the more excited she became. And the action of feeding the fruit also stopped. The Fire Fong Dog, already used to its Beastmaster zoning out from time to time, leaned in and ate the red fruit from Qiao Sang's hand. Yeah. As soon as it entered, the Fire Fong Dog's eyes curved with satisfaction as it barked. But with me here, I can ensure the Fire Fong Dog's talent is fully realized, Liu Yao said seriously. This was no longer just about defeating Li Tan. Pets with energy values exceeding the conventional range are few and far between. If he could truly cultivate a flame dog that exceeded conventional energy values, he could start researching whether the life level of the Fire Fong Dog can break through further. Of course, this needed Qiao Sang's consent. But he didn't plan to mention it yet, as it would take many years for the Fire Fong Dog to evolve into a flame dog, and whether it could meet the requirements was uncertain. With her golden finger and the Fire Fong Dog's efforts, she felt that exceeding conventional energy values wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, the vice principal was unreliable. What he said didn't count. He clearly agreed she could propose any demands, yet he disagreed with two things: living off campus and bringing a mobile phone. One cannot rely on others for everything. One must rely on oneself. Your Fire Fong Dog's energy value is so high, yet it hasn't evolved because its internal energy value hasn't reached saturation. What do you usually feed it? Liu Yao asked gently. The Fire Fong Dog was well cultivated, indicating it had good nutrition, but now that he was here, he could completely customize a more suitable nutrition formula for the Fire Fong Dog. Back in Hangang, her mother made energy meals at home, but after returning to her hometown, no one made them, and she basically relied on milk for nutrition. Liu Yao was stunned. Milk? Red glutinous fruit? Without specially tailored energy meals from a breeder. Relying solely on milk and red glutinous fruit to reach this level. Red glutinous fruit is just for satisfying cravings, aside from slightly improving the physique of fire-type pets. It has basically no effect. Liu Yao was silent for a few seconds and asked, what brand of milk? Nowadays, some specially formulated milk does have good effects on pets. Qiyuan milk, Qiao Sang paused, and that kind of puppy milk sent by the pet organization. Liu Yao's mind went blank, and his actions halted. The shock from this information was too great. So, a Fire Fong Dog about 3 months old managed to break through the conventional energy values relying on ordinary milk and red glutinous fruit? What kind of genius pet is this? Liu Yao immediately felt heartbroken. What a waste of talent. How could such a talented pet eat such casual food? Eat more. Liu Yao looked at the Fire Fong Dog, which was happily munching on the flame fruit, and said with concern. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Qiao Sang. Thankfully, he encountered her early, or else this talent would have truly been wasted. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned. Did the vice principal just sigh while looking at her? 5 minutes later, the fire-toothed dog contentedly rubbed its belly with its paw. This thing is delicious. I should have my Beastmaster buy some more in the future. Suddenly, the fire-toothed dog froze. It turned its head, tapped its own Beastmaster with its paw, and pointed at its teeth. Teeth. Are your teeth itchy? Qiao Sang asked in confusion. Teeth. The fire-toothed dog nodded. Hearing this, the little treasure spirit floated over to the fire-toothed dog and called out worriedly. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. The fire-toothed dog doesn't have a teething face. An itchy tooth could either mean it ate something bad or it's a sign of impending evolution. The latter is unlikely. She had just checked the Beast Master manual last night, and its level was still at the beginner stage, 949-1000. Signs of evolution only appear when a pet is close to evolving. According to its current stats, the fire-toothed dog should still have about 25 days before it evolves. Could it be that its teeth are bad? That's impossible. She had always paid attention to hygiene. If both options are unlikely, then what exactly is the problem? Qiao Sang's peripheral vision caught the empty plate on the experimental table, and she froze for a moment. The flame fruit is something only fire-type pets can eat. He also said that with him around, the fire-toothed dog's talent would be maximized. Just as Qiao Sang's thoughts were in disarray, Lu Yao walked over with the prepared potion. Here, drink this, and you'll be fine, Lu Yao said with a smile to the fire-toothed dog. Teeth. The fire-toothed dog looked at the red drink in front of it and hesitated for a moment. It remembered that this drink smelled really good. The fire-toothed dog looked up at the human smiling at it. Its beast master knew him, and the thing he had just given was tasty. Plus this red drink smelled great. Thinking of this, the fire-toothed dog didn't hesitate and took the drink with both paws, gulping it down. Qiao Sang was still comforting herself. It won't happen. The vice principal said that the fire-toothed dog needs a fire-type evolution stone to evolve. If she didn't add points to the fire-toothed dog's level, normally, it would indeed require a fire-type evolution stone to evolve. This seems to be the potion the vice principal was just preparing. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that the vice principal once mentioned that other resources could substitute for evolution stones. Qiao Sang felt a bad premonition. It shouldn't be what she thought, right? She took a deep breath, pointed at the already empty bottle, and her voice wavered slightly. Vice principal, what is this? Chapter 117. The second option, it's the flame evolution potion. Don't worry, it's a good thing for fire-type pets, Lu Yao said with a smile. Qiao Sang almost shouted. Just because it's good for fire-type pets is exactly why she's worried. Do you remember I mentioned that your fire-toothed dog's energy value has exceeded the normal range? Yet why it hasn't evolved? Lu Yao asked. Yes, Qiao Sang replied. Lu Yao nodded. The energy value of pets is primarily improved based on 3 factors: combat, personal growth, and corresponding resources. However, even with resources, it's not always possible to improve whenever desired. Pets with high talent grow quickly and absorb resources fast, while those with low talent grow slowly, and even eating beneficial fruits like the flame fruit won't help them absorb energy. Some beast masters, wanting their pets to evolve sooner, will inject or have them drink various energy potions, completely disregarding whether the pets can handle it, which is not advisable. Your fire-toothed dog's energy value exceeds the normal range, and its talent is undoubtedly high. The energy value hasn't reached saturation. It has either hit a bottleneck and can't improve for now, or there's no corresponding energy for it to absorb. So, I let it eat some flame fruit to test it out. If it were the former, it would feel full after just one, but it finished a whole plate. At this point, Lu Yao looked at the fire-toothed dog with a smile. This indicates that your fire-toothed dog has more than enough capability to absorb energy. Just now, its teeth were itchy, indicating that the energy was nearing saturation. The effect of the flame evolution potion is similar to that of a fire-type evolution stone, but it's milder. Using an evolution stone on a pet has a kind of forced enhancement effect, even if the pet's internal energy isn't saturated. Using a high-grade evolution stone can still lead to evolution. Upon hearing the last sentence, Qiao Sang felt a wave of dizziness and nearly lost her balance. Half a day? Evolve? The next filming is in half a month, right? So, she has breached the contract? Teeth. The fire-toothed dog's eyes lit up at this news. Evolve. It can finally evolve. Doesn't evolution mean it can become stronger? Teeth. The fire-toothed dog turned to share its joy with Qiao Sang, but seeing her expression, it paused, and its earlier excitement turned to confusion. Its beast master didn't seem too happy about its evolution. Lu Yao noticed Qiao Sang's expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Qiao Sang forced a smile, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm just too excited." "Don't worry about it. This is what a teacher should do. Just study hard and don't waste your talent. If there are any other problems, just let me know, and I'll help you solve them," Lu Yao said with a smile. Qiao Sang chuckled twice. "I want to live off campus. Lu Yao, I also want to bring my phone during school." After Qiao Sang left, Lu Yao sat in his chair. Puzzled, Lao Xian, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Qiao Sang seemed a bit unhappy just now. Xian, the heavenly bat flapped its wings. It's not an illusion. She was unhappy to hear that the fire-toothed dog is going to evolve. But why? It didn't understand. Upon hearing that the fire-toothed dog would evolve in half a day, she lost all motivation to continue with today's training. Although the vice principal didn't agree to the 2 requests of living off campus and bringing a phone, she did agree to skip today's training. Qiao Sang lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Breach of contract. How much do I have to pay? When she initially signed a 6-month contract, she thought she had considered everything. But life always throws unexpected surprises. Teeth. The fire-toothed dog looked at its beast master, no longer feeling the excitement of its impending evolution. It drooped its head by the bedside, lost in thought. The little treasure's spirit glanced at its beast master and then at the fire-toothed dog, took off a ring, and pulled out some milk, first handing it to its beast master. Seek. Qiao Sang, preoccupied with thoughts of the breach of contract, subconsciously accepted what was handed to her. The little treasure spirit's eyes curved and then floated in front of the fire-toothed dog, pulling out a bottle of milk. Seek. The fire-toothed dog raised its head, its wet eyes looking at the milk and then at the still distracted Qiao Sang. Teeth. It shook its head and lowered its head again. Seek. The little treasure spirit floated to the other side of the fire-toothed dog and nudged the milk forward. Teeth. After the fire-toothed dog rejected it again, it walked to the corner of the room, sitting with its head down. The little treasure spirit was taken aback, but quickly followed. It placed the milk on the ground, then floated to a position where the fire-toothed dog could see it, and made silly faces with its short paws. The fire-toothed dog did not react. The little treasure spirit didn't give up, constantly changing its expressions in an attempt to cheer it up. Seek. The commotion finally caught Qiao Sang's attention. She quickly got up, rushed over, and picked up the fire-toothed dog, worried. Teeth, are you okay? This was the fire-toothed dog's first evolution, and it was her first experience with it. Seeing the fire-toothed dog acting differently than usual made her immediately concerned that something was wrong. The fire-toothed dog was startled by the sudden embrace. It looked at its beast master, who had a worried expression, and its eyes turned moist, burying its head into her arms. Teeth. It shook its head, not crying. Seek. The little treasure spirit floated in front of its beast master, gesturing vigorously. There's something wrong, something very wrong. The personality of fire-toothed dog is very strong, and it must be particularly excited about its evolution. However, as its beast master, Qiao Sang has a face that suggests otherwise. It must think she is unhappy about its evolution. Qiao Sang sighed, lifted fire-toothed dog above her head, and explained while looking into its eyes, I'm actually very happy that you can evolve. Remember the endorsement we talked about? The sunglasses we shot last time? The endorsement is for half a year, and according to the contract, you need to shoot again in half a month with the fire-toothed dog image. Or else we will have to pay a penalty. She hadn't intended to mention this. Just like last time, when she tricked fire-toothed dog into giving up its fire pearl for a new leash. In her view, her pet only needs to do what it likes, train, eat, play, and not worry about other things. Human society is too complex for pets, and besides, this was her responsibility. But now fire-toothed dog had clearly misunderstood, and she didn't want it to be confused. Fire-toothed dog looked at its beast master, who was in a daze, and unconsciously called out. But it's okay, don't worry, and just evolve, Qiao Sang said warmly. Do you remember that person we caught on the mountain last time? We made 5 million from that, enough to cover the penalty, and there will still be a lot left. Fire-toothed dog stared unblinkingly at its beast master. To be honest, I'm quite excited to see your fire-blaze dog form today. Have you seen your evolved form? It's so cool. Qiao Sang was clearly trying to comfort fire-toothed dog, but she ended up convincing herself. Yes, she still had 5 million, it's just evolution. It's not like she can't afford it. Qiao Sang placed fire-toothed dog on the bed and took out her phone to search for pictures of fire-blaze dog. Look, isn't it cool? Qiao Sang asked with a smile, holding the phone in front of fire-toothed dog. It remembered that television, that wall, that force gauge, and that broken vase, every time. Its beast master looked so miserable. Now, because it casually drank something, it had to evolve early, which would make its beast master miserable again. Its beast master clearly wasn't happy, but for its sake, she forced herself to be happy again. It could sense that its beast master was genuinely happy now. No one knew that at this moment, in Qiao Sang's mind, the page in the beast master manual regarding fire-toothed dog was glowing faintly, with an evolution option added after its name. There were 2 options, but the second one was somewhat hazy, while the first option shone brightly at times. However, it was clear that the first option was much brighter. In the next second, a dazzling white light emitted from fire-toothed dog. Chapter 118. This is not fire-blaze dog. The blinding white light almost blinded Qiao Sang's eyes. Qiao Sang was stunned. This is the evolution? Didn't they say there was still about half a day left? It hasn't even been an hour yet. The vice principal is so unreliable. But since she had accepted that fire-toothed dog could evolve today, then half a day and an hour made no difference to her. Thinking about how fire-toothed dog was about to evolve into fire-blaze dog made Qiao Sang's heart race. Unlike the still somewhat cute appearance of fire-toothed dog, fire-blaze dog had a majestic look, its whole body a fiery red with no black stripes or the short orange tuft on its head. Its imposing appearance was perfect for practicing the skill of glaring. Son. Little treasure ghost opened its eyes wide and excitedly called out twice. Under the eager gaze of Qiao Sang and little treasure ghost, the light faded. Fire-toothed dog was still fire-toothed dog. Son. Little treasure ghost tilted its head. Qiao Sang's heart sank. Did the evolution fail? Fire-Tooth Dog raised its head and weakly grinned at its beast master before collapsing onto the bed. Yaba. Qiao Sang's heart tightened, and she quickly picked up Fire-Tooth Dog. Son. Little Treasure Ghost showed a panicked expression. Fire-Tooth Dog hadn't fainted. It was just in too much pain from restraining the energy within its body. Yaba. Fire-Tooth Dog looked at its beast master and called out weakly. Qiao Sang was stunned. In the past, she could only understand what Fire-Tooth Dog meant when it spoke, but this time, she had a clear sense of realization. Feeling that she understood what Fire-Tooth Dog was trying to say without it needing to express it. Why did you interrupt your evolution? Qiao Sang asked in a deep voice. Fire-Tooth Dog didn't answer, but she felt it. This evolution was interrupted by Fire-Tooth Dog itself. Qiao Sang actually had her suspicions in her heart, but couldn't help but ask. Yaba. Yaba. Fire-Tooth Dog explained while enduring the pain. It didn't want to evolve now. It could wait another half-month to evolve. Qiao Sang fell silent. After a few seconds, she spoke. Didn't I tell you? We have money. We can afford that penalty. Yaba. Fire-Tooth Dog's expression was firm, just like when it initially said it wanted to learn Meteor Shower. If you don't evolve now and something goes wrong with your body, then when you evolve into Fire Blaze Dog in half a month, you might not be as strong as other Fire Blaze dogs, and you might not be as tall or as handsome as them, Qiao Sang said, her tone somewhat bitter. Fire-Tooth Dog's body stiffened, almost forgetting the pain. It had a conflicted expression, as if pondering some monumental question. After an unknown amount of time, Fire-Tooth Dog gritted its teeth, closed its eyes, tilted its head, and covered its ears with its paws to indicate its choice. Qiao Sang was taken aback by Fire-Tooth Dog's action. It clearly wanted to become stronger. At that moment, the second option regarding Fire-Tooth Dog's evolution in the Beast Master Manual became increasingly clear. Qiao Sang's palms were sticky with the cold sweat of Fire-Tooth Dog from the pain. Son. Little Treasure Ghost called out worriedly. It's okay, Qiao Sang reassured. It's fine. It's not a big problem. I've already thought of a solution. Qiao Sang looked deeply at Fire-Tooth Dog, whose fur was matted together from sweating due to the pain. She hesitated no longer, picked up her phone, and directly dialed a number while putting it on speaker. Soon the call was connected. Hello, why are you suddenly calling me? A female voice on the other end asked with a smile. I want to terminate the contract. Qiao Sang said. Fire-Tooth Dog's unwillingness to evolve was due to the endorsement issue, so terminating the contract would solve it. Song Yuan was sitting at her desk, happily reviewing yesterday's sales figures. All she had to do was wait for the new products to come out next quarter to make another profit. Picking up the phone, she saw that it was the big contributor to her earnings. Song Yuan smiled as she answered the call. I want to terminate the contract. The 4 words stunned Song Yuan, and before she could ask why, the other party said something that left her speechless. Yaba is going to evolve today. We can't shoot the next season's sunglasses, but I will pay the penalty, sorry. Song Yuan was at a loss for words for a long time. Evolve? Today? Are you kidding? It had only been a month since the last competition, and when they signed the contract, she said it would evolve in half a year. Now just a month later, she was saying it was going to evolve. Although she wanted to curse, reason told her that this might actually be true. After all, who would turn down money and tell such a lame lie? Can you bring Yaba to me today? I will have someone record its evolution process and post it on the official website. That way, as long as everyone knows that Fireblaze Dog is Yaba, it won't affect the shooting for the next quarter, and you won't have to pay the penalty, Song Yuan suggested after a moment of silence. Last time when they signed a contract, she agreed to let Qiao Sang sign for only half a year because she didn't believe it. Thinking the other party was just a rookie beast master who got inflated after winning a small competition. But this call made her believe the contract was signed. And they just needed to shoot once more. Who would rather pay a penalty than come to shoot? Moreover, Qiao Sang mentioned evolving today. If this is true, it would definitely be the best time to make connections. Being able to evolve a pet beast to an intermediate level before even starting high school. Such a person should be befriended now. Otherwise, when they grow up, it might be difficult to interact with them. Qiao Sang and Huya Dog were both momentarily stunned, realizing that evolution could happen without paying a penalty. Huya Dog became excited, and the energy within it surged, causing dazzling white light to emanate from its body. But it quickly suppressed the energy, panting heavily. Yeah, Huya Dog yelped in pain. Thank you. I'm coming right away. Qiao Sang quickly hung up the phone and dialed another number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Vice Principal, this is Qiao Sang. After understanding the situation, Lu Yao didn't say much, but suggested letting Teacher Xian take Qiao Sang there. For the first time, Qiao Sang felt that the vice principal was really reliable. What usually takes over half an hour to reach without traffic, after Teacher Xian checked the navigation and closed his eyes to feel it. They arrived at the destination in about 10 minutes, and they went directly to the 18th floor of the Jinyu building. Song Yuan stared blankly at Qiao Sang and the 3 pet beasts who were respectfully led in by the front desk, looking at the quietly waiting pet beast beside her. She was stunned. It seemed to be a royal-level pet beast, the Tian Xian bat. Boss Song, can we take the photos now? Qiao Sang hurriedly asked as she stepped forward. Can we use a phone to take pictures? Qiao Sang inquired. Song Yuan was taken aback, glanced at Huoya Dog's condition, and her heart trembled. It really was about to evolve. It seemed to be suppressing it. But uploading such videos is best done with clarity. After all, there are so many Huoya dogs, and if it's too blurry, it can easily lead to doubts from others. Song Yuan looked at Qiao Sang and thought, all right. A person like this might be hard to befriend after missing this opportunity. She opened the camera on her phone and said, I'm ready. We can start. Meanwhile, outside the door, a crowd had gathered. Is what you said true? Really? Why would I lie to you? That girl appeared out of nowhere in front of me. It scared me to death, said the front desk staff, still shaken. Isn't she the Beast Master of Yabao? Yes, that's her. I remember. She brought a ghost-type pet last time and almost scared me to death, whispered the front desk staff. Ghost-type pets can only rely on invisibility to appear out of nowhere. They can't make people do that, right? Did she bring another pet today? I heard she brought Yabao for evolution. The boss told me and asked if the filming crew had other work today. Evolution? She seems, don't push. Give me some space. I want to see what kind of pet can make people appear out of nowhere. Inside the room, Qiao Sang gently placed Huoya Dog on the ground and said, Yeah, let's begin. You can evolve without worry this time. Yeah. Huoya Dog nodded solemnly at its beast master. It relaxed and stopped suppressing the energy within, allowing it to envelop itself. At the same time, the second option regarding Huoya Dog's evolution in Qiao Sang's Beastmaster manual no longer flickered but became stable. The two options continuously intertwined, radiating light. Qiao Sang's heart raced. Finally, it was about to evolve. The lights of the two options flickered, ultimately stopping on the second option. The white light surrounding Huoya Dog gradually dissipated. Don't push. I got here first. Everyone, don't crowd. What if we get caught? The door was pushed open, and a crowd rushed in. Some people fell to the ground, some awkwardly laughed, and others were drawn to the fading white light. Qiao Sang ignored the commotion at the door, anxiously and excitedly watching the dissipating white light. Suddenly, a pet beast with fluffy white fur, fiery red eyes, and tiger-like red stripes appeared before her, its shoulder fur standing up like wings. The room fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. All were dumbfounded. This isn't the Burning Fire Dog. Chapter 119. Yinling dog. People in the Yuhua region basically know that Huoya Dog only has one evolution route, which is the Burning Fire Dog. But the magnificent pet beast before them, aside from having the same size as the Burning Fire Dog, bore no other similarities. Qiao Sang stared blankly at the completely transformed Yabao. She might still be a poor student, only able to score at the lowest passing line in exams. But if she were given a test about the Huoya Dog species, she wouldn't dare say she'd score 100, but 90 was always possible. If a pet beast has a different evolution route during its evolution, then every subsequent evolution will not follow the original path. This means that Yabao's future evolutions are all unknown. Just as Qiao Sang's thoughts were racing, Yabao looked at her with a smile, and the next second, it excitedly pounced on her. Thud! Qiao Sang was instantly knocked to the ground. The evolved Yabao was about 18 meters long, completely different from its previous small form. Yeah. Yabao excitedly jumped up, wanting to nuzzle against its Beastmaster as usual. The next second, it tilted its head. Yeah? Why has my Beastmaster shrunk? Qiao Sang was pinned down, with only her exposed right hand struggling desperately. Yabao, get up. I'm about to be crushed. Yeah. Yabao was startled and quickly got up. Qiao Sang gasped for breath, thinking she was about to pass out. She feared she wouldn't be able to handle this enthusiasm in the future unless she strengthened her body or reached the level of a senior Beastmaster and received a boost from her pet beast. This isn't the Burning Fire Dog, right? Did it really evolve in a Huoya Dog? Am I dreaming? Xiaolu, do you feel it? Damn, are you sick? Pinch yourself. This is amazing. Is this the second evolution form of Huoya Dog? It's so cool. When did the league announce this form? Why didn't I know? Come on, check online. A bunch of people felt it made sense, and just as they were about to take out their phones, a familiar voice rang out. Everyone out. What are you doing during work hours? The crowd froze, looking up at the speaker. Song Yuan looked at them expressionlessly. A large group of people hurriedly evacuated at lightning speed. After the company staff left, Song Yuan's expression changed, her gaze fixed on the noble-looking pet beast before her, asking, Qiao Sang, what is this evolution form of Yabao called? Song Yuan was taken aback. Isn't this a new form? It is a new form, Qiao Sang nodded. Song Yuan paused for a moment. Why don't you know the name of the new form? Qiao Sang was a bit confused. Why would I know the name of the new form? The two of them exchanged glances. Song Yuan stared blankly at Qiao Sang, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Her hand holding the phone, trembling involuntarily. No way. Could it be that the league hasn't announced this form? Ever since she entered society and focused on making money, she hadn't paid as much attention to news about pet beasts as before. She mostly just looked at the outfits of famous beast masters to select products and create hits. Different evolution routes for pet beasts are normal. Some evolution routes are easier to meet the requirements, while others are not. She had always thought that Yabao's current evolution form was a relatively difficult one to achieve, which is why she hadn't seen it in reality. But what if this form hadn't been announced by the League, and Yabao was the first to evolve into it? The more Song Yuan thought about it, the more excited she became, her smile becoming increasingly crazy. By the time she finished checking her phone and confirmed her guess, she could no longer control her facial expression. Boss Song looked at Qiao Sang, who was staring at Yabao, and instinctively wanted to pull it behind her. When she pulled, it wouldn't budge. Don't call me Boss Song, it feels too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Song from now on, Song Yuan said with a bright smile. Sure. It's not easy to get out of school for training, don't take leave casually. There's no rush for the new product shoot. We only have the design draft and haven't started production yet. When you have a day off, give me a call, and I'll arrange the shoot for you, Song Yuan said with a smile. Qiao Sang sincerely thanked her. She understood the principle of no gain without effort. Song Yuan was definitely being accommodating because she saw Yabao as potential. However, she had considered both the penalty for breach of contract and the next shoot for herself. One must not be too hasty. With the contract nearing expiration, it's better to build a good relationship before discussing renewing the contract. Before Song Yuan could speak, Tian Stianbet heard Qiao Sang's words and waved its claws, making Qiao Sang disappear from her sight. Song Yuan. In the dormitory, Qiao Sang lay on the bed, her face pale. Teacher Sen's habit of teleporting without notice is really not good. Yabao sat by the bed, looking confused. It wanted to jump up and be with its beast master as usual, but why did the bed look like it didn't have a spot for itself anymore? Moreover, its beast master had also shrunk, and the little brother was now bigger than its head. Little Xuanbao ghost spun around Yabao nonstop. In fact, it had just been circling Yabao over there, but at that time, everyone's attention was on Yabao, and no one noticed it. Is this evolution? So amazing. Little Xuanbao ghost got tired of spinning and came in front of its beast master, calling out. It also wants to evolve. Name, Flame Listening Dog. Type, Fire. Psychic. Level, Intermediate, 1100100000. First ability, Fierce Fire Level, 2500. Status, Difficult to use. Description, when the state is below 14, it can activate potential, increasing fire type skills and speed by 2 times. Second ability, Flame Body Level, 12,000. Status, Usable. Description, when the opponent uses contact skills, there is a 30 chance to burn the opponent. Skills, Bite, Entry 74100. Charge, Mastery 498500. Fire Fong, Minor Completion 6942000. Spark, Ultimate 146262000. Shadow Clone, Mastery 17512000. Flame Vortex, Mastery 220500. Blazing Charge, Mastery 65500. Meteor Shower, Entry 1100. Phantom Flame, Entry 1100. Telekinesis, Entry 1100. Touch Sense, Entry 1100. Points, 786. Chapter 120. Touch Sense. Qiao Sang calmly analyzed the data. It's normal for some pet evolution attributes to change or for new attributes to emerge. The most exaggerated are the evergreen worm, bamboo flower snake, and little jumping fish. These 3 types of pets are weak in the early stages but have the potential to transform into dragons. However, the evergreen worm and bamboo flower snake must evolve to imperial level, and no beast master capable of cultivating pets to imperial level would contract these 2 types. Isn't it more appealing to directly buy a dragon-type pet? Why waste so much effort? Compared to the first 2 types, little jumping fish only needs to evolve to advanced pet to gain dragon attributes. The League even gave it a very imposing name, Water Overlord Dragon. But if one thinks they can easily leap over the Dragon Gate, they are mistaken. When the League announced that little jumping fish could evolve into Water Overlord Dragon, its market price skyrocketed from 600 League coins to 600,000 League coins. Even so, little jumping fish was sold out at the time, with demand exceeding supply. After all, this price is incredibly cheap compared to directly buying a dragon-type pet. Who doesn't have a dream of contracting a dragon-type pet these days? Little jumping fish gave them hope. Unfortunately, the dream didn't last long. Statistics show that among 1 million beast masters who bought little jumping fish, only one managed to cultivate a water overlord dragon, with odds comparable to winning the lottery. Yabao evolving into an unknown new form with an added psychic ability was something Qiao Sang hadn't anticipated. Upon learning it, she wasn't surprised. However, Qiao Sang's gaze fixed on the top of the data, her expression tightening. Why does it show the name of Yabao's evolutionary form here? Could it be that the League has already encountered the flame listening dog? That's impossible. If that were the case, the League would definitely announce it. After pondering for a while, Qiao Sang considered a possibility. Is it possible that the flame-listening dog has appeared on another planet without the League knowing? If that's the case, this golden finger is definitely more powerful than she thought. With that thought, Qiao Sang decided not to continue pondering. What she should do now is to improve her cultural scores, win the preferential treatment policy for the college entrance examination by defeating Li Tan Beastmaster High School. Other planets are still too far away for her. Qiao Sang continued to look down. One ability has been added, but it requires the opponent to first launch a close attack for its body temperature to rise, thus igniting flames to burn the opponent. In simple terms, it's an ability that requires taking a hit first to have a chance to activate. Why are all fire-type pets' abilities so miserable? Qiao Sang couldn't help but complain. Looking further down, 3 skills have been added. She knew about telekinesis. Phantom Flame is a colorless flame. Its power seems unchanged compared to the original flame, but being invisible is definitely a significant advantage in battle. However, experienced professional Beastmasters would notice the distortion caused by Phantom Flame in the surrounding space and take precautions. The League seems to classify Phantom Flame as a high-level skill. If Yabao had learned Meteor Shower, she might have been a bit excited. Qiao Sang's gaze fell on the last skill. Touch Sense. What is this? Qiao Sang felt a bit awkward. She knew about common skills, and even without looking at textbooks, she could generally understand most skills through commentary during matches. But she didn't know about Touch Sense. Qiao Sang quickly guessed that this shouldn't be a combat skill. As for what it specifically is and its function, she still needs to check online. She was very satisfied with her performance this time. Calm and composed. Faced with Yabao's new evolution, she didn't show a foolish expression, and after learning that its attributes included a psychic type, she remained very calm. Qiao Sang felt that her psychological quality had significantly improved over the past month. In the future, she should be able to remain calm and composed regardless of the situation. But the next second, she was directly slapped in the face. Wow! Qiao Sang looked at the little Xuanbao ghost, which was only a hair's breadth away from her, and nearly had a heart attack. Son! Little Xuanbao ghost was startled and instantly teleported to its Beastmaster's head, using its claws to tug at 2 tufts of hair while looking around in a panic. Yabao also cautiously looked around. It's okay. Qiao Sang quickly said. Being scared by her own pet was too embarrassing, but she couldn't blame herself. She could guarantee that anyone who opened their eyes to see something so close would be frightened. Son, little Xuanbao ghost reacted, its eyes drifting, looking guilty. Its Beastmaster was too timid. It couldn't blame it. Little Xuanbao, you can let go of my hair now. Soon, little Xuanbao awkwardly released its claws. After this commotion, it also forgot about wanting to evolve. Without the pain in her scalp, Qiao Sang could finally think about what to do next. Yabao was now too big. Compared to other high schools, the dormitory might not be small, but the room allocated to her was only about 8 square meters. And with the bed and wardrobe, there was hardly any space to move around. I need to think of a way to move outside. But it seems impossible at the moment. Suddenly, Qiao Sang thought of something and excitedly said, Yabao, now that you have telekinesis, can you float like Xiao Sun Bao? Yeah? Yabao tilted its head. Telekinesis? Float. Is it the one we usually play with? I can float without my little brother? Since my Beastmaster said so. It must be right. Yabao began to sense the energy within. The next second, bang. Due to too much energy and excessive telekinesis, Yabao crashed directly into the ceiling. Yabao, are you okay? Qiao Sang felt a bit reluctant to look. Yabao did not fall like Qiao Sang thought. It stabilized itself on the ceiling and excitedly called out. Yeah. It flew. It can fly. Son. Xiao Sun Bao looked at this scene in amazement. It floated next to Yabao, spinning around continuously. So amazing. The appearance changed and the ability changed. Is this evolution? Yabao's talent was already high, and after learning Meteor Shower, its control over the energy within reached a certain height. Now, after trying a few times, it could skillfully use telekinesis. Qiao Sang watched Yabao floating in the room using telekinesis and secretly nodded. She was indeed a genius for thinking of letting Yabao use telekinesis to move around in the room. Although the activity space was still small, at least it existed. And they could directly practice releasing telekinesis. Chapter 121. Your Grandfather. At 5:42 p.m. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her roommate, whom she hadn't seen for half a day, grinning foolishly at the ceiling, completely losing the indifferent look she had when they first met. Curiously, she followed the direction and looked up. A ball. 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang was already talking so much that her mouth was dry. Jean Fifen sat on the stool with a blank expression, unable to digest the news for a long time. What have you all been training after I left? Qiao Sang asked. Seeing this, Qiao Sang seemed to think of something and made eye contact with Yabao, who was excitedly floating around. Whether it was because of the evolution or the newfound superpower, the connection between her and Yabao became stronger. They could often understand each other with just a glance or a gesture without needing to speak. Just a moment ago, When they were in the room, Yabao looked at her, and she knew it wanted to go out to play because it found the room too small. Yabao was controlling itself with telekinesis while also controlling the ascent and descent of Qiao Sunbao nearby, focusing its gaze on Qiao Sunbao. However, just as Qiao Sang made eye contact, it seemed to sense something and turned its head to look over. Yabao immediately understood its beast master's intention and floated over to Jean Fifin's back. Sun. Without telekinetic control, Qiao Sunbao rapidly descended until it reached the height it usually floated at. Jean Fifin was still in a daze. Yabao came to her back and poked her with one of its front claws. Jean Fifin instinctively turned her head. Qiao Sang. She didn't mean to scare Jean Fifin. She just wanted to know what she had trained today. She didn't need Jean Fifin to say it out loud, but relied on her touch sensitivity. Just thinking about touch sensitivity made Qiao Sang unable to help but smile foolishly again. She had checked online. Touch sensitivity, classified as a high-level skill by the Alliance, has no attack function, but its value in some sense far exceeds that of some skills of the same level. It is a skill that allows one to sense things that have happened in the past by touching certain people or objects. This skill cannot be easily learned just because the superpower-type pet is of a higher level. One must have a certain talent for superpower-type pets to learn touch sensitivity. Once a pet learns this skill, all investigation agencies or law enforcement agencies in the Federation will prioritize hiring them. After all, if this skill is mastered to a high proficiency, it is practically a crime-solving skill. Qiao Sang quickly reined in her expression and waved her hand modestly, saying, "No need to call me boss. I just let the fire-toothed dog evolve on its first day of training, and maybe added a new form that the Alliance hasn't researched yet. It's nothing special. Just call me by my name. Jean Fifin. Isn't this a bit too humble?" However, she was always one to listen to others' opinions, and seeing that the boss had said so, she obediently stopped calling her that. "All right, are you going to training tomorrow?" "Of course. By the way, what did you all train after I left?" Qiao Sang asked this question again. Speaking of this, Jean Fifin sighed. "We had each of our pets show the skills they had already learned, tested their attack and defense power, and then ran 10 laps around the playground with our pets. They said training with pets would enhance our bond, and after lunch, we each had to battle with Teacher Chin's lizard, who is a high-level pet. We were practically getting beaten up." Qiao Sang couldn't help but interrupt her. "Isn't this one-sided beating? Don't mention the battle between primary pets and high-level pets. Even if Yabao evolved into a fireling dog, I wouldn't dare say it could fight against high-level pets." Qiao Sang asked in confusion. "So how were you beaten?" "None of our 11 pets managed to hit it with a single skill even after exhausting all their energy and stamina," Jean Fifin said with grievance. Qiao Sang, "So bad." Jean Fifin continued. "In the end, we went to the gravity room for an hour." "Gravity room?" Qiao Sang's eyes lit up, not expecting the school to have a gravity room. With Yabao evolving into a fireling dog, speed training would definitely require new weighted equipment, so they wouldn't need to buy it. This could save a lot of expenses. Jean Fifin glanced at the fireling dog, which had flown back to the living room, and said enviously, "I didn't expect the fire-toothed dog to evolve into such a good-looking pet. With looks like that, it will definitely be selected for the coordination team." Qiao Sang quickly said, "Don't say such unlucky things. I'm going to the battle team." Jean Fifin, "True, the battle team has a better future than the coordination team." The next morning, training ground number 2, when Qiao Sang entered with Qiao Sunbao on her head, everyone was instantly captivated by the beautiful mane of the pet beside her, which looked both handsome and magnificent. Everyone erupted and directly surrounded Qiao Sang. "You're Qiao Sang, right? I remember you from yesterday." "Qiao Sang, what is this pet called? Is it a family pet? Is this pet not from our Yuhua region? Is this a fire-type pet?" A group of people bombarded her with questions. Only Zheng Yining, Lu Liangya, and Lu Yu keenly noticed that the fire-toothed dog, which had always been by Qiao Sang's side, was missing. "Haha, this is the fire-toothed dog. It just evolved yesterday," Qiao Sang said with a smile. Yabao called out to prove its identity. It proudly lifted its head, making it easier for others to see its handsome appearance. Although there were no mirrors in the place they lived now, it didn't hinder it from knowing it looked very handsome from the admiration of others. The training ground fell silent, and everyone looked at each other. "Fire-toothed dog? Evolved? Looks like this? Do you believe it?" "I don't." Qin, who had been paying attention to this side, was stunned. Yesterday, she was in contact with the vice principal, so she naturally knew that the fire-toothed dog had been taken out by Qiao Sang to evolve. But the one in front of her made her heart tremble, and she couldn't care less about going out, trembling hands dialing the phone right there. "Hello, vice principal." She completely didn't notice Luo Qian beside her, staring at the new evolved fire-toothed dog with shining eyes. 30 seconds later, "Xian." Qiao Sang looked up at the suddenly appearing Teacher Xian and felt a bad premonition in her heart. "No way, Teacher Xian Yu." Before she could finish her sentence, everything went dark in front of her. "Tian Xianbat, your grandfather." Chapter 122. Thank you, Vice Principal. Vice Principal's office. Qiao Sang, pale-faced, half kneeling on the ground with her hands supporting herself, tried to calm her emotions and control the impulse to curse. Impulses are bad. They are the devil. It's just that there was a sudden spatial movement without a reminder, and this is the 5th time. Excluding the 3rd time when she was prepared to go to the GNU building, it's actually only 4 times. It's not a big deal. Qiao Sang stood up, raised her head, and showed a polite and gentle smile. Vice Principal, you called for me? Lu Yao remained silent, focusing intently on the unfamiliar pet beast in front of him. Its fur was sleek and magnificent, with red stripes marking it as a feline companion beast. From many angles, it looked more like a tiger or lion pet, with a long fluffy tail and red eyes. The iconic fangs, compared to those of the fire-toothed dog, were now clearly much smaller. The fangs of the fire-toothed dog were milky white, while in this form, they were cold white, shorter but looking sharper. Why did it evolve into a new form? What were the conditions? Vice Principal, Qiao Sang called out twice. Lu Yao finally looked up, his gaze landing on the youthful face of the child, revealing a complex expression. He hadn't expected her to evolve the fire-toothed dog into a whole new branch. Just this alone was enough to surpass the talents of her generation. Originally, Teacher Qin had told me, but I didn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. Lu Yao chuckled quietly. Teacher Qin? Qiao Sang was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Teacher Qin had also mentioned the energy value last time. It seemed her speed in relaying messages was on par with her mother's. Let us sit down and talk, Lu Yao said, not sitting in the vice principal's exclusive soft chair, but instead on the guest sofa. Qiao Sang sat down on the other side. Old Xian, make tea, Lu Yao said, looking at the Tianxian bat. The bat flapped its wings, emitting a blue light. Cups, a kettle, and tea leaves floated up, clearly showing that this wasn't tea its first time doing this. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up as her mind began to imagine a wonderful future where Yabao and Xiao Sunbo expertly used their psychic powers. Qiao Sang shook her head. She was still in a daze when Yabao evolved into the flame-listening dog. What do you think caused your fire-toothed dog to evolve into a new form? Lu Yao continued to ask. Because of the energy value? Qiao Sang thought for a moment and replied. That might be a part of it, but not entirely. Our research institute in Yuhua has tried cultivating various pets to exceed the normal energy values before letting them evolve. Although not all pets have been successfully cultivated. The fire-toothed dog is one of them. However, if it were just the condition of exceeding the normal energy value, it would still evolve into the flame-listening dog. Lu Yao said patiently. Qiao Sang nodded. Sometimes, pet evolution doesn't only have one condition. For example, the silver-tailed sea serpent we encountered before had to meet 2 conditions simultaneously, being in the sea and having a mouthful of venom dew. Xian. At this moment, the Tianxian bat finished brewing the tea, pouring 5 cups in total. 4 cups floated to the guest table under psychic control. Clearly 2 were for Yabao and Xiao Sunbo, and 1 was for itself. The Tianxian bat held the cup like an old scholar and slowly savored it. Qiao Sang looked on in amazement. It turned out that pets also enjoyed drinking tea. Yabao, Sun, Xiao Sunbo floated over and sniffed. Although it felt that the smell couldn't compare to milk, it curiously stuck out its tongue and licked it. Sun, so bitter, so hard to drink. Qiao Sang suppressed her urge to laugh and suddenly thought of something, saying, could it be related to intimacy? When the relationship between a pet and its beast master reaches a certain level of understanding and intimacy, it might promote the pet's evolution, and the form would differ from ordinary evolution. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Intimacy? How long have you been under contract for your intimacy to reach this level? However, Qiao Sang's talent could not be judged by normal standards. It wasn't impossible for her. The Research Institute had basically conducted studies on intimacy for all pets, and the fire-toothed dog could not evolve based on intimacy alone. Lu Yao shook his head. What if both the energy value is exceeded and the intimacy is reached? Qiao Sang asked. Although there are very few who can meet both requirements, it's not that no one has achieved it after so many years of social development. Think again about what makes your fire-toothed dog different from other fire-toothed dogs, Lu Yao said, taking a sip of tea. Qiao Sang also took a sip. Vice Principal, I'm just a student. I haven't even started my first year of high school yet. Discussing how the fire-toothed dog evolves into a new form should be left to professionals. Lu Yao put down his cup and cleared his throat. I am a researcher. A senior one. Qiao Sang, the vice principal's status is impressive. Not only is he a senior beast master, but he is also a senior researcher. Compared to that, the vice principal of Shengshui High School seems rather useless. As the first beast master to cultivate the new form of the fire-toothed dog, I hope you can cooperate with the Research Institute for study. Lu Yao continued. Of course, there are benefits. Qiao Sang's eyes suddenly brightened. Lu Yao said seriously, I can apply for you to become a trainee researcher. If you want to pursue a research career in the future, this would be a great foundation. Qiao Sang. She naturally knew what being a researcher represented. Researchers have high prestige. only needing to complete relevant research tasks and achieve corresponding results without worrying about other matters. As long as the research project is approved, a large amount of research funding will be issued, resources will be allocated, and protection can be applied for entering certain secret realms. However, it would be too much of a time waster. She was still in her first year of high school, hadn't even started catching up on the missing theoretical knowledge. Had skipped a day of training yesterday, and if she participated in the research on the fire-toothed dog's evolution, she would probably have no time for the upcoming training sessions. Moreover, Xiao Sunbo was about to turn 1 month old, and she needed to start drafting a training plan. Yabao had just evolved to an intermediate level, and there were a lot of things waiting for her to do. Becoming a trainee researcher would undoubtedly be a huge opportunity if she wanted to become a researcher in the future, but she only wanted to make money to cultivate her pets and get into a good university, eventually becoming a professional beast master. Since she didn't want to be a researcher, this benefit, aside from the impressive title, was of no use to her. Qiao Sang organized her words in her mind, just about to politely decline. But at that moment, Lu Yao spoke. I remember you mentioned wanting to live off campus. If you participate in the research, I will agree to that. Qiao Sang. Lu Yao continued. And regarding the phone, I can approve that too, but it cannot be taken out during class. Qiao Sang. I forgot to mention that trainee researchers get paid 100,000 a month. Qiao Sang suddenly stood up. Thank you, Vice Principal, for giving me this opportunity. Chapter 123, is this a fireball? Under various temptations, Qiao Sang corrected her attitude. She answered whatever the Vice Principal asked. What do you think, besides energy value and intimacy? Could be another reason for the fire-toothed dog evolving into a new form? Could it be related to the fire evolution agent? Qiao Sang speculated. Other fire-toothed dogs evolved with fire-type evolution stones, while Yabao relied on the fire evolution agent, making it hard not to consider this factor. Lu Yao pondered seriously. There was indeed a possibility. Although both promote evolution, the components of the fire evolution agent are completely different from evolution stones. Some pets can evolve into different forms based on the time of day they evolve, let alone the influence of evolution materials. Anything else? Lu Yao asked expectantly. Could it have been influenced by Teacher Xian's spatial movement? Qiao Sang said. Lu Yao was taken aback. How so? Lu Yao fell silent for several seconds to digest this information. Superpower system. Unexpectedly, there is an addition to the superpower system. This time, the research is likely to attract attention beyond the Yuhua region, and its research value is even more terrifying than he imagined. The selection of the research team members must be approached with great caution. A flurry of guesses, strong as a tiger, actually misses the mark entirely, leading future research teams down many wrong paths. Of course, that's a story for later. Training ground number 2. As soon as they entered, they saw 2 teachers in a tense standoff. What is going on? Qiao Sang approached and curiously patted Jean Fifan on the shoulder. This pat drew the attention of the students who were originally just watching the teachers argue. Qiao Sang felt a bit confused. Why were they looking at her instead of enjoying the spectacle? Noticing Qiao Sang's arrival, Jean Fifan's expression became complicated as he whispered, just now, the grouping was announced, and you were assigned to the individual combat group. Qiao Sang felt a surge of joy in her heart. Not bad, the teachers have a good eye. Even though she didn't complete all the tests, they still recognized her strength. But what does this have to do with the current situation? The next moment, Jean Fifan cleared her confusion. Teacher Qin wanted you in the individual combat group, while Teacher Luo wanted you in the individual coordination group, so they ended up arguing. It turns out this was all because of her excellence. Qiao Sang felt a mix of emotions. Recalling how just 2 months ago she had been called to the office and criticized for her poor grades, and now she was being fought over by 2 teachers. What about you? Which group were you assigned to? Qiao Sang asked, though she sympathized with her roommate for not being placed in the group she wanted. It was indeed a good choice for Xiao Qiupu to be assigned to the team combat group. Just as Qiao Sang was about to offer some comforting words, she suddenly felt 2 strong gazes. Looking up, she found both teachers staring at her. She didn't expect Qin to be so scheming, directly asking the vice principal to assign her to the combat group, but it didn't matter, as long as Qiao Sang was willing to come to him. He would tear his face to bring her over. Of course, it's the combat group. Luo Qian, you could at least hesitate for a moment. After the groups were assigned, the training for the 12 people was split up, whether in the individual combat group or the team combat group. They all followed Qin to the playground. Among the 6 people, Qiao Sang recognized 3. Besides Jean Fifan, Lu Yangye was also assigned to the team combat group. And there was also Lu Yu in the individual combat group. Except for one person, everyone else had been tested yesterday. Qin, with a serious expression, said, Qiao Sang, step forward. Qiao Sang obediently took a step forward. Everyone else had a match with me yesterday, and since you weren't here, you'll make it up today. As she spoke, Qin formed hand seals and summoned Zhizhidi. Upon seeing Zhizhidi, Qiao Sang felt a shiver. The impression that tongue left on her was too deep. Yeah, Yabao excitedly called out from the side. It hadn't he fought in a long time, and didn't he even know how strong it was now? Qiao Sang felt influenced by Yabao's excitement and her heart began to race. The last proper battle was a month ago. During this month, Yabao had trained hard, consuming energy daily and still continuing to train. Now, it had reached the essence of its skills, learned Meteor Shower, and evolved into Yinling Hound, making significant progress. She also wanted to test Yabao's current strength. After a tacit glance between Qiao Sang and Yabao, Yabao jumped in front of Qiao Sang, glaring fiercely at Zhizhidi. Yeah, do you think Qiao Sang can hit Teacher Qin's Zhizhidi? It should be possible, right? After all, her pet is a mid-level pet and definitely stronger than us. But it's just a matter of hitting it. At most, she'll lose without looking too bad. Who knows? She might even win. Those discussing it were momentarily stunned, then turned their heads and laughed. Lu Yu, I always thought you were the aloof type. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Lu Yu, he just stating the obvious. Although he also thinks the chances are slim. Who would have thought that during the Baixin competition, Qiao Sang's fiery dog could defeat Ho Xiong Yu's controlling pet? You go ahead and attack, Qinwen said. Qiao Sang nodded and didn't hold back. At the same time, Yabao opened its mouth, and a basketball-sized ball of blazing fire ruthlessly shot towards the opponent. But Yabao's attack was too fast. Almost as soon as Qiao Sang nodded, the attack was launched. In front of Zhizhidi, just as a little water wall began to form, the fireball was only about 2 meters away from it. Qinwen's heart tightened. With years of experience, she could tell that even a formed water wall would not be able to fully withstand this flame filled with overwhelming energy. Jump, Qinwen quickly commanded. Zhizhidi didn't hesitate and immediately followed the Beast Master's command, bending its legs and leaping up. Quick reaction, high jump. But the energy of this fireball was too terrifying. The basketball-sized fireball exploded on the ground, and the fire wave rolled outwards from the spot where the fireball fell, with scorching flames licking up to Zhizhidi's feet. Zhizhidi let out a cry, bouncing even higher due to the flames. A group of people was stunned. What the hell? She hit on the first attack? Is that a fireball? Someone swallowed hard. Nonsense. Do you see this thing? Does it look like a fireball? This is a blazing fireball. Lu Liangye shouted loudly. Chapter 124. Where is the school? Zhizhidi is large, and at this moment, with both feet off the ground, it can only fall down and cannot move in any other direction. As long as the speed of the attack is fast enough, it is simply a live target. Unfortunately, given the distance between them, Yabao still couldn't achieve such a speed to directly hit Zhizhidi while it was in the air. It should be aimed at the spot where the opponent would land, which is where the fireball just hit. After analyzing the situation, Qiao Sang wanted to speak. However, just at that moment, Yabao seemed to sense her thoughts and unleashed an attack with a basketball-sized spark towards the location she had envisioned in her mind. As Zhizhidi just landed, its injured foot made direct contact with the still hot ground, and it bravely held back a cry. However, the next second, a fireball containing terrifying energy rushed towards it. Zhezha. The crowd was dumbfounded. How does it feel like Qiao Sang is gaining the upper hand? Wang Jihong exclaimed. He was the last person in the individual combat group. You're not mistaken. Lu Liangye nodded seriously. He could no longer feel competitive towards Qiao Sang. If the opponent was only slightly stronger, he might still feel unconvinced, but if the opponent was overwhelmingly stronger, directly crushing him in every aspect, then he could only feel admiration. Lick, Qinwen said calmly. Lick. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the little treasure ghost. She remembered that the little treasure ghost also had this skill. It could lick with its tongue, causing a chance to paralyze the opponent. But this had to be done up close. Logically, water-type pets are generally suited for long-range attacks, especially since water-type pets move slower on land than they do in water. Could it be that Zhizhidi has learned some ultimate move that allows it to unexpectedly come here? Yabao. Qiao Sang called out its name without saying much. Yeah, Yabao responded, its eyes sharpening in vigilance. Zhizhidi stood in place, extending its long tongue and licking its wound. Qiao Sang, Yabao, if not now? When to attack? Just as Qiao Sang thought this, a blue light radiated from Yabao, and Zhizhidi's movement suddenly froze, unable to move. Qinwen was stunned. This is telekinesis? How could it be telekinesis? Isn't this a fire-type pet? Meteor shower. Yabao tilted its head back, gathering energy within. However, at that moment, the blue light on Yabao dissipated, and Zhizhidi lost control. Qiao Sang was taken aback. This was different from what she had imagined. She had thought that under controlled conditions, the meteor shower would fall, making it impossible for Zhizhidi to avoid it. After all, with Yabao's current energy, it was not enough to cover the entire area, and Zhizhidi should have the ability to dodge without control. But now, the psychic power was gone. Could it be that Yabao couldn't release 2 skills simultaneously? No. When using the fire tooth, Yabao could also initiate a charge at the same time. Was it a matter of different attributes, or did this require later training to achieve? While Qiao Sang was pondering, Wen's heart was racing, and she quickly terminated the battle. That's enough. The battle ends here. Oh my god. If she heard correctly, Qiao Sang just mentioned the meteor shower, right? That meteor shower. Originally just a test of combat level, that was already enough. Hearing this, Yabao was stunned, and the unfinished energy ball dissipated. Yeah? Not going to fight anymore? Qiao Sang, you did very well. There are other training sessions to follow, so let's not waste the pet's stamina and energy, Wen said, wiping her sweat as she stepped forward. Not waste the pet's stamina and energy? Who was it that exhausted all their pet's energy yesterday? At 6 p.m., she lay on her bed and picked up her phone to buy a rope that Yabao's current size could wear, so she could string the fire pearl later. She also looked at several houses for rent near Holy Water High School. Her requirements for the house were not high. Besides being close to the school, it had to be fully furnished with appliances, have a water tank, and not have many neighbors nearby. Otherwise, the sound of skills being released every day would likely draw complaints. Unfortunately, with these 4 requirements, she only found 2 houses for rent. After confirming the viewing times with both, Qiao Sang closed her phone. She looked up at Yabao and Xiao Sunbao playing above her room. After a whole day's training, she hadn't even reached Yabao's limits. It had run 10 laps while the other pets had just finished 2. The gravity in the gravity room was set to 10 for fairness, which was the gravity Yabao had already mastered 800 years ago. After staring at her 2 pets for a while, Qiao Sang's eyes suddenly lit up. At 6:45 p.m. on the playground, a figure glowing blue was running around the field, and upon closer inspection, one could see that this figure was about 5 centimeters above the ground. Yabao, don't go too fast, be steady. What we're after is not speed, but stability. The longer you run, the greater the effect. Qiao Sang said lazily as she lay on Yabao's back with her hands behind her head, gazing at the sky. Yeah, Yabao chirped cheerfully and then slowed down. Qiao Sang, resting on the soft fur and enjoying the evening breeze, felt increasingly proud of her cleverness. If fire-type skills couldn't be trained in school, then let's practice psychic-type skills first. Using psychic power while being carried by it to run not only trains the release of psychic power, but also exercises physical fitness and allows her to enjoy the night sky, 3 benefits in 1. Xiao Sunbao lay on Qiao Sang's belly in the same position, looking at the night sky. It stared at the twinkling stars in a daze. After a while, Xiao Sunbao reached out a paw and poked Qiao Sang's belly. Sun. Okay. We can't do that, Qiao Sang chuckled. Wanting stars is really cute. Sun. Hearing the dialogue, Yabao looked up at the night sky. It could fly now. It was just a matter of getting a star for its little brother. Simple. Qiao Sang looked at the starry sky with a pleasant and tranquil mood. It had been a long time since she had felt this calm. The evening breeze was so gentle, though it didn't seem very gentle. Qiao Sang hugged Xiao Sunbao tightly and turned her head to look. Where was the school? Where was the playground? Where was the ground? Chapter 125, Sophomore Team, Aw. Qiao Sang had once thought that her contracted pet would be able to fly her into the sky. But she had never imagined that this pet would be Yabao. In society, flying-type pets were generally the ones that could carry people to the sky. Psychic-type pets could use psychic power to allow people to move in the air. But on one hand, psychic-type pets were too rare and expensive, on the other hand. To control someone to move in the air for an extended period would consume a lot of energy, and the pet's level would need to be at least high tier or above. However, even if a psychic-type pet could allow someone to move several kilometers or dozens of kilometers in the air, no one would do that. Isn't it much better to fly steadily on a flying-type pet? There's no need to hover in the air, which is both unsafe and not fast enough. But with Yabao, there was no need to worry about these 2 points, because it could be ridden. Just for this reason. Once the news about the flame-listening dog was announced, it would definitely cause a nationwide sensation. However, Qiao Sang did not feel any excitement at that moment. She cautiously looked down from Yabao's back and immediately felt a bit dizzy. Yabao, why are you running up towards the sky? Qiao Sang asked, her voice trembling. Yeah, Sun. Xiao Sunbao instantly cheered. Qiao Sang. In the end, she couldn't reach the stars. However, she discovered the possibility of flying into the sky without contracting a flying-type pet while on Yabao. Not to mention, its fur was smooth and comfortable to sit on. And without 2 big wings blocking her view from time to time, it was simply the perfect flying mount. Fortunately, Yabao was relatively obedient. As for flying in the future, she could only wait until she tested Yabao's physical limits and energy before making any considerations. The next day, August 3rd, Qiao Sang struggled to get out of bed until after 8. Xiao Sunbao held a bottle of milk at the bedside, looking up at the sky with a longing expression. Yabao, as usual, was working hard, floating in the room and practicing with psychic power. 3 bottles of milk were suspended in front of it, being sent to its mouth in a crisscross pattern under the control of psychic power. It was time to switch from milk to energy meals, Qiao Sang thought, looking at the milk that was completely mismatched with Yabao's current size. After washing up, She came to the living room and saw her roommate looking at her phone at the dining table. "You're up?" Jean Fifen exclaimed with surprise, looking up. "Yeah," Qiao Sang yawned. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Jean Fifen asked, noticing Qiao Sang's tired appearance. Fortunately, with Yabao, she simply jumped over the wall, but later found that the door downstairs of the dormitory was also closed, so she had to rely on Yabao to fly to the dormitory balcony to get in. This back and forth made her late. "You didn't sleep well either?" Qiao Sang noticed the word "you" in her roommate's question. "Yeah. Last night, I heard a terrifying scream that sounded like something from a horror movie, and it scared me to death. I spent the whole night wondering if something happened outside," Jean Fifen said, still feeling frightened. "I knocked on your door, but you didn't respond. Did you hear that noise?" Qiao Sang shook her head. "Maybe I wasn't in the dorm at that time. I didn't hear any noise." Jean Fifen was stunned, her face turned pale. And her previously calm mood tightened again. "Could it be that I was the only one who heard it? I felt that sound was quite loud." Her roommate was really too timid. Qiao Sang paused for a moment, looking at Jean Fifen's frightened expression, and asked, "What time did you hear it?" "Let me think again." Jean Fifen thought for a moment and said, "Around 7:40 p.m. "Wait a minute." Qiao Sang's expression became stiff. The terrifying scream that sounded like something from a horror movie wouldn't have been her, would it? "Did you remember something?" Jean Fifen asked expectantly. No. After finishing a day's training in the afternoon, Qiao Sang was just about to leave when she was called. "Teacher Qin, what's the matter?" she asked as she approached the wall. "How do you feel after these days of training?" Qin asked with a smile. "I feel like I've gotten darker." Qiao Sang replied seriously. When she was training back home, she would always hide in shaded places. After coming here, she spent most of her time exposed to the sun on the playground, and in just 2 days, she felt like she had tanned a shade darker. "Qinwen, who asked you that?" She fell silent for a few seconds and said, "You can let your treasure-seeking ghost learn a skill called shadow cover. It can envelop things in shadow, which is used for concealment and won't cause any harm to people." "Treasure." The little treasure-seeking ghost blinked. "Okay." Qiao Sang nodded. "There's no rush on this. We can talk about it when the little treasure-seeking ghost is a month old and can start training. You have already contracted 2 pet beasts, one of which is a mid-level pet beast, so it's not very suitable to train with the freshmen. Gather at Training Ground 5 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And from now on, you'll train with the sophomore school team." Qinwen didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up. It turned out the teacher had considered everything. "A task?" Qiao Sang asked curiously. "Yes, unlike the freshmen. The students who can join the sophomore school team are all top students with 2 mid-level pet beasts, in addition to basic training. We will also have them take on some tasks from the Beastmaster Association to gain experience. Although our battle group has 6 members, the individual battle group is different from the team battle group. We require the students in the individual battle group to take on individual tasks, and those in the team battle group to take on team tasks. You'll do the same when you go over." The current coach of the sophomore team is teacher Zheng Guoping, whom you should have met when you were specially recruited. Qinwen smiled. Qiao Sang thought for a moment and asked, "Is he the teacher who acts as a referee?" "No." Qinwen paused. "He's the one with a particularly loud voice and a very irritable temper." Qiao Sang, "But he's actually quite nice," Qinwen added. Chapter 126, Zheng Baolong. In the evening, Qiao Sang finished her shower and brought Yubao to the training ground. They still ran 5 centimeters off the ground as usual. Just a few steps into the run, Qiao Sang suddenly remembered something while lying on the soft fur, propping herself up and turning her head with concern. "This time, don't just run off into the sky without a word." "Yeah," Yubao responded cheerfully. It had no obsession with star catching. It was purely because the little brother liked it. If they weren't allowed to catch stars, then they just wouldn't catch them. Training was more important. The little treasure-seeking ghost sat on its beast master's belly, staring up at the starry sky without blinking. After spending so long together, Qiao Sang had a good idea of what the little treasure-seeking ghost liked. It liked pretty things, and those pretty things were all small objects. Qiao Sang thought it necessary to teach the little treasure-seeking ghost some knowledge. But the little treasure-seeking ghost wasn't even a month old. Explaining the universe, celestial bodies, and planets was too profound. After pondering for a while, Qiao Sang said, "Don't look at it being small. It's actually bigger than Yubao. It's just that we're too far from it to think it's small." "Treasure?" The little treasure-seeking ghost paused for a moment and turned to look at the Yubao, which was gigantic in comparison to it. "Also, stars themselves don't emit light. If you've seen them up close, you'd know they're actually not brighter than your own eyes," Qiao Sang continued. It tilted its head up and down. And after pouting slightly, when it looked up again, there was a hint of disdain in its eyes. The little treasure-seeking ghost watched the starry sky for a while, then suddenly stretched out a paw and pointed upwards. "Treasure? Treasure?" In a time when humans had already successfully migrated to other planets, not going on an interstellar tour would be a real shame. But that was something that wouldn't happen for many years. Right now, getting into a good university was the priority. Qiao Sang realized that Yabao's mental power had reached Mastery 431500 in the Beast Master Manual and was increasing at a rate of 1 point every 30 seconds. Mental power, unlike other skills, can maintain its release state as long as it keeps the energy running. Gaining 1 point of proficiency every 30 seconds was an incredibly fast rate of progress. If Yabao could maintain its mental power for 24 hours, it could increase its proficiency by 2880 points in a day, reaching the peak of mastery in 7 days. Of course, that was just a dream. Maintaining mental power for 24 hours would definitely not be enough. Subtracting the time for training, eating, and sleeping, Yabao could practice mental power for at most 2 or 3 hours a day. After all, this was school, and during the day, they had to continue training. They couldn't practice as exhaustively as before every day. However, it seemed better to let it move while using mental power on the playground since Yabao was naturally active. While Qiao Sang was considering how much time to let Yabao run in the evenings, she vaguely felt a vibration from the outside. Looking over, it was the vice principal. Qiao Sang quickly answered the call. Before she could say anything, Leo spoke up. Qiao Sang, all the members of our research project team are gathered. Come over tomorrow to meet everyone. Qiao Sang was stunned for a second. They were gathered already? So fast? Sensing what Qiao Sang was thinking, Lu Yao smiled. Don't worry, it's not an immediate start to the research. It will take at least 3 months from application to project initiation. Several researchers are just interested in this project and want to come over to take a look first. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief. She thought the efficiency of society had reached such a terrifying level. But I have training camp tomorrow. Don't worry. It's in the evening, around 6 o'clock. I'll have Lao Xian come pick you up. Pick me up? It's not a bother. Lao Xian is very fast. Qiao Sang, it's just that it's too fast that there is no time to prepare, which made her feel it was a hassle. If only Yabao or the little treasure-seeking ghost could learn spatial movement in the future, that would definitely allow her to teleport after being fully prepared. The next morning at 7:43 a.m., Qiao Sang set off for training ground 5 with dark circles under her eyes. She was so excited during yesterday's conversation about training with the sophomore team that she completely forgot the training time for the sophomore team was 8 o'clock. A full hour earlier than the freshman team. Thinking that she would have to sleep an hour less every day in the future, Qiao Sang lost the excitement she had yesterday. She arrived at training ground 5 listlessly, and as soon as she stepped inside, a water gun about 10 centimeters thick came at her face. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned, and her still groggy mind didn't react immediately. Fortunately, Yabao was agile, quickly blocking in front and shooting out sparks 3 times thicker than the water gun. The water gun was instantly pushed back several meters and shattered. Bang! With a loud noise, white steam evaporated into the air above the training ground. Sorry, we are training and accidentally misfired our skill. Are you okay? A boy wearing glasses jogged over, accompanied by a duckling. Yeah. Yabao exerted itself, taking a stance ready to attack, its already red eyes turning even more crimson. Angrily locking onto the culprit who released the water gun, the boy with glasses immediately hit the brakes, stopping 3 meters away and staring blankly at the pet beast he had never seen before. Duckling. The duckling glared and also positioned itself in front of its beast master. Crown head, it's our fault. Apologize quickly. Duckling. After a moment of awkward expression, the duckling obediently called out. I'm fine. Qiao Sang was completely awake now. Since the other party didn't do it on purpose and their attitude was good in apologizing, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Yeah, Suiji, you're done for. It's been a week and you still can't control it. If Zheng Baolong finds out during today's inspection, you'll be in trouble. A buzzcut boy joked in the middle of the training ground. At the same time, a voice filled with suppressed anger came from behind Qiao Sang. Who are you calling Zheng Baolong? Chapter 127. The red target. The buzzcut boy froze in place. Suji turned his head and looked at him sympathetically, thinking that Zheng Baolong's nickname was unexpectedly caught, and this unfortunate fellow was likely to have a rough day ahead. Shi Gaofeng, repeat what you just said. Zheng Guoping entered, voice raised in anger. He was so furious that he didn't notice Qiao Sang's presence at first. Teacher, let me explain, Shi Gaofeng said, bracing himself. Zheng Baolong was actually speaking well of you, but it's a term of respect. The inspiration comes from the volcanic Tyrannosaurus. Its majestic appearance and dominating aura, don't you think it resembles you a lot? Look at how you carry yourself. It's almost identical to it when you're not angry. Qiao Sang thought, what a talent, this flattery is impressive. However, the volcanic Tyrannosaurus has a fiery temper and is easily ignited, so Zheng Baolong's nickname clearly reflects his personality. This legendary teacher, known for his bad temper, must be aware of it himself. Just when she thought that this teacher Zheng was about to explode, Qiao Sang said, Suiji. Zheng Guoping turned to Suiji, ready to scold him, but then saw Qiao Sang standing in the middle. He paused, recalling the student mentioned by the vice principal and Qin One. Autonomous awakening. 2 pet beasts, fire type, ghost type, extraordinary energy levels, and the fire dog evolving into an unprecedented new form. Zhang Guoping unconsciously straightened his posture. Wanting to leave a good impression on this genius girl, he softened his tone and asked in a volume lower than usual, "You must be Qiao Sang, right?" Everyone present, including another girl who had been silent, was stunned. After being tormented under Zheng Baolong for a whole year, when had they ever seen him so gentle? Could she actually be his unknown daughter? The three of them glanced at Zheng Baolong and then at Qiao Sang, quickly dismissing that guess, with Zheng Baolong's genes. He couldn't possibly have such a beautiful daughter. After Qiao Sang calmly chatted with Zheng Guoping for a few sentences, they finally began the day's training. From now on, Qiao Sang will train with you. She's a new student, so if there is anything she doesn't understand, you can teach her as seniors when I'm not around, Zhang Guoping said. Suji and the others were taken aback. New student? They froze, unable to think about the new student issue anymore. Zhang Guoping picked up the tablet in his hand, frowned after glancing at it, and said dissatisfiedly, "Shi Gaofeng, how did you handle this task? I just asked you to absorb fat. Such a simple task, and you still got a complaint?" Shi Gaofeng said aggrievedly. Xiaomei really controlled the amount of fat she absorbed very seriously. The woman's weight was exactly 10 pounds less than she requested, but when she looked in the mirror, she said her chest was smaller and then gave a bad review. Mei, next to him, a round, purplish-red creature with grayish-white limbs, named the Jellyberry, nodded repeatedly. Qiao Sang thought, so this was the task to be done? Zhang Guoping said sternly, that's because you made the Jellyberry absorb fat from the same spot. According to the task issuer's requirements, you should have let the Jellyberry's spines penetrate different areas simultaneously to absorb fat to different extents. This way, you can complete the task while also training the Jellyberry's control abilities. Qiao Sang suddenly understood. So this was the true purpose of the task. And Suiji, you were supposed to create a wave in the water to give the task issuer an opportunity to hug his favorite girl. How could you not control that and end up pushing the task issuer onto the shore? Zhang Guoping said with a scowl. Suji and Li Duck lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wang Yu. Zhang Guoping looked at the tablet, nearly bursting a blood vessel. The task issuer said you completed the task, but during the final confirmation, you beat up his long-tailed snake. Why? Wang Yao glanced nervously at her fire sparrow, bit her lip, and said, because the long-tailed snake kept flicking its tongue. And Xiaoyan thought it was provoking him, so he made a move. Qiao Sang looked at the fire sparrow, which was yawning beside her, surprised. Is it really that fierce? Zhang Guoping took a deep breath, reminding himself not to get angry in front of Qiao Sang on her first day. Once his anger subsided a little, he coldly said, it's been so long and you still can't control your pet's behavior, although it's a fire-type pet. The fire sparrow is your first contracted pet, and you've been together for a whole year. This new student, Qiao Sang, contracted her first pet just 2 months ago. And yet she never has situations like the fire sparrow. The implication of this statement was significant. First, the time for contracting a fire-type pet is 2 months. But the new students all awakened a month ago, indicating that this new girl had autonomously awakened. And in 2 months, Wang Yao and the others stared blankly at the pet they couldn't name. It clearly didn't look like a beginner pet at all. Yabao proudly raised its head. Qiao Sang felt a bit uneasy as she sensed the gazes of others on her. Isn't this just inviting hatred? After a few minutes of scolding, Zhang Guoping finally felt a bit more at ease. He operated a few commands on the tablet, and the floor of the training area began moving from the center to the sides, revealing a rocky terrain rising from below. Qiao Sang couldn't help but marvel. Truly, it's the best beast taming high school in Hangang City. Such a facility requires a significant amount of money. And ordinary beast taming high schools wouldn't waste the Education Bureau's funds on creating it so casually. Looking at the new venue, she saw that the center was filled with rocks, with 6 fixed red targets at the front, each only about 10 centimeters in diameter. From Qiao Sang's position on the left side of the venue, these red targets looked even smaller than coins. Suiji, you go first. Zhang Guoping called out from the side of the red targets. Shi Gaofeng patted his shoulder with a look of sympathy. Suji stepped forward with a grim face. Qiao Sang didn't understand why he looked so worried. To her, it seemed simple to just use skills to attack the red targets. Although the distance was a bit far, about 35 meters, the targets were fixed in place, so as long as the skill's power and range were sufficient, it shouldn't be a problem. But the next second, Qiao Sang was dumbfounded. Suiji's Liso duck stomped its feet, clenched its claws into fists at its sides, opened its mouth and shot out a water gun that was far below the normal width. Then it sprayed right onto Zheng Baolong's face. The entire training ground fell into complete silence. Suji's face turned pale as paper, eyes filled with panic and despair. Liso duck silently stepped back 2 paces. The expansive training ground was only filled with the sound of dripping water, along with Sun. The little Xuanbao ghost, which had been invisible, appeared, rolling around happily above Qiao Sang's head. Before Qiao Sang's head was big enough for it to roll around, it rolled out and stabilized itself floating in the air. And it wasn't over yet. After stabilizing, the little Xuanbao ghost looked at Zheng Baolong, whose face was still dripping, and pointed at him with its short claws while laughing loudly. Son, son, son. Everyone's gaze converged on it, including Zheng Baolong. Qiao Sang appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was racing. After thinking for 2 seconds, she raised her hand and recalled the little Xuanbao ghost into her beast handbook, pretending as if nothing had happened. Shi Gaofeng and the others looked at the disappearing little Xuanbao ghost with confused expressions. None of them had known there was a ghost-type pet in the training ground. And it was even collected by the new student. A new student with 2 pets. This news was so shocking that they momentarily forgot about the still frowning Zheng Baolong. Zheng Guoping's temples bulged with veins. His complexion shifted from white to blue, then from blue to black. He glanced at Suji, then at Qiao Sang, finally fixing his gaze on the former. Suji, get out and run 20 laps right now. Running 20 laps in this weather was simply inhumane. Suji's face turned pale, but she didn't dare to say much, turning to leave the training field with Li Houye. Next, Wang Yao. Zheng Guoping continued with the testing training. During Li Houye's test, Qiao Sang couldn't discern much. She simply thought it was a training exercise for releasing skills to break rock obstacles and attack micro-targets. But when the Great Flame Sparrow unleashed its flame vortex, she realized it was not so simple. Yaobao was also a fire-type pet beast, and when Yaobao was still in its initial form as a fire-toothed dog, it had undergone daily training on releasing fire-type skills. The flame vortex, as one of Yaobao's fire-type skills, was something Qiao Sang was naturally familiar with. Besides the rotation of the flames and the increase in temperature, an entry-level flame vortex was about 20 centimeters wide, with an attack range of around 3 meters. While a mastery-level flame vortex maintained the same width but had an attack range of approximately 9 meters. She had carefully researched all of Yaobao's skills online. When a fire-type pet evolved from beginner to intermediate, the flame vortex released at the same proficiency level had the same attack length but increased in width from the initial 20 centimeters to 30 centimeters. However, the flame vortex released by the Great Flame Sparrow now was neither within the mastery level of 30 centimeters wide and 9 meters long nor within the minor proficiency level of 18 meters long. Instead, it was about 8 centimeters wide and could shoot over 30 meters, nearly reaching the red target. They were conducting a test on skill compression to increase attack distance. No wonder Li Houye couldn't control the water gun, spraying it elsewhere. With insufficient limb strength, it naturally couldn't control the compressed water gun, causing it to lose direction. It was like firefighters in a previous life using high-pressure water guns and being pushed back by the reaction force of the water gun. They needed strength to manage it. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang began to feel a bit sympathetic towards Zheng Baolong. To withstand the attacks from a compressed water gun, one would need incredibly thick skin. After Wang Yu and Shi Gaofeng finished their tests, Zheng Guoping said, Qiao Sang, you try it too. Qiao Sang nodded and walked to stand directly opposite the red target. What is the name of your fire pet? Zheng Guoping asked. Qiao Sang paused for a moment, deciding to stick with the name from the Beast Master Manual. It is the Flame Listening Dog. Tooth? Yaobao looked up at its master in confusion. Flame Listening Dog? Isn't it the Burning Fire Dog? Tooth. Yaobao excitedly barked. It hadn't had a good look at its own appearance since evolving. Wang Yao watched the interaction between Qiao Sang and the Flame Listening Dog with a strange expression. What's the big deal about just looking in a mirror? Why so happy? It doesn't look like a fire-type pet at all. Shouldn't a fire-type pet sneer and look down on its master at this point? Does your flame-listening dog have any long-range attack skills? Zheng Guoping continued. Before Qiao Sang could finish her introduction, Zheng Guoping interrupted, then used the flame vortex. Let it release once. Okay, Qiao Sang replied, then exchanged glances with Yaobao. Tooth. Yaobao nodded and immediately unleashed a flame vortex towards the rocky field. A mastery-level flame vortex. Zheng Guoping recorded it while looking down. Isn't this just a mastery-level flame vortex? This flame-listening dog is already an intermediate pet, so that's normal. Although Wang Yao was not impressed by the mastery-level flame vortex, she watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded before her. A glance, without saying anything. And the flame vortex was released just like that? How did the flame-listening dog know to unleash the flame vortex? Wang Yao suddenly turned to stare at her Great Flame Sparrow, hoping it could sense what she was thinking at that moment. The Great Flame Sparrow looked confused by her gaze. After a moment of mutual staring, the Great Flame Sparrow seemed to realize something. Flame. It pointed with its left wing at its master's left eye. Wang Yao instinctively touched her left eye, then found a piece of eye crust. Wang Yu. On the other side, Zheng Guoping said, can you try to keep the energy output of the flame vortex from the flame-listening dog the same but reduce the width? Qiao Sang nodded and began to communicate with Yaobao. It's the same skill as before, but try to make the flames about this wide. Qiao Sang gestured with her hands to indicate a width of about 8 centimeters. This was different from the energy compression they did before when eating super spicy grilled wings in the alley. That was for energy compression. Now the training was to compress the width of the skill while maintaining the energy output to increase its length. 8 centimeters was the width she set based on what she saw from the Great Flame Sparrow. In her view, since both were fire-type pets, Yabao should be able to do what the great flame sparrow could do. Tooth. Yabao felt the energy within its body and quickly began to operate. It remembered the width its master mentioned. Zheng Guoping walked from the red target toward the center. He thought that the first attempt at skill compression and transformation probably wouldn't succeed. If the mastery-level flame vortex succeeded at the width Qiao Sang indicated, it should reach about 15 meters in length. If the flame-listening dog failed, he could set a length target for Qiao Sang. 15 meters is quite good. Zheng Guoping stood about 15 meters away from the flame-listening dog. At the same time, Yabao perfectly released the flame vortex with the width that Qiao Sang had indicated. The rapidly spinning flame struck a rock at a distance of 13 meters. Boom. The exploded rock flew everywhere. And one piece hit Zheng Guoping squarely in the face as he just stood there. Chapter 129 News. However, no one noticed this scene. Everyone's attention was focused on the flame-listening dog. Shi Gaofeng and Wang Yao stared in shock at the unusually wide flame vortex before them. Did it succeed on the first try? Impossible. They knew that their skills took weeks of training to see progress. Today's test was the result of a month's training. But the width of the flame vortex released by the flame-listening dog looked similar to Wang Yao's great flame sparrow. Shi Gaofeng turned to look at Wang Yao, who was still in a daze. Wang, you seem lost in thought. Flame. Meanwhile, the great flame sparrow flapped its wings on the spot, looking at Yabao with a fighting spirit, no longer appearing lazy. Tooth. Yabao was sharing its success with its master when it heard the great flame sparrow's call and turned to meet its gaze. In the great flame sparrow's eyes, it saw a fighting spirit. Tooth. Flame. The two fire-type pets locked eyes, sparks flying between them. If their masters weren't around, they might have started fighting right away. Qiao Sang watched from the side but did not stop them. In her view, competition between pets was a good thing. It would encourage progress. If Wang Yu was willing, they could have a private match. Ahem. Zheng Guoping cleared his throat. At this moment, everyone turned to look at him. Qiao Sang stared at Zheng Baolong for a moment. Teacher, what happened to your forehead? Zheng Guoping looked at Qiao Sang, his eyes filled with complexity. Feeling the pain in his forehead, he took a deep breath and said, I'm fine. Who can be blamed? Blame myself for not believing in the genius's abilities and blindly pushing forward. Yabao lay on the ground, lacking the energy to practice telekinesis as it usually did in the air. The training load in the second year of high school was indeed not comparable to that of the first year. The physical training has increased from 10 laps to 20 laps, but fortunately, there is no requirement for beast masters to run with their pets. Otherwise, she would definitely be exhausted. Moreover, they were provided with individual gravity rooms based on the pet's endurance, allowing for adjustable gravity, which is quite considerate. In short, the training is much more effective than in their first year. She was momentarily stunned, suddenly sitting up from her position against the headboard and forming a seal. Sun, Xuan. The gray star array lit up, and the little treasure spirit appeared in the array, calling out mournfully twice. After a couple of awkward laughs, Qiao Sang changed the subject, saying, you must be hungry. Hurry up and get some milk to drink. The little treasure spirit paused for a moment, sensing its hunger. It took off the ring and drank a couple of sips of milk, its eyes curving into crescent moons, forgetting to continue complaining. The vice principal hadn't contacted her yet, but everyone in the first-year school team group was tagging her one by one. Qiao Sang opened the group. The messages were still refreshing. Feng Qi, the pet in the news looks a lot like Qiao Sang's. Could it be the same one? Jiang Nai, it's the same type of pet, but it shouldn't be the same one. Feng Qi, I think it's the same one. The timing of the news report is so close to when Qiao Sang's fire-tooth dog evolved. Ping Xiao Yuan, but it says it's the first new form of the fire-tooth dog to appear. Doesn't that mean Qiao Sang is the first person to evolve a fire-tooth dog into a new form? Lu Liangya. Others can contract 2 pets now and can even evolve the fire-tooth dog. What is so impossible about that? Feng Qi, did you forget that she was suddenly taken away by Teacher Xian? Cheng Xiaoyan, hurry and tag her to ask. Feng Qi, I've tagged her for a long time. She probably isn't looking at her phone. Wang Jihong, the big shot is training with the second-year school team now. She is not as free as we are. Jiang Nai, yo. Why does that sound so sour? Cheng Xiaoyan, then let S tag her again. Qiao Sang, no need to tag. It should be about my fire-tooth dog. The news they were discussing, she had just scrolled up to read. The news was from today, talking about the new form of the fire-tooth dog. The image used was from her time at the Genie building, taken from the office door, probably by staff members who were watching the excitement at that time. However, the news specifically stated that this information was confirmed by a certain senior researcher, indicating the authenticity and reliability of the news, which should not just be the work of Song Yuan's side. If there were no surprises, this senior researcher should be the vice principal. Once this news broke, it would definitely attract public attention. It's not hard to guess that the mention of the researchers by the vice principal was to make the higher-ups pay attention and expedite the project as approval process. Otherwise, if the staff had information to leak, they would have done it earlier. They wouldn't wait for several days to release this news. The first-year school team group went into a frenzy due to Qiao Sang's comment, with everyone exclaiming in disbelief. Qiao Sang closed her phone and didn't continue chatting with them because, at that moment, Teacher Xian had appeared before her unexpectedly. That was too fast. It wasn't even 6 p.m. yet. The heavenly bat's claws moved slightly. Wait, Qiao Sang called out loudly. Xian? The heavenly bat tilted its head in confusion. The little treasure spirit quickly pulled out the milk from the ring and handed it over. Son. The heavenly bat paused at the sight of the milk and then accepted it. Qiao Sang gave the little treasure spirit an appreciative look. Teacher Xian. Yabao just finished training and is all sweaty. It hasn't bathed yet. Can we wait until it's clean before going? Qiao Sang said. Others came over specifically to see Yabao, so it should look its best. The heavenly bat nodded in agreement while holding the milk. Yabao, hearing the conversation, slightly trembled its closed eyes. Bath? A bath. It still pretended to be asleep. Qiao Sang could tell at a glance that Yabao was awake. Every time she asked it to bathe, it would either pretend to be asleep or act as if it had something else to do, sometimes even pretending not to understand. After pondering for 2 seconds, Qiao Sang thought of a solution. Aren't you going to look in the mirror? You've got to wash up and look handsome before showing off your current appearance. Yabao perked up its ears at this, and the next second it opened its eyes, stood up, and walked towards the bathroom. Yaba yaya. After taking a couple of steps, it turned its head to urge its beast master to keep up with it. Qiao Sang, Yueha Hotel. Jiqing Pavilion Private Room. When Qiao Sang was teleported here, she found the vice principal was the only one sitting at the table. The others had encountered some issues on the way and would arrive later. You don't have to worry about them. Just sit down and eat something first. Lu Yao looked at Qiao Sang, who had been teleported over, with a calm expression. After Qiao Sang sat down, Lu Yao smiled and asked, "How was the training with the second-year school team today? Was there anything you didn't understand?" Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback. Was there anything she didn't understand? There really was. I heard that the second-year school team members have contracted 2 pets, but why did I only see them training one today? Qiao Sang asked. Chapter 130. Renting a house. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned and asked, "Is it a long-term arrangement?" Lu Yao chuckled. Yes, after all, a person's energy is limited. Unless you are a professional beast master, you can't possibly take care of multiple pets. As students of the school team, you have to dedicate most of your time to training your pets. If all your time is spent on them, that's fine, but you also have to study. This way, it becomes very difficult for both pets to progress in various aspects. However, if one is kept nearby and the other is in the training facility, the efficiency will be much higher. Qiao Sang nodded. Indeed, when there are multiple pets, sometimes it's hard to manage all of them. If a pet is trained by someone else during class, it's easy to fall behind in efficiency compared to classmates who didn't train. Moreover, different attribute species of pets focus on different aspects. Some pets are suitable for certain types of training, while others are not. For example, the little treasure spirit is not suitable for physical speed training. Its ghost-type characteristics and the teleportation skill are already enough for it to be unpredictable in battles. Additionally, its movement and evasion mainly rely on energy rather than physical strength. Do you have any other questions? Lu Yao asked. It was rare to have a knowledgeable senior face-to-face answering her doubts, and Qiao Sang naturally didn't want to waste this opportunity. On the path of being a beast master, without guidance, relying on oneself to explore, it's basically impossible to go far. Even if you have money and resources, someone still has to tell you how to use them. Otherwise, it would be like when the Wan Yin fruit was placed in front of her, and she foolishly thought it was a fruit for humans to eat. Although Qiao Sang has a golden finger, if it weren't for Yabao's high talent and diligence, and its ability to discuss how to learn skills online, she wouldn't have come this far on her own. Qiao Sang finally asked the questions that had been weighing on her mind for the past 2 days. I noticed that when Yabao uses telekinesis, it can't use fire-type skills. Is it because skills of 2 different attributes can't be used at the same time? She had searched for this question online before. However, the answers online varied, and each person seemed to make a lot of sense. She didn't know which was the exact answer. Liu was stunned for a moment, not expecting Qiao Sang to ask this question. He thought for a moment and said, "What you're referring to should be a combination technique. It is possible, but this basically occurs in double battles. If a single pet attempts a combination technique, the difficulty is very high. Just taking your Yabao as an example, not to mention the attribute issue. Do you think it can release a jet of flame while also releasing a flame vortex?" Qiao Sang shook her head. Of course not. It only has one mouth. Similarly, when a pet maintains one skill, it basically cannot use another skill. Liu smiled and said, "You can think of it differently. Why must the skills be released simultaneously? As long as the pet can release its skills quickly enough, it can completely form combination techniques." Qiao Sang asked, "But why can psychic-type pets use their telekinesis to maintain themselves in the air and attack with skills, yet can't use other skills when controlling others with telekinesis. Liu Yao replied, because maintaining themselves with telekinesis is already instinctual for them. He continued, when using a skill becomes as easy as breathing. They naturally have the energy to do other things. While Qiao Sang was chatting with Liu Yao, Yabao had already circled the private room 3 times. Where's the mirror? You said there would be a mirror. There were a total of 9 researchers for the project. For some reason, 2 of them were absent today. Seeing that the vice principal didn't ask any more questions, Qiao Sang naturally didn't say anything either. There were hardly any people eating. Everyone was gathered around Yabao, eyes shining with curiosity as they asked questions. After finishing the meal and joining a research group, Qiao Sang left the Yueha Hotel but did not head towards the school, because she had an appointment. Xingtong Street, near Xingshui High School. You must be Miss Qiao? A young man in his 20s, wearing a white shirt, descended on a fat dove. That's me, Qiao Sang nodded. Just call me Xiao Wang. Which of the 2 houses would you like to see first? The young man asked. He discreetly glanced at the stunning pet beside the girl that he couldn't name. The one on Shirtuo Road, Qiao Sang said. It was closer to Xingshui High School, her first choice. An hour later, Qiao Sang chose the house on Chang'an Road. The reason was simple, it was cheap. The house on Shirtuo Road was 12,000 alliance coins a month, while the one on Chang'an Road was only 5,000 alliance coins a month. Both houses had similar size and layout, and when she looked online, they were both around 10,000 alliance coins. However, the house on Chang'an Road had been suddenly marked for urgent rental just 2 days ago, so the price was lowered. By the time she signed the rental contract and received the keys, it was nearly 10 p.m. She brought Yabao to the courtyard by the pool that she particularly liked, and said with a smile, you can look into the water for now. The mirror here isn't big enough. I'll buy a full-length mirror tomorrow when we move in. Yabao was almost moved to tears. You remembered. It thought its master had forgotten. Yeah. Yabao hurriedly ran to the edge of the pool and looked down, stunned. Who was this handsome pet? Xiao Sun, who had been invisibly perched on Qiao Sang's head, floated over to the pool to look at its reflection as well. As it stared, it began to make faces at its reflection. Ya? Ya ya? Yabao turned to look at its master with a serious face. This descriptor must have been learned from the super invincible spicy grilled wings, right? Ya. Yabao's eyes lit up, and it excitedly looked into the water again. 10 minutes later, Yabao was still looking. Yabao, that's enough. Tomorrow when we buy the mirror, it will be clearer. For now, let's try a training exercise. Qiao Sang said. This idea had come to her as inspiration after talking with the vice principal that evening. Although it was late, she just wanted to give it a try. It wouldn't take much time. Upon hearing the word training, Yabao immediately turned its head away from its reflection. First, create a clone, Qiao Sang instructed. Yabao complied. 2 identical Yanling hounds appeared by the pool, indistinguishable from one another. Qiao Sang picked up a stone from the ground and threw it above the pool. The clone used telekinesis to control the stone. Just as she finished speaking, the left Yanling hound's eyes turned blue, and the stone stopped falling in midair. Seeing the stone remain still made Qiao Sang's heart race. She quickly said, now try using your main body to shoot sparks at it. Chapter 131. Did you play in the water? If one mouth can't simultaneously release flame jets and flame whirlwinds, can 2 mouths do it? Following this logic, if there were 2 Yanling hounds, could one use psychic-type skills while the other used fire-type skills? Qiao Sang looked at Yabao's main body with anticipation. The right Yanling hound opened its mouth, and intense flames began to gather in front of it, dazzlingly bright in the night. However, in the next second, the not yet formed fireball suddenly dissipated. Qiao Sang was taken aback. It had failed. However, it couldn't be considered a complete failure, as at least the flames had appeared while the clone was controlling them with telekinesis. But where did the problem lie? At that time, all the clones could release skills, but they were all using the same skill. After thinking for a while, Qiao Sang realized the clones had no consciousness, and all their actions were controlled by the main body. It was fine if only one action was controlled, but it became a bit strenuous with more. Both the main body and the clones had energy to release skills. Since it wasn't an energy issue, it had to be a mental power issue. Maintaining the clones while the main body was trying to perform a completely different skill made it difficult for Yabao to operate both sides effectively. In simple terms, it was just a matter of not having enough brain power. Qiao Sang looked complexly at Yabao, who was still in a daze. Ya? Yabao looked shocked and confused at the vanishing sparks in front of it. The skill it practiced the most was sparks, yet it hadn't been released this time. Overwhelmed with shock, Yabao forgot to maintain the shadow clone, and the stone that lost telekinetic control fell into the pool, causing a ripple. At the same time, a pair of dark eyes opened at the bottom of the water, unseen by anyone. Xiaosun seemed to sense something and curiously looked toward the pool. The eyes at the bottom closed again. Soon? Yeah. Yabao shook its head. It felt that it wasn't tired and could train now. Qiao Sang felt a bit of a headache. What to do if her pet was too eager? Staying up late will make you ugly, Qiao Sang teased. Ugly? That won't do. Yeah. Yabao squatted down, signaling its master to get on and hurry up. You're really easy to trick, Qiao Sang thought. After Qiao Sang left, the dark eyes at the bottom of the pool opened again. The next day, she opened the delivery that had just arrived today, which contained a new leash she bought for Yabao. Jean Fifin stood at the door of the room looking sad. Are you really going to live outside? Yes. Qiao Sang comforted, but I'm at school every day, so we can still see each other often. Unexpectedly, after only a few days of living together. Her roommate already felt reluctant to part with her, which made Qiao Sang's heart swell. Jean Fifin envied. I also applied to live off campus, but the school didn't agree. Qiao Sang casually asked, when did you apply? Her voice suddenly stopped. Qiao Sang paused and looked up, meeting Jean Fifin's panicked gaze. You should finish your sentence. This easily leads to misunderstandings that I applied after moving in rather than before. Jean Fifin looked at Qiao Sang, panicking. It's not what you think. Although I did want to change places when you first moved in, I haven't thought about it since. Qiao Sang. So it turns out she wasn't misunderstanding. But thinking back, it was understandable. When she first moved in, her roommate clearly looked afraid of Yabao and Xiao Sun. She probably was still afraid now, otherwise she wouldn't be standing at the door and not coming in. At that moment, Qiao Pu peeked out from behind Jean Fifin. It looked around at the luggage being packed and then cautiously glanced toward Xiao Sun. After hesitating for a few seconds, it mustered the courage to walk in. Qiao Sang, Yabao, Xiao Sun, and Jean Fifin all looked at it in surprise. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qiao Pu's nearly invisible short legs began to tremble. Blushing, it reached out its paw to pluck the dandelion from its head and timidly presented it forward. Qiao. Seeing the actions of little Qiao Pu, Qiao Sang was taken aback. Is this for me? Little Qiao Pu's body stiffened. Jean Fifin quickly reacted and translated for his pet beast. It's for the little treasure seeker. Qiao Sang. The little treasure seeker stared blankly at little Qiao Pu, unable to understand why little Qiao Pu, who usually avoided it, would give it a dandelion. Clearly, it would cry when it handed over milk before. Qiao. Little Qiao Pu, seeing that the little treasure seeker didn't come over, mustered up the courage to lift its head and called out a couple more times. As the little treasure seeker took it, it couldn't help but think, this guy shouldn't want my milk, right? The house on Chang'an Road, number 1705, has 2 floors in total. Qiao Sang planned to stay on the first floor for convenience, so she went to the bedroom on the first floor to tidy up. Yabao was running around the living room on the first floor. Mirror, it's my mirror. The little treasure seeker looked at the dandelion in its hand from above its beast master, puzzled as to why little Qiao Pu didn't ask for milk in the end. Qiao Sang heard the commotion in the living room and felt a bit uneasy. When she came out to have a look, she saw 3 Yinling dogs rummaging through the living room, apparently looking for something. What are you doing? Qiao Sang asked the Yinling dog that was lying down and peeking under the sofa. Due to the contract, she could easily distinguish which one was Yabao's true form. Yeah. Yabao turned its head and called out a couple of times with a grievance. It's my mirror. Qiao Sang coughed lightly and said, I bought a super large full-length mirror, but it won't arrive for a couple of days. If it's really inconvenient, you can make do with the mirror in the bathroom for now. Yabao's expression became troubled. The mirror in the bathroom was too small, and every time it went in, it would end up confused and taken for a bath. Yeah. It quickly shook its head, remembering the feeling of its body touching water. It's just 2 days, right? I can wait. Qiao Sang wasn't surprised at all. She knew it would be like this. After finishing tidying up her luggage, she walked to the living room and saw Yabao, just like back home, intently watching the battle competition. It seemed like she hadn't watched TV for a long time. Qiao Sang thought and prepared to join it on the sofa. Just as she took a couple of steps, she felt something unusual under her feet. Qiao Sang looked down and was directly stunned. She asked in disbelief, Yabao, did you play with water? Chapter 132, Advertisement. There was a strange puddle of water on the originally clean floor. There were only Yabao in the living room, but it was unrealistic for Yabao to play with water. Qiao Sang felt a bit disheveled for a moment. Yeah, isn't it? Qiao Sang never thought Yabao would lie to her, and she immediately thought of several other possible reasons for the floor suddenly having water. A large temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, humid air, dripping from upstairs, leaking pipes in the bathroom or other rooms. Water seeping down the walls and sticking to the floor could all be possibilities. If this situation occurred frequently, it would also explain why the rent was relatively cheap. This was probably one of the reasons. Qiao Sang didn't delve into where the problem lay, wiped the water off the floor, and then went to the sofa to watch TV. The battle competition had just finished a round and was currently playing an advertisement. In the advertisement, a green cat was having a candlelit dinner with a stylishly dressed long-eared cat. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. The camera switched, and it was Green Cat's wife, Black Cat, calling. Because the voices were human, Qiao Sang could completely understand what they were saying. Black Cat, are you home? Green Cat, I'm home. Black Cat, then why do I hear other voices beside you? Green cat, because I'm watching TV. Black cat, I just received a package. Why didn't you open the door? Green cat, maybe the TV is too loud. I'll go open it now. The camera switched to a panoramic view of the place where Black cat was, and it was seen standing at the entrance of an apartment, spraying perfume on itself. Just when Qiao Sang thought Green cat's lie was about to be exposed, the door opened. The one who opened the door was actually Green cat, who was supposed to be at the candlelit dinner. What is going on? Teleportation? Spatial movement? She remembered that Green cat wasn't a superpower-type pet beast. The camera moved to the dining table, where Green cat put down the phone with a smug smile, revealing it had been prepared in advance and left a clone at home. Qiao Sang raised her eyebrows. This is possible? The scene switched back to the apartment, where Black cat and Green cat embraced warmly. Green cat's clone, smelling Black cat's scent, felt its heart racing and its face turning redder. Then it exploded on the spot and disappeared. Green cat at the dining table's expression changed drastically. The last bottle of perfume filled the entire screen. With just one drop, anything can happen. Dream perfume, you deserve it. Qiao Sang, this is actually a perfume advertisement. But can clones operate over long distances? Even though there is editing in the advertisement, it didn't stop Qiao Sang from thinking in this direction. If clones could operate from a long distance, then having Yabao's clone stay at home to train while the true form goes to school for training would be perfect, right? Moreover, both sides could do their own things, and over time, Yabao's mental strength would improve. If both sides could be taken care of, then perhaps they could release different skills simultaneously. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up. The more she thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. The idea was good, but how to implement it was a problem. First, how could the clone maintain its existence and be controlled over the long distance from Tianjin Garden to Shinshui Middle School? Although she purposely chose a house close to the school, the distance in between was still about a kilometer. Usually, it didn't feel far. But if the clone and the true form were separated, that distance was not insignificant. However, since Yubao had gained superpower abilities, as long as its mental strength increased, long-distance control of clones could definitely be possible. Qiao Sang pondered for a while, then turned and said, Yubao, release all your clones to practice sparks by the courtyard pool while the true form stays here to watch TV. Upon hearing this, Yubao opened its mouth. Its eyes widened. Can it be done like this? Yubao didn't speak, but Qiao Sang understood its meaning from its expression. Of course, you can try. The current training at school mostly focused on physical fitness, and regarding skill training, it didn't consume much of Yubao's energy. Skills could be practiced directly without needing to replenish energy. Hearing what her beast master said, Yubao no longer hesitated and immediately mobilized its energy. 15 Yinling dogs instantly appeared in the living room, lined up and heading towards the courtyard. Since the proficiency of the shadow clone had advanced from mastery to minor success, the number of shadow clones had also increased. Soon, the explosion sounds from the courtyard pool rang out one after another. Yubao was absent-mindedly watching TV. It couldn't concentrate on the TV while controlling the 15 clones in the courtyard. Yeah. After a moment of troubled expression, Yubao turned its head and pointed with its paw in the direction of the courtyard. Maybe it should also go train. You don't need to go train. I just want to exercise your ability to act separately with the true form and the clones, Qiao Sang said with a smile. Wasn't it that your true form couldn't use sparks when the clone used telekinesis yesterday? If you can focus on doing your own things while controlling the clones, you might be able to use your skills. Yubao was taken aback. So this wasn't just practicing sparks. It was also about other training. Yeah. Yubao's expression became excited, and it turned its head, its eyes sharp, staring at the TV like it was looking at an opponent. It was going to watch TV seriously. Qiao Sang nodded in satisfaction from the side. Indeed, she never had to worry about Yubao when it came to training. If the little treasure seeker could also train so seriously in the future, that would be great. The little treasure-seeking ghost unconsciously touched its nose, feeling a bit itchy. Suddenly, its action of touching its nose paused, and the dandelion in its right paw was unconsciously let go. It straightened up and stretched its head forward to sniff. There was something that smelled good. The little treasure-seeking ghost was tempted and wanted to follow the scent. However, before it could float 2 steps, Qiao Sang had already noticed it. Where are you going? Qiao Sang asked curiously. Usually, the little treasure-seeking ghost followed her around all day, practically staying on her head 24 hours a day except when sleeping. It wouldn't easily leave unless something attracted it. But now, there was nothing new outside. How could the little treasure-seeking ghost suddenly float away from her head? Could it be because she hadn't washed her hair in 2 days? The little treasure-seeking ghost pointed in the direction of the courtyard and explained. Seeking. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. Are you saying there's a really good smell? Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost nodded. Qiao Sang furrowed her brows in thought. She remembered that the only things that could make ghost-type pets find a scent pleasant were exclusive ghost-type food and energies like resentment, souls, life, fear, and regret. Meanwhile, In the corner of the courtyard, a pet whose appearance couldn't be clearly seen was furiously watching the 15 flamehound dogs continuously shooting sparks into the pool. It was so angry that 2 bubbles appeared at its nostrils, fluctuating in size. Chapter 133, Body of Flame. At this moment, the little treasure-seeking ghost floated towards the courtyard following the scent. Qiao Sang got up and followed behind, curious about what kind of smell could make the little treasure-seeking ghost find it pleasant. The pet in the corner, with ears like flowing water, immediately sensed someone approaching. The next second, the 2 bubbles hanging under its nostrils burst, and one jumped into the water that splashed out from the sparks, dissolving completely. If one looked closely, they would notice that the area of the small puddle was slightly larger than before. Seeking, the little treasure-seeking ghost stopped. Where did the smell go? Unwilling to give up, the little treasure-seeking ghost sped up and floated outside the courtyard, sniffing around. It tilted its head in confusion. It really is gone. Qiao Sang came to the little treasure-seeking ghost's side and looked around. Apart from the 15 flamehound dogs, there was nothing else. Could it be that the little treasure-seeking ghost smelled something outside the wall? If that is the case, its sense of smell seemed to have improved a lot. Qiao Sang suddenly realized that, calculating the time, tomorrow would be the little treasure-seeking ghost's full moon day, and it seemed she could start training with Yabao. The little treasure-seeking ghost was still regretting the disappearance of the desired scent, completely unaware that its carefree days were also coming to an end. At 10:33 p.m., Qiao Sang finished her shower and lay in bed looking at the data in the Beast Master Manual. Sparks, Essence 155-322-0000. It was the first time Yabao, after evolving into a flamehound, conducted prolonged skill release training. Without using any energy recovery liquid, the 15 clones could each use the Spark skill an average of 60 times, directly increasing the proficiency of Spark by 900. This wasn't even the limit. If it weren't for Yabao's divided focus on the TV, consuming too much mental energy, its proficiency could have increased even more. Qiao Sang focused her thoughts, and the Beast Master Manual automatically flipped to the page about the treasure-seeking ghost. Level: Beginner, 255-1000. The little treasure-seeking ghost was different from Yabao. Possibly due to its high talent, it automatically gained 3 points in level daily, while the gathering beads, like the fire beads, increased by 5 points. Last time, after drinking the dark liquid, its level rose by 40 points, leading the little treasure-seeking ghost to accumulate over 200 points in a month without any training. If left alone, it would evolve into an intermediate pet, the soul-seeking demon. After 3 months of just playing, this is the benefit of high talent and good resources. If the talent is low and the resources poor, even with intense training for a month, one might not reach the current level of the little treasure-seeking ghost. Qiao Sang's gaze moved down. Skills: Lick, Beginner 1100. Hypnosis, Beginner 1100. Dream Eater, Beginner 1100. Barrier, Beginner 1100. Telekinesis, Beginner 23100. Teleport, Beginner 11100. The little treasure-seeking ghost currently had a total of 6 skills. All skills except Dream Eater could be practiced without a target. After looking for a while, Qiao Sang decided to focus on practicing Hypnosis, Dream Eater, and Telekinesis first. Compared to defense, she preferred offense. The combination of Hypnosis and Dream Eater was already a nasty skill combo against opponents, and with Telekinesis control, it would be hard to find a match among pets of the same rank. However, Dream Eater needed a target to practice on. Who should she find to practice with? August 6th, the full moon day of the little treasure-seeking ghost. Qiao Sang woke up directly from a series of screams. What happened? What happened? Qiao Sang sat up abruptly from bed, feeling her heart skip a beat. Is the house on fire or what? Yabao. Following the voice, she saw Yabao standing by the bed, soaked and tearfully crying to the sky. Upon seeing her wake up, Yabao pouted, and its voice abruptly stopped. The next second, the tears in its eyes instantly increased, and its cries became even more miserable. Yabao. Yabao. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. She had never seen Yabao cry so pitifully before. She tried to piece together the sequence of events. You mean you woke up and found yourself completely wet? Yap. Yabao nodded in grievance. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. Yabao wouldn't sleepwalk, so it was impossible for it to play with water while not awake. Of course, it was even more impossible for it to play with water while awake. Although the little treasure-seeking ghost was mischievous, it wouldn't pull such a prank. Even if Yabao had an accident while sleeping, it wouldn't realistically wet itself all over. Since it wasn't anything, where did this water come from? After thinking for a long time without coming up with an answer, Qiao Sang turned to the little treasure-seeking ghost and asked, "Did you see what happened?" The little treasure-seeking ghost didn't like to sleep. Perhaps it had seen something. Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost shook its head while drinking milk. It hadn't seen anything. Yap. Yabao's ears drooped down, looking utterly defeated. Qiao Sang understood Yabao's current psychological state. It hated water. And while it was okay with water when it was mentally prepared, waking up to find itself soaked in something it disliked could indeed be overwhelming. It was like someone who hated cockroaches. They would stay far away when they saw one while awake, but if they woke up to find themselves covered in cockroaches, they would probably also break down. That said, looking at Yabo, who was gloomy because of the water, Qiao Sang still found it a bit funny. Yabao, you now have the body of flame. You can dry yourself off directly, Qiao Sang said helplessly. Yap. The pitiful cry of Yabao suddenly stopped, staring blankly at its beast master, then feeling itself. The next second, the red stripes on its body and the red fur on its feet burst into blazing flames, engulfing its entire body. Soon, the flames dissipated, revealing a dry, smooth-furred flamehound in front of Qiao Sang. The body of flame trait could be activated at any time, but it needed to be hit first, so that there was a certain chance of causing a burn effect on the opponent. However, this did not prevent it from using the body of flame normally. Yap. Yabao excitedly spun in place, looking at itself. The water is gone, but soon it fell into a new confusion. Why hadn't its beast master told it that the body of flame could be used this way after its bath a few days ago? Qiao Sang could tell from Yabao's expression what it was thinking. She felt a bit guilty. Had she forgotten? The ability to sense through touch allows one to perceive the events that have occurred to people and objects. She had always wanted to test it properly, but she hadn't found the right opportunity at school. Yaba nodded seriously, immediately forgetting what it had been thinking about just now. Chapter 134. Spit it out and give it back. Yabao was really easy to fool. After expressing her feelings, Qiao Sang saw Yabao suddenly sit down on the floor, fiercely putting its paw on its own chest, its mouth pouting higher and higher, and its face growing darker. She had learned about this sensing ability online. With increased proficiency in the pet's level, the past events one could see would last longer, and as long as one's mental power was high enough, it could be synchronized to the mind of the contracted beastmaster. It was like watching a virtual movie. However, the specifics of what level a pet needed to reach to achieve this were not detailed online. There were few superpower-type pets, and even fewer with the sensing ability. Even if a certain big shot's pet reached that level, they probably wouldn't easily disclose it online. With Yabao's current beginner-level proficiency and mental power, it couldn't synchronize with its own mind yet. However, judging by Yabao's expression, Qiao Sang guessed it was probably seeing the scene of why it was wet. Otherwise, why would its expression be so awful? Yabao closed its eyes and watched the scene of what had just happened to it in its mind, unable to bear to look. Who was that howling and wailing with no dignity at all? It couldn't be itself, could it? No, it would never admit it. It hadn't seen anything, only its own embarrassed appearance. Yabao opened its eyes, which were now vacant. It felt like it would never be happy again. Did you see anything? Qiao Sang asked as she sat on the bed, looking at Yabao, which had just opened its eyes. Yabao shook its head, drooping its ears, looking dejected. What was the last scene you saw? Qiao Sang asked curiously. Since it hadn't seen anything, why did it have such a colorful expression during the process? Yeah. Qiao Sang, I see. It seems that a beginner-level sensing ability can only see events from about 10 minutes ago. Looking at Yabao's expression, Qiao Sang comforted. It's okay. This is something you, I, and Little Treasure know. No one else will find out. Son. Little Treasure Ghost appeared, patting its chest with one paw, swearing it would never tell. Yeah, Yabao called out, barely feeling comforted. The fact that Yabao was inexplicably soaked was clearly not normal. However, Qiao Sang didn't pursue the matter further because it was already 7:27, and she had to go to school for training. After a simple breakfast, Qiao Sang set off for school. Little Treasure Ghost floated above its beastmaster, habitually hiding its figure. It now preferred to be unseen by others while observing them openly. Yabao followed Qiao Sang, and when they reached a fork in the road, Yabao suddenly disappeared. Qiao Sang halted, her expression unchanged. Because the one who had been walking beside her was a clone, if she calculated based on 0.5 meters per step, she had taken 484 steps. Meaning Yabao's control over the clone was likely around 242 meters. Once she calculated the distance, Qiao Sang took a step back and made a hand seal. The real Yabao appeared within the gray star formation. Yeah, Yabao called out dejectedly. It had thought its clone could go directly to school. You've done well enough. Qiao Sang comforted first, then asked, do you have a clone at home? Yeah, Yabao nodded. That's good. Now put on the fire condensation pearl. The control distance should be a bit further. Qiao Sang squatted down and put the fire condensation pearl, attached with a red string, on Yabao. After walking another 100 steps, about 50 meters, Yabao stopped and called out helplessly. The clone at home had vanished. Qiao Sang sighed. About 290 meters was still far from 1 kilometer. Yabao wasn't capable enough. If other beastmasters found out, they would probably roll up their sleeves and argue with Qiao Sang. A mid-level pet being able to control a clone nearly 300 meters away, how could that be called insufficient? The reason Qiao Sang thought Yabao was lacking was that there were no reference pets. If there were a mid-level pet to compare with, she would know how impressive Yabao really was. This was also due to the dual type with superpower attributes. Soon, Little Treasure Ghost appeared and offered milk to Yabao, indicating that it shouldn't be upset. Qiao Sang arrived at training ground number 5. As soon as she entered, she realized she was the last to arrive again. Suiji was still practicing compressing water guns. Shi Gaofeng was training the accuracy of the spiked berry flying leaf blade, trying to make the flying leaf blade turn mid-flight. In a situation where new skills were generally difficult to learn, the school team's training focused on modifying existing skills. Qiao Sang thought the training direction was good but not suitable for her. Yabao had high talent, learned new skills quickly, and could learn advanced skills even as an initial-level fire-toothed dog. Moreover, once a skill was released, its proficiency would increase rapidly. High-level skills paired with high-level proficiency could definitely crush pets of the same rank, and it was normal to challenge higher levels. Direct strength suppression completely eliminated the need for these techniques. However, Qiao Sang only thought this in her heart. Qiao Sang, you're here. Wang Yao, who was squatting on the ground, called out. She was the only girl in the sophomore personal battle training group, and now with Qiao Sang added. Both of their first contracted pets happened to be fire type, so they quickly became familiar after these 2 days. What are you doing? Qiao Sang walked over and asked. Wang Yu was applying a bright red sauce to her Dying Sparrow's tongue. Are you feeding your Dying Sparrow ketchup? Wang Yao paused her actions, looked up at Qiao Sang speechlessly, and said, this is original fire paste. As long as it's applied, the fire-type skills cast within 10 minutes will feel much easier, thus increasing proficiency. Qiao Sang. No wonder Wang Yao's Dying Sparrow managed to master Fire Whirlwind to a minor level in just a year without any special advantages. Yabao leaned in closer and sniffed. Yin Yin. The Dying Sparrow, seeing this, generously dipped its wing into the original fire paste and offered it to Yabao. Since the Dying Sparrow's wings were large enough, they directly dipped a substantial amount of the paste. Yabao was momentarily stunned, then lowered its head to lick a bit. How much is this bottle of original fire paste? Qiao Sang asked curiously. Wang Yao took a deep breath and replied, about 300,000. Qiao Sang. She rushed forward and pried open Yabao's mouth, spit it out and give it back. Chapter 135. Unnatural phenomenon. Yabao's mouth was forced wide open. Qiao Sang leaned in to take a look, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and the several thousand alliance coins were still on its tongue and hadn't been swallowed. Spit it out and give it back. Qiao Sang held Yabao's mouth open with one hand while pulling the Dying Sparrow's wing closer with the other. Yabao patted Qiao Sang's arm with its paw, indicating it could open its mouth by itself. Understanding Yabao's meaning, Qiao Sang felt relieved and let go. Yabao obediently opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. Her Beastmaster was really too poor. Yin Yin. Wang Yao looked at Qiao Sang's series of actions with admiration. Although it was already a contracted fire-type pet, the fact that it could voluntarily spit out what was in its mouth was impressive. If it were her Dying Sparrow, it would probably just wing-slap her. What's wrong? Qiao Sang turned to ask. The original fire paste works when applied to the tongue. It doesn't need to be swallowed, Wang Yao explained. Qiao Sang. Yabao maintained an innocent expression with its tongue sticking out. Wang Yao smiled wearily. It's fine, I've gotten used to it. Let's just say this original fire essence is a gift for Yin Yin. As soon as the Yin K heard this, it became anxious. It's a gift from Xiao Yin to Yinling Dog. Wang Yu quickly corrected herself. Yin Yin. The Yin K nodded in satisfaction. Qiao Sang looked at Wang Yao with a complex expression, feeling as if she were seeing her former self. Thank you. Qiao Sang patted Wang Yao's shoulder to comfort her. She understood the struggles of contracting a fire-type pet. She had gone through the same when Yabao was still a fire-toothed dog. Since the original fire essence had already taken effect, it naturally couldn't be wasted. Qiao Sang immediately had Yabao go to the training ground to release sparks in the unaltered rocky area. The Yin K followed closely behind to practice flame vortex. Watching the rocks in the area explode one after another, Wang Yao hesitated. Are you sure Yinling Dog is releasing sparks? It seems even more powerful than Xiao Yan's flame vortex. Wang Yao was somewhat skeptical. Flame vortex was a mid-tier skill, while sparks were a low-tier skill. How could sparks surpass flame vortex in power? Moreover, her Yin K had already practiced flame vortex to a small degree. But since it was Qiao Sang speaking, a super freshman who broke her understanding, she had to believe that the possibility of sparks exceeding flame vortex in power was indeed real. The two fell silent for a moment. Qiao Sang suddenly asked, do you know how to increase a pet's mental strength? Mental strength? Wang Yao thought for a moment and said, you can buy potions to enhance mental strength or use spirit fruits. Oh, and you can let the pet experience something it fears. It seems that overcoming fears can strengthen mental strength. But the last thing I mentioned, I saw it in the newly released movie Ting Guoguo's Drifting Adventure, so I don't know if it's true. Generally, increasing mental strength is something associated with super ability pets. I haven't tried it myself. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. To control a clone over a long distance, enhancing mental strength was certainly necessary. Money was tight now. but this method could be tried later. Overcoming fears? Huh? What is Yubao afraid of? Yubao was still seriously releasing skills, completely unaware that it was about to enter a dark moment in its life. After a while, Qiao Sang took out her phone to check the time and asked, "It's already 8:13. Why hasn't teacher Zhengbao arrived yet? You just got here 2 days ago and still don't know?" "Zhengbao Long doesn't stop scolding people for less than an hour," Wang Yao replied. "Really?" Just then, a voice that she didn't want to hear at that moment sounded behind her. Shi Gao Feng turned around stiffly. It was Zhengbao Long. She looked at the Beast Master manual, and at that moment, the page about Yabao's spark skill showed, Essence 161-622-0000. While at school, Yabao didn't use clones and only released sparks for about 20 minutes, but the points had increased by over 600. The saying that Beast Masters need to spend money to have a future was indeed true. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang recalled her 5 million. It had been almost a month. Why hadn't the police station contacted her? They wouldn't have forgotten about her, right? Yeah, Yabao was in the same room as her. Yet it was inexplicably soaked, while there were no traces of water around it. This was not a natural phenomenon. Suddenly, Qiao Sang connected it to the puddle that had mysteriously appeared in the living room last night and the sharply reduced rent. This house has a problem. And it's not the kind of ordinary problem she initially thought. Qiao Sang's heart tightened, and she took out her phone to call the agent, Xiao Wang. After a few rings, the call was answered. Before the other party could speak, Qiao Sang went straight to the point. "Hello. I'm the person who rented Unit 1705 in Tianjin Garden the day before yesterday. Do you remember me?" Yes, Miss Qiao. What can I do for you?" Xiao Wang asked. The agent had to make calls every day. He would remember someone who called so quickly due to the impression left by the pet he had never seen before. "Last time you mentioned that the landlord had something going on that caused the rent to drop. I want to ask what exactly happened," Qiao Sang said gravely. She hadn't asked in detail at the time and had been completely blinded by the drastic rent reduction. A lie, Qiao Sang immediately made a judgment. Would someone who could afford such a large house lack 15,000 in rent for 3 months? Moreover, if they were in urgent need of money, how could they drop the rent by such a large amount? "Did the landlord tell you that this house would mysteriously have water?" Qiao Sang asked. Hearing this, Xiao Wang, who had just started in this profession, became anxious. "Miss Qiao, the house has no problems. I showed you around before, and we've already signed a contract." It seemed the landlord hadn't mentioned anything. Qiao Sang hung up the phone without saying anything more. Communicating through the agent was too troublesome. She had too many things to deal with right now. Besides, she was quite satisfied with the house's price, environment, and location, so she would handle it herself. Qiao Sang pondered. All non-natural phenomena are caused by extraordinary beings. This house couldn't possibly have extraordinary beings, could it? Chapter 136, Watertight Pet. Following this line of thought, Qiao Sang increasingly felt that there was a high possibility of extraordinary beings being involved. When she was online, she often came across posts from netizens sharing strange incidents they encountered at home. For example, the phone rang inexplicably, and when answered, no one spoke. After this happened several times, one netizen simply unplugged the phone line, yet the phone still rang occasionally. It wasn't until the inspection department showed up that they found out it was a bell spirit that had gotten inside the phone. There were also stories about not seeing one's face in the mirror or waking up to find one's hair gone. Without exception, all were caused by extraordinary beings. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Sang brought Yabao to the water pool in the courtyard. Water was easily associated with water-type extraordinary beings. The first place that came to mind was the area with water, and the place with the most water in the house was the pool. As soon as she saw the pool, Qiao Sang knew she was close to the truth. Yesterday, Yabao's numerous clones had been throwing sparks into the pool, causing most of the water to evaporate and overflow. She hadn't had time to refill it. But now, the water in the pool was nearly overflowing, showing no signs of reduction at all. "Yeah?" Yabao followed her into the room with a puzzled expression, not understanding what its beast master was doing walking back and forth. Although Yabao's synergy and perception with Qiao Sang had improved significantly after evolving into Yanling Dog, if its thoughts weren't expressed, it wouldn't always know what the other party was thinking. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be a water-type pet in our house. And the water on you is likely caused by it," Qiao Sang explained as she sat on the edge of the bed. Yabao was stunned for a moment, and its eyes instantly flared with fire. The little treasure-seeking ghost curiously looked around, seemingly searching for the water-type pet. "But that's okay. I'll call the inspection department and have them come over now," Qiao Sang said as she prepared to take out her phone. Obviously, the first thing to do when encountering a wild, extraordinary being in the city was to call the inspection department. She wasn't a professional beast master who would foolishly think of handling it themselves. Qiao Sang had never considered keeping this wild pet for herself. Some beast masters who couldn't afford to buy pets might think of ways to keep it for themselves. But she was about to have 5 million in assets, and her first fire-toothed dog was extraordinarily gifted, while her second treasure-seeking ghost was also exceptionally talented. The third pet certainly had to be carefully selected. It couldn't be contracted casually. Besides, she didn't even have a third page in her Beast Master manual right now. She didn't know what kind of pet it was. Whether it was dangerous or not, the best course of action was to let the inspection department handle it. As Qiao Sang just pressed the first 2 digits of the inspection department's number, a paw with red fur landed on her hand. Yeah. Qiao Sang looked up and saw Yabao shaking its head at her with a face full of indignation. Yeah. Qiao Sang was taken aback for a moment. Are you saying you want to find it yourself for a meal? Yeah. Sun. Little Sun Bao Gui raised a glass of milk and shouted in support, showing no concern for the trouble. Qiao Sang was silent for 2 seconds. It wasn't impossible. From what she could see, this unknown pet beast had only made Yabao wet without causing any harm, and its temperament didn't seem to be cruel. Moreover, high-level pet beasts were generally large in size, but this pet beast was nowhere to be seen, so it shouldn't be too big or of a high level. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang suddenly stood up. All right, we'll handle it ourselves. Yeah, Sun. The two of them and their beasts set off toward the courtyard with great momentum. By the edge of the pool, it should be right here. Qiao Sang nodded at Yabao. Yeah. Yabao immediately summoned all its clones to surround the pool and release sparks to bombard it, with the main body supporting it. The power of this spark was nothing compared to yesterday's. In no time, the water in the pool had decreased by more than half. But apart from that, nothing else happened. There was no scene of a water-type pet beast being blown out as Qiao Sang had imagined. Could it be that she guessed wrong? It shouldn't be. Yabao didn't doubt that the culprit was not in the pool. Their beast master said it was definitely there. Yeah. Seeing that the sparks had no effect, Yabao's gaze became sharper. All 15 clones disappeared at once. The next second, a massive energy ball condensed in front of it. Seeing this, Qiao Sang quickly retreated to the eaves with little Sun Bao Gui. She didn't stop it but said uneasily, remember to control the position of the meteor shower. One of the things Qiao Sang liked most about this house was that the courtyard was big enough and desolate, with no flowers or grass. So she didn't worry about damage and could practice the meteor shower, a large area attack skill. When the time came to move, she would only need to find a beast master with ground-type pets to renovate it. However, this meteor shower was Yubao's first release after evolving into a flame-listening dog, and the power was yet to be mentioned. Having not used the meteor shower for so long, Qiao Sang was worried that it might misfire. If it ended up hitting the other side of the house, she would really have nowhere to cry. Yabao blinked to show it understood. It couldn't speak as it was currently condensing the energy ball. Meanwhile, a small puddle of water a few meters away from the pool rippled. A single eye quietly opened inside. The eye looked heavily at the energy ball that was rising into the sky. It sensed a strong sense of unease. Just as it was considering whether to change positions, the meteor shower exploded, and dozens of fireballs with red flames descended from the sky. One of them landed right in front of it. Qiao Sang looked up at the fire rain that occupied most of the courtyard, both in terms of quantity and the size of each red flame. It had already made a clear distinction from before. The fire rain fell wildly, and the scorching flames continuously attacked the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud sounds erupted, and the ground cracked open, with dust and stones flying everywhere like arrows. The searing flames danced chaotically, and the ground-hugging fire tongues licked at the earth. Even from a distance, Qiao Sang could feel the scorching heat wave rushing towards her. Qiao Sang stared in shock at the ground that had cracked open. She could guarantee that even if she were to participate in a battle against the Beastmaster High School of Litan right now, she would stand undefeated with this meteor shower. The strongest students at the Beastmaster High School were basically intermediate pet beasts. And how many of those could learn high-level skills? Yeah, Yabao was also stunned by everything in front of it. Was it really this powerful? When the fire rain finally stopped, Qiao Sang and Yabao were still immersed in the power of the meteor shower. Soon. At this moment, little Sun Bao Gui excitedly pointed to a spot and shouted. There lay a shallow blue pet beast about 30 centimeters long. Chapter 137 Water Luyana. Most blue-colored pets are water-type beasts. She was right in her guess. Qiao Sang secretly admired her own cleverness. Little Sun Bao Gui floated over and curiously poked the flowing ears of the shallow blue pet beast with its paw. The spot where it was touched rippled like water, which was quite magical. Little Sun Bao Gui instantly became excited, poking several times with its paw. Qiao Sang walked over and was stunned for a moment when she saw the appearance of the shallow blue pet beast. From a distance, the shallow blue pet beast was small and had curled up when fainted, making it hard to see its features. Now that she was close, Qiao Sang realized she had never seen this pet beast before, and it was incredibly cute. It was a tiny ball lying on the ground with 4 legs. A fox-like appearance, light blue scales, big pointed ears, and an inner ear that was a deeper blue than the outer ear. A blue, droplet-shaped gem was embedded in the middle of its forehead, and its tail branched out at the end, somewhat resembling a mermaid's tail. What was most stunning was that its ears and tail looked like they were made of water. Qiao Sang squatted down and couldn't help but touch its ears. which were cool and soft. A refreshing sensation transmitted from her fingertips. It felt amazing to touch in summer. Unable to control herself, Qiao Sang touched it a couple more times. At this time, Yabao also came over. It was not fooled by the shallow blue pet beast's appearance like Qiao Sang and little Sun Baogui. It glared angrily at the fainted pet beast. So this was the culprit that had soaked it all over in the morning. The more Yabao thought about it, the angrier it became. And it went up to shake it vigorously with its paw. Yeah. Yabao, let's wait for it to wake up naturally before asking why it did that. Qiao Sang said with a sense of compassion as she looked at the shaken small pet beast. People tend to be more forgiving towards beautiful things. Being a beauty enthusiast in today's society not only applies to people but also to pet beasts, as vividly displayed in coordination competitions. As long as a pet beast looks good enough, it can easily advance to the second round without needing to showcase itself specifically. In contrast, a pet beast that doesn't look good will be scrutinized even if it tries hard to show off. Yeah. Qiao Sang gently patted Yabao's head in relief. She then picked up the shallow blue pet beast and brought it to the living room, placing it on the sofa and taking out her phone to take a picture and search online. Soon, information about the shallow blue pet beast appeared online. Water Liana, a critically endangered water-type beginner pet beast from the ancient mist region, has a gentle temperament and does not like to fight. It is a symbol of beauty and peace. Due to the similarity of its cellular structure to water molecules, it possesses the special ability to change its cells and merge its body into water. However, it must constantly replenish moisture, so it collects moisture from the air using its ears or tail. If its ears and tail are twice as large as usual, it is a sign that it will rain a few hours later. It is said that even if it loses limbs, as long as the gem on its head shines, there is nothing it cannot recover from. Qiao Sang stared blankly at the information on her phone. A critically endangered water-type pet beast from the ancient mist region. The ancient mist region is incredibly far from the Yuhua region, exaggeratedly speaking. It's tens of thousands of miles away. How could a pet beast from there end up in the Yuhua region? Moreover, it can recover even if it loses limbs. That must take at least a super-tier healing skill to achieve. Qiao Sang forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and searched for the reasons behind the critical endangerment of water liana. Pet beasts become critically endangered mainly due to ancient disasters and predation within the food chain. Or it could be that their descendants find it difficult to reproduce, or that they have been heavily hunted by humans. Remembering what she just read online about the gem on the head of the water liana and its functions, Qiao Sang seriously suspected it was due to overhunting by humans. Soon, she found the answer online. Difficulty in reproduction and heavy hunting. Qiao Sang fell silent for a while. Indeed, the value of these endangered pet beasts is unimaginable. Although they are not as powerful as divine beasts, their rarity is certainly comparable. Dragon-type and fairy-type pet beasts, while rare, are still available in the market and can be bought if one has enough money. However, for endangered pet beasts, it is not just about money. Qiao Sang looked down at the still-fainted water liana and had to admit she was tempted. If a pet beast with powerful healing skills and rarity comparable to divine beasts was right in front of you, and you weren't tempted, then you must be devoid of desires, comparable to a sage, simply not human. Beast tamers cannot resist the temptation related to pet beasts. Qiao Sang declared that she was both a person and a beast tamer. Little treasure. Qiao Sang turned her head, her eyes shining. Wait until it wakes up. Then it will be up to your social skills. Bring out whatever delicious and fun things you have. I'll pay you back tenfold. Treasure. Little treasure immediately became excited and took off the ring, continuously pulling things out. Milk, candy, snacks, feathers of wind sculptures, dandelions, pink heart-shaped sunglasses. Yabao, listening to its beast tamer, felt a bit confused. Surely these things weren't for the culprit, right? But when it saw the familiar sunglasses on the coffee table, it forgot what it was just thinking. Yabao. Ya. Yabao excitedly picked up the pink heart-shaped sunglasses with its claws. After searching for so long and not finding them, they were actually in little brother's ring. Yabao was about to put the sunglasses on, but as soon as it tried, the frames poked its face. Since Yabao evolved from fire-toothed dog to flame-listening dog, its size had increased several times, and its head was also much larger. So the sunglasses that once fit the fire-toothed dog could no longer be worn. Yabao quickly realized it was due to its evolution. It looked down at the sunglasses in its hand, momentarily unwilling to accept this reality. It's no big deal. I'll buy you a few new pairs of sunglasses. Just wait, and you can pick for yourself, Qiao Sang said generously. Yabao. Upon hearing this, Yabao's tail began to wag, and it immediately perked up. Seeing Yabao in a good mood, Qiao Sang took the opportunity to ask, do you know who this pet beast is? Yabao. Yabao nodded. It definitely knew. It was the big bad guy that soaked it. No, this is a poor child that is far from home, lonely and helpless, with no family or support. Qiao Sang pretended to be heavy-hearted. Chapter 138. Beauty and Peace. Yabao was taken aback and turned to look at the fainted water liana on the sofa. Was the culprit really this pitiful? Seeing Yabao's expression, Qiao Sang knew it had softened. And she continued, "It sprayed water on you because it might be too lonely and wanted to play with you." Little Treasure stopped rummaging through the ring and glanced at its beast tamer. Who would believe such a thing? It certainly didn't. Yabao looked thoughtful. Was that really the case? Seeing that she had almost convinced it, Qiao Sang said earnestly, "When it wakes up, we should greet it kindly, so it can feel love and warmth." At this point, she sighed. This child is truly too pitiful. Yabao's expression was conflicted again, and it glanced at the closed-eyed water liana. It didn't notice before. But now it realized how small this creature was. It could easily flatten it with one sit. So the water it sprayed on itself should not be a provocation. But as the beast tamer said, it wanted to play with it. Thinking of this, Yabao nodded. "Yabao, ya. It was just a greeting, it could do that." Qiao Sang wanted to laugh but held it in. It was not hard to guess that the water liana spraying water on Yabao was merely a result of practicing its skills by the pool last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't have only drenched Yabao and not her or Little Treasure. Online, it said that water liana has a gentle temperament and is a symbol of beauty and peace. Since that is the case, as long as she shows friendly signals and gets along with it, it wouldn't be hard to gain its recognition. She would go find her teacher tomorrow to ask for meditation methods to enhance her mental capacity. By the time she had the 3rd page of her Beast Tamer manual. Then Qiao Sang finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Treasure watched Qiao Sang's silly smile and recalled the previous conversation, covering its mouth and giggling. Both its Beast Tamer and Yabao Big Brother seemed so silly. Just then, the water liana on the sofa opened its eyes. This pet beast, whose rarity was completely comparable to divine beasts, captured Qiao Sang's heart with every movement. She noticed immediately when it opened its eyes. When the water liana was closed-eyed, it looked adorably explosive, but when it opened its eyes, it was an entirely different feeling. Its eyes were as dark as the depths of the sea, instantly transforming its charm from cute to mysterious. Qiao Sang was taken aback, showing her friendliest smile. "You're awake." Before she could finish her sentence, a water gun shot straight at her face, drenching her. "Qiao Sang, Yabao? Wait." Qiao Sang waved her left hand in a soothing manner. "I'm fine." She wiped her face with her right hand. The water liana's actions were understandable. Having just knocked someone out, how could it expect to be treated kindly? But that was okay. Everything could be remedied. Water liana is gentle and symbolizes beauty and peace. Qiao Sang tugged at the corner of her mouth, once again showing a friendly expression. Weefed. A water gun shot at her again, interrupting her words. Qiao Sang, didn't they say it was a symbol of beauty and peace? Why couldn't she finish her sentence? Yabao. Yabao S. bristled, angrily looking at the water liana. Lulu. Water liana, seeing the flame-listening dog that was several times bigger than itself, was not intimidated at all. It proudly lifted its head and provoked Yabao. Its expression was quite arrogant, and its attitude was haughty, but suddenly 2 water bubbles of varying sizes popped out from its nostrils, instantly collapsing its proud image. Qiao Sang felt a bit itchy. She wanted to capture this moment. Yabao. Lulu. The 2 pet beasts' eyes sparked, and a battle was about to begin. At that moment, Little Treasure floated in between them, holding 2 bottles of milk. Treasure. It hadn't forgotten what its beast tamer had instructed it to do. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Little Treasure was there. If the water liana wouldn't communicate with her, she could only rely on Little Treasure. Seeing Little Brother blocking the way, Yabao restrained its momentum. Water liana stared at the milk in front of it, momentarily stunned. As the 2 water bubbles under its nostrils popped, Yabao's expression changed, and it opened its mouth, revealing its fangs wrapped in flames after a long time. Water liana looked up coldly, its tail glowed blue, and the visible waves of water began to accelerate rapidly. Little Treasure, still holding the 2 bottles of milk, once again acted as a peacemaker. With a quick thought, it understood water liana's intentions. It released its claws, allowing the milk to drop. And just as the milk was about to hit the ground, it suddenly stopped. Little Treasure showcased its action and continued to extend the milk toward Water liana. Water liana stared at the milk in surprise. It didn't expect that after everything it did, this pet beast would still offer it milk. Yabao. Yabao maintained its fiery fangs, signaling Little Brother to move aside so it could have a fight first. It was already quite displeased with this creature. Little Treasure turned around and shook its head. It had not forgotten its beast tamer's words from start to finish. Qiao Sang watched this scene, feeling very touched. She didn't expect Little Treasure to be so capable. Water liana stared at Little Treasure speaking for it, momentarily lost in thought. In the next moment, the blue light on its tail disappeared, and the waves on the surface of the water returned to normal. Then, it leaped off the sofa and ran towards the courtyard. Sun, the little treasure-seeking ghost was anxious to chase after it. Looking at the culprit escaping, Yabao's flames extinguished, and it disdainfully glanced in the direction where Water Rawana had run. Humph, coward, too afraid to fight. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost was eager to follow. Qiao Sang timely called it back. Forget it, don't chase after it. It should know your intentions. She had been watching from the side. And this water Rwana was quite different from what was described online. It didn't have that gentle and peaceful demeanor at all. It was covered in spikes and, especially towards humans, it had just sprayed her with 2 water guns over a minor disagreement. Yet it waited for Yabao to make the first move during their standoff. It was clear that water Rwana had been prepared to fight Yabao, but under the little treasure-seeking ghost's pressure, it held back, which showed it still had a softer side. Qiao Sang speculated that water Rwana would leave this house immediately. For a wild, extraordinary pet beast, the city was very dangerous. Especially for one like it that was on the verge of extinction, it would probably be caught the moment it showed itself. Having traveled all the way from the ancient mist region to the Yuhua region, it must have experienced such things. Once it confirmed that staying here was safe, it likely wouldn't easily change its location. Although it was the friendly handshake scene she had imagined, there would be plenty of time in the future. And Qiao Sang was still envisioning what lay ahead. The little treasure-seeking ghost pouted and floated in front of her with a face full of grievances. Sun, the milk wasn't delivered. Qiao Sang's heart softened, and she said gently, "You've done very well." Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost called out a couple of times, looking pitiful. Nothing was delivered, so did it still have its tenfold supplies? Qiao Sang. Chapter 139. Can I interview you? Having resolved the question of why it was wet, Yabao naturally needed to perform its skills as usual. If it weren't for training Qiao Sang, it wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to move out of school. However, upon learning that there was a water Rwana in the pool, Qiao Sang found herself in a bit of a dilemma. If she wanted to build a good relationship with water Rwana, she couldn't cause destruction in its living space. Although water could be replenished, their relationship with water Rwana was currently poor. After thinking for a long time, Qiao Sang could only call Yabao to release its skills on an open space far from the pool. Anyway, the courtyard's ground had already been mostly destroyed by the meteor shower, and they would eventually need someone to come and repair it when they moved out. So a bit more destruction wouldn't matter. In the courtyard, the explosive sounds of fire attacks hitting the ground echoed one after another. Dust flew, and stones scattered, inevitably ending up in the pool. Under the water, water Rwana opened its eyes and looked at the murky pool, with bubbles suddenly rising from its nostrils. That night, a puddle of water flowed into the bedroom through the crack under the door. The next morning, Qiao Sang was once again awakened by a piercing cry. Sitting up in bed, she saw the exact same scene as yesterday reappear before her. Leaning against the headboard, she put her hand to her forehead and said, "Your fiery body." Yabao's wailing suddenly stopped, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The little treasure-seeking ghost silently drank milk on the side. Once Yabao used its fiery body to evaporate the water on itself, it immediately perked up. It turned around and was about to dash towards the courtyard. "Yab, wait, there's no time. We should go to school first." Qiao Sang hurriedly fabricated a reason to stop it. She had a bit of a headache. Fire-type pets and water-type pets naturally didn't get along well. And after experiencing this series of events, could they really build a good relationship with water Rwana? Yabao reluctantly stopped. To maintain the lie, Qiao Sang had to set off 40 minutes early. The bitterness of this could only be understood by those who had experienced it. Once she confirmed that no one was in the house, water Rwana finally felt safe enough to close its eyes underwater. Last night, it had nearly exhausted itself to replace the water with clean water. Humans were truly cruel. Putting fire in the pool to let it replenish a large part of its water source was not enough. Now they had directly polluted the water, forcing it to change everything from start to finish. So cruel. If it weren't for the restless ghost-type pet always following her, it would definitely make her taste the water. Drowsily, water Rwana fell asleep. A red and white figure appeared by the pool. On the way to school, Qiao Sang was surprised to find that when they reached the old spot from yesterday, about 290 meters away, Yabao didn't stop and continued moving forward. "Is my doppelganger still around?" Qiao Sang asked. Since she wasn't walking on her own today, she couldn't count the steps, and could only estimate the current position based on yesterday's distance. It was definitely over 300 meters. Yabao nodded while walking. Qiao Sang suddenly felt a bit incredulous. What happened? Why did the distance of the controlled doppelganger increase overnight? As Yabao walked, its brain was operating at high speed, dividing its attention, and its mental energy was continuously consumed, with a more serious expression than usual during training. Its beastmaster needed to rush to school. Although it didn't have time to deal with the culprit, the doppelganger could. Yabao thought this way and focused even more on controlling the doppelganger. After advancing over 50 meters, Yabao finally stopped, looking somewhat deflated. Qiao Sang smiled, patted Yabao's head, and praised, "Your progress speed is already comparable to that of the gods." Yabao comfortably squinted its eyes. If Qiao Sang knew that Yabao was focusing so much because it wanted to fight water Rwana, thus improving its control over the doppelganger's distance, she would probably stop smiling. As they were about to reach the school, Qiao Sang's phone in her pocket vibrated. It was an unknown caller. Hello, hi? Under normal circumstances, Qiao Sang would definitely not answer an unknown number, but now it was a special period, and the 5 million matter hadn't been notified yet. She kept her phone with her 24 hours a day, hoping for it to ring. No matter what number it was, she would answer. Hello, is this Miss Qiao Sang? It's me. This is the Hangang City Public Security Bureau. Your bounty has been approved. I'm not sure if you have time today to come and collect it. I do. God knows how many sleepless nights she had waited for this call. After hanging up, Qiao Sang immediately called the vice principal to ask for leave. She didn't specify the reason, just said she had something to do. Lu Yao was speechless upon receiving the call. Who has ever seen a student asking for leave from the vice principal? Don't you have teacher Zheng's contact information? Lu Yao said tactfully. Qiao Sang, in a state of extreme excitement, completely missed the underlying meaning. Vice principal, you're so smart. How did you know I don't have it? Lu Yao. Just as Qiao Sang thought the vice principal had hung up, Lu Yao spoke again. If you finish your business today and have time, come to my office. There have been too many things lately, and I forgot to help you set the direction for your pet's cultivation. I have time. Qiao Sang happily hung up the phone. What a good person. She was increasingly finding the vice principal reliable. The call was from the Hangang City Public Security Bureau. Shitong Town is a subordinate town of Hangang City, and such a large bounty naturally needs to be collected from the upper-level public security agency, which is the Hangang City Public Security Bureau. Now that she knew she could collect it today, Qiao Sang didn't rush to leave. After all, it was still early. She opened the navigation and set off toward the Public Security Bureau while sitting on Yabao. If one looked closely, they would notice that Yabao was now a centimeter above the ground. Qiao Sang never forgot to train her pet anytime and anywhere. By the time she arrived at the Hangang City Police Station, it had already been 40 minutes. As soon as Qiao Sang walked in, a long-haired beauty with a microphone approached her, accompanied by a chubby pigeon with a camera hanging around its neck. Hello, I'm a reporter from Hangang Focus Channel. May I interview you? Qiao Sang was taken aback. The last time she was interviewed by a reporter was during the Baixin competition. Could it be that the hype of the Baixin competition still lingered? Sorry, I have something to do right now. It's not convenient. Qiao Sang declined. She was joking. This was the police station, and she was about to receive 5 million. What if it got out that she had received a 5 million reward today? And acquaintances came to ask her for money? I just thought your pet looks a bit like the new evolution of the fire-tooth dog that has been circulating recently. I'd like to know its name, the beauty reporter explained. It turned out she wasn't here to interview her because of the Baixin competition. Sorry. It's really not convenient right now. Qiao Sang still refused. 5 minutes later, accompanied by an officer at the registration desk, Qiao Sang arrived at the designated reception room. Upon entering, she saw a familiar face. Hello, you must be Miss Qiao, who captured the level 1 wanted criminal Zhou Xian. I'm a reporter from Hangang Focus Channel, and I'm here to interview you. We just met, the beauty reporter said with a smile, holding her microphone. Qiao Sang, Chapter 140, Unusual Ears. It was awkward to realize that someone had come specifically to interview her. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white police uniform, slightly plump, walked in, followed by 2 young police officers in blue uniforms. You must be Qiao Sang. You're truly remarkable at such a young age. You managed to bring a level 1 wanted criminal to justice, the man in the white uniform said with a smile as he approached her. This is Director Pan from our Hangang City Police Station, the male police officer in blue introduced. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned and didn't have time to speak before Director Pan continued. Several media outlets have come to report this incident. We will ensure they accurately cover it so everyone knows that Hangang has a young heroine like you. The beauty reporter added, I will make sure to report it well. Qiao Sang thought. With such words spoken, what else could she say? 2 hours later, after leaving the police station, Qiao Sang felt overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the reporters. Questions came one after another, not only about how Wang Mingshan subdued the wanted criminal but also about her pet. Any pet resembling the new form of the fire-tooth dog would surely attract attention. Qiao Sang didn't hide anything, since it was bound to be known eventually. She spoke the truth. Little did she know, the reporters went wild. If she hadn't put her pet away in the Beast Codex later, the looks they gave it might have felt like they wanted to devour it whole. It must be said that news media workers are really dedicated. Unlike ordinary people who fear fire-type pets. Turning a corner, Qiao Sang summoned her pet from the Beast Codex. As soon as it appeared, it looked around in confusion. Where's everyone? Where's the microphone? Where's the camera? It's all good now. We're out, Qiao Sang said, observing her pet's bewildered expression. Yeah. The pet sighed in relief. Today it hadn't looked in the mirror or worn sunglasses, with so many cameras pointed at it. It was really afraid of being photographed ugly. Just then, the ground suddenly wriggled. A pet about 50 centimeters tall, with short brown-gray fur, short round ears, and a black stripe on its forehead appeared in front of it. Yeah, the pet was startled and instinctively wanted to shoot sparks at it. Due to recent skills releasing sparks, if it were to attack, its first choice of skill would definitely be sparks. Wait, don't attack it, Qiao Sang stopped. The pet in front of them was a middle-level pet, the short-eared mouse, which was born with the ability to burrow. But that wasn't the most important part. What was important was that the short-eared mouse not only wore a work ID around its neck but also had a camera, clearly indicating that it was a pet with an owner and a job. Short-ear, the short-eared mouse politely greeted, lifting its right paw to show its work ID. Qiao Sang bent down to take a look. It was a press ID. Qiao Sang glanced at the short-eared mouse with a complex expression. Indeed, its ability to burrow and directly approach the interviewee without fearing crowds made it quite suitable for being a reporter. Short-ear, short-ear. Seeing that the other party looked at its work ID, the short-eared mouse picked up its camera and called out twice at the pet. The pet froze for a moment when the camera was pointed at it, then lifted its head, straightened its chest, and struck a cool pose. Qiao Sang thought, should I remind the pet that with the short-eared mouse being so short, the photos taken would be from a death angle? Looking at the pet trying hard to keep a serious face, she thought, never mind, her pet was perfect from every angle. This was just a small episode. The short-eared mouse waved politely and left, not pestering Qiao Sang with questions like the other reporters. However, even if it had asked, Qiao Sang wouldn't have understood. With a large sum of money in hand, Qiao Sang was in high spirits, even feeling a breeze on her way to school. Shinshui Middle School. Vice Principal's office. Lu Yao crouched down and picked up the pet's paw to examine it, then flipped its eyelids to take a look. Qiao Sang felt that the process resembled a doctor examining a patient. Have you named it? Lu Yao gently tugged at the pet's ear to look inside. Qiao Sang was momentarily stunned. Yabao. Lu Yao. No, I mean the name of this form of its species. You are the first person to evolve the fire-toothed dog into a new form. You have the right to name it. Lu Yao said. Yinling dog. Qiao Sang suddenly remembered she had told the vice principal about the name Yinling dog. Yinling dog? Lu Yu stopped his actions and looked at Qiao Sang in surprise. That name you chose is quite suitable. Really? Qiao Sang scratched her head shyly. Of course it's suitable. It's not a name she chose. The name displayed in the Beast Codex is officially designated. When did you realize the Yinling dog's ears are unusual? Lu Yao asked. Qiao Sang didn't know about the unusual ears. I noticed it since its evolution. Its ears are much larger than before, Qiao Sang explained. The ears of the fire-toothed dog were already large, and now they looked even larger proportionally compared to its current size after evolving into the Yinling dog, which wasn't too far-fetched. Lu Yao, you're only looking at the surface, but I'm not too sure either. Let me check with an ear endoscope. Leo nodded toward the Tianstian bat beside him. The Tianstian bat vanished in place instantly. Qiao Sang was truly envious of this efficiency and speed. Lu Yao placed the ultra-fine endoscope near the pet's ear. The pet couldn't help but move its ear. It felt so itchy. The visual device connected to the endoscope was only the size of an ordinary tablet. Lu Yao looked at the visual device and quickly reached a conclusion. Qiao Sang realized that Ling meant to hear. She didn't feel that it was a pity that it couldn't release ultrasonic waves. Normally, the fire-toothed dog should have evolved into the burning fire dog. Now that it could evolve into the Yinling dog, which had enhanced hearing and a powerful super ability, she felt grateful. I think it's great as it is now. Qiao Sang smiled at her pet. Yeah. Lu Yu smiled and didn't say anything more about the Yinling dog's hearing. I've checked the Yinling dog. I remember you have a treasure-seeking ghost as well. Summon it out for me to take a look, Lu Yao said as he stood up. Qiao Sang nodded and said to the air, little treasure-seeking. In the next moment, the little treasure-hunting ghost appeared on the visual device. It was holding an endoscope in its claws, mimicking the way Lu Yao had just checked Yabao's ears. Chapter 141. Ghost Ring Spirit Due to the Contract. Qiao Sang could sense the direction of the little treasure-hunting ghost. Lu Yao was different. The visual device was right under his feet, and when he looked down, he was startled to see a ghost-type pet beast with a grayish-yellow appearance in his field of vision, causing his heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, having been trained by the elusive abilities of the heavenly bat in his youth, he managed to keep his composure and did not exclaim. Lu Yao steadied his mind and crouched down to help the little treasure-hunting ghost with its checkup. The little treasure-hunting ghost extended one claw to hand over the endoscope while pointing at its own ear with the other. Although Lu Yao could not understand what the treasure-hunting ghost was saying, as a cultivator, he could usually comprehend its intentions through its actions. You don't need to check your ears, Lu Yao said. The little treasure-hunting ghost pouted, its two yellow eyes staring intently at Lu Yao, seemingly asking why. At that moment, Lu Yao's attention was completely drawn to its eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise, your treasure-hunting ghost has golden yellow eyes. Qiao Sang froze for a moment and involuntarily became nervous. Is there a problem? She knew that the normal treasure-hunting ghost's eyes were usually medium yellow, but golden yellow was still within the yellow category. The color of pupils among people from Longwood could vary from black to light brown to dark brown, which she thought was merely a genetic issue. Could it be more complicated than that? Qiao Sang thought. She really can be anxious. It's like when a doctor looks at you and says that one of your organs is different from a normal person's. It's quite frightening, okay? After examining for a while, Luyo asked, "You've raised it well. Have you thought about its future evolution path?" Qiao Sang was taken aback. The treasure-hunting ghost only had one evolution type, which was the treasure-hunting spirit. However, after that, there were two evolution paths, the treasure-hunting spirit and the ghost ring spirit. Frankly, Qiao Sang had never considered this issue. Both the treasure-hunting spirit and the ghost ring spirit were advanced pets, while the little treasure-hunting ghost was still a beginner pet. Thinking about this felt too early for her. She believed she should wait until the little treasure-hunting ghost evolved into a treasure-hunting demon and became an intermediate pet before making any plans. Then you need to think about it now. Lu Yao stopped his movements and looked up to say, "If you want the treasure-hunting ghost to evolve into a treasure-hunting spirit in the future, that's fine. Regular cultivation will suffice. But if you want it to evolve into a ghost ring spirit later, you need to start implementing a different cultivation plan while it's still a treasure-hunting ghost." Qiao Sang really didn't know about this. After thinking for a few seconds, she asked, "What do I need to do if I want it to evolve into a ghost ring spirit in the future?" After contracting the treasure-hunting ghost, she had naturally researched this species thoroughly online, although she had thought about whether to let it evolve into a treasure-hunting spirit or a ghost ring spirit. It didn't stop her from studying both types of pets. The treasure-hunting spirit was a dual-attribute ghost and dark-type pet that could evolve smoothly as long as sufficient energy was accumulated. The ghost ring spirit was a ghost-type pet that, although it didn't have a dark attribute, learned ghost-type skills more easily than the treasure-hunting spirit and also had a chance to awaken curse-type skills during its evolution into a ghost ring spirit. Similar to how the fire-toothed dog awakened the sensing ability and phantom fire when evolving into the flame-listening dog. However, to evolve into a ghost ring spirit, the rings on the treasure-hunting demon must first split into two. She wasn't clear on how to do that. She only knew that the number of treasure-hunting demons evolving into treasure-hunting spirits far exceeded those evolving into ghost ring spirits, as the conditions and materials required for the latter were significantly more challenging. Between these two types of pets, Qiao Sang leaned more towards the ghost ring spirit. The little treasure-hunting ghost already possessed psychic abilities. The skills it could learn were more about quality than quantity, and it was better to evolve into the ghost ring spirit, which could grasp ghost-type skills more easily. Lu Yao wasn't surprised by Qiao Sang's choice. Ghost ring spirits were indeed much rarer than treasure-hunting spirits. If you want it to evolve into a ghost ring spirit, you need to make it learn ghost fire first. Then use the ghost fire to forge the ring for a week. Once the ring splits into two, you can use dark ghost crystals at night to facilitate its evolution. Qiao Sang was a bit confused. Ghost fire? Isn't that a fire-type skill? That's why I'm suggesting you prepare while it's still a treasure-hunting ghost. Although the treasure-hunting ghost is a ghost-type pet, its ring can absorb materials of different attributes. It can use the ring as a medium to release ghost fire. As it evolves, the saturation of energy absorbed by the ring will also increase. If you wait until it evolves into a treasure-hunting demon before letting it learn ghost fire, the amount of materials needed will be more than 10 times what you'd need now, Lu Yao explained. Qiao Sang was caught off guard by this wave of knowledge. Unable to help herself, she asked, "Is the ring really that amazing? Does that mean as long as there are enough materials, it can learn skills of other attributes? Is the treasure-hunting ghost's ring that impressive? Why have I never heard of this before? Doesn't that mean the treasure-hunting ghost can use its ring as a medium to release skills of all other attributes? Round it up. Wouldn't that make it an all-attribute pet? That's impossible. If that were the case, treasure-hunting ghosts would be sold like crazy. How could they not sell? They would still have to rely on the treasure-hunting ghost to clumsily take the hit." "You dare to think that?" Lu Yao chuckled. "Of course, that's impossible. The ring absorbing materials of different attributes is just to extract the necessary energy and expand the space within. Ghost fire is an exception. It inherently contains ghost attributes, and the materials required for it have been derived from extensive research. It's not just any random fire-type materials that can be used to form ghost fire." "I see." Qiao Sang finally understood, but it was your fault. After all, the vice principal's words were all her knowledge blind spots. Once the examination was nearly complete, Lu Yao stood up and walked to the desk, directly writing 2 cultivation plans by hand. Qiao Sang leaned in to take a closer look. Fortunately, it was written in cryptic language like a doctor's handwriting. After leaving the school, Qiao Sang took the 2 cultivation plans devised by the senior cultivator to a nearby pet cultivation institution. The pet cultivation institution could not only comprehensively formulate growth directions for pets, but also create energy pills based on the formulas of materials. Energy pills could perfectly blend all nutritional materials and were convenient to carry. They could also be tailored to the pet's taste, making them the best choice for all energy meals. Thinking of seeking professional help for professional matters, she came here. Chapter 142. Forget about it, this pet cultivation institution was not large, looking rather desolate inside, with only a man in a black short-sleeved shirt sitting on a low stool, playing do di ju with 2 sand prairie dogs. 2. As soon as Qiao Sang walked in, she saw the man excitedly throwing down his cards. Bang! Next to him, 1 sand prairie dog casually threw out 4 cards, which seemed to be a bomb. The man instantly fell silent. Is anyone here? Qiao Sang looked inside, trying to call someone out. Yes, yes, yes. The man heard her voice and immediately put down his cards, walking over. The man was happy inside, and a smile spread across his face. Are you looking for a cultivator? Or do you need boarding? Or do you want your pet to learn certain skills? Qiao Sang was taken aback. Was this institution offering such comprehensive services? Pet cultivation, boarding, and teaching pet skills were all major services, and it was rare to find an institution that could cover all 3. Qiao Sang began to change her impression of this institution. Who would have thought that although it was small, it had everything? At that moment, the man noticed Yabao beside her, and his eyes lit up. Not because he recognized Yabao as the new evolution of the fire-toothed dog mentioned in recent news, but because he was amazed by Yabao's appearance. The feeling that the flame-listening dog gives people is nothing but expensive. It seems that this is a wealthy guest, the man thought to himself, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. We have professional breeders here, and we support monthly, quarterly, and yearly boarding, as well as skills training. He pointed to the 2 pet beasts still holding cards and continued, look at these 2 sand marmots. They've only been here for about a week and have already learned how to play cards and roll dice. Whatever skills you want your pet to learn, whether it's werewolf, 3 kingdoms kill, or script murder, we can ensure they will learn it. Qiao Sang, so this skill is not the same as that skill. I want to make a month's worth of energy pills based on this. Qiao Sang took out 2 breeding plans to explain her intentions. The man smiled and took them over, casually glancing at them. But just that glance almost made him lose his composure. Goodness, pure liquid, fire-melting fruit, fire essence crystals, and temperature-containing powder. Just a casual glance revealed rare materials. This is truly extravagant. Only a high-level energy pill maker would dare to use these materials. If this deal is to be made, outside help will definitely be needed to produce it. He wondered if these materials needed to be provided by them. The man, faced with such a large combination of materials, couldn't help but become serious. How much would it cost if you provide these materials? Qiao Sang asked. The cost of the materials might be more expensive than buying them herself, but is money a problem? No. She is now a person with 5 million in assets. 200,000 for a month's worth of the 2 types of energy pills, the man estimated. Qiao Sang was taken aback and quickly calculated in her mind. 200,000 means 4 million a year, which is enough to buy 24 flame-toothed dogs. Wow. A black shop. Wait. The man quickly intercepted her. The price is negotiable. Don't rush to leave. He admitted that the price had been raised a bit, but it was only a little. The market price for making energy pills isn't uniform. Who walks away after hearing the price without negotiating? After all, he didn't want to lose this deal. Qiao Sang paused and said, 50,000. Qiao Sang, fine, I'll leave. 10 minutes later, Qiao Sang returned here because she had just called the vice principal and confirmed that the materials, along with the production cost, indeed came close to 200,000. No wonder people often say that contracting pet beasts is easy, but cultivating them is difficult. She has truly understood. After more than half an hour of friendly communication, the final price was set at 180,000 per month. Payment will be made monthly, with a 20,000 deposit first, and the balance paid when the energy pills are received. Along with the materials needed for the little treasure ghost ring and the dark ghost crystal required for its evolution later, this money is likely to be used up. At this moment, Qiao Sang felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, because this is just the cultivation cost for a mid-level pet and a low-level pet. What will happen when the pet's level is higher in the future? Qiao Sang sat on the sofa, picked up her phone, and searched for the materials needed for the ring according to the breeding plan of the little treasure ghost. The materials required for the ring are not many. Only 10 types. Looking at the materials she found, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not as expensive as she imagined. 8 of them she directly ordered online, spending only 32,000 alliance coins. However, she hesitated to choose the century-old rootgrass and the ghost flame fruit. There are many fakes online, and these 2 materials are among the most expensive, one over 60,000 and the other over 80,000. Buying materials is not like buying clothes, where the quality can be immediately discerned. Buying the right ones makes everyone happy. But buying the wrong ones would lead to a legal battle with the seller, which is too troublesome. For such expensive materials, one either buys them and takes them to an appraisal center for verification or buys them directly from a branded physical store. Qiao Sang thought for a while and decided to take some time to go to a physical store to buy these 2 items. After looking at her phone for a while, she suddenly heard a crackling sound from the courtyard. What happened? Qiao Sang raised her head in surprise and asked. Soon. Sun. The little treasure ghost, hearing its beast master ask this, excitedly floated to the left, opening its mouth to mimic the fire tooth's fire-breathing action. Then it floated to the right, pretending to faint like Waterloo Ya did last time, closing its eyes and falling down. Qiao Sang, wait, I actually forgot about this. Now, they aren't fighting, are they? Just then, a loud crash echoed from the courtyard. Undoubtedly, that was the sound of a fight. Qiao Sang stood up in a flash, her expression tense as she hurried towards the courtyard. Now she could only hope that Waterloo Ya was hiding in the water like it did when Fire Tooth released sparks yesterday and hadn't come out. Son, the little treasure ghost followed closely behind, wearing a look of excitement. When Qiao Sang arrived at the courtyard and saw the scene before her, her vision went black. Fire Tooth was proudly lifting its head, while Waterloo Ya was already unconscious in front of it. Chapter 143. Mission. Qiao Sang took a deep breath and walked heavily towards Waterloo Ya. Her mood was very chaotic. In the messy courtyard, with Firetooth's proud expression wanting to praise it and the little treasure ghost constantly poking Waterloo Ya's tail, she needed to calm down. If the Beast Master manual had a blank third page right now, she would definitely take advantage of Waterloo Ya's fainting to try and contract it. Unfortunately, there isn't. After experiencing 2 such incidents in a row, she had lost confidence in improving her relationship with Waterloo Ya. When Waterloo Ya woke up and looked at the scene before it, it was stunned. The familiar blue color made it unconsciously wag its tail a few times. It was actually in the water. It floated to the surface, with both eyes just above the water. No one was around. The new human and her 2 pet beasts were gone. Just then, it caught sight of something familiar by the edge of the pool. Swimming closer. Waterloo Ya was taken aback. It was a bottle of milk. In the living room, Qiao Sang was installing the super full-length mirror that had just been delivered. The happiest one in the house with the new mirror was undoubtedly Firetooth. Once the mirror was installed, Firetooth carefully used its telekinesis to place it by the glass curtain wall where the light was best. The feeling of seeing itself in the water and in the mirror was completely different. Firetooth half sat in front of the mirror, once again lost in its own handsomeness. On the other side, you just keep controlling this coin. Put it down whenever you get tired, Qiao Sang said to the little treasure ghost. Holding a coin in her hand, the little treasure ghost had already passed a month, and today was its official training day. Son, the little treasure ghost nodded, extending a claw that glowed blue. Soon, with the control of its telekinesis, the coin floated into the air. Qiao Sang was very satisfied with this. Some pet beasts might have a resistance at the beginning of training and be unwilling to cooperate, but the little treasure ghost had never trained before. So she was a bit worried. Now it seemed her concerns were unnecessary. Qiao Sang felt relieved and sat down, taking out her phone to search for physical stores that sold root grass and ghost flame fruit. Meanwhile, after controlling the coin for a short while, the little treasure ghost started to feel bored. It unconsciously moved its telekinetic claw a bit. As its fingers waved, the coin began to rotate and move in circles. Son, the little treasure ghost's eyes lit up, and it began to swing its fingers widely. The coin followed its movements, first shooting up to the ceiling and then quickly dropping down, almost hitting the floor before stopping, and then shot straight towards Firetooth. The sudden coin startled Firetooth out of its daze of handsomeness. It turned its head to look at its little brother. Son, the little treasure ghost issued a challenge. Yeah, Firetooth's expression changed, indicating it accepted the challenge. Soon, its eyes glowed blue. When Qiao Sang confirmed the location of the physical store, she put down her phone and looked up, only to be instantly dumbfounded. In the living room, the television, remote control, cups, green plants, and cushions all floated in midair. Qiao Sang's mind stopped for 2 seconds. The little treasure-seeking ghost was a beginner-level pet, and its telekinesis was just at a novice level. It shouldn't be able to control so many objects. Besides Yabao, she couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. She stiffly turned her head and, sure enough, saw Yabao with blue light emanating from its eyes and body. While the little treasure-seeking ghost opposite it had transformed from a single finger of blue light to its entire body glowing. These 2 little guys made Qiao Sang take a deep breath to calm her emotions. It wasn't their fault. They were both not even half a year old combined. How much could they understand? At this moment, it needed a beast master to properly teach them. Thinking this way made Qiao Sang feel much better. Her expression softened. And just as she was about to speak calmly, she suddenly found her feet off the ground, leaving the sofa. You 2 stop it. The following days of training entered a regular rhythm. Every day before going to school, Yabao would leave a doppelganger at home, and when it reached a certain distance, the doppelganger would disappear, allowing it to use telekinesis to leave the ground and head to school. On the way home, it also used telekinesis, and occasionally played with the little treasure-seeking ghost at home. The points for telekinesis gradually increased, and its proficiency successfully reached the minor accomplishment stage. steadily increasing by over 200 points daily as it moved towards mastery. On the 5th day of moving, the spark also reached the peak of its profound understanding. The little treasure-seeking ghost's telekinesis and hypnosis had both been successfully mastered. The hypnosis was cast on Yabao, and as a mid-level pet, Yabao's mental strength far exceeded that of the little treasure-seeking ghost, making it not easily hypnotized. Even if there was some effect after multiple attempts, Yabao's strong willpower would break free, while also training its mental strength. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, except for a bit of a relationship with Shui Luana. 1 week later, at 7:22 a.m., Qiao Sang opened her eyes to see Yabao calmly using its flame body to dry off the water stains on itself. Now it didn't even make many excuses about taking a bath. Shui Luana wasn't doing much better. Several times, whenever Qiao Sang was distracted doing her own things, Yabao would run into the yard and unleash a flurry of skills. Then Shui Luana would faint. Not only that, every time it fainted, Yabao would come over to show off its achievements. Qiao Sang went from initial panic to later breakdown and eventually to numbness. Her emotional journey had been quite tumultuous. However, one thing Qiao Sang didn't quite understand was why Shui Luana was willing to stay in this house despite being bullied every day. Outside was dangerous. But how could it compare to the daily relentless fighting of Yabao? Shaking off her chaotic thoughts, Qiao Sang arrived at school. In the training ground, Qiao Sang, how's the practice with the Flame Whirlwind's range going? Wang Yu asked with a smile. Let me tell you. My little Yin has now reached the training requirements and can hit something at a 30-meter range with 100 accuracy, Wang Yao said in a lowered voice. Last time, the Yin Sparrow's range was close to the red target but hadn't reached it yet. Compressing such skills was easy at first, but as one progressed, it became increasingly difficult. Not bad. You should be the first here to meet Zheng Baolong's requirements, Qiao Sang said. If there's a check today, I think only you won't get scolded by him. That also includes you, Wang Yu laughed. But there won't be a check today. Why? Qiao Sang asked, confused. Is the task self-selected or assigned by Zheng Baolong? Qiao Sang inquired. Qiao Sang was silent for a few seconds. Is there no situation where he gives praise? Wang Yu shrugged helplessly and said, you don't know. Unless the task is completed perfectly, and the client gives you 5 stars and leaves a good review, leaving Zheng Baolong speechless. Otherwise, he will definitely pick apart everything and lecture you. Is 5 stars that hard? Qiao Sang asked, puzzled. It's not just hard, it's extremely difficult, Wang Yu complained. Some clients are incredibly difficult to please. If things aren't perfect, they won't give full stars. Sometimes, even if you solve their problems, they'll insist that your attitude during the task was an issue and leave a long review criticizing you. Qiao Sang nodded. Got it. Qiao Sang's internal alarm bells rang. It seemed the tasks were not as simple as she thought. Hongang Beastmaster Center. On the 3rd floor, in the task hall. The virtual superlarge screen in the hall constantly refreshed tasks, displaying either newly posted tasks or long unclaimed ones. Many people gathered in front of the virtual screen, checking for suitable tasks. Most of the tasks required going to secret realms, which were not suitable for new Beastmasters. Have you all registered? Zheng Guoping asked the group of students in front of him. Shi Gaofeng, Suji, and others nodded. Your main purpose in taking on tasks is to gain experience. Don't just randomly accept tasks to complete them. Think clearly about what the task can bring you, understood? Zheng Guoping said earnestly. Zheng Guoping nodded in satisfaction and turned to find a seat. Wang Yao looked at Zheng Baolong's back, clicked her tongue, and whispered to Qiao Sang. He hasn't accompanied us to the Beastmaster Center since the beginning. This time, he's clearly here for you. That speech was probably directed at you. Qiao Sang was taken aback and suddenly felt some pressure. There were 23 task reception windows, and her number was 02899. It quickly became her turn. Qiao Sang approached window 06. The receptionist was a female staff member with shoulder-length hair. After scanning, the staff member looked at the information displayed on the computer with uncertainty several times. What is this? 15 years old. Fire-toothed dog and treasure-seeking ghost. Are you serious? Could there be a mistake in the data? Although she was internally skeptical, years of professional training kept the staff member's face calm. It doesn't show that you have any tasks to hand over. Are you here to post a task or to receive one? To receive. Then let me filter for you. Please wait. You have a fire-toothed dog. I don't know if it. Before the staff member could finish, Qiao Sang interrupted her. It's not a fire-toothed dog. Sure enough, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, how could such a small child have contracted 2 pets, especially with one being fire type and the other ghost type? She didn't know which person had registered them so carelessly that they could make such a mistake. I'm sorry, my fire-toothed dog has evolved. And I haven't had the chance to update the information, Qiao Sang continued. Evolving a pet does not require registration within 7 working days like contracting does. She had been at school recently, and after training, it was already after work hours when she came to the Beastmaster Center, so she hadn't updated her pet's information. The staff member was stunned as she listened to this, mentally repeating it several times. Evolved? Evolved. Seeing the staff member's silence, Qiao Sang asked, "Do I need to go downstairs to update the information first?" "Okay." Qiao Sang nodded and began to form the summoning seal. Since a week ago, when Yabao was interviewed by a group of reporters, its handsome high-definition face had appeared on many news outlets in the Yuhua region. There was no choice but to take a detour. Qiao Sang wasn't flustered. Hot news emerged every day. Once the hype around the new evolution of the fire-toothed dog passed, this situation wouldn't occur again. But since there was still some hype now, and the Beastmaster Center was a place with a large flow of people, to facilitate movement, Qiao Sang had to first store Yabao in the Beastmaster Codex. Under the gray star array, a red and white figure appeared inside. The staff member suddenly stood up from her chair. Her expression was dazed. Yes. The new evolution form of the fire-toothed dog. Wasn't the pet this child registered a fire-toothed dog? Yeah. Yabao called out excitedly. It finally came out. Qiao Sang sat in front of window number 06, looking at the tasks displayed on the screen of her desk. Her fingers sliding across the screen as she browsed through them one by one. They were all basic tasks that could only be completed by fire-type and ghost-type pet trainers. And all within the Zhujianghai province. As a low-level Beastmaster, she wouldn't be assigned adventure tasks related to secret realms. According to Qiao Sang's current Beastmaster level, the tasks displayed on the screen were all daily tasks with little danger. Task: urgently recruiting a ghost-type pet for 3 days, level not limited. The scarier it looks the better, preferably with dream-related skills. Task location: 231, Qinchi Road, Hangang City. Zhujianghai Province. Task reward: 1,000 union coins per day. Qiao Sang glanced at it and quickly dismissed the task. Little Treasure looked too cute to meet the requirements, and besides, it didn't know any dream-related skills. She continued to scroll down. Task: looking for a fire-type pet that can precisely control energy output. Camping in the wild for 2 days. Hoping the fire-type pet can perfectly control the cooking fire. Task location: Nansha Shirling, Hangang City. Zhujianghai Province. Task reward: 3,000 union coins. Isn't it better to just bring fire-starting tools? What a bunch of people with too much money to spend. Chapter 145. Searching for the ghost lamp. This task was easy, and the reward was decent. Normally, Qiao Sang might have accepted it. But as soon as she thought of Zheng Baolong's words, she dismissed it. Yaba had already mastered the fire skills to the peak. And in terms of controlling fire-type energy output, it was already top-notch. Cooking outdoors wouldn't provide any training value. Qiao Sang continued to scroll down several more entries. Task: looking for a fire-type pet with good looks and temperament. The Beastmaster should be eloquent. 1 day calculated. Details to be discussed. Task location: 91, Xinda Street. From Lu City, Zhejianghai Province, Fire-type Training Hall. Although the task didn't specify what it was, any Beastmaster who understood would know. This type of task was similar to a rental, where every training hall would invite some Beastmasters to pretend to sign up when they first opened, making those genuinely interested feel that if they didn't act quickly, they would miss out. In short, the training hall was hiring extras. No training value. Pass. Task: I suffer from severe insomnia. Looking for a grass-type pet with hypnosis powder skills or a ghost-type pet that knows hypnosis. Too simple. Pass. Task: hiring a fire-type pet that can mimic for 3 days, performing only 3 hours a day. Mimicking just means simulating the shape of released flames. The power doesn't change. Only the shape does. It's a skill learned by most pet performers. Yaba doesn't know it. Pass. Qiao Sang looked for a long time without being able to choose. There were many tasks, but few that met the requirements and could provide training value. Hello, do you have any requirements for the task you want to take? A staff member asked enthusiastically. Hearing this, the staff member became respectful, looking at her. Not only is she a genius, but she's also so hardworking. No wonder others are so impressive. I think this task is very suitable for you, the staff member said while checking the computer in front of them. Number 665. Searching for the ghost lamp. Qiao Sang was taken aback and looked down to check. Because the desktop screen was synchronized with the staff member's computer, there was no need to scroll further. Task number 665. Task: searching for the ghost lamp, hoping to find a Beastmaster with ghost-type pets to take the task. Date not limited, specifics to be discussed. Task location: Unit 702, Building 5, Xiang Community, Hangang City, Zhujianghai Province. Task reward: negotiable. She paused slightly at the information above, not expecting others to think so highly of her. Where would wild ghost lamps come from in town? If they did appear, they would probably have been caught by the inspection department. This would require going to a secret realm at least. Qiao Sang raised her head and said, I think I'm still too inexperienced. It's probably not very safe to go to a secret realm at this level. The staff member smiled and explained. You don't need to go to a secret realm. You're not looking for wild ones. The ghost lamp that the task publisher contracted is missing. Oh, I see. Qiao Sang felt relieved. It wasn't uncommon for contracted pets to go missing, especially with new Beastmasters. It usually happened because the Beastmaster's level was too low, and the sensing range was too small, causing the pet to wander too far. Even summoning was limited due to distance restrictions because of the low level. However, new beast masters usually kept a close eye on their pets, almost wanting to carry them 24/7, so it's rare for pets to go missing. Even if they did, the inspection department could find them quickly. That said, it's indeed hard to find ghost-type pets. It was likely that they had already reported it and couldn't find it, which is why the task was published. Little Treasure could see the invisible ghost lamp, and searching for it would test various abilities, plus the location was in Hangang City, which was convenient. It really was a suitable task for her. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang didn't hesitate any longer, clicked on the task details page, confirmed it, and signed her name. The others had already picked their tasks without much hesitation and gathered to discuss their tasks. Gao Shifeng, why did you choose another one about fat removal? Wang Yu teased. Isn't this because I didn't succeed last time and want to try again? You have to get back up from where you fell, Gao Shifeng replied. Besides, there are so few pets that can absorb fat. If I don't take this task, I might have to wait half a year. You took a task similar to last time, just standing still as a model, Gao Shifeng pointed out. That was to train my little Yan's patience, Wang Yu shrugged. Gao Shifeng scoffed and placed a hand on the shoulder of Suiji beside him, saying, You're the most sincere. You didn't choose one similar to last time. Suiji was silent for a few seconds. I wanted to choose. But the last task publisher gave me a 1-star rating and wrote a 1,000-word negative review. I probably won't be able to touch these types of tasks in the future. Gao Shifeng, task publishers and task takers have a two-way selection. If the historical task completion record is too poor and the publisher is unsatisfied, they have the right to refuse. When Qiao Sang found them, she noticed the atmosphere was a bit strange. You finally came. After selecting for so long. What task did you choose? Gao Shifeng sighed in relief. Wang Yao beside him looked worried. That's hard to find. Is there a time limit? Qiao Sang shook her head. No. Gao Shifeng raised his hand as if to place it on Qiao Sang's shoulder, but awkwardly put it down when he remembered she was a girl. You're smart for knowing to look for tasks without a time limit. If you don't complete it by the next gathering, you'll have an excuse. Wang Yu shot him a glance. Did you forget how badly you were scolded last time for taking a task with a 1-month limit? As long as the task isn't completed by gathering time, Zheng Baolong won't care whether there's a time limit or not. Yao Shifeng froze for a moment, his body stiffening. Wang Yao turned her head and sympathetically looked at Qiao Sang. You haven't experienced Zheng Baolong's temper yet. In short, good luck. Zheng Baolong always set a 5-day deadline for tasks. With a task like this, which involved aimlessly searching for ghost-type pets without a fixed location, whether it could be completed really depended on luck. Enough about me. What tasks did you two take? Qiao Sang asked. How come you both have tasks similar to last time? Won't Zheng Baolong say anything about doing the same task? Qiao Sang asked curiously. I won't say anything. A familiar voice came from behind. Qiao Sang. Chapter 146. The old lady Gao Shifeng, Wang Yao, and Suji all instinctively took a few steps back. Qiao Sang turned her head stiffly. In the past, it was sure Gao Feng who was caught, but now it was her turn. The feelings involved were truly hard to express. Just as Shi Gao Feng and the others were secretly sympathizing with Qiao Sang, Zheng Guoping, with a dark expression, spoke up. Shi Gao Feng. If I hear the words Zheng Baolong from you again, you'll be cleaning the school's toilets. Shi Gao Feng's expression froze, instantly confused. Teacher, I didn't say those 3 words just now. Zheng Guoping snorted coldly. If it weren't for you always babbling in front of Qiao Sang, how would she know to say that? Shi Gao Feng looked bewildered. How is this even possible? Qiao Sang was taken aback, her eyes lighting up. Zheng Baolong is powerful. That makes so much sense. If it weren't for Shi Gao Feng always mentioning it in front of me, how would I know that nickname? The teacher is wise, Qiao Sang said sincerely. Zheng Guoping turned to Qiao Sang and said in a calm tone, Have you accepted the task? Send it to the group so I can take a look. Tasks received at the Beast Tamer Center can be viewed by logging into the Beast Tamer's information on the official website. As long as the Beast Tamer themselves operates and agrees, they can also copy the link to share their task progress with others. Qiao Sang quickly took out her phone and sent the task information to the Invincible Holy Water Group. This quirky group name belonged to the second-year school team, and she added it on her first day of participating in the training. Zheng Guoping looked down for a moment, and when he raised his head to speak again, his tone was as calm as before. Next time we gather, if this task isn't completed, you'll clean the women's restroom. Qiao Sang thought, actually. Zheng Baolong was probably still brooding over the nickname he just mentioned. This is definitely retaliation. At the Liaocheng Beast Breeding Institute, Qiao Sang walked in and saw a familiar scene. A man in a white short-sleeve shirt was excitedly throwing cards while sitting on a low stool. However, instead of a sand marmot on either side of him, there was a little multi-scorpion and a white sand fox. You've come. The man turned around upon hearing footsteps, and his eyes instantly lit up. He tossed a card aside and dashed to Qiao Sang, his face flushed with excitement. You're here. If someone saw this scene, they might think it was a touching reunion after a long separation. Qiao Sang was a bit perplexed by the man's attitude. It wasn't like this the last time they met, as the price negotiation had been too harsh, and the man had later been unable to smile. Hello. Are my energy pills ready? Qiao Sang asked politely. Yes, they were ready a few days ago. I've been waiting for you to come, the man said enthusiastically. Where's your Yanling hound? Why don't you summon it? Upon hearing this, Qiao Sang suddenly realized why his attitude had changed so quickly. The last time she had come, she hadn't mentioned the words Yanling hound. He must have seen her interview at the police station on the news and recognized that Yabao was the Yanling hound. It's too cool. I'm afraid someone will steal it, Qiao Sang joked. The man was taken aback, then nodded seriously. You make a good point. The man quickly took out 2 large jars of energy pills. Both jars had the same packaging, but were labeled Yanling hound and treasure-seeking ghost, respectively. After confirming, Qiao Sang took out her bank card to settle the remaining ballots. The man reached out to stop her, meeting his fate, with so many beast breeding institutions. You chose us, so this is also destiny. Therefore, Qiao Sang's heart raced. She knew the value of Yabao's new form. As long as the research institute hadn't figured out how to evolve the fire-toothed dog into the Yanling hound, Yabao would be seen as even rarer than a rare beast in everyone's eyes. Could it be that this store was willing to give her a discount, or even waive the fee to win her over? Their goal was likely to have her help promote their institution. Since this institute had such business acumen, it wasn't unacceptable, so you can just skip the small change. The total is 181,000. You've already paid a deposit of 20,000, so you only need to pay 160,000 more, the man said earnestly. Thank you, Qiao Sang replied. After leaving the Liaocheng Beast Breeding Institute, she went to a nearby alley and summoned Yabao. Yeah. Yabao looked at its master with a resentful expression. It'll be ready in a few days. Do you remember the scene when we were surrounded for nearly an hour last time? Qiao Sang comforted. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost appeared and echoed. Yabao pouted. There's nothing to be done. Who told you to evolve so handsomely? Qiao Sang sighed. Yeah. Yabao perked up, its ears standing tall and tail wagging, instantly lively. Yes. It's unavoidable. Who told me I look so handsome? Qiao Sang watched Yabao's reaction without showing any expression. It was so easy to please. Impressive. Qiao Sang praised the little treasure-seeking ghost beside her. The little treasure-seeking ghost became shy and hid its body in embarrassment. Soon, Qiao Sang felt her hair being tugged by 2 forces. A smile crept onto her lips as she walked out of the alley in the direction opposite her home. Xiang Community, Unit 5, Room 702. Finding a lost ghost-type pet in such a large city was inherently a challenging task. Unlike most high-rise buildings in the city, this community exuded a nostalgic atmosphere. It was quiet, harmonious, and without an elevator. The door was opened by an aunt who looked to be in her 50s and was dressed plainly. Who are you? The aunt paused for a moment, looking surprised at Qiao Sang. Wait a minute, I'll go ask. After saying that, she turned and walked into the room, quickly coming back out. You can come in. You don't need to take off your shoes, the aunt said at the door. Qiao Sang looked at the furnishings inside. Although the decoration was simple, it was very clean, and the floor was shiny without any dust. She hesitated but chose to take off her shoes and go in. The aunt was surprised and smiled, revealing crow's feet. She glanced at the inner room, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice, the one who posted the task is our old lady. She has a strange personality and is reclusive. Since her ghost lamp went missing recently, her temper has become worse. 2 beast tamers have come before to take this task, but the old lady made me give them a bad review. You're still young. I advise you to cancel the task. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. Not because she was discouraged upon hearing that the task publisher was a quirky old lady, but because she never expected that the task publisher would actually be an old lady. She had always thought that the ghost lamp was a new beast tamer. Since it was an elderly person, the contract with the ghost lamp must have been for a long time, and logically, after a long time together. The ghost lamp should have known its way around. How could it possibly get lost? Chapter 147. Can you hear me? I want to try. Qiao Sang looked at the aunt firmly. Although the task publisher might be a difficult person to deal with, her intention in accepting the task was to train her pet's abilities, and the characteristics of the task publisher were not within her consideration. The aunt secretly shook her head and didn't say anything more to dissuade her. She pointed to the right. Just the innermost room. You can go there. I want to follow you in. Okay. Qiao Sang arrived at the door of the designated room. She knocked again, but no one spoke. She knocked again. Are you annoying? The door isn't closed. I already told you it's the innermost room, and you're still knocking for so long. A strong voice came from inside the room. Qiao Sang thought, the task publisher seems quite difficult to deal with. She pushed the door open and was hit by a strong and unpleasant medicinal smell, mixed with a peculiar scent typical of elderly people. Although it was the hot summer, the room had a damp and cold feeling. By the window, an elderly lady with silver hair, high cheekbones, and a face full of wrinkles was half lying on the bed. Before Qiao Sang could introduce herself, the old lady asked, do you have a ghost-type pet? Her gaze was sharp, clearly that of a bad-tempered elderly person. In order to ensure the privacy of both parties, the Beast Master Center will not disclose specific information about either side. In an attempt to prove its existence, the little treasure-seeking ghost appeared on Qiao Sang's head and called out. The old lady stared at the suddenly appearing little treasure-seeking ghost, momentarily lost in thought. Not knowing what to think, after a moment of silence, she picked up a photo from the bedside and handed it over. Qiao Sang took it and saw that the photo showed a girl in a floral dress, smiling with 2 dimples. The blue lampshade pet she was holding was indeed the ghost lamp. The old lady only handed over the photo without saying a word. Qiao Sang felt the need to ease the atmosphere, so she said, "The girl in this photo is really beautiful. I wonder who she is?" Normally, photos handed over at such moments are the person themselves. Although the girl in the photo smiled sweetly, she bore no resemblance to the old lady's current difficult demeanor. But people change significantly from youth to old age. Plus, considering the ghost lamp she was holding, it wasn't hard to deduce that the girl in the photo was the old lady herself. Qiao Sang silently praised her own cleverness. She pretended not to know who the person in the photo was, thinking that the old lady would surely feel secretly pleased to hear the compliment. After all, women, even when old, still hope to hear others praise their beauty. Then, the old lady would reveal that it was indeed her in the photo. And Qiao Sang would feign surprise and compliment her a few more times, ensuring the old lady's satisfaction peaked, and she wouldn't hold back on giving a good review. "This is my granddaughter, Qiao Sang. Why isn't she following the normal script?" Qiao Sang's heart sank. Her granddaughter was gone. The implication of this statement made her weigh her words carefully and softly ask, "Did the police find any clues later?" The old lady snorted coldly. "A bunch of useless fools. If there were clues, why would I even post a task?" Qiao Sang's heart grew heavy. This task actually involved a person. It was understandable that the ghost lamp, being a ghost-type pet, could go missing without a trace, as its movements were inherently mysterious. But if a person also went missing and couldn't be found, it was no ordinary case of disappearance. After all, in today's society, surveillance is everywhere. And people can't go invisible. How could someone just vanish into thin air? Could it be? It was the old lady's phone. "Hello, darling. Have you taken your medicine? Grandma is fine." Due to the unusually quiet room, Qiao Sang could faintly hear a voice coming from the other end of the phone. It was a girl, and her voice sounded similar in age to the girl in the photo. After the old lady hung up, Qiao Sang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Was that your granddaughter calling?" "Yes. May I ask how many granddaughters you have?" "One." Qiao Sang fell silent. After 2 seconds, she asked, "Then what did you mean when you said your granddaughter was gone?" The old lady's sharp gaze turned towards her. She later went to the Yinka area with her parents. "What are you thinking?" Qiao Sang, "She wants to change tasks. My ghost lamp's right lamp holder is missing a section. It was broken when it saved me at the age of 28. Also, there's a red mark the size of a fingernail on its head, which was left when I used poor quality dye on it when I was younger." The subsequent conversation went relatively smoothly. During this time, Qiao Sang wondered if it was because the old lady had contracted a ghost-type pet. But the little treasure-seeking ghost kept floating around her, seemingly sensing something that attracted it. Qiao Sang walked out of the room and put on her shoes at the door. The aunt who had been in the living room approached and stared at Qiao Sang for a while before speaking in a hushed voice. "I think you should change your task." Qiao Sang looked up in confusion. Why? From her earlier conversation with the old lady, she had learned that the aunt was hired by the old lady's son to take care of her and had no familial ties. But even so, without any special reason, the aunt should still be on the employer's side. If it was due to the old lady's eccentric temperament, she remembered that she had already indicated she didn't mind at the beginning. The aunt turned to glance at the inner room, her voice dropping even lower. "The old lady doesn't have much time left. By the time you find the ghost lamp, it may not matter anymore. I'm saying this because I see you're still young, just a reminder." Qiao Sang was somewhat taken aback. Although the old lady looked very old, she spoke with vigor, and her mental state seemed fine. Moreover, her gaze was sharp, and she didn't appear to be on the verge of death at all. Besides, when she first knocked on the door, the old lady's remark clearly indicated she had heard the conversation in the living room with the aunt. How could an elderly person on the brink of death have such good hearing? Although her room was filled with the smell of medicine, wait a minute. Qiao Sang suddenly felt something was off. The old lady's room was at the innermost part, a certain distance from the living room, and the aunt's voice was still at a low but normal volume. The door had initially been slightly ajar, but the gap was negligible. When she first arrived, the aunt had gone inside to confirm the old lady's identity. Yet she hadn't heard any part of their conversation, indicating that the soundproofing was quite good. But why could the old lady hear clearly while she couldn't, despite being at the same distance? Qiao Sang took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Do you think the old lady can hear what we're saying now from her room?" The aunt was taken aback. How could that be? At the same time, the old lady lay down on the bed and covered herself completely with the blanket. A faint voice came from within. "Do you think I want to hear everything?" Chapter 148. vital energy and death energy. Qiao Sang felt a bit foolish after asking that question. If the old lady's Beastmaster level had reached a certain point and she had received feedback from her pet, that could indeed be possible. However, the old lady's appearance completely matched that of someone naturally aging at her age. It's known that Beastmasters who have received feedback from their pets cannot simply be determined by their appearance. High-level Beastmasters can look almost youthful even in their 70s or 80s. This has led to fewer instances of people approaching attractive individuals on the street, as one cannot be sure if the person they are flirting with is from their grandparents' generation. Of course, such individuals are not easily encountered. However, there are quite a few who try to flirt with people from their parents' generation. And this is often used as a joke to remind the public not to judge by appearances, or else the next social embarrassment could be theirs. Given the old lady's age and appearance, it was clear she had not received feedback from any pet. And it was naturally impossible for her to hear conversations that were intentionally lowered in volume from such a distance. Qiao Sang finished putting on her shoes and stood up, voicing her doubts. Has the old lady been ill? Aside from the overwhelming scent of medicine in the room, she couldn't tell that the old lady had any health issues. The aunt was first taken aback, then seemed to think of something and hesitated before saying, "It's just normal aging. Her organs aren't functioning as well." Speaking of which, something strange happened. On the 28th of last month, the old lady was delirious and couldn't eat anything. When she went to the hospital, the doctor said she would only last until the next day. I was so scared that I called Mr. Jiang, the old lady's son. And later their whole family rushed over that day, preparing for the funeral. After saying this, she awkwardly laughed. "I just mentioned it. Don't get scared. The old lady is a Beastmaster, so her situation might be different from ordinary people. However, when I went to the hospital for a checkup the day before yesterday, the doctor still said it would be a matter of days. I estimate the old lady doesn't have much time left. And since the ghost lamp might not be found anytime soon, I wanted to give you a heads up." Qiao Sang was naturally not frightened. After all, it wasn't unusual for someone who was supposedly on the brink of death to suddenly recover. She had already experienced crossing over into this world filled with extraordinary beings. What bizarre occurrences could she not accept? However, it was indeed strange. Qiao Sang pondered for a moment and asked, "Did Mr. Jiang and his family arrive on the same day the ghost lamp went missing?" Qiao Sang's heart sank. Something feels off, really off. Who would go out to have fun when their elderly family member has been declared close to death by a doctor? Moreover, after hearing that the ghost lamp has disappeared, the old lady's condition unexpectedly improved instead of worsening. With this in mind, Qiao Sang asked, "Do you have the granddaughter of the old lady's phone number?" The aunt paused for a moment, took out her phone, and said, "I don't have it, but I have Mr. Jiang's number. They should be together." Qiao Sang smiled and replied, "Of course, but I didn't bring my phone. Can you write it down for me?" "Wait a moment, I'll find some paper." The aunt turned to go inside. At this moment, Qiao Sang reminded her, "I remember seeing some paper on the table in the old lady's room." After going down the stairs and arriving at the shaded area downstairs in Unit 5, Qiao Sang took out the piece of paper with the number written on it. Saying she didn't bring her phone was naturally a lie. Who doesn't carry a communication device these days? However, she didn't take out her phone to make a call. Instead, she summoned her tooth fairy. Tooth. The tooth fairy looked around excitedly. It was finally out again. Just as it was about to run around and stretch its limbs, Qiao Sang called out to it in time, "Quick. Use your sensing ability to check this paper. There's an old lady on the bed beside you. Help me see what she has done." The tooth fairy closed its eyes and soon envisioned the events that had occurred 10 minutes before in front of the paper from an observer's perspective. In the dim room, the tooth fairy looked to the side and indeed saw an old lady lying on the bed. Standing next to her was an exceptionally familiar figure. Wasn't he its own Beastmaster? "Tooth." The tooth fairy excitedly called out. Unfortunately, its Beastmaster didn't acknowledge it as she focused on the old lady on the bed. "Tooth. Tooth." It ran in front of its Beastmaster again, trying to gain some attention. Still, it was ignored. Right, the old lady. The tooth fairy remembered its task. Its eyes widened, and it turned to stare intently at the old lady on the bed, trying to will her into blooming like a flower. But soon, it was distracted again by the figure beside her. Wasn't he that the little brother? Why was he drooling over the old lady? Although the tooth fairy was sensing events from about 10 minutes ago, in reality, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. When the tooth fairy opened its eyes, Qiao Sang eagerly asked, "What did you see?" "Tooth." The tooth fairy lay on the ground with its limbs up, mimicking the old lady's position on the bed. Then turned its head to repeat what she had said. "Tooth, tooth, 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 tooth." Qiao Sang listened patiently and found that it was all things the old lady had said to her in the room. Fortunately, the next action the tooth fairy performed was after she left the room. She saw the tooth fairy mimicking pulling something onto itself, which, if she guessed correctly, should be a quilt. "Tooth, tooth." The tooth fairy lay back, imitating what the old lady had said. Qiao Sang felt as if she had been hit on the head with a stick. Her mind was a bit dazed. Oh my god, the old lady can hear. Although she suspected there was something strange about the old lady, she hadn't guessed it in this direction. The fact that she could still hear at that distance and volume was simply superhuman. No, calm down. There are no superheroes in this world. There are extraordinary beings that are more miraculous than superheroes. A beast master who has experienced the nurturing of their beast might achieve this. But the old lady was not a high-level beast master. Qiao Sang struggled to calm herself and sort out her thoughts. The person who was about to die was suddenly doing well, and her senses became extraordinarily sharp beyond normal. On the same day, the ghost lamp also went missing. Tooth. The Tooth Fairy continued mimicking. To be honest, if a director saw this series of actions, they might immediately prepare a contract for signing. After finishing the mimicry, the Tooth Fairy stood up, shook off the dust from its body, and looked at the little treasure-seeking ghost that appeared at some point, watching it with amusement. Suddenly, it remembered the scene of drooling over the old lady. Tooth, tooth, seek, seek. Qiao Sang stopped her thoughts. What the heck? Essence and death energy. Chapter 149. With Qiao Sang's pupils suddenly narrowed. It should be known that essence is a characteristic of living beings. The more abundant the essence, the more spirited and energetic a person feels. As long as a person is alive, they have essence. It's just a matter of abundance or scarcity. However, to attract the attention of ghost-type beasts, it's not enough for a person to be alive. They need to be filled with a large amount of essence. Ghost-type beasts in horror movies enjoy feeding on the essence of young people. They have never been seen specifically targeting the elderly for feeding. An old person naturally has little essence, which is contained within their body, making it undetectable to ghost-type beasts. Beasts like the ghost lamp, which prefer to guide lost individuals in exchange for essence, according to big data, also help young people. Death energy, on the other hand, is a breath of lifelessness. The most concentrated death energy is found in places like funeral homes, morgues, and graveyards. When a person emits death energy, it indicates that their life is nearing its end. The death energy that can attract ghost-type beasts must be very dense. Feeling it on a living person generally indicates that the person is likely to pass away within 3 days. Logically, the essence and death energy that can be sensed by ghost-type beasts should exceed the normal energy range. Yet, the little treasure-seeking ghost sensed both on the old lady. This doesn't make sense. Qiao Sang pondered silently. All abnormal phenomena are caused by extraordinary beings. Could this be related to the missing ghost lamp? In an instant, Qiao Sang's mind opened up. She worked hard to connect all the events. The old lady was close to death, but on the same day. Her family members rushed over, and then the ghost lamp disappeared, and the old lady came back to life. The sequence of events connected together. Qiao Sang unconsciously supported her chin with her right hand, starting a conspiracy theory. Could it be that the old lady's family knew about the ghost lamp's certain abilities and forced it to use them to extend the old lady's life? But the cost of doing so would be death, so the ghost lamp vanished, and the old lady was unaware, still foolishly issuing a task to find the ghost lamp. No, Qiao Sang quickly denied her speculation. If the ghost lamp died, the old lady, being its beast master, would definitely know immediately. But what if the ghost lamp saved the old lady without dying? Qiao Sang took out her phone and searched. What abilities does the ghost lamp have to bring back the dying? Soon, the web page provided an answer. Sorry, no relevant pages found regarding what abilities the ghost lamp has to bring back the dying. Qiao Sang, it seems no one has asked this question. She didn't give up and logged onto a forum to post a question about it. I don't know how the ghost lamp can bring the dying back to life, but I know how it can make the dying die faster. Do you want to hear? Why am I seeing this question? The original poster, your thoughts are a bit off. Come on, this is a ghost-type beast. Do you think it has divine healing skills? Let me enlighten the original poster. The ghost lamp absorbs essence, not gives it. Right. The ghost lamp loves essence the most. It must store some in its body. What if it could deliver this essence to someone on the verge of death? Qiao Sang exited the forum and quickly glanced through her recent call records, finding the number she wanted to call. This is definitely a topic the public wouldn't discuss. It's better to ask someone knowledgeable. The phone rang twice and then connected. Hello, what's up? A steady voice came from the speaker. Vice Principal. I'd like to ask if the ghost lamp can deliver essence to people? Qiao Sang got straight to the point. Liu Yao put down the documents in his hand. Recently, Qiao Sang had been contacting him quite frequently. He didn't even need to look at the caller ID, just hearing her voice told him it was her. However, he didn't expect her to ask such a question right away this time. Although Qiao Sang's academic performance wasn't great, her curiosity had already surpassed that of an average high school student. The structure of a human being was fixed. It couldn't absorb energy like a ghost-type pet beast. Qiao Sang frowned slightly. Could it be that she guessed wrong? Could the wick of a ghost-absorbing lamp be transplanted into a human body? Since the wick was the key to absorbing essence, wouldn't it also work inside a human body? Liu Yao's expression grew serious. He didn't expect Qiao Sang to ask this question. Trying to transplant the wick from a ghost-absorbing lamp into a human body was akin to removing the most vital organ from a pet beast. Several centuries ago, some researchers conducted such cruel experiments to gain certain abilities from pet beasts, which were later strictly prohibited by the Alliance. He didn't expect Qiao Sang, at her young age, to consider such dark aspects. He felt it was necessary to correct her thinking. With her level of genius, her future was boundless, and if her thoughts went astray, it could lead to disaster. Liu Yu said sternly, "Of course not. Without the wick, a ghost-absorbing lamp is like a person without a heart. And the human body simply cannot withstand that kind of energy. If you do that, both the ghost-absorbing lamp and the person receiving the wick would perish." Qiao Sang pondered. If that was the case, then her earlier reasoning was all wrong. Liu Yu, not hearing Qiao Sang speak, asked with concern, "Where are you now? Did you see something or hear something from someone? Why are you suddenly asking this question?" Qiao Sang sighed and said, "I'm outside on a mission. Today we're going to the Beast Master Center." After spending 2 minutes explaining the background of the situation, she realized there was silence on the other end of the line. Qiao Sang looked at her phone. It was still connected. "Vice Principal?" Qiao Sang called out uncertainly, placing the phone to her ear. "I'm here." "The signal was bad just now," Liu Yu replied, feeling a bit awkward. While others were working hard on their missions, he was speculating about her dangerous thoughts. It was previously studied that whether through instruments or dissecting a dead ghost-absorbing lamp, the wick could not be found. Chapter 150, it has a beast master. However, the wick could not be removed recklessly. Once it was taken out once, it would essentially ruin the evolution path of the ghost-absorbing lamp. The damage caused by removing the wick was permanent. Qiao Sang was taken aback. "Didn't you say that a ghost-absorbing lamp without the wick would die immediately like a person without a heart? And you also said that the human body couldn't withstand it." Liu Yu replied, "It would die, and the human body also couldn't withstand it. It's just a matter of time." Liu Yu insisted on saving face. Qiao Sang didn't doubt anything and continued to ask, "Then how long can the wick stay inside a human body at most?" Seeing that Qiao Sang didn't dwell on the previous question, Liu Yu sighed in relief, his tone becoming more relaxed. "It should be about 3 days." 3 days? That didn't seem right. What if the wick stayed in the human body for about half a month? Qiao Sang thought for a moment and asked. Moreover, without the wick, the ghost-absorbing lamp would quickly run out of energy. One must say that having a knowledgeable person around was great. This phone call led Qiao Sang to directly speculate about the whereabouts of the ghost-absorbing lamp. After hanging up the phone, Qiao Sang ordered takeout on the spot. The ghost-absorbing lamp, without the wick, had to think about accumulating energy to replenish the wick while maintaining its own movement. So it must be in some energy-gathering place favored by ghost-type pet beasts. The ghost-absorbing lamp-like essence, which was usually found in places filled with young people and hormones, bars, schools, clubs, or the venue of a competition currently being held. If her guess was correct, it would be a matter of waiting for the right moment. If not, anyway, the wick's consumption period was at most 3 days, and there were 5 days until the school team gathered, with a 2-day buffer to find another way. With this in mind, Qiao Sang looked up and smiled, asking Yaba, "Do you want to rest?" "Yeah." Yaba shook its head honestly. "Rest? No. It has endless energy." "No. You want to rest?" Qiao Sang laughed at Yaba. "Yeah." 1 minute later, Xiang Community. Under the entrance of Building 5, in a shaded area, a majestic red and white pet beast lay on the ground, with a slender girl resting on it. Qiao Sang lay on Yaba, holding her phone, waiting for the takeout. Yaba didn't want to rest. She thought about it. 9 p.m. Hengang City. Linhu Reservoir, under the overpass. Many people walked in from the surroundings and never came out again. As the perspective zoomed in, a hidden door could be found at the bottom of the overpass. The door opened automatically, revealing a bustling crowd inside, a completely different world from the outside. This was a certain underground arena for beast masters. The entire venue was filled with the smell of sweat, tobacco, and hormones. Poisonous scorpion. Ghost-absorbing lamp. Ghost-absorbing lamp. The spectators around shouted the names of the 2 pet beasts, with the majority shouting for the ghost-absorbing lamp. In the arena, a purple poisonous scorpion lay motionless on the ground. The referee approached it for a countdown. 1, 2. Just then, the poisonous scorpion, with its head still, flicked its long tail, and several poisonous needles shot out of nowhere, their silver tips gleaming fiercely. The audience supporting the ghost-absorbing lamp changed their expressions, not expecting an ambush at this point. The speed of the poisonous needles was too fast. The ghost-absorbing lamp could not defend itself, and several needles penetrated its body. "Ghost-absorbing lamp, go for it," a scarred man shouted from the command post. The ghost-absorbing lamp saw everything as a blur. The voices in its ears felt like they were coming from far away. It gasped heavily, trying to activate its wick, only to suddenly realize it no longer had a wick. "Ghost-absorbing lamp, what are you doing? Attack it," the scarred man shouted. The ghost-absorbing lamp gritted its teeth through the intense pain, slowly raising its claws to gather a shadow ball and throw it at the blurry figure on the ground. The ghost-absorbing lamp looked at him expressionlessly. The man felt a shiver in his heart and quickly changed his tone. It's good that we won in the end. Otherwise, we would have worked in vain this time. The ghost-absorbing lamp remained silent. Here, this is your reward. The man, already accustomed to the ghost-absorbing lamp ignoring him, threw a box at it. The box landed at the ghost-absorbing lamp's feet. The man was startled. Hey, I didn't mean to. You didn't catch it. The ghost-absorbing lamp's ears buzzed. It couldn't hear what the man was saying. Only knowing that it could not fall now. We've been cooperating for so many days, and you haven't changed at all. Don't you realize that without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter the arena to compete? The man grumbled as he picked up the box from the ground and handed it to the ghost-absorbing lamp. The ghost-absorbing lamp saw everything as a blur. It focused hard and finally saw the thing in front of it clearly for a moment. It sighed in relief. This fight hadn't been in vain. The ghost-absorbing lamp wanted to reach out and take it, but when it moved, it found it had no strength. Ghost-absorbing lamp. The ghost-absorbing lamp coldly called out. The man was taken aback, turning to look at the long-tailed snake beside him and asking, what did it say? Tail. The long-tailed snake translated. After hearing the long-tailed snake's words, the man's mouth twitched. He opened the box and took out something to stuff into the ghost-absorbing lamp's mouth. You're really something. The man complained as he stuffed it in. After the ghost-absorbing lamp swallowed the item, it finally regained some strength, and its senses returned a bit. It used the little energy it had left to wrap around the things inside it, not wanting them to merge into its body. Will you come again tomorrow? The man asked. The ghost-absorbing lamp nodded. The ghost-sucking lamp had finally paid attention to him. And the man grinned. We've known each other for so long, and you haven't told me where you're from. You should know that wild pet beasts are very dangerous around here. If you hadn't run into me, you would have been caught a long time ago. I think we get along well. So why don't you just wait for me to get to the next page of the Beastmaster manual and sign a contract with me? The ghost-sucking lamp ignored him and floated towards the door. It wasn't a wild pet beast. It had a beast master. Chapter 151. Little Treasure Hunt. It's still you. 1:02 a.m. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Qiao Sang turned over and changed her position, although the wind was strong at night. Lying on the body of a fire-type pet beast made her feel completely warm, since she didn't have to get up early for school in the morning. Qiao Sang became more and more energetic playing on her phone. Not just her. Everyone in the Invincible Holy Water group was still awake. Wang Yao. This time my task publisher is a cute and soft girl. She speaks softly and draws beautifully. Don't be jealous. Sure, Gaofeng. After all that flattery, you could just say she'll give you a 5-star review. Wang Yao, you're jealous. Sure, Gaofeng. Huh. My task publisher is a guy who is 1.9 meters tall with 8-pack abs, and he speaks very politely. Don't be jealous. Qiao Sang. Didn't you take a task about absorbing fat? How could he possibly have 8-pack abs? Wang Yao. Ha ha ha. Qiao Sang, don't expose him. Sure, Gaofeng. I'm not lying. That is how his photos on social media look. Wang Yao. So you haven't even met him in person? Suiji, in this day and age, you still believe in photos? Sure, Gaofeng. Sure, Gaofeng. Wait until I see him tomorrow and take a photo for you all. His face can't be as good as his abs, right? Qiao Sang. Be careful. His abs might be the result of liposuction, and he might just want to maintain it. If anything goes wrong, he might end up with a 6-pack and give you a bad review. Sure, Gaofeng. Wang Yao. Ah, there is really a possibility of that. Shaping abs is much harder than just liposuction. Suiji, brother, sure. I can already foresee your outcome. Sure, Gaofeng. I'm out. Goodbye. Qiao Sang looked at the group messages, feeling pleased, until the latest message appeared. Wang Yao. By the way, Qiao Sang, did you meet the task publisher today? What is their personality like? Qiao Sang pursed her lips and typed a line. It's an old lady who seems to have a good feeling about her granddaughter and pet beasts. Her personality should be fine. After sending that message, Qiao Sang put down her phone and recalled this task. If she didn't wait for the ghost-sucking lamp tonight, she would have to call Mr. Jiang tomorrow morning to talk to the old lady's granddaughter. Besides, didn't the old lady suspect that the ghost-sucking lamp disappearing was related to her granddaughter? Little Treasure Ghost suddenly put down the coin it was playing with using telekinesis. The coin rolled away, making a clinking sound. In the quiet night, with no one around, the sound was particularly loud. What's wrong? Qiao Sang was startled and half-propped herself up from Yabao. Yeah. Yabao was mumbling in its sleep, completely unaffected. Little Treasure Ghost tilted its head towards the courtyard light in the community. Late at night, the sky was dark, but the courtyard lights in the community were still glowing. Just then, the furthest courtyard light suddenly flickered. Then, every courtyard light flickered in sequence from far to near. This strange scene appeared abruptly and disappeared quickly. Soon after each courtyard light finished flickering, everything returned to normal. Qiao Sang looked at this eerie scene and felt goosebumps all over her body. Just as a cold wind blew by, lying in the soft fur, she hadn't felt cold at all, but now she felt a chill all over. Yabao. Yabao. Qiao Sang shook Yabao. Wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, I want to feel safe. Yeah. Yabao drooled, moved its head a bit, and changed to a more comfortable position. Qiao Sang, treasure. Little treasure ghost stood in front of Qiao Sang, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Qiao Sang looked at the small figure in front of her with tears of gratitude. Little treasure, it's still you. Qiao Sang got up from Yabao and looked at the empty courtyard in front of her. Since Xiang community was an old community with sparse greenery, poor property management, and a security guard who was just there to get by, the overall look of the community appeared somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Qiao Sang scanned the surroundings with a hint of vigilance. That recent chill and the strange flickering of the lights, along with little treasure ghost's behavior, all hinted at something odd happening now. If that was the case, she might be able to relax a bit. After all, pets with owners generally wouldn't attack humans. But what if this eerie atmosphere was caused by a wild pet beast? Little treasure ghost was tense, its golden eyes scanning each courtyard light. It unconsciously twitched its nose, sensing a strong aura of death. Quickly, it locked onto a direction, the second courtyard light on the left in front of it. Little treasure ghost turned to tell its beast master, but hesitated. Speaking so quietly would definitely alert this guy. What if it prepared itself? Little treasure, did you notice anything? Qiao Sang asked, noticing little treasure ghost staring at one direction. Little treasure ghost turned its head and blinked, and Qiao Sang immediately understood. In the next moment, little treasure ghost directly vanished from its spot and reappeared under the second courtyard light on the left, extending its tongue and licking fiercely about 10 centimeters outside the lampshade. Qiao Sang was taken aback. She hadn't expected little treasure to be so swift and decisive. Finding the target, teleporting, and licking all happened in one go. It was hard to believe it was just a baby that had only recently turned 1 month old. As little treasure ghost licked the spot in the air, a pet beast resembling a glass lampshade suddenly appeared. It had yellow eyes, 2 long swinging arms, and the right lampshade was broken off at one point, while the left one was already mostly broken, making it even shorter than the right one. The blue flame that should have been vibrant in the middle now looked like it would vanish at the slightest disturbance. Wow, it's the ghost sucking lamp. Qiao Sang was excited. She managed to find it on the first day, although the left lampshade didn't quite match the old lady's description. The right lampshade was indeed missing a piece. As for the small red mark on top, it couldn't be seen due to the height difference. But in the next second, Qiao Sang was 100% sure that this ghost sucking lamp was the one she was looking for, because the ghost sucking lamp had already fallen from the air, and the mark on its head was right in front of her. Qiao Sang was stunned, unable to believe that the ghost sucking lamp had just fallen down like that. Even if little treasure ghost's tongue-licking paralysis effect had kicked in, that shouldn't have happened. The ghost-sucking lamp was an intermediate pet beast. Looking at the flickering flame in the ghost-sucking lamp's lampshade, Qiao Sang instantly understood. It was the wick. A crystal emitting a dim glow fell out of the ghost-sucking lamp's body. The ghost-sucking lamp's weak body stiffened, no longer in the mood to pay attention to the little treasure ghost that had just attacked it, nor to the nearby human. Its body moved, trying to float again, but it felt as if it had thousands of heavy stones pressing down on it, preventing it from moving. The ghost-sucking lamp stared intently at the crystal on the ground, slowly crawling forward with its arms. Almost there, almost there. However, in the next second, a hand picked up the crystal. It was that human. The ghost-sucking lamp suddenly shook, and the flame inside it swayed violently as it lifted its head. A hand was spread out in front of it, and in the palm was that dim crystal. Here. Chapter 152. Hypnosis. Qiao Sang handed over the crystal in her hand. She didn't think much about it. She simply felt that the ghost-sucking lamp was struggling too hard and wanted to help out. She recognized the crystal, called the Underworld Sun Crystal, which contains energy that can absorb life energy. It wasn't something taught in school, but from a popular movie from the past. In it, the ghost-type pet, the Soul Sucker, was a major villain that specialized in absorbing human life energy. The protagonist managed to escape death 3 times thanks to the Underworld Sun Crystal, which left a deep impression on her. The Soul Sucker's lamp had lost its wick and shouldn't be able to last long outside, but seeing the Underworld Sun Crystal, Qiao Sang had no doubts. Although she didn't know where the Soul Sucker had gotten it, the Underworld Sun Crystal was indeed a supplement for the wickless lamp. The Soul Sucker stared at the Underworld Sun Crystal in front of it, momentarily stunned, as the flames in the lampshade, which had been violently flickering, calmed down, becoming even smaller than the initial weak flame. It wanted to raise its arms, but found it had no strength. The Soul Sucker attempted to lift its head, only to realize it couldn't move, so it could only look up at the human in front of it. Soul Sucker. Qiao Sang was slightly taken aback and placed the Underworld Sun Crystal into its mouth. She couldn't understand what the Soul Sucker was saying, but sensed what it wanted to convey. Just then, the little treasure ghost floated over. Seeing the Soul Sucker not attacking its beast master, it floated beside it and curiously sniffed. The death energy is so heavy, even worse than the human lying upstairs. The little treasure ghost suddenly felt hungry and skillfully took off a ring to drink some milk. After swallowing the underworld sun crystal, the soul sucker wanted to leave, but found it still couldn't move. With no other choice, it could only lie still on the ground. You are the pet of the old lady in room 702 upstairs, right? Seeing that the soul sucker couldn't move, Qiao Sang took the initiative to chat. Although she had found the soul sucker, it was the middle of the night, and considering the old lady's age and reliance on the wick, Qiao Sang decided to wait until morning when the old lady woke up to find her. After all, the soul sucker was so weak right now. And with her tooth treasure and little treasure ghost around, she wasn't worried about it escaping. Upon hearing this, the soul sucker's body stiffened. The old lady misses you very much. You must miss her too, Qiao Sang continued. The flames within the soul sucker flickered. Life and death are a part of life. Using the wick to sustain her life until you became like this, she wouldn't be happy. As Qiao Sang finished speaking, the soul sucker suddenly lifted its head as if it had gained strength from within. It didn't understand why this human in front of it knew about the wick. Go see her. Cherish the last moments together, Qiao Sang sighed. She meant it sincerely, in her view. It was better to have someone important by one side in the last days than to drag it out for a few more days. The little treasure ghost blinked as it drank the milk, looking from its beast master to the soul sucker, confused. The soul sucker understood. They were here to catch it. It had hidden from many people these past few days, realizing they were all called by its beast master to find it. It looked at the human in front of it, its vision starting to blur, and when it focused again, it seemed to overlap with the image of its beast master from its youth. Divine Lamp. From now on I'll call you Divine Lamp. Whenever I want something, I'll make a wish to you. What do you think? The soul sucker woke up to this realization. It still couldn't be caught. Seeing the soul sucker not speaking, Qiao Sang thought it hadn't heard her and wanted to say a few more words. But the next second, she noticed it was staring at her. Its eyes slowly turning purple. Qiao Sang was taken aback, and before she could react, a familiar figure blocked her way. It was the little treasure ghost. The little treasure ghost felt a bit dizzy, and when it regained clarity, it found its beast master bending down with a smile looking at it. Soul sucker. The little treasure ghost excitedly pounced over. Its beast master was fine, but soon it froze. What had it just said? Soul sucker? Divine Lamp. From now on I'll call you Divine Lamp. Whenever I want something, I'll make a wish to you. What do you think? It saw its beast master smiling as she spoke. Divine Lamp? The little treasure ghost was a bit confused. Wasn't it called Little Treasure? Did it have to change its name? Then, the little treasure ghost became even more confused when it found itself uncontrollably nodding in agreement. Soul sucker. The Qiao Sang in front of it smiled, closed her eyes, and crossed her hands over her chest. I want to become a professional beast master. Taking Divine Lamp to explore the world and compete in regional tournaments. Soul sucker. The little treasure ghost paused. It had no objections to this wish. But could it not be called Divine Lamp? It still thought Little Treasure sounded better. Divine Lamp, you agreed. Qiao Sang opened her eyes and smiled. Soul sucker. The little treasure ghost blinked. Oh no, its beast master couldn't understand what it was saying anymore. Qiao Sang happily lifted it above her head. The little treasure ghost's eyes widened because there was a mirror behind its beast master, clearly reflecting its current appearance. This wasn't it. In the skiing community. Qiao Sang picked up the little treasure ghost and breathed a sigh of relief, seeing it was only asleep. She hadn't expected the soul sucker couldn't get up and still had the strength to use skills. Qiao Sang felt a bit guilty. It was her fault for being too relaxed. Fortunately, the soul sucker had used hypnosis, and as long as she waited for the little treasure ghost to wake up, everything would be fine. Qiao Sang looked at the soul sucker lying motionless on the ground. You see, even if I fell under your hypnosis, what good would it do? You can't even move. The soul sucker looked at her without speaking. Qiao Sang's eyelids twitched, suddenly losing her sense of security. The little treasure ghost was under hypnosis, and Tooth Treasure was asleep. What if the soul sucker suddenly did something again? Qiao Sang stepped back while holding the little treasure ghost, quickly turning to the sleeping Tooth Treasure and desperately shaking it with one hand. Tooth Treasure, wake up. If you don't wake up, Water Luana will come and spray you. Tooth Treasure smiled with its eyes closed, seemingly dreaming sweetly. Qiao Sang, with you sleeping like this, it's no wonder Water Luana always succeeds. Divine Lamp. I'm sorry for hurting you like this. The little treasure ghost looked at the person who looked like its beast master, crying with a runny nose. It wanted to say it was fine, but its mouth moved without making a sound. Its eyes uncontrollably closed, and when they opened again, it found itself in a different place. This time it seemed to be lying on a bed, surrounded by white things. The person who looked like its beast master was sitting next to it, looking much thinner. From now on, we won't go to the secret realms. I thought about it. There's nothing much to see in the outside world. Soul sucker. Divine Lamp, I don't want to take risks anymore. I want to settle down. Chapter 153, no? After experiencing so many scenes, the little treasure ghost clearly knew that none of this was real. It lay on the hospital bed, listening to the person in front of it, who looked like its beast master, talk about many things, most of which it couldn't understand. After listening for a while, The little treasure ghost felt hungry and habitually raised its paw to take off the ring. When it touched, the ring was gone. Soulsucker. The little treasure ghost pouted. Are you hungry? The person who looked like Qiao Sang took a black fruit from a nearby basket and handed it over. Here, your favorite candle fruit. Soulsucker. The little treasure ghost uncontrollably accepted it and began eating. It sighed in its heart. It wanted milk, not this black thing. How come you're still eating things that leave juice at this age? The person who looked like Qiao Sang smiled and pulled out a tissue to wipe the little treasure ghost's mouth. The little treasure ghost froze for a moment, as it caught a glimpse of its beast master's shadow in the person in front of it. Time passed quickly in the dream, and it seemed like the person hadn't done anything before growing old. The little treasure ghost looked at the person before it who had white hair and wrinkled skin. Unable to believe this was the same person who once looked like its beast master. She lay quietly on the bed, her eyes slightly closed. Her complexion pale and devoid of blood, her body filled with various tubes. The little treasure-hunting ghost felt an inexplicable sense of panic in its heart. A panic that was no longer controlled by dreams, but rather belonged to itself. It was unclear how long had passed when the person on the bed opened her eyes. She opened her mouth and said softly, Shin Lantern, go out for a walk with Nan and for a while. She rarely comes here. Please keep her company for me. I'm fine. There are still many people here with me. The ghost replied with a smile, seemingly suddenly revitalized. Grandma, I want to go. I'll stay here and keep you company. A crisp voice rang out from behind. The little treasure-hunting ghost uncontrollably turned its head and discovered that several people were standing behind it, one of whom looked about the same age as its own beast master. Just as the little treasure-hunting ghost was about to leave, the person on the bed called out to it. Wait. The little treasure-hunting ghost turned its head. Have fun. The person on the bed said gently. But the little treasure-hunting ghost felt uncomfortable, because it saw the shadow of its beast master on her. But its beast master would never look like this, always appearing lifeless. The scene changed again. The little treasure-hunting ghost looked at the lively night market, its eyes brightening up. It wanted to stroll around, but unfortunately, its body was not under its control. Shin Lantern, Grandma will be okay, right? The girl beside it murmured. My dad said Grandma participated in competitions when she was young and went to secret realms. If she hadn't met Grandpa later, she would definitely have gone to regional competitions and become a very powerful professional beastmaster. The little treasure-hunting ghost suddenly found itself unable to move in place. The girl didn't notice and continued to walk ahead with her head down. Grandma doesn't seem to be in love, right? Was Grandpa very handsome when he was young? No way, my dad is so ugly and says he inherited from Grandpa. Luckily I took on the good traits. This is also my dad's fault. He was crying over there when he came, making me think Grandma was going to be gone. If something happens, Shin Lantern, as Grandma's pet, you should be able to sense it. The little treasure-hunting ghost stayed in place. People came and went around it, but they all consciously left a space and didn't get close. It uncontrollably lifted its head, and on the screen of a tall building not far away, a beast competition was being broadcasted. How could she be gone? The little treasure-hunting ghost thought. It feels like just a moment has passed, and that person is aged. Even though it wasn't truly contracted to that person, it could still feel it. As fellow ghost-type extraordinary beings, they could probably all sense the death aura on her. It was so intense that it seemed she would disappear from this world in the next second. The little treasure-hunting ghost trembled uncontrollably, its heart racing, its limbs cold. This was not its feeling. The little treasure-hunting ghost saw that person again. She lay on the bed with her eyes closed. And the man beside her had red eyes. Mom, let Nan and Shin Lantern come to see you for the last time. The person on the bed's eyelids twitched. And after a moment, she used all her strength to glare at the man. She moved her lips, but couldn't make any sound. The little treasure-hunting ghost floated in front of her, and the few people standing beside her did not react, as if they couldn't see it. However, the person on the bed seemed stunned, as if she felt something. At this moment, the little treasure-hunting ghost uncontrollably reached into its own body. No. In a daze, the little treasure-hunting ghost seemed to hear someone speaking. Xiang community. Yabao is no longer reliable. I can only rely on myself. Qiao Sang hugged the ghost lamp and placed it next to Yabao, then came to the back of the ghost lamp, avoiding its eyes to prevent getting caught. The ghost lamp struggled with its arms forward. It had never seen such a bothersome human. The talking seemed endless. Their mouth hadn't stopped from the beginning until now. Not at all like those who walked around it. The ghost lamp paused at this thought, and once again struggled to crawl forward. It's only 2 a.m. now. If you don't behave and keep making small moves, be careful I don't wait until dawn and take you upstairs right now. The old lady is already so old. You wouldn't want to disturb her late at night, would you? The ghost lamp's body stiffened. Just then, the little treasure-hunting ghost slowly opened its eyes, and when it saw the familiar person in front of it, its eyes turned red and it rushed over. Son, Xuan. Qiao Sang was startled. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Xuan. The little treasure-hunting ghost's tears fell in big drops. Qiao Sang was shocked. She didn't expect the hypnosis to be so powerful. It seemed she would have to let the little treasure-hunting ghost learn it in the future. Seeing this, the ghost lamb took the opportunity to crawl forward. Shoo-in. The little treasure-hunting ghost sniffled a couple of times and stopped crying. It turned its head and floated in front of the ghost lamp, staring at it, then took out its friendship milk. The ghost lamp stared blankly at the milk in front of it. Qiao Sang gasped, never expecting the power of hypnosis to be so terrifying. Shoo-in. Soon. Ghost lamp. Shoo-in. Ghost lamp. The little treasure-hunting ghost and the ghost lamp communicated intensely. After more than half an hour of communication, the ghost lamp's eyes were dull, and it lay on the ground motionless. The little treasure-hunting ghost floated in front of Qiao Sang and nodded. Qiao Sang was stunned. Chapter 154. Give a 5-star review. Everything happening before her was too magical. The little treasure-hunting ghost was hypnotized by the ghost lamp, woke up suddenly crying, then reconciled and gave the ghost lamp milk, and finally babbled a bunch of things she couldn't understand, and the ghost lamp compromised? A pet willing to sacrifice its evolution and even its life to save its beast master would compromise so easily? Qiao Sang's expression changed slightly. Could it be that she had unintentionally fallen for the ghost lamp's trick? Was everything happening now a dream or an illusion? Son. The little treasure-hunting ghost floated to her front. Looking at the familiar face, it pouted, and its eyes turned red again. However, before its tears could fall, Qiao Sang reached out and tapped its head. Does it hurt? The little treasure-hunting ghost. After a long night, Qiao Sang finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. In the latter half of the night, the ghost lamp recovered but did not leave. It just communicated with the little treasure-hunting ghost again. Although she didn't know what they were communicating about, Qiao Sang felt a sense of awe. She knew the little treasure-hunting ghost was socially adept, but she didn't know it could be this impressive. Qiao Sang turned to look at Yao, who was still sound asleep, and for a moment, her feelings were complicated. There's no harm without comparison. In the early morning, as the sky began to brighten, it was still the same ant who opened the door. She paused for a moment. Why are you here? Qiao Sang held back the urge to doze off and said, I came to hand in a task. Hand in a task? The ant suddenly realized. You came to cancel the task, right? Actually, you don't have to come over specifically. You can operate it directly on your phone. Qiao Sang squinted her eyes and said, No, I found the ghost lamp. After saying that, she finally couldn't help but yawn. Staying up all night was really too hard, especially later when her phone ran out of battery. The ant stood there in shock. The ghost lamp? Found it. Seeing the ant not responding, Qiao Sang poked her head, and the next second, the little treasure-hunting ghost appeared and called out beside her. Then a familiar figure appeared in front of the ant. The ant's expression suddenly went blank. The ghost lamp, which the inspection department had searched for a long time without finding, was found by a minor child in less than a day. Ghost lamp? The ant couldn't believe it and confirmed with the ghost lamp. What if this was the one that the old lady lost, but another one that looked similar? The ghost lamp glanced at her calmly and floated in directly. It is it, the ant exclaimed. Qiao Sang followed the ghost lamp inside. The ghost lamp stopped outside the room, seemingly hesitating. Soon, the little treasure-hunting ghost floated to its side and nodded at it. The ghost lamp looked at it, then floated through the door, with the little treasure-hunting ghost closely following behind. Seeing this, Qiao Sang knocked on the door twice, but there was no response. She knocked again. Still no response. The old lady lay in bed, not yet awake, while two pets surrounded her, staring at her in a daze. Qiao Sang could understand the daze of the ghost lamp, but she found it hard to comprehend the little treasure-seeking ghost state. Shouldn't it be drooling? Could this be a side effect of hypnosis? The little treasure-seeking ghost slowly merged the wrinkled face in front of it with the one in its dream. And it couldn't help but feel anxious again. It turned its head to look at Qiao Sang and suddenly vanished, appearing above her head, grabbing a couple of strands of hair to ease its anxiety. Seeing this, Qiao Sang felt relieved. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to wake the old lady. Just then, the flame inside the ghost lamp flickered, and the underworld crystal gradually moved through the lampshade towards the old lady. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Seeing that the underworld crystal was about to enter the old lady's body, she acted faster than her brain and rushed forward to snatch the crystal away. Are you crazy? Qiao Sang glared at the ghost lamp. She knew that without the underworld crystal, the ghost lamp wouldn't last long, and the old lady still had the wick inside her. She couldn't understand why it wanted to move the underworld crystal into the old lady's body. Moreover, the old lady was human and couldn't bear the wick. Suddenly, Qiao Sang remembered her conversation with the vice principal. The wick could only stay in a human body for 3 days at most. But now it had clearly been more than half a month. If that was the case, the ghost lamp would be self-destructing. Stop. The little treasure-seeking ghost spread its arms and blocked Qiao Sang. The ghost lamp paused, reining in its fierce expression, and turned to move the underworld crystal back towards the old lady. Qiao Sang suddenly realized something. The ghost lamp, without the underworld crystal, was clearly not functioning properly. Did it mean it hadn't been feeding on human essence? Just then, The old lady on the bed slowly opened her eyes. The ghost lamp was startled and instinctively hid the underworld crystal. "You're here." The old lady, seeing the unexpected presence in the room, was not surprised. She propped herself up, leaning against the bed, and spoke calmly. This attitude was completely different from yesterday. Qiao Sang paused, about to speak, when the little treasure-seeking ghost suddenly floated in front of the old lady and began gesturing. Seeking. Seeking. The old lady quietly watched it, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. "Yes, it seems that child used hypnosis on you. Dreams are activities of the subconscious. When in a dream, conscious activities stop, and the subconscious becomes active on its own. Normally, it shouldn't be able to control your dreams, but its skill in hypnosis is quite high. It probably unconsciously infused its own subconscious into your dream. So what you see are its experiences." As the old lady spoke, she turned her gaze towards the air in the left front, and her murky eyes glimmered with tears. "I did say that last thing before I left. Perhaps that child was in too much pain at the time and didn't hear me, so it didn't stop." Hearing this, Qiao Sang finally understood why the little treasure-seeking ghost's behavior was so strange after waking up. She followed the old lady's line of sight, realizing that the ghost lamp must be hiding in that direction, and the old lady had noticed it. Sure enough, the old lady turned to Qiao Sang and said, "Thank you for helping me find this child. You didn't ask about the reward, so I didn't mention it. All right, you can go now. I want to have some time alone with the lamp." The old lady looked gently towards the air in the left front. Qiao Sang stood still, not moving. After a few seconds, the old lady couldn't help but turn and impatiently say, "Why haven't you left yet? It looks much more pleasing now," Qiao Sang thought. Please give a 5-star review later." The old lady replied. Chapter 155 Energy Pills. Back in her familiar room, she fell asleep immediately, having stayed up all night, and her eyelids were already struggling to stay open. She had barely closed her eyes for a minute when Qiao Sang felt like she had forgotten to do something. After a while, she struggled to get up and charged her phone. Now she could finally sleep peacefully. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When Qiao Sang woke up, she felt completely refreshed, as if the air had become much clearer, and she had no thoughts of lazing in bed. She got up and washed up. After finishing, Qiao Sang suddenly realized that the little treasure-seeking ghost, which usually spent 23 hours a day by her side, was not there. Strange. Qiao Sang closed her eyes to sense it. Now, with 2 pages in her Beast Mastery Manual and over 10 developed brain areas, she could sense the little treasure-seeking ghost as long as it was in the house. The page about the little treasure-seeking ghost in the manual glowed blue, and her brain started operating, various fragmented images flooding into her mind. In the next moment, the fragments pieced together to form a complete picture. A familiar background, a grayish-yellow figure. This was in the courtyard. Qiao Sang opened her eyes and went to the courtyard, where she saw the little treasure-seeking ghost staring intently at something on the ground. As she got closer, she saw that there were 9 ants neatly lined up on the ground. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Didn't the little treasure-seeking ghost prefer to play with beautiful and novel things? Had its interest changed? "You?" Qiao Sang turned to ask, but saw the little treasure-seeking ghost's eyes had turned purple, staring intently at the ants on the ground. Qiao Sang was stunned. Was it practicing hypnosis? Unlike Yabao, the little treasure-seeking ghost wouldn't practice skills without prompting. At first, it might find training a bit novel, but after a long time practicing the same skill, it would lose interest, much like a disinterested student in class who would fidget or doze off when the teacher wasn't looking, unable to concentrate. Qiao Sang found it incredible. In the past, the little treasure-seeking ghost only trained skills under her supervision, yet now it was actively practicing a skill outside her sight. Had something happened that she didn't know about? It must be related to the dream, she quickly concluded. "Little treasure, what did you dream about after being hypnotized today?" Qiao Sang poked the little treasure-seeking ghost, which was focused on training. She had never asked before because she wasn't very interested in the dream. To be honest, she had always been a rational person, and she could guess a bit about what had happened between the old lady and the ghost lamp without much thought. After finding the ghost lamp, she vaguely knew what would happen, but aside from a bit of reflection, she hadn't thought deeply about it. However, the changes in the little treasure-seeking ghost made her curious about the dream. Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost, deeply engrossed in practicing hypnosis, was startled. The purple light in its eyes faded, and it turned to see its beast master floating above her head happily, instinctively tugging at 2 strands of hair. Seeking. Qiao Sang reached out and hugged it down. "You still haven't told me what you dreamed about after being hypnotized today." The little treasure-seeking ghost paused for a moment and then floated into the air, vividly describing the scene it had dreamed about. After the little treasure-seeking ghost finished speaking, Qiao Sang hesitated. "So, you're training hard now to evolve early so that I can benefit from it?" Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost nodded seriously. Qiao Sang fell silent. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. Who would have thought that the little treasure-seeking ghost, so small, could think so much? She reached out to stroke the little treasure-seeking ghost's head and said softly, "Keep it up. I believe you can do it." Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost was encouraged, raising a paw and a fist next to its face to show that it would definitely work hard. The next second, it suddenly thought of something and instantly vanished. When it reappeared, it was holding a book. Seeking. The little treasure-seeking ghost handed over the book. Qiao Sang was taken aback and looked down, stunned. The overbearing champion loves me. This was a book that Jean Fifen had lent her when she was living on campus. It wasn't that she had borrowed it from Jean Fifen, rather, Jean Fifen had suddenly appeared in front of her with this book to get on her good side. At that time, seeing Jean Fifen's nervous expression, she had not refused. Flipping through 2 pages, she found the traditional plot uninteresting and set the book aside. Having forgotten about this book, Qiao Sang didn't expect it to be found by the little treasure-seeking ghost now, who seriously handed it to her. Qiao Sang stared at the book for 2 seconds in silence before looking up and asking, "Is this for me to read?" The little treasure-seeking ghost nodded earnestly. "Why?" Qiao Sang couldn't help but ask. The little ghost explained. It had learned in a dream that beast masters need to read more books, in addition to their pet's evolution, to develop their brain domain. Qiao Sang was taken aback. "So you brought me this book to help me develop my brain domain?" The little ghost nodded. Qiao Sang thought, "Should I teach the little treasure-seeking ghost some characters?" Then she changed the topic. "By the way, what did the old lady say at the end?" What piqued her curiosity was clearly what the old lady said at the end, as it was obvious that those words made the ghost lamp change its mind. The little ghost hesitated and repeated, "Don't save me, divine lamp. This is my last wish." Qiao Sang fell silent. A wish? The little treasure-seeking ghost wanted to stay in the courtyard to continue practicing skill release. Although its motivation for training was different from Yabao's, the direction of progress was the same. Qiao Sang formed a seal with her hands and summoned Yabao. As soon as Yabao appeared, it looked around and instantly became excited. Although it didn't know why it was home when it came out, home was great. It could move around freely. Seeing Yabao's energetic demeanor, Qiao Sang remembered how she couldn't wake it up early in the morning. Suddenly, she wanted to knock its head. Thankfully, she restrained herself later and asked the little treasure-seeking ghost to bring out the 2 jars of energy pills. She had high hopes for the energy pills, otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much money on them. Different pets naturally had different tastes. The energy pills could satisfy the pet's palate while also purifying energy crystals together. Depending on the different formulas, they could help the pet's progress in specific areas, creating a solid foundation. In the past, she had only given Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost regular milk and easy-to-make energy meals. This was the first time she let them eat properly formulated energy pills. "Let's try the taste." Qiao Sang took 1 energy pill from each jar and placed them in front of Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost. Yabao didn't even look closely. When its beast master said to eat it, it lowered its head and gulped it down. As soon as the energy pill entered its mouth, Yabao's body trembled, and its eyes instantly brightened. Yabao happily wagged its tail while looking at Qiao Sang. It wanted to eat more. The little treasure-seeking ghost was much more cautious. It looked at the black energy pill and then at Yabao's reaction. Sighing, the little ghost said, "Yabao is never picky and eats anything, but I'm not like that. I just want to drink milk right now." Looking up at its beast master with anticipation, the little ghost sniffed the pill, hesitated for a moment, and extended its tongue to lick it. Chapter 156. Completed. The taste of the energy pills was loved by both Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost. As long as the formula was correct, this kind of specially made energy pill would generally be liked by all pets. The effectiveness of the energy pills was still paramount. The same formula made by different levels of energy pill makers would yield different results. For example, the energy pills sold on the market that generally increase a pet's stamina have their formulas and methods public. However, the energy pills made by low-level makers might only allow pets to train for an extra minute, while those made by high-level makers could enable pets to train for an additional hour. The difference is significant. Looking at the color and shape of these 2 types of energy pills, they seem to belong to the high-quality category. After Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost took some energy pills, Qiao Sang asked, "What do you feel?" Yabao's energy pill was red, and the little treasure-seeking ghost's was black. So there was no confusion. Yabao. Since Yabao evolved, it was almost telepathically in sync with her, rarely misunderstanding her intentions. Clearly, it was blinded by the deliciousness. "I'm not asking that. I'm asking if you feel any changes inside your body," Qiao Sang explained. Inside the body, Yabao felt it, and when it sensed the change, its eyes lit up. "Yabao, Yabao." As Qiao Sang listened, she nodded. It seemed that the energy pill could enhance Yabao's internal energy and keep it in an active state for a while. Practicing skills during this time would likely yield better results. Moreover, the speed of energy flow also increased, allowing energy to diffuse throughout its body, continuously tempering its limbs, which would help Yabao strengthen itself. This money was well spent. Qiao Sang admired it secretly, The energy pill formula created by a high-level breeder was indeed exceptional. After analyzing the effects of the red energy pill on Yabao, Qiao Sang turned to ask about the little treasure-seeking ghost's black energy pill. The little ghost shared its feelings. Qiao Sang nodded. It seemed that the effects of the black energy pill were similar to the red one, with one activating fire energy and the other activating ghost energy. One difference was that the black energy pill did not allow the little treasure-seeking ghost's energy to diffuse throughout its body to temper its limbs. Qiao Sang was not disappointed. Ghost-type pets typically did not rely on their physical strength to fight but focused on special attacks for powerful output. Accordingly, although the black energy pill didn't enhance the little ghost's physique, it did allow it to absorb some life energy. It's important to note that ghost-type pets absorbing life energy from humans is strictly prohibited by the state, and those that do are generally deemed evil. However, ghost-type pets can only grow faster by absorbing this kind of energy, which is why some breeders try various materials to create energy pills containing life energy for them to absorb. Such energy pills are extremely valuable and are usually not publicly priced in the market, although the selling price based on the formula is similar. The black energy pill that the little treasure-seeking ghost consumes is likely much more expensive than the red energy pill that Yabao consumes. Having eaten the valuable energy pills, Qiao Sang didn't dare delay and quickly had Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost start training. The active energy wouldn't last 24 hours once the energy pills were digested. Their effects would be gone. Yabao was always proactive about training, and the little treasure-seeking ghost had also changed its attitude towards training after this task. They both happily turned around and dove into training. Since Yabao's proficiency in the spark skill had reached its pinnacle, Qiao Sang changed its training skill to Fire Fang. As a mid-level skill and a hereditary skill of the Fire Fang dog species, it was essential to practice it to perfection and promote it. The little treasure-seeking ghost practiced hypnosis, targeting those 9 ants. After watching for a while, Qiao Sang suddenly called out to Yabao. You can use your clone to practice Fire Fang. Your main body just needs to run a few laps around the courtyard. She had always remembered to have Yabao try separating its clone and main body for different actions. In simple terms, this was a kind of dual task training while eating or while taking a bath. However, the main body could usually eat and watch TV. But since Yabao had just swallowed an energy pill and the energy was refining its limbs, it needed to exercise. As long as this training method became a habit, she believed that Yabao's clone and main body would eventually be able to use different skills simultaneously. Yabao nodded. It had been separating its clones from its main body for a while now, so it naturally understood its Beastmaster's intentions. Picking up the phone, it saw that there were 99 messages, most of which were from the group chat. Qiao Sang couldn't help but click to take a look. She logged into her account on the Beastmaster Center's official website to check the task information. It better be a 5-star review. Although this task was completed successfully, Qiao Sang still felt a bit uneasy. She remembered the example Wang Yao had given. The old lady's temper was indeed not the kind that was amiable and friendly. With a nervous heart, Qiao Sang opened the task details. Not having a 5-star review was minor, but having to clean the restroom would be a big deal. Rating, 5 stars. Review, more useful than that group from the inspection department. Qiao Sang let out a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't a lengthy review, this concise comment along with the 5 stars was enough to prevent Zheng Baolong from picking on her. It seemed that the old lady was actually quite nice. The latest message in the Invincible Holy Water group was from an hour ago. Wang Yao, is anyone there? I'm so bored. Come chat. Wang Yao was indeed very bored. Her task only required the Dian Sparrow to pose quietly as a model, and all she had to do was keep an eye on it to prevent it from getting impatient. Nowadays, she could only occasionally play with her phone, wanting to chat with the group members about how their tasks were going, but one by one, they were silent. Wang Yao, feeling utterly bored, looked at the trending topics on her phone. Just then, her phone vibrated. Qiao Sang, I'm here. As soon as Qiao Sang sent that, another message popped up in the group. Wang Yao, finally someone. Wang Yao, Qiao Sang, what are you doing? Are you bored like me? You have no idea. I'm almost dying of boredom. In her opinion, Qiao Sang's task was also quite boring, aimlessly searching for a ghost-type pet. And she probably spent most of the time daydreaming without knowing what to do. Qiao Sang, not bored, I just woke up. Wang Yao, you're still impressive. Knowing when to slack off, Qiao Sang, slack off? No, I was doing tasks all night before I fell asleep. Wang Yao, that's so miserable. How's your task going? Qiao Sang, it's okay. I completed it without disgrace. This one sentence caused a flurry of previously silent members to pop up. Shi Gaofeng, Suiji, Zheng Guoping, Wang Yao. Chapter 157. Lost Town. Qiao Sang quickly followed suit, and Sene. Although the high school team had 6 members, the daily training and activities for the individual battle group and team battle group were basically separate, which led to the creation of 2 groups. In the Invincible Holy Water group, there were 5 people including Qiao Sang, and usually, It was just the people except Zheng Guoping chatting. Wang Yao looked at the sudden influx of messages in the group and felt speechless. So you were all here? She suppressed the urge to complain and looked back at Qiao Sang's message, feeling a bit frustrated, although it had only been a day since taking the task. She had already completed the time-unlimited task of finding a ghost-type pet. Finding someone wasn't this fast, just as she was about to message to ask how it was completed. The 3 latest messages in the group made her heart skip, and she pressed the delete key. All 3 were sent by Zheng Baolong. Zheng Guoping. Picture. Clicking to open it, she saw the task details page for finding the ghost lamp, displaying the final rating and review. Zheng Guoping. Voice. Zheng Guoping. Voice. Both were 60 seconds long. Her fingers moved on their own, and she converted the first voice message into text. You guys look at Qiao Sang, who is a year younger than you, and completed her task with such efficiency on her first try. How many tasks have you all done? How many of those were 5 stars? Just take a look at others. She didn't even need to listen to the second voice message to know it was still scolding them. Wang Yao felt a chill in her heart. She had always been the model child, ever since she contracted the Dian Sparrow and got into the best Holy Water High School in the city. Everyone around her had looked at her with envy. Even in the talented Holy Water High School, she was selected for the individual battle group of the school team. And it would be a lie to say she wasn't proud. Before Qiao Sang came, she was the one in the team who got scolded the least. Was she bad? She was not bad. It was just that Qiao Sang was too abnormal. Zheng Baolong was really going too far, comparing them to a freak like Qiao Sang. Wang Yu steeled her heart and was just about to type a rebuttal. Just then, Zheng Baolong sent another message. Zheng Guoping, by the way. How are the 3 of you doing with your tasks? Wang Yao looked up at the impatient face of the Dian Sparrow and immediately felt cowed. Forget it. Better to wait until the task was completed before arguing. Once Zheng Guoping appeared, no one in the group spoke again. Seeing that no one was talking, Qiao Sang exited and opened other message interfaces. I'm a potential stock. Qiao Sang, what do you think of the fire butterfly? The message was from half an hour ago. I think it's quite good. Qiao Sang had long since grown accustomed to it, and casually typed a reply. What are you planning to do? Suddenly, Qiao Sang had a bad premonition. Later, she thought about wanting it to evolve into a poison butterfly. So she would search online every day for dark culinary recipes to feed it. She sent a message asking, what are you planning to do? Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment and typed in the chat box, is it the one at 231? I'm a potential stock. I didn't notice. Wait for me. I'll check. It is. How did you know? Have you been there? Qiao Sang thought for a moment and typed the line. I'm a potential stock. 100 union coins. Qiao Sang expressed her sympathy once again. Working hard for 10 days and then spending money to scare herself. What was the point? 8:22 p.m. 2:31, Qinshi Road. Many passersby looked up at the escape room that had just opened for business, wanting to enter but not daring to. The shop's decor was primarily black, with flickering lights simulating candlelight all around, clearly themed around horror. Inside, a girl in a purple dress was flipping through the escape room menu page by page. Hello, do you want to play a single-player room or a multiplayer room? A handsome staff member asked. Qiao Sang flipped through the menu and asked, is there a room that only allows pets to go through? After chatting with Fong Sisi, she suddenly recalled what Wang Yao had said about wanting to improve a pet's mental strength by having it experience scary things and then overcome them. Yabao was basically fearless. It only disliked water but wasn't afraid of it. If she had to say, Qiao Sang thought it might be afraid of scary things, like ghost-type pets. When she watched horror movies, Yabao's reactions to seeing ghost pets or encountering treasure-seeking ghosts were always intense. Since that was the case, Qiao Sang brought Yabao here to give it a try. Overcoming fear, of course, had to be done by itself for better results. We do have one. The staff member switched to another menu and handed it over. The rooms in this one are all for pets. Do you want a single pet room or a multi-pet room? Knowing that the girl in front of her was a beastmaster, the staff member switched from you to you in address. Single pet, Qiao Sang said. Then I recommend you choose City of Shadows, Confinement Space, and Lost Town, which are on pages 2, 8, and 9 respectively. You can take a look, the staff member introduced. Lost Town? That's the one. Qiao Sang flipped to page 9 and pointed at the words Lost Town. Chapter 158. Clone puppet Qiao Sang was led into the observation room, while Yabao was blindfolded and taken into the Lost Town escape room. Before leaving home, Qiao Sang had already told Yabao about bringing it to the escape room for some fun, knowing that this might help it overcome its fears and become stronger. Yabao naturally had no objections and was instead eager to try. The observation room was somewhat similar to a movie theater, except that the space wasn't as large, and the lights were not turned off. Instead of a custom special white screen, a virtual screen was used, which was live-streaming Yabao's movements. A few people were scattered around inside, all acting as beast tamers for their pets in the escape room. Some tamers who were not confident in their pets would stay in the backstage area of the escape room with their pets, but most chose to watch from outside. As soon as Qiao Sang walked in, a girl in the back stood up and waved, Qiao Sang, over here. After just selecting the escape room themed Lost Town, she had contacted Fong Cici on her phone, and sure enough, she was here. Qiao Sang sat down next to Fong Cici. Wow, you came and didn't tell me? Were you planning to surprise me? Fong Cici asked with a smile. Not at all. It was just a whim, Qiao Sang replied honestly. Fong Cici didn't mind. She looked at Yao Bao on the large virtual screen and exclaimed, if I had known that Fire-Toothed Dog could evolve into such a handsome form, I wouldn't just let it burn my hair. I would definitely contract one regardless of the cost. What do you think about getting Fire-Toothed Dog as the second page of my Beast Tamer contract? After the news of Fire-Toothed Dog evolving into Flame Listening Dog came out, the most concerned were the Beast Tamers who owned Fire-Toothed Dogs, along with their friends and family. Fong Cici was one of the first to contact Qiao Sang after seeing the news, and she was among the few who knew that Qiao Sang's Fire-Toothed Dog was the first to evolve into a Flame Listening Dog. Qiao Sang fell silent for a moment. You should think it over. It won't burn your hair. It burns money. Fong Cici. The Yao Bao on the screen had just taken off its blindfold. The surroundings were dim, but there was a faint red light barely illuminating the area. Enough to see. However, the chilling wind caused shadows of objects to sway under the eerie light, creating a somewhat sinister atmosphere. Yao Bao, being a fire-type pet, had a natural warmth and didn't feel cold. As Yao Bao looked at the only passageway in front of it, its ear twitched and it walked straight ahead without hesitation. Suddenly, something rolled over, making a loud noise in the quiet space. Yao Bao didn't look down and continued forward. The staff in the monitoring room was taken aback and instructed over the intercom. Bite its leg. The escape room for pets was different from that for humans. Various skills could be used to tackle challenges. Depending on the pet's level, different difficulty levels were set in the escape room. This establishment was small but still had rooms for intermediate pets since most beast tamers could nurture them if they put in the effort. If Yao Bao wanted to overcome its fears, it couldn't be scared into running around. It had to face things head on. In the dim light of the escape room, a head with exposed fangs covered in hair opened its eyes and mouth as it listened to the intercom, suddenly pouncing toward the red and white figure not far ahead. However, just as it was about to bite, the red and white figure suddenly kicked back with its right hind leg, accurately hitting its face and sending it flying several meters away. The head rolled several times, stars appearing in its eyes, and one of its false teeth fell out, along with a clump of cheap hair. In the observation room, Fong Cici stared wide-eyed at the scene on the screen, incredulously saying, wow, are fire-type pets really this brave? And how did it kick so accurately? Does it have omniscient vision? Qiao Sang was also a bit dazed. This wasn't what she had expected. Yao Bao walked forward with a conflicted expression, and the sound of its footsteps was particularly clear in the darkness, along with voices. Number 2 ready. Number 2 ready. The player has now passed. Received. I heard that the pet playing this time is the legendary Flame Listening Dog. What do you think about asking its tamer for a photo after it finishes playing? Sure. Let us go together later. Is the doppelganger puppet okay? It still has to perform later. No problem. Its body and limbs have already been prepared over there. Hey, vengeful spirit ball, don't be impatient. After this escape room is done, I'll take you out to eat. The dense voices kept entering Yao Bao's ears, making it quite conflicted. Where's the promised horror and silence? That doppelganger puppet just now also had people talking before it acted, speaking so loudly. How could it be scared, and how could it break through and become stronger? After a moment of conflict, Yao Bao recalled its tamer's words and then thought of a horror movie it had seen before, its expression firming up once more. Its tamer had said that there were many ghost-type extraordinary beings inside, and it couldn't be careless. Yao Bao encouraged itself and continued to move forward. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the scene changed dramatically. Before it lay a street enveloped in purple mist, with dilapidated houses surrounding it, and the occasional mournful cries of crows added to the eerie atmosphere. The door at the end of the passage slowly closed on its own. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and a bloody woman rushed out of a nearby house in panic. When she saw Yao Bao, her eyes lit up, and she crazily ran over, only to stumble and fall to the ground just before reaching it. Help me, please. Take me away. I don't want to die. Please. The woman's voice was filled with sobs and pleas, as if Yao Bao were her only salvation. She didn't get up, but instead reached out a bloodied hand toward Yao Bao. Yao Bao stared at the human in front of it, somewhat entranced. Although it had just heard a voice, her performance seemed all too real. In the next moment, black, viscous liquid suddenly appeared on the ground where the woman stood, wrapping around her tightly from the bottom up. Help! The woman's words were cut off as the black liquid pulled her into the ground, disappearing from sight. Yao Bao stood there, feeling somewhat distressed. The acting was excellent, and the scene was terrifying. If only there weren't all these noises. If you repeated such lines and actions dozens of times a day, you might also think, did that black goo not brush its teeth today? Why does it smell? Black goo. Black goo. Chapter 159. Wrong. This small town was shrouded in mist all year round, with residents mysteriously disappearing one after another, and an indescribable stench permeating the streets, causing those who wandered in to lose their way and become trapped for life. However, despite this, many still came here, as it was said that if one could solve the mysteries of the town and then escape, they would attract the attention of the legendary pet, the mysterious black lamb, gaining its favor and earning a wish. Qiao Sang looked at the introduction to the Lost Town escape room in her hand and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this just imitating Zihanching from the top 10 haunted cities?" She hadn't paid much attention when selecting the escape room. Fong Sisi took a sip of the cola next to her, unconcerned, and said, "Entertainment comes from life. As long as it's fun, then that's what matters. Look at the flame-listening dog. It seems scared to move." Qiao Sang shot her a glance and teased, "Don't tell me that it's going to run away before even finishing its lines." Fong Sisi admired, "You really live up to being someone who got into Holy Water High School. So smart." Just then, a lowered male voice came from behind. "Isn't the flame-listening dog just for show? Why is it so cowardly? It's way worse than the burning fire dog. It has moved for so long. It's not going to chicken out and not continue playing, right?" Although the voice was lowered, the observation room was small enough for others to hear clearly. The man realized this and awkwardly took a sip of the drink beside him. Fong Sisi turned her head to glare at the man, then elbowed Qiao Sang and said, "How come you didn't react at all to what he said?" Fong Sisi's face turned red, and she panicked. "How can it be the same? I was just joking." He was clearly mocking. There's something. Before he could finish speaking, the man who had just spoken suddenly screamed sharply, accompanied by a clattering sound. He hurriedly got up, apparently bumping into the table next to him. What happened? Everyone in the room was startled by him. The man had already run to the side, pressing his back against the wall, his face filled with fear. "Just now, something touched my face." The hidden little treasure ghost, who had deep skills and a hidden reputation, leisurely changed to a comfortable position. Why isn't it moving yet? Some pet beasts have low intelligence. Could the Yinling dog be one of them? Should we let number 3 appear in front of it? But the first level's plot hasn't even been completed, and the room's layout hasn't been displayed yet. Wouldn't its Beastmaster watching from the observation room feel that the process is too hasty and think that the money spent isn't worth it? How about letting the black mud go out to scare it, making it hide in that room? I think that's fine. The black mud. Yabao's floppy ears twitched. It looked up at the door that number 2 had just opened not far away. According to the sounds heard, it should explore this house next, and then have a battle with number 3 hiding inside, before moving on to the second level. So troublesome. Yabao looked up at the mist at a 45-degree angle. Why can't we just come out and fight directly? As it kept looking, it suddenly felt that the mist was a bit annoying. Yabao maintained its upward posture and summoned its internal energy, quickly gathering it into a crimson energy ball. Holy crap. In the observation room, Qiao Sang suddenly stood up, unable to remain calm any longer. What's wrong? Did you also get touched on the face? Fong Sisi looked around in fright. I said there was something, and you all didn't believe me. The man exclaimed, sounding quite aggrieved. The people around looked at each other, and the timid ones picked up their phones and got up to leave, leaving only a few Beastmasters who were worried about their own pets still inside. Qiao Sang ignored the commotion next to her. Fong Sisi was taken aback, looked at Qiao Sang, and then followed her gaze to the screen. Letting out a sigh of relief, I thought something was wrong. It's just a skill being used. It's nothing. You can fight in the escape room. Don't be fooled by how big the layout looks on the screen. Actually, there are only a few real scenes. The rest are just illusions created by copying the surrounding scenery with a pet that can create mirrors. Even if the real scene is destroyed, it's okay. That's allowed. Have you ever seen a pet play in an escape room without breaking something? Yesterday, a flat-beaked fire duck came and the voice abruptly stopped, and Fong Sisi couldn't continue. She stared at the screen in shock as dozens of blood-red flames fell from the sky like fireworks scattering. The remaining people in the observation room all gasped. The man who had been very present swallowed hard, while a girl on the other side, shocked, took out her phone and started recording. On the screen, the purple mist had long been washed away, and the glaring, scorching flames continued to fall, burning the entire scene to ashes. As the illusion dissipated, the endless small town street instantly transformed into a room with brick walls. Without the cover of the purple mist, the entire room was laid bare, tall and spacious. 2 rows of dilapidated houses around disappeared in succession, leaving only 2 rooms twisting in the flames. Fong Sisi couldn't believe the scene that appeared on the screen. My gosh, this is meteor shower. High-level skill meteor shower. Her emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. Is Qiao Sang a freak? The first year of high school hasn't even started, and the fire-toothed dog has evolved into a completely new form, and it even learned meteor shower. You have to know, that's meteor shower. Even high-level pets might not learn it. Qiao Sang suddenly felt something was wrong as she looked at the scene caused by Yabao on the screen. Tell me, how high is this escape room? Qiao Sang asked after a moment of silence. Just now, She was startled by Yabao releasing meteor shower. But it wasn't because she was afraid it would destroy things in the escape room. Skills are allowed to be released in the escape room, and props or backgrounds are prepared accordingly for pets to perform their skills well. What she was worried about was that Yabao's meteor shower would blow off the roof of the escape room. You have to know that the energy ball of meteor shower at least rises to over 10 meters, although the escape room in front of her was tall enough. It didn't seem to meet the height requirement for releasing the energy ball. Quickly turn on the sprinkler system, and let number 5 come over to put out the fire, shouted a staff member in the backstage monitoring room who was wearing a hat. But if we do that, won't the players immediately see that it's all fake? They won't have any experience. How about we guide it to the next room to challenge the second level, and then we put out the fire? Suggested a younger staff member nearby. Are you an idiot? The mist is gone. The illusion is gone. The escape room's appearance has been exposed. How can it have any sense of experience left? The hat-wearing staff member scolded angrily. But the mist, how did it come back? The young staff member wanted to say something, but then he saw the monitoring screen and exclaimed in surprise. The hat-wearing staff member felt a surge of anger and cursed into the intercom. Damn it. Who's in charge of the props today? What time is it? And you're still producing mist? Chapter 160, Summoning Failed. If you didn't produce mist, did a ghost do it? The man with the hat shouted loudly. It really wasn't me. Do you have something against me? Honestly, aside from being a bit taller, more handsome, and younger than you, there's nothing special about me. Why do you keep holding on to me? Just like yesterday, I already told you that I got rid of that mist later, but you still don't believe me. Insisting that it was me who did it. Accompanied by the sound of electricity, the person on the intercom complained. The hat-wearing man twitched at the corner of his eye. His veins bulging, and he no longer paid attention to the fool on the intercom. He turned to the young man beside him and said, Who hired this guy? Make sure he gets fired tomorrow. That's not good. He's a student from the nearby 9th Beastmaster High School, just here for a summer job. The young man expressed his opinion. The hat-wearing man calmed down a bit. Running this kind of shop is primarily about making money from young people. The store was open here for the students of the nearby school, especially since this school is a Beastmaster High School. The customer flow not only includes students but also their pets. Forget it. Summer vacation only has a few days left anyway, the hat-wearing man said, feeling a bit embarrassed. And added, let him go after summer vacation. Understood. The young man's words hadn't finished before he was stunned by the monitoring screen. He saw that the room that was on fire suddenly lit up brightly, but the next second it went completely dark again. Not only that, but the background lights that originally created a terrifying atmosphere were also turned off, leaving only the burning flames to slightly illuminate the outlines of the scene. Damn it. Who turned off the lights? Quickly turn them back on. The hat-wearing man also saw the scene on the monitor and shouted into the intercom. The hat-wearing man's anger surged, and just as he was about to curse someone's entire family, the young man beside him had a serious expression and said, The color of this mist is wrong. The artificial mist in the store is purple, but just at that moment when the lights lit up, the mist they saw was black. At the same time, Qiao Sang was surprised by how well the service in this store was. Looking at the scene on the virtual screen, she momentarily forgot to think about whether the room was high enough. The inside was on fire. Yet they didn't put it out immediately. Instead, they continued to create a terrifying atmosphere, truly dedicated. But this mist seemed a bit too thick, almost obscuring the entire scene. It's not uncommon for pets to destroy props inside. Just yesterday, a flat-beaked fire duck burned most of the props in the second level. Although it wasn't as serious as now, we still had to extinguish the fire immediately and use black mud to bring the flat-beaked fire duck to the next level. When Qiao Sang heard this, she was taken aback. Looking at the screen again, she found that the fog had enveloped the entire scene. The burning smoke combined with the fog made it impossible to see the situation inside. 3 seconds later, her expression turned a bit grim. The summoning had failed. Fong Cici was momentarily stunned. Although she didn't know why, seeing Qiao Sang's serious expression and the hand sign she had just made indicated that something might have gone wrong. Okay. She nodded and began to make the summoning signs with her hands. Soon, the expressions of everyone present turned pale. How could this happen? I actually failed. Me too. Seeing this, Qiao Sang didn't say much more and directly stepped outside. Something happened. I'm going with you. Fong Cici hurriedly got up and followed. I'll go too. Together. Together. Count me in. The others all followed suit. Just as the last person stepped out of the observation room, a red eye suddenly appeared on the virtual screen. This eye filled the entire screen, slightly rotating left and right close to the camera. The next second, the screen flickered twice and turned off. You can't go in. The staff desperately tried to stop them. Why can't we go in? Our pets are inside. Who's responsible if something happens? A man who had just been startled by the little treasure ghost exclaimed emotionally. Exactly. Didn't you just call inside and no one answered? Something must have happened. Let me in. A nearby girl said with red-rimmed eyes. We've already sent someone in to check. They'll be out soon. Please calm down. If something really happens, we'll call the police, the staff reassured. By the time the police arrive, it'll be too late. You need to know there's a flame listening dog inside. Do you know what a flame listening dog is? Its Beastmaster is right here. The man turned to the beautiful woman, stunned. Where's the Beastmaster of the flame listening dog? Inside the secret room, it was dim. Qiao Sang used her phone's flashlight to illuminate the area. She had just taken advantage of the staff's inattention to pull Fong Sisi inside. It proved that sometimes one must be flexible and not too rule-bound. Otherwise, even if one talks their mouth off, they might not be able to get in. Go left. Fong Sisi pointed the way beside her. This was also why Qiao Sang didn't mind bringing her along. Soon, they reached the first-level secret room where Yabao was originally located. The fog inside dissipated. And for some unknown reason, the fire had already been extinguished, leaving only the remnants of the props and the acrid smell of smoke. Qiao Sang closed her eyes to sense Yabao's position. The fragments of images in her mind pieced together. In the images, the background was black, making it impossible to see its specific location, only that it was less than 100 meters away. It's not here. We need to keep going. Qiao Sang opened her eyes and said, Wait. Fong Sisi shone her phone's flashlight on the ground, took 3 steps forward, then 2 steps to the left, and then crouched down to knock on the stone slab on the ground. What's wrong? Qiao Sang asked. There's a room underneath. Do you remember the one that was sent underground? That was done by the black mud using its characteristics. If nothing unexpected happened, they should still be in the room below. We can ask them. Maybe they know what happened, Fong Sisi explained. Is this the black mud you're talking about? Qiao Sang stepped forward to pick up a black object on the ground. Fong Sisi was taken aback and used her phone's flashlight to shine on the black object in Qiao Sang's hand. That's it. Chapter 161. Sewer's black mud, a ground-type pet, is entirely covered in black soil. Because of its black color, its scara and teeth appear exceptionally white. Its species level can only evolve into a high-level pet, so normally, there shouldn't be many Beastmasters willing to contract with it. However, in reality, every year, there are quite a few Beastmasters who do contract with it. This is because it is easy to raise. It can fill its stomach just by eating soil. Therefore, many Beastmasters from less affluent families choose to contract with it, while a small portion of those who do contract it are drawn to its unique characteristics, independent space, and mud flow. The former means that anything swallowed by the black mud can be stored inside without being absorbed, as long as it doesn't actively absorb it. The latter means it can flow like mud, allowing it to slip through any gaps. These two characteristics combined make it a top-notch thief. Wake up. After confirming that the black object in her hand was indeed black mud, Qiao Sang shook it gently to try to wake it. Seeing no effect, she pinched its face. Black mud remained unresponsive, like a puddle of sludge. It seemed there was no hope. Qiao Sang immediately decided not to waste any more time and turned to Fong Sisi. There should be a girl down here too. Can you check if she's inside? Qiao Sang reminded her, although she wanted to rush to find Yabao. Given the strange situation and the fact that she only had a little treasure ghost that was just over a month old, it was better to be cautious. Hello? Is anyone there? Still no response. Fong Sisi turned back and shook her head. It seems no one is inside. We should keep going. Wait, Qiao Sang said. Fong Sisi looked at Qiao Sang's actions. Her words caught in her throat as she fell to the ground in terror, pushing herself back several meters. Qiao Sang reached up to pat the air above her head, and a gray-yellow, legless pet suddenly appeared above her. A ghost-type pet. Fong Sisi's heart raced, her eyes wide. The reason she wasn't afraid of this secret room was that she knew all the terrifying setups inside and recognized some of them. But that didn't mean she was brave. The ghost-type pet that appeared over Qiao Sang's head was not one of those in the secret room. Just then, Qiao Sang spoke. Little treasure, go check it out. The little treasure ghost nodded and floated under the stone slab. Fong Sisi was stunned, momentarily forgetting how to think. What is that? Little treasure? Treasure ghost? It dawned on her that this ghost-type pet seemed to be the treasure ghost. But why was Qiao Sang able to command it? Fong Sisi swallowed hard, looking at Qiao Sang with a complex expression. This treasure ghost is? It's my pet. Qiao Sang said, looking at Fong Sisi, momentarily taken aback. Why did you run so far? Fong Sisi exclaimed. What do you mean? Treasure ghost, your pet? Fong Sisi confirmed in disbelief. Yes, you contracted 2 pets. Fong Sisi's voice instantly rose. Fong Sisi, she didn't want to talk anymore. Soon, the little treasure ghost floated out from under the stone slab. Treasure, treasure. The little treasure ghost gestured in front of its Beastmaster. You said she's lying on the ground with her eyes closed? Qiao Sang asked. Treasure. The little treasure ghost nodded. Qiao Sang was silent for 2 seconds and continued to ask, is she still alive? Fong Sisi. What? Why are you suddenly asking such a scary question? Treasure. The little treasure ghost nodded. Fong Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The two headed towards the prop room that had almost burned down not far away. This was the room where the second level had run out, and it was also the necessary passage to the second level. The room was mostly burned down, but the passage was still intact. Fong Cici used her flashlight to lead the way, while Qiao Sang followed behind, holding the black mud. The black mud wasn't too heavy, and its recovery ability was much better than that of humans. Thinking that it might wake up soon, Qiao Sang carried it along. Here, Fong Cici stopped at a wall. Qiao Sang looked over and saw Fong Cici feeling around on the wall for a moment, and then the stone slab on the ground suddenly moved aside. Halfway through, it seemed like something got stuck. Seeing this, Qiao Sang stepped forward, placed her phone on the ground, hugged the dark mud with her left hand, and with her right hand, picked up the obstacle and tossed it aside. Cici gasped at Qiao Sang's actions. What's wrong? Qiao Sang asked as she picked up her phone. It's nothing. Let's hurry up and go, Cici said, glancing at Qiao Sang with admiration, and hurried down the passage. Qiao Sang noticed Cici's unusual behavior, but didn't ask further, following closely behind. The little treasure-seeking ghost walked at the back. It didn't immediately enter the passage, but floated over to the obstacle that had been tossed aside by its beast master, blinked curiously a couple of times, and then floated into the passage. Just as the little treasure-seeking ghost disappeared at the entrance of the passage, the previously open stone slab slowly started to close again. After crawling through the passage, Qiao Sang shone her phone forward and discovered that it revealed the layout of the underground waterway. Before she could observe it further, Cici suddenly spoke up. Do you know what that thing you just threw was? Although she wasn't particularly interested, Qiao Sang obliged and asked, what was it? The masked wandering spirit, from the first level. You can only enter the second level after defeating it, Cici said, looking at Qiao Sang with admiration. Her former deskmate was simply too cool, tossing a ghost-type pet without batting an eye, like tossing a rag. Such courage, such spirit. No wonder she dared to contract both a fire-type and a ghost-type pet as her first two. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. You mean that was the masked wandering spirit? Yes, Cici nodded. Qiao Sang fell silent for a while. No wonder it felt so weird. But why was it dizzy? Was it caused by Yabao's meteor shower or some other reason? Just as Qiao Sang was pondering this, a sound similar to a baby's cry suddenly came from the nearby waterway, and then a pair of hands covered in red liquid emerged from the water's surface. Since the hands emerged behind Qiao Sang and Cici, they didn't see it immediately. But the little treasure-seeking ghost did. It floated over to the hand, tilted its head curiously, and then reached out its claw to pull the red liquid-covered hand out of the waterway, sniffing it closely afterward. Searching hand. Chapter 162. The Dreamless Doll. Did you hear that sound? Qiao Sang asked, her expression tense. Cici paused for a moment, uncertain. It sounds like a baby yabby. The baby yabby, a water-type pet, usually makes a eeing sound, but it can also produce cries similar to those of a baby. Aside from breeders, it's difficult for ordinary people to distinguish between the two sounds. Qiao Sang didn't expect Cici to think of the baby yabby so quickly. Before she could ask more, Cici continued, when players step into the second level, the baby yabby in the water will make this sound. And then the clone puppet's claw will crawl out of the waterway with a fake human hand to scare the players. But shouldn't this be part of the escape room storyline? Does that mean the pets in the second level are unaffected? Qiao Sang asked. Cici thought for a moment and replied, no, it's still different. The clone puppet's claw didn't come out. You're right, Qiao Sang nodded in agreement. The little treasure-seeking ghost blinked innocently behind them. After walking a few steps, Qiao Sang stopped, closed her eyes, and once again sensed Yabao's position. It was still the black background and a distance of less than 100 meters. Why has the distance not changed after walking so far? Qiao Sang opened her eyes in surprise. Just then, the sound similar to a baby's cry rang out again. Do you know where the baby yabby is specifically? Qiao Sang turned to ask. According to the escape room script, it should be in the adjacent waterway following us. Cici paused and asked. What do you want to do? If it's willing to have a good chat, that's best. If not, we'll have to fight it first and then talk, Qiao Sang said. Currently, it seemed that only the baby yabby was awake in the first and second levels, and since something unusual had happened in the escape room, they should find the baby yabby, which might have witnessed what happened, to talk to it. In the monitoring room, the screen in the observation room only corresponded to the scene where the Yin Ling dog appeared. Now that the Yin Ling dog's trace was gone, and the monitoring of the first level room was also down, there was naturally no point in staying there. But the monitoring room was different. There were several screens in the monitoring room, each corresponding to different levels of the Lost Town escape room. Originally, a red eye inexplicably occupied a certain screen's view, which was clearly visible in the monitoring room. As the fog spread, all the cameras in the first level room stopped functioning. The other levels' monitoring showed no anomalies. But the intercom had issues, and calls couldn't be made. When they tried to go out, they found that the corner of the corridor outside the monitoring room still led back to the monitoring room. When the two girls entered the second level escape room, they immediately noticed it. They had thought it was the culprit behind the situation. But when zoomed in, one was the Yin Ling dog's beast master, and the other was the beast master of number 9. That wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that the monitoring showed that two ghost-type pets were following them. One was the treasure-seeking ghost, and the other was the Dreamless doll. The former was relatively harmless, a low-level pet that didn't seem too big and should be young. But the latter was a genuine high-level pet. The Dreamless doll, characterized by insomnia, couldn't sleep for 24 hours. Some experts believed its eyes might be red from staying up late. It liked to feed on others' dreams. It could be considered a less malevolent, energy-loving pet among ghost-type extraordinary creatures. However, there was one thing. The Dreamless doll liked to create dreams for people. And all of them were nightmares. They were naturally skilled at dream-making, and the nightmares they created made people feel as if they were experiencing reality while asleep. And even upon waking, one could struggle to distinguish whether it was a dream or reality, leaving lingering anxiety. Some people might take days to recover, leading to significant mental strain. How could such a pet suddenly appear in their escape room? The phone still couldn't be dialed out. The young man beside shook his head. Do you think this is man-made, or did they wander in? The man in the hat looked at the monitor with a grim expression. It doesn't seem like it was man-made or a wandering incident, the young man analyzed. Look at the monitor. This treasure-seeking ghost is quite close to the two girls in front, wearing a necklace that looks like a prop, so it should be a contracted pet. But the Dreamless doll behind them is further away, stealthily following them as if afraid of being discovered. If it had wandered in, according to ghost-type pet's nature, it would likely have hidden itself and passed through walls. But look, we can't get out of the corridor, there are signal issues. And that black fog seems to be deliberate. It doesn't look like a wandering incident. Moreover, the red eye that appeared in the original monitor. Don't you think it belongs to the Dreamless doll? I noticed that I was its long ago. What should we do now? And these two little brats? What the hell are they doing? The man in the hat stared at the monitor screen as if he had seen a ghost. The young man beside him glanced at the screen. Just then, a red eye once again occupied the entire monitoring view of the second-level escape room. The eye turned left and right a couple of times before the screen went black. Yabao, save me. The little treasure-seeking ghost grinned with its eyes squinted, speeding up to follow behind Qiao Sang, looking happy as if it was playing. Right behind it were 2 hands and 2 legs, all covered in red liquid, along with a baby yabby covered in sharp spines. What the hell is that? Qiao Sang shouted loudly while running. I'm asking about the severed hands and feet. Qiao Sang ran forward with the fastest speed of her life. The limbs of the doppelganger puppet. Fong Cici's running speed lagged slightly behind. What? The limbs of the doppelganger puppet? Qiao Sang was taken aback and instantly lost the desire to run. She slowed down and turned her head. She saw 4 severed limbs that looked like they were dripping with fresh blood, and the baby-like creature was running towards her like crazy. Qiao Sang was startled and instinctively sped up again. Damn. The scenes seen in horror movies feel completely different when experienced firsthand. Isn't this ridiculous? Why are you running? Qiao Sang shouted. Isn't it because of you? Fong Cici cried out in the wind. What did I do? Qiao Sang looked confused. Why did you let the treasure-seeking ghost shake its butt and make faces at the sewer? Fong Cici scolded loudly. Not only that, but you also made it spit inside. Isn't that to lure the baby-like creature out? Qiao Sang looked very innocent. Who knew the doppelganger puppet would be here too? Is this the script for the second level? Don't they know we're not here to play? Is it reasonable to be this scary? Fong Cici shouted loudly. Of course the plot isn't like this. Otherwise, why would I run? Then why is it still because of what you made the treasure-seeking ghost do? Qiao Sang felt a bit wronged. If she hadn't initially thought that there was only one baby-like creature awake in the sewer during the analysis, she wouldn't have let the little treasure-seeking ghost provoke it so much. But it's pointless to say more, since the incident has happened. They need to think about how to resolve it. Reasoning was no longer an option. Seeing the baby-like creature and the doppelganger puppet relentlessly pursuing them made her feel that they were furious, and if caught, they would probably launch an attack directly. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang couldn't help but lament. How can one have such a bad temper? How can they serve the public? Is it really necessary to shake their butts, make faces, and spit? Qiao Sang adjusted her breathing while running, thinking about the possibility of the little treasure-seeking ghost defeating them. The baby-like creature wasn't a big deal. It was just a basic pet. The little treasure-seeking ghost had dual attributes of ghost and psychic, and was stronger in speed and attack than it. If it was just the baby-like creature, she wouldn't be afraid, but there was also a mid-level pet, the doppelganger puppet. But now it was different. The little treasure-seeking ghost had never undergone proper combat training. Half a day ago, it managed to subdue the ghost lamp only because the ghost lamp had run out of wick and couldn't move, which allowed the little treasure-seeking ghost to hit it perfectly. Later, even the hypnotic technique used by the ghost lamp in such a weakened state had made the little treasure-seeking ghost sleep for half a day. If this were in a competition, the judge would have declared it lost long ago. Now, in battle, the little treasure-seeking ghost had to face both the baby-like creature and the doppelganger puppet, and she had never researched either of these pets beforehand. If she had to count, the chances of victory were only 10. This 10 chance was based on the little treasure-seeking ghost having the skill of teleportation, relying on dodging to possibly exhaust their energy. What should we do now? I can barely run anymore. Fong Cici trembled as she asked. Where's the entrance to the third-level secret room? Qiao Sang thought for a moment and asked. If they could reach the secret room of the third level and close the passage connecting to the second level, they might escape a disaster. If there were no problems with the script of the second level, a vengeful ghost ball would suddenly appear in the sewer in about 20 minutes. It was from the second level, and they could only open the door to the third level by defeating it, Fong Cici panted. The vengeful ghost ball. A mid-level pet, Qiao Sang denied this plan in just 0.001 seconds. Not to mention how to defeat the vengeful ghost ball if they encountered it. It would definitely lead to a fierce battle. With the vengeful ghost ball in front and the baby-like creature and doppelganger puppet behind, they would be surrounded and wouldn't know how to lie down. After running a few more steps, Fong Cici weakly said, I'm about to give up. Why are you so weak? Qiao Sang couldn't help but speak up. Due to recent training, she had been running every day at school, and her stamina had improved a lot. Qiao Sang felt she could maintain her current speed for another half an hour. Fong Cici was once again in tears. Damn it. Who caused this? Qiao Sang didn't think for too long. Compared to being trampled by 3 pets, it was naturally safer to fight against 2 pets. Pets that can work in the city, all of beast masters, no matter how angry they are, they shouldn't attack humans. Thinking of this, Qiao Sang suddenly stopped and turned around, shouting loudly to Fong Cici, Little treasure, get ready to fight. Treasure. The little treasure-seeking ghost was taken aback and then turned excitedly. Are we finally going to fight? I have to say, Qiao Sang is really brave, but Fong Cici didn't think it was a bad thing. She could take this opportunity to recover her stamina and then continue running. Unlike competitions, there are no rules and no distinction between offense and defense. It's all based on the pet's combat instincts. Just as the little treasure-seeking ghost stopped and turned its head, a hand still dripping with red liquid suddenly accelerated towards it. The little treasure-seeking ghost stood still as if it was scared silly. But just as the hand was about to touch it, the little treasure-seeking ghost suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the other side. The hand missed and turned back towards the little treasure-seeking ghost, looking a bit confused. The little treasure-seeking ghost grinned and provocatively raised its middle finger at it. The hand immediately started to tremble. Qiao Sang remained silent. She swore she never taught the little treasure-seeking ghost to make this gesture. Not only the hand, but the other severed limbs also began to tremble and frantically moved towards the little treasure-seeking ghost's current position. The little treasure-seeking ghost used teleportation again to dodge. The limbs used too much force and collided with one another, all falling down, but quickly stood up again, completely unfazed, and accurately pounced towards the little treasure-seeking ghost again, which was more than 5 meters away. At the same time, the baby-like creature also shot a water gun at the little treasure-seeking ghost. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought watching the situation unfold. She had never studied the doppelganger puppet, only knowing it was a ghost-type pet that could split its body into pieces to move. From the current perspective, the limbs of the doppelganger puppet didn't need to identify the opponent's position to know exactly where the opponent was. But why? Qiao Sang frowned and pondered for a while, quickly realizing a problem. Where did the doppelganger puppet's head go? In the sewer. The little treasure-seeking ghost kept dodging attacks using teleportation. Just after dodging the fierce pounce of the limbs, another water gun shot came from the side. It was getting more and more excited and didn't even counterattack, showing a tendency to be playful. At that moment, Qiao Sang spoke. Let's deal with the baby-like creature first. The little treasure-seeking ghost tilted its head upon hearing the command. Baby-like creature? Who is the baby-like creature? That water-type pet on the ground. Qiao Sang quickly added as she saw the little treasure-seeking ghost in a daze. Treasure. The little treasure-seeking ghost understood. It concealed its form and disappeared again. The limbs pouncing in vain, splattering red liquid everywhere. The next second, the little treasure-seeking ghost suddenly appeared in front of the baby-like creature that was still looking around, extending its tongue to lick its head that was protruding from the shell. The baby-like creature trembled all over, although this lick did not have a paralyzing effect. Being licked by a tongue soaked in saliva still nearly broke the baby-like creature's mental defense. Just as its gaze refocused, what it saw was a pair of purple eyes. The baby-like creature's eyelids uncontrollably wanted to close. The little treasure-seeking ghost smiled after casting the hypnotic technique and instantly teleported 5 meters away. The limbs of the doppelganger puppet suddenly appeared where the little treasure-seeking ghost had been, and if it hadn't teleported just now, those limbs would have slammed onto it. But the little treasure-seeking ghost dodged. The target hit by its limbs turned out to be the Yinyanbei, which was just a foot away from the little treasure-seeking ghost. Yinyanbei was hit hard repeatedly, closed its eyes, and fell down. After dealing with Yinyanbei, Qiao Sang did not relax. Yinyanbei was a primary water-type pet beast, while the little treasure-seeking ghost had both ghost and psychic rare attributes, so it was normal for it to be defeated instantly. Chapter 164, Three-Eyed Ghost Cicada. Let's not even mention that the avatar puppet was a level higher than the little treasure-seeking ghost. Currently, only its limbs were present, and each limb was fitted with imitation human prosthetics. The avatar puppet hadn't even assembled its true self. Without sensory stimulation, 3 of the little treasure-seeking ghost's existing skills, tongue lick, hypnosis, and dream eater, became useless. The remaining skills were barrier, telekinesis, and teleportation. Except for telekinesis, the other 2 were not attack skills. Moreover, if telekinesis couldn't control all 4 limbs at once and could only control some, the remaining uncontrolled limbs might take the opportunity to attack the little treasure-seeking ghost. After all, teleportation and telekinesis couldn't be used simultaneously. It was difficult. For the first time, Qiao Sang felt that the skills of the little treasure-seeking ghost were somewhat lacking. However, if the goal was not to defeat the avatar puppet but to shake it off, there was a way. Qiao Sang made a decisive decision to throw them in different directions. The little treasure-seeking ghost was stunned upon hearing the command, dodging while looking disdainfully at the limbs covered in red liquid. After pouting, it became resolute. This was the command from its beast master. It had no choice. At worst, it would clean itself up later by rubbing against its beast master's head. Seek. The little treasure-seeking ghost increased the frequency of its teleportation, constantly changing positions. It aimed for the right moment, teleported next to a foot that had landed at the back, caught it off guard, and hoisted it onto its shoulder. Then executed a series of teleportations, disappearing from the avatar puppet's line of sight. The other 2 hands and 1 foot stood dumbfounded, failing to react. Rather than saying the hands and feet didn't react, it was more accurate to say that the head hidden in the darkness didn't react. The avatar puppet stared wide-eyed as it watched the little treasure-seeking ghost carry away its foot and vanish. Momo. The avatar puppet was furious. In the past, when others saw it, they were always filled with terror, which amused it greatly. But today, first, it got kicked in the face. And then its own hands were scorned. The voice that had been transmitted through its headset had barely restrained it, but now that there was no sound, it lost all restraint. After all, its beast master said to just listen to what was said in the headset. Momo. The avatar puppet glared at the direction where the little treasure-seeking ghost had disappeared, completely forgetting about others' existence, and summoned the hands and feet that were still here to hurriedly chase after it. Qiao Sang, watching the head and remaining hands and feet appear out of thin air and rush towards the little treasure-seeking ghost, remained calm, steady as a rock. She had already guessed that the head of the avatar puppet was here and was not surprised at all. The limbs could not have independent thinking capabilities. They were similar to avatars, but not quite the same. After all, the limbs could only act and could not unleash any skills. Moreover, the actions of the limbs had to be controlled by the avatar puppet itself. If the limbs were avatars, then the head was the main body, observing everything from the dark. Otherwise, the limbs wouldn't have been able to see from an omniscient perspective where the little treasure-seeking ghost had teleported. Sure enough, the head had appeared now. It wasn't hard to understand why the avatar puppet hadn't assembled its limbs and head together. Because it was still missing a connecting body part, the torso. The avatar puppet had placed different body parts at various checkpoints. It was likely that the torso was also divided and placed in another location. Qiao Sang, will the treasure-seeking ghost be okay? Fang Sisi came to Qiao Sang's side, lost in thought. She had always known that Qiao Sang had become very powerful since awakening her brain domain. Not only had she contracted the fire-tooth dog, but she had also won the championship at the Xian competition relying on it. It wasn't that the fire-tooth dog wasn't powerful. It was just that winning the championship among a group of beast masters several years older than them was somewhat unbelievable. After all, some beast masters in the competition had 2 pets that had already evolved into intermediate beasts, while the fire-tooth dog was still a primary pet at that time. It felt very magical. It was like they had agreed to be academic underachievers together, but in the end, one not only turned the tables but became a freak. It will be fine, Qiao Sang said, looking in the direction where the little treasure-seeking ghost had disappeared. What was the skill that the treasure-seeking ghost kept changing positions called? Fang Sisi asked curiously, why does it feel so much like teleportation? Fang Sisi, can you say that again? What is the skill called? Fang Sisi's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. She stood there in a daze. Although she was an academic underachiever, she knew that teleportation was a skill of psychic-type pet beasts, but wasn't the treasure-seeking ghost a ghost-type beast? Could it be that the treasure-seeking ghost? Fang Sisi fell silent. After a while, she said, Qiao Sang, do you remember the cheat sheet I wrote for you every year during the academic exams, risking being discovered by the teacher? And when you were punished to run on the playground, I accompanied you there. Even when you went to the bathroom, I was there with you. Do you remember? Fang Sisi's mouth twitched. Qiao Sang continued, that time on the playground, I was running, and you were beside me eating ice cream. Then you saw your crush holding hands with a girl and ran to the bathroom to cry before finishing the ice cream. Fang Sisi, as for the bathroom, she directly interrupted Qiao Sang, fearing that if she didn't stop, she would have a heart attack. Are we friends? Fang Sisi changed the question. Yes. Qiao Sang nodded. Qiao Sang, get lost. In the Beast Master Society, not only did Beast Masters hold an advantage in the marriage market, but also pets with good talents did as well. Many Beast Masters would seek out good partners for their pets, reminiscent of arranged marriages. Pets could also mate with different species, as long as they were compatible. Pets with different attributes and sizes could be together, and the pet eggs they produced would hatch into one of their species. Fong Sisi, over a month old, immediately gave up on her thoughts. A ghost-type pet over a month old was equivalent to a baby that could only drink milk. It couldn't do anything. After finishing her thoughts, Qiao Sang refocused on the little treasure-seeking ghost. Help me hold this. Qiao Sang handed the black mud to Fong Sisi and began to form hand seals. Seek. Qiao Sang didn't notice anything unusual and turned to praise the little treasure-seeking ghost. Well done. Seek. The little treasure-seeking ghost squinted its eyes, finding this as fun as playing a game. Let's keep going, Qiao Sang said, preparing to step forward. Qiao Sang was stunned, realizing what she meant. Her heart raced, and she quickly made a summoning seal for the fire-toothed dog. It failed. You try it. Qiao Sang turned her head and said, Okay. Fong Sisi handed the black mud back to Qiao Sang and formed the seal. 3 seconds later. Ugh. I thought I would never see you again. Qiao Sang frowned while watching, lost in thought. Qiao Sang was anxious in her heart and unconsciously put in some effort. Just then, the black mud slowly opened its eyes. It had been awakened by pain. Black mud. The black mud flowed from Qiao Sang's hands, returning to its original form, and looked over cautiously. Black mud. Black mud. Qiao Sang's eyes lit up. It finally woke up. All that running was not in vain. I'm the beast master of the flameling dog. You just saw it, the pet with white and red fur. Qiao Sang asked, Do you know where it went? What happened just now? Why did you faint? The black mud was stunned, as if recalling something. Its mouth opened, and its belly suddenly swelled, from which it spat out a pet covered in some black mud. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the pet that had been spit out onto the ground. Whoa, isn't this the fire-toothed dog? She imagined many scenarios, but she never thought that Yabao was in the belly of the black mud. It turns out she had been searching for it for a long time, and Yabao was being held by her in a roundabout way. She saw Yabao lying on the ground with its eyes closed, drooling at the mouth. Qiao Sang. She anxiously searched for it for half a day, and it was just here sleeping? Unable to hold back, Qiao Sang squatted down and tugged at Yabao's ear, shouting to the side, Get up. Shui Luana is coming. Yabao. Yabao opened its eyes, instantly got up, its fur standing on end, entering a battle-ready state. Yabao. Yabao. Yabao looked around. Where is Shui Luana? Qiao Sang. Not bad. Looks like it's not injured. Still in good spirits. 10 minutes later, Qiao Sang finally understood what happened. Yabao caused a big fire in the first stage, so the black mud activated its emergency plan to directly use its ability to bring Yabao to the next stage. However, as soon as it got Yabao inside, it fainted for some unknown reason. In the Beast Taming Society, it's still the strong that are respected. We should go out first, Qiao Sang said. Secondly, Yabao, in the state of just drooling in its sleep, must have been asleep before entering the black mud's belly. Otherwise, it would be able to sleep if it was swallowed while awake. Moreover, not only Yabao, but also the black mud, the woman under the stone slab, and the phantom spirit by the entrance were all asleep. And thirdly, where did the staff in the secret room go? Logically, there should be surveillance inside, and she and Fong Sisi should have been seen the moment they broke in, but so far, not a single staff member has appeared. Qiao Sang and Fong Sisi walked back in the direction they came from. Just then, the ambient lights illuminating the waterway flickered, and a pet beast appeared out of nowhere. Entirely purple, with 3 sharp horns on its head and blood-red eyes. At the same time, the surveillance footage of the first and second stage rooms in the monitoring room resumed. Hangang City, Public Security Bureau. Team Lu, target number 10 has appeared at No. 99, Tongs Hang Road. Team Lu, target number 6 has been captured under Qinshan Bridge. Team Lu No. 27, Quanton Road reported that their child suddenly ate 10 bowls of rice overnight. We suspect target number 12 is there. The man, who had been looking down at the documents, raised his head and asked, Is target number 2 the dreamless doll? Yes, Team Lu. Have the patrol team been informed? The man asked. They have already contacted the patrol team. The man lowered his head and flipped through the documents, saying, The most dangerous pets that have come out from the secret realm cracks, besides the 3-eyed ghost cicada, are the dreamless dolls. You should send more people over. Okay. Team Lu. It's probably not the target number 2 dreamless doll in there, but the target number 1 3-eyed ghost cicada. I'll go with you. In the secret room. In the sewer. Fong Sisi looked at the pet beast in front of her and swallowed hard, turning her head to nudge Qiao Sang's arm, whispering, This isn't from the secret room. It looks like it's not friendly. What do you think? Can we fight it? Qiao Sang glanced at her and said, Dreamless doll, high-level ghost-type pet. Can you fight it for me to see? Fong Sisi awkwardly laughed a couple of times, saying, It might not necessarily be unfriendly. Maybe it was sent in by people outside to check the situation. Qiao Sang asked, You've been here for a few days. Do you know anyone who has contracted a dreamless doll? Fong Sisi shook her head in despair. Qiao Sang sighed helplessly. This unlucky situation seems to be caused by the strange events discovered in the secret room, which should be the doing of the dreamless doll in front of them. Black Mud. Just then, the Black Mud stepped forward and called out to the dreamless doll. When Qiao Sang thought the dreamless doll would at least communicate, she saw its already red eyes glow even brighter, and the next second, the Black Mud closed its eyes. It fell down. Qiao Sang. If it can fight, it should. It's completely different from the pets she has seen. Yabao used to at least pose and show off before a fight. The dreamless doll started attacking without any warning or reason. Little treasure, sneak attack. Yabao, attack head-on. Qiao Sang decisively commanded. Fong Cici was stunned in place, scared silly. How did it suddenly start fighting? She had only seen pets fight in small skirmishes or in competition venues. She had never seen such a scene where they just started fighting without knowing the opponent's background. Get behind me. Qiao Sang pulled Fong Cici behind her. The first to execute Qiao Sang's command was Little Treasure Ghost. It immediately concealed its figure, and the dreamless doll's red eyes turned, suddenly extending its right claw to condense a black shadow ball and shoot it towards the right front. Seek. Little Treasure Ghost watched as the shadow ball was only 0.1 centimeter away from it, its pupil shrinking, momentarily forgetting to evade. Just as the shadow ball was about to hit Little Treasure Ghost, it suddenly disappeared in place. Dream. The dreamless doll froze for a moment, turning to look at the pale-faced human in front of it. Qiao Sang felt her heart racing. Yes. Ghost-type pets can see others of their kind who are invisible. So close, the shadow ball was just about to hit Little Treasure Ghost. And if it had been hit by the high-level pet shadow ball, Little Treasure Ghost would probably have fainted directly. After all, the dreamless doll's reaction speed was far superior to that of Little Treasure Ghost. Qiao Sang looked at Yabao, whose fur was standing on end and was staring intently at the dreamless doll. Although the previous confrontation lasted only a few seconds, according to Yabao's usual attacking speed, it should have attacked by now. Sure enough, was it still influenced by the ghost-type pet? Qiao Sang formed hand seals and summoned Little Treasure Ghost again. Seek. Little Treasure Ghost no longer had its playful grin. Dream. Just then, the dreamless doll's eyes glowed red again, and its target was Qiao Sang. Damn. This is a wild ghost-type pet. Fong Cici screamed from behind. To determine if a pet is wild, one can see if it will attack humans for no reason. If it does, it's likely a wild pet. Qiao Sang instinctively was drawn to those red eyes. But her line of sight was suddenly blocked by a red and white figure. Qiao Sang's face changed dramatically as she shouted, Yabao, close your eyes. 3 seconds later, Yabao did not fall. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief. Yabao. After experiencing the incident where its beast master was almost attacked, Yabao opened its eyes again. No longer fearing the ghost-type pet in front of it, only anger remained. It raised its head slightly, and a crimson energy ball began to gather slowly. The dreamless doll was taken aback, as if it thought of something, and its eyes glowed red again. This time, a beam of light mixed with various colors shot out from its eyes, heading straight for Yabao, who was still gathering the energy ball. Quickly dodge. Qiao Sang's eyelid twitched as she shouted. Force 2, Yabao interrupted the gathering of the energy ball and dodged to the side. The light landed on Yabao's original position without causing any damage to the ground. Qiao Sang's expression was grave. This was a peculiar beam of light that only ghost-type pets could use, which could confuse opponents. If it hit Yabao, it would not only interrupt its skill but also put it in a confused state. Use clones to surround it. Hearing her Beastmaster's command, Yabao's internal energy moved, and with its main body, 16 flame ling hounds surrounded the dreamless doll. The next second, 16 flame ling hounds simultaneously spewed out crimson flames the size of basketballs. The sparks, having reached the pinnacle of skill mastery, burned with a lifelike intensity. Dream. The dreamless doll looked around at the incoming fireballs and felt a surge of crisis. Just as it tried to move, an invisible force halted its movements for a second. Boom. 16 fireballs, wrapped in immense energy, shot in the same direction, colliding with a deafening roar that drowned out the dreamless doll's scream. The explosive wave of fire instantly swept through the entire sewer. Qiao Sang squinted as the flames in front of her stung her eyes. Did it succeed? Fong Cici's trembling voice sounded from behind. The blue light on the little treasure-seeking ghost dissipated, although it only controlled the moment with telekinesis. The energy difference was immense as it was 2 levels lower than the dreamless doll, making it feel quite strenuous. Amidst the smoke generated by the collision of flames, a figure mixed with purple and black slowly emerged. The dreamless doll had not fallen. It was gasping for breath, but Yabao did not give it a chance to rest. Several sparks, honed to the peak of their essence, were shot towards it again. Just then, the little treasure-seeking ghost suddenly looked behind its beastmaster with wide eyes and instinctively teleported over. Qiao Sang felt dry and parched, as if she realized something. She turned her head stiffly and looked up, seeing a cicada-type pet with transparent wings, gray all over, and 3 squinty eyes, along with the little treasure-seeking ghost. In the next second, the little treasure-seeking ghost let out a tragic scream and fell from midair. Qiao Sang reached out to catch it, and saw that the little treasure-seeking ghost had already fainted. When she looked up again, she noticed that the pet was also staring at her, its mouth already gathering a black energy ball. She recognized this pet. The three-eyed ghost cicada, a high-level pet, was a ghost-type extraordinary creature that liked to absorb life energy. Chapter 165. Black Gaze. The three-eyed ghost cicada is one of the more troublesome high-level ghost-type pets. Most pets gradually grow larger as they evolve, but there are a small number of pets whose size does not change much, and some even shrink after evolution. The larger the pet, the stronger the power, and even if the speed does not change, the larger size makes it easier to be attacked. From a natural perspective, larger pets have considerable advantages, both in attack and defense. However, this is not absolute. Pets do not determine victory solely by size. Many small pets can exert strong attack power and can use their smaller size to evade attacks flexibly. The three-eyed ghost cicada belongs to this category. Seeing the shadow ball about to crash down on her, Qiao Sang hugged the little treasure-seeking ghost and swiftly dodged to the side. However, before the shadow ball fully descended, a blazing flame shot over from the other side and collided with it. Bang! A tremor shook the air, and the exploding flames were dazzling. The two energies collided, and surprisingly, the red energy gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Qiao Sang was stunned and turned to look beside her, where she saw Yao Bao baring its sharp teeth, fiercely staring at the three-eyed ghost cicada. Upon closer inspection, the dreamless doll had already closed its eyes and fallen to the ground. Wow, Yao Bao is magnificent. Qiao Sang's face brightened as she nimbly jumped a few meters to the side. With the dreamless doll taken care of, defeating just the three-eyed ghost cicada wasn't impossible. Based on the previous confrontation, the proficiency of its shadow ball was clearly not high. Qiao Sang began to reflect on herself. She had thought wrongly. No matter how high the pet's level was, it didn't matter as long as the skill proficiency was high and the techniques mastered were numerous. Overcoming one level wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, Yao Bao was now mastering the meteor shower, a skill that even high-level fire-type pets might not learn. While Qiao Sang was reflecting, Yao Bao's sharp teeth were already engulfed in flames, and it pounced towards the three-eyed ghost cicada in midair. The three-eyed ghost cicada did not choose to evade. Instead, its third squinty eye in the middle suddenly opened wide, glowing purple. Yao Bao's expression froze, and its pouncing motion stopped as a sudden wave of fear rose within. Yao Bao stepped back 2 paces, its fur bristling, and its fierce expression turned to one of terror and vigilance. In its vision, the three-eyed ghost cicada suddenly lost all its facial features, reminding it of a faceless person from a horror movie it had seen before. What happened to Welling Dog? Fong Cici clutched her chest, her face pale. Oh my god. She had lived for 15 years and had never experienced such an intense scene. First, the dreamless doll appeared out of nowhere. And then the three-eyed ghost cicada suddenly showed up, both of which were wild ghost-type pets that could attack humans. When she saw the three-eyed ghost cicada attacking Qiao Sang, she almost wet herself. Fortunately, the treasure-seeking ghost blocked it. But before she could calm down, she saw the three-eyed ghost cicada throw a shadow ball at Qiao Sang, followed by a flame bursting in front of her. Later, when she saw the dreamless doll being taken down and Welling Dog bravely attacking the three-eyed ghost cicada, heaven knows how excited she was at that moment. But now, Welling Dog suddenly seemed timid, and her emotions were fluctuating wildly, almost giving her a heart attack. Qiao Sang looked at the scene before her and said, Yao Bao will be fine. Just now, it was only the fear eye of the three-eyed ghost cicada taking effect. Given Yao Bao's temperament, it should recover quickly. The fear eye, a mid-level skill, can make the opponent recall their fears from deep within, and its power increases against more timid opponents. In Qiao Sang's view, her Yao Bao was quite brave. The fear eye would definitely wear off soon. Yao Bao, with its fur bristled, stared intently at the three-eyed ghost cicada, which it believed had no facial features. The three-eyed ghost cicada opened its mouth, and a purple wave about a meter in diameter shot out, surrounded by several strands of black energy that gave off a chilling feeling. Yao Bao's eyes narrowed, and it instinctively spewed a thick fire vortex to counter it, but the fear in its heart made the release of the skill slightly delayed. When the fire vortex was unleashed, the purple energy was already only a little over 2 meters away from it. The purple energy instantly overpowered the fire vortex and then surged toward Yao Bao. It was the wave of evil, accompanied by Qiao Sang's voice. The wave of evil struck the ground, causing the cement floor to sink in and crack with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Yao Bao had already vanished from that spot. The three-eyed ghost cicada was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately formed hand seals. Within the gray star array, Yao Bao reappeared before the three-eyed ghost cicada. Seeing Yao Bao back to its normal state without being bristled, Qiao Sang let out a sigh of relief. The power of the wave of evil was above the fire vortex. Yao Bao emerged and glared at the three-eyed ghost cicada, immediately using Fire Fong to pounce at it again. However, it missed. The three-eyed ghost cicada had hidden its figure and disappeared from sight. Qiao Sang's expression grew serious. This was teleportation, but pure invisibility. The three-eyed ghost cicada had simply reacted quickly enough to evade Yabao's attack. In a place unseen by everyone, the three-eyed ghost cicada's three squinty eyes opened wide simultaneously, and an invisible force filled the sewer. Typically, the black gaze could only lock onto one pet, but the three-eyed ghost cicada's black gaze could cover the entire room, indicating that the proficiency of this skill had reached at least the mastery level. After releasing the black gaze, the three-eyed ghost cicada turned its gaze towards Qiao Sang. Chapter 166. Simultaneous release. Qiao Sang was thinking about countermeasures. The types that can restrain ghost types are dark types and ghost types themselves. This is because dark types can deal double damage to ghost types, while ghost types are a unique attribute that can both restrain and be restrained by their own attributes. Other attributes find it difficult to win unless the pet can overpower or has specific skills to counter. The sudden disappearance and reappearance of the three-eyed ghost cicada was quite troublesome. Should we hurry and leave while it's not around? Fong Sisi nervously glanced around, fearing that the three-eyed ghost cicada might suddenly appear again if they weren't careful. Do you think a ghost-type pet that actively attacks humans and has the upper hand in battle could suddenly leave? Qiao Sang said with a serious expression. Fong Sisi hesitated for a moment. Maybe, perhaps it suddenly had something to deal with at home. So what do we do now? Fong Sisi asked in a low voice. We have to leave, but we need to maintain our formation, Qiao Sang said seriously. You go in front, I'll go in the back. And then let Yabao's clone surround us as we move forward. If the three-eyed ghost cicada suddenly appears, I'll hold it back. And you just run outside and call for help. Upon hearing this, Fong Sisi was first stunned, then her eyes glistened with tears. Touched. How can I let you stay here alone? We should leave together. Before she could finish her sentence, Qiao Sang interrupted her. How about you stay back? And I'll go out to find someone to rescue you. Fong Sisi. Then it's still Qiao Sang. Fong Sisi's voice suddenly became incredibly stiff. Her gaze kept darting behind Qiao Sang, reminding her in a very strange way. Qiao Sang's heart sank, just as she was about to look back. Her body was suddenly lifted and moved into the air as if pulled by some force. Turning her head, she saw that Yabao had picked her up with its mouth and was running towards the upper waterway. Scared her to death, she thought it was the three-eyed ghost cicada. Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise came from behind. At the same time, Yabao stopped in midair in the sewer, turned its head, and threw Qiao Sang behind it, allowing her to sit steadily on its back, just in time to see the source of the loud noise. Qiao Sang's face changed, her lips slightly pale. She saw a large pit where she had been standing, and if Yabao hadn't picked her up just now, she probably would have either died instantly or ended up in the intensive care unit for 10 days or half a month. Above the pit, the three-eyed ghost cicada flapped its wings and appeared. Qiao Sang felt a chill in her heart. Are wild pets this ferocious? No wonder it said online that entering secret realms is dangerous. If you aren't at least a level above as a beast master, don't even think about it. Wild pets attack humans without any hesitation. Qiao Sang looked at Fong Sisi, who was staring at her in shock, and touched Yabao's back. Sang, use telekinesis to bring her up. She felt a bit helpless. This silly girl, if you call her brave, she screams and runs when she sees a ghost-type pet. But if you say she is timid, the three-eyed ghost cicada is only about a meter away from her now, and she is still looking at it blankly. Yabao. Hearing its beastmaster's words, Yabao's eyes glowed blue. The next second, the three-eyed ghost cicada appeared in midair at the same height as Yabao under the influence of telekinesis. Qiao Sang, what happened to the tacit understanding? Didn't they almost have a mind link after evolving into the flame-listening dog? Qiao Sang quickly calmed down. Although the target of control wasn't what she expected, this was an opportunity. Just keep controlling it to spin. The three-eyed ghost cicada spun in circles under the control of telekinesis, quickly becoming dizzy. It endured the feeling of dizziness and gathered energy to shoot a shadow ball towards Yabao's direction. Due to still spinning, the shadow ball was misfired and hit the cement above. Unlike the ceiling that couldn't be damaged by the meteor shower at the beginning, the shadow ball hit and rocks flew, and just as a chunk was about to smash onto her beast master's back, Yabao instinctively moved aside. But this action allowed the three-eyed ghost cicada to break free from the telekinesis. Spark. Qiao Sang had been watching the movements of the three-eyed ghost cicada and promptly gave the command. A ball of sparks with a diameter of over 20 centimeters appeared in front of Yabao's mouth. The next second, this flame that seemed to have life accurately hit the three-eyed ghost cicada. Aye. The three-eyed ghost cicada crashed to the ground. Qiao Sang was not surprised at hitting the three-eyed ghost cicada. If it hadn't been spun around by telekinesis, the spark might not have hit it so quickly. But now that the three-eyed ghost cicada was in a dizzy state, hitting it became an easy task. The three-eyed ghost cicada, hit by a flame, did not get up quickly. On one hand, the power of the spark, due to the mastery of the essence, had long surpassed that of an ordinary mid-tier skill. On the other hand, it was affected by its size. Although its attack power was still strong, and its speed was much faster than that of an ordinary high-tier pet, its defense was not very impressive due to its small size. Qiao Sang, who wanted to take advantage of the victory to say meteor shower, shut her mouth upon seeing a rock falling in front of her, although she didn't know the reason. It seemed that the upper structure of the secret room had returned to normal. Even a shadow ball could cause damage. Qiao Sang hesitated, but Yabao did not. When the three-eyed ghost cicada fell, it immediately used its clone to surround the three-eyed ghost cicada, and 15 clones simultaneously shot out sparks. Just as the sparks were about to be released, at that moment, a three-eyed ghost cicada suddenly appeared behind Qiao Sang, its mouth gathering a shadow ball. Yabao's ears perked up, and it suddenly turned its head to change direction. Realizing what the three-eyed ghost cicada was about to do, its brain tightened. A raging fire ignited in its heart, its whole body glowed with dazzling blue light, the surrounding air surged, and an invisible force compressed the three-eyed ghost cicada, which was still gathering the shadow ball, into a distorted shape, violently crashing onto the water surface below. Thump! The three-eyed ghost cicada did not struggle when it hit the water surface, it simply dissipated. It was a clone. Bang! At the same time, a huge explosion echoed throughout the secret room. Qiao Sang hadn't yet recovered from the shock of almost being attacked again when she heard the sound and instinctively turned her head. She saw a three-eyed ghost cicada lying on the ground with its eyes closed, surrounded by 15 of Yabao's clones. Qiao Sang was stunned for a long time, her heart racing involuntarily. Did this mean they succeeded? Did Yabao successfully release skills of different attributes simultaneously with its main body and clone? Chapter 167 Secret Realm. The two people in the monitoring room stared at the screen showing the girl riding the flame-listening dog hovering in midair, unable to speak for a long time. If they hadn't confirmed that this was the real surveillance footage from their own store, they would have suspected they were watching a heavily edited Beast battle video. Who has ever seen a mid-tier pet continuously take down two high-tier pets in reality? Moreover, those two high-tier pets are clearly not ordinary. They are ghost-type pets that actively attack humans. The most unacceptable thing is that flame-listening dog. Did you see that? After a while, the man in the hat was the first to speak. I saw it, the young man murmured. Did you see the same thing I saw? The man in the hat couldn't help but ask, wanting to confirm that his eyes weren't deceiving him. So the flame-listening dog has both fire and psychic abilities? The man in the hat said in shock. It should be, the young man nodded. The man in the hat's mind went blank. Psychic abilities, that is psychic abilities. If it were just a simple psychic pet, it wouldn't have such a huge impact on him, but this is the latest evolutionary form evolved from the fire-type pet. Fire-toothed dog. Not only does it possess the powerful attack of the fire type, but it also has the high-class psychic abilities. Pets with these two attributes combined are few and far between, and which one isn't sky-high in price. Plus, with its gorgeous appearance and the ability to carry people into the sky, which beast master wouldn't want to have one? The most important thing is that the market price of Fire-Toothed Dog is only 100,000 Alliance coins. I don't remember seeing in the news that the flame-listening dog also has psychic abilities, right? The man in the hat turned to the young man beside him and asked, seeing that he was ignored. The man in the hat frowned and was about to say something. Just then, the walkie-talkie in his hand emitted a crackling sound, and after a while, a slightly urgent voice came from it. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? The man with the hat looked delighted and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie, bringing it to his mouth. I can hear you. I can hear you. The person on the other end of the radio was initially taken aback, then exclaimed with joy, Great. Are you all okay inside? The police just came to our store and are heading inside. Hangang City, Public Security Bureau. This was Qiao Sang's fourth visit to the Public Security Bureau, although one of those visits was to the Qitong town office. Some people might never set foot in a police station in their entire lives, yet she had done so 4 times in just a few months. Truly remarkable. Until a police officer brought over 2 cups of tea and smiled, saying, Qiao Sang, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. This must be your friend. It seems beautiful women always hang out with beautiful women. Fong Sisi immediately straightened her back and brushed her hair by her ear. Accompanying them to the police station were several staff members from the store, all there to take statements. Qiao Sang had gained a bit of recognition at the Public Security Bureau in Hangang City. The officers on duty basically knew her. Her first visit was to claim a reward for catching a thief on the bus. Not many people remembered her from that time, mainly because she was young and pretty and had been holding a fire dog, which left a lasting impression. The second time she came was also to collect a reward, but this time it was a whopping 5 million. Later, even the head of the Public Security Bureau came out to greet her, and the media went wild with interviews. Given that not much time had passed, it was hard for people to forget. The third visit was due to her involvement in the city's most troublesome case, where she directly helped resolve the number 1 and 2 targets, saving countless resources and making it so that the brothers at the police station didn't have to work overtime anymore. As a result, Qiao Sang received a warm reception throughout the bureau. Knowing she was there to take statements, those who didn't know her might think she was just visiting. Qiao Sang, when does school start for you? Is this tea good? You're young, so you probably don't like tea, right? I can get you a drink instead. How come you look even prettier after just a few days? Qiao Sang, why does your hair look a bit strange? Whenever a police officer passed by, they would stop to chat with Qiao Sang. This also allowed her to learn a lot about the dreamless doll and the three-eyed ghost cicada. It turned out that recently a rift had appeared in the secret realm near Hangang City, allowing 18 wild pet beasts to emerge. The secret realm is a dimension space different from reality, somewhat akin to an alternate dimension. Inside, there exist all kinds of bizarre worlds, primarily inhabited by various attribute wild extraordinary creatures. Throughout the tumultuous history of humanity, exploration of secret realms has never ceased since their emergence. Although secret realms are dangerous, they contain abundant resources, including rare pets, and many beast tamers choose to enter them to enhance their strength. Secret realms can generally be divided into two categories. One type consists of realms that have been fully explored by humans, where the terrain and types of wild extraordinary beings are well understood. These realms are classified into 5 levels by the Alliance based on their danger levels, from low to high. Their entrances are stable, and detailed maps and strategy materials can be obtained for a fee, making them the choice for most beast tamers. The other type consists of unexplored secret realms, which carry too much uncertainty and risk, leading to a significant reduction in the number of beast tamers willing to enter. It is well known that the entrances to secret realms are mostly always open at fixed times and places. However, some entrances can appear abruptly in different locations, though they typically do not last long. Textbooks refer to these as secret realm rifts. In the past, humans feared incursions and disruptions from wild extraordinary creatures, but now, with the development of the beast taming society, such worries have disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the creatures emerging from the rift were ghost-type beasts, the government could probably capture them within a day. You're quite unlucky. You just happened to enter the secret room of the Lost Town. If you had entered another secret room, you probably wouldn't have encountered the dreamless doll and the three-eyed ghost cicada. A female police officer with her hair tied back smiled as she approached. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Why? After a brief inquiry, she learned that the two had come out of the rift and were wandering around when they overheard someone talking about this secret room. They said that if one could get through the Lost Town, they could meet the legendary pet Myhelum and make a wish, which is why they came in. The policewoman laughed and said, the dreamless doll was originally planning to follow the Yinling dog into the secret room. But when you came in with the Yinling dog heading out, it showed itself to block you. Qiao Sang, Chapter 168 Beast Dragon Military Academy. Qiao Sang was quite speechless. She didn't expect that the dreamless doll and the three-eyed ghost cicada would believe such nonsense about making wishes after encountering the legendary pet. Had she really been scared out of her wits by these two clumsy creatures? Qiao Sang calmed her emotions. Although these two wild pets seemed a bit silly in certain aspects, it was undeniable that their combat abilities were quite impressive, especially the three-eyed ghost cicada. Without a beast tamer, its skills were unleashed in succession, capable of dealing with the attacks from the tooth beast while also finding the right moment to ambush, demonstrating rich battle experience. Inside the secret realm, there were numerous wild pets, and it was estimated that fights would break out every few days. Qiao Sang summarized the principle. Indeed, pets must rely on practical combat to improve. For instance, when the tooth beast unleashed a meteor shower, even though it was a high-level skill, the dreamless doll could interrupt it with a mid-level skill, Strange Ray. No matter how high the skill level, if it couldn't be released, it would be of no use at all, if it weren't for today's battle. Just a simple exploration of the secret room wouldn't have allowed the tooth beast's mental strength to improve rapidly, enabling both its main body and clone to release different skills simultaneously. It seemed that part of the upcoming training time needed to be allocated to practical combat. The officers helping Qiao Sang take her statement were all familiar faces. A question and answer session quickly completed the statement. Just as Qiao Sang was about to get up and leave, a well-featured male officer smiled and said, "You're from Shengshui High School, right? So, have you thought about which university you want to attend?" Qiao Sang was taken aback. She recognized the officer asking her this question. He had been leading the team that had gone to the secret room earlier and was the captain of the Hangang City Public Security Bureau, surnamed Liu. "I know. But it's not uncommon for some geniuses to get into university in their first year of high school. I don't think you're any worse than them." Lu Zhizhuan said, "I don't know if you're interested in joining the Beast Dragon Military Academy. If you're willing, I can report it. As long as you pass the assessment, you can sign a training contract, and then you have to take the college entrance exam. You can go directly to the Beast Dragon Military Academy." Qiao Sang was stunned. She naturally knew about the Beast Dragon Military Academy. The Beast Dragon Military Academy is the top military school in the Dragon Kingdom, with a long history, having trained numerous military talents, as well as many politicians, entrepreneurs, and scientists, making it renowned worldwide. If it weren't for the entrusted training, and if she had gotten in on her own during the college entrance exam, she would have simply packed her bags and left. But this was entrusted training. As the name suggests, it means that the higher education institution at the request of the employing unit, cultivates talents for them, with the employing unit providing funding, while the higher education institution is responsible for the training. After graduation, students go directly to work for the employing unit. This means that after graduating from the Beast Dragon Military Academy, she would have to work at the Hangang City Public Security Bureau. In her previous life, this would have been a promising path, but this is the Beastmaster world. It's hard to come here once, so how could she stay in Hangang City forever, and her future development path would also be limited. Without time to participate in competitions or go to secret realms, how could she become a professional beast tamer and participate in the Interstellar Cup? Perhaps seeing Qiao Sang's hesitation, Lu Zhizhen continued. Thank you, Team Lu. Qiao Sang said gratefully. A captain in the Public Security Bureau of a city might be considered a notable figure locally. But at the Dragon Military Academy, he would definitely not be enough. It would not be that simple for him to secure a quota for entrusted training. After exchanging contact information, Lu Zhizhen smiled while holding a cup of water and said, "This time you have solved 2 major hazards for our city. When you start school, the Bureau will send a banner to the school for you to raise your profile. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Qiao Sang politely declined. "This is what I should do. If I hadn't defeated them at that time, I would have been in danger myself. And there's a reward." "Thank you, Captain Lu." After saying this, Qiao Sang paused and reminded, "I start school on September 1st, Lu Zhizhen." After Qiao Sang left, a young officer who had been listening to the conversation couldn't help but ask, "Captain Lu, I admit she is a genius. But this quota was earned at the cost of life. Wouldn't it be too rash to give it away just like that?" Lu Zhizhen shot him a glance and said solemnly, "You will understand why once you watch the surveillance footage just retrieved from the secret room." After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Qiao Sang planned to visit the Beast Center. Although some areas of the Beast Center had already closed for the day, the medical area was staffed 24 hours a day. The injured little treasure ghost naturally needed to be checked on. Qiao Sang called for a car on her phone. Qiao Sang was taken aback. "I think it's quite good." She was already used to her spontaneous behavior. Qiao Sang thought of something, her mouth twitching, and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Scram." She guessed correctly, Tianjin Garden, number 1705. Yabao had always had good sleep quality, and even after a fierce battle at night, it didn't affect its sleeping schedule. After coming out of the Beast Center, Little Treasure Ghost was as energetic as usual. Except for one thing, it no longer had anything on its head. Qiao Sang was puzzled until she went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Little Treasure Ghost covered its chest, which had been hit by the 3-eyed ghost Cicada's shadow ball, pretending to be in pain. Qiao Sang said, "Forget it. It's just a bit of dirt in your hair. A wash will do, it's nothing." Chapter 169. I am here to publish a task in the dead of night. Qiao Sang finished her washing up and, with half-wet hair, leaned on the bed to check the Beast Codex, her gaze stopping at a few lines. Name, Flame Listening Dog. Level, Intermediate, 125510000 points. 1656, it seemed that defeating a high-level pet while being at a lower level should yield around 200 points. Wait a minute. Wasn't the level value just 1205 yesterday? Qiao Sang stared at the level column in surprise. The last time the level value had skyrocketed was when Yabao defeated the scale control pet. That time, after a brutal battle and gaining a fierce fire attribute. The value had increased by 30. This time, even though it faced 2 high-level pets, the severity of the battle was far less than when fighting the scale control pet. And Yabao had hardly been injured, which was the best proof. But why did the level value increase by 50? Could it be due to a breakthrough in mental strength? Qiao Sang pondered for a moment and flipped to the next page. Name, Treasure Ghost. Level, Beginner, 3291000. Points, 0. Qiao Sang was somewhat confused. Although Little Treasure Ghost's level value hadn't increased as much as Yabao's, it still gained an extra 10 points compared to usual. It shouldn't be like this. If Yabao's increase was due to a breakthrough in mental strength, what was the reason for Little Treasure Ghost's increase? Oh right, the energy pill, Qiao Sang suddenly realized. It seemed that most of the extra value for Yabao was indeed due to the breakthrough in mental strength. She didn't expect that the value gained from eating an energy pill would be higher than the total daily increase from wearing an item. Beast tamers really do need to rely on money. Qiao Sang couldn't help but reflect that all the items she had bought for her pets so far were basic ones. If she had money to buy advanced items for Yabao and Little Treasure, wouldn't they be able to soar? When Qiao Sang's consciousness exited the Beast Codex, she suddenly found a small puddle of water on the floor. The puddle was slowly flowing towards the direction where Yabao was lying. Just as it was about to reach Yabao, Qiao Sang spoke up. I remember Yabao didn't attack you today, right? Waterloo. The puddle froze for a moment and immediately stopped flowing, then quietly flowed towards the door as if nothing had happened. Qiao Sang said, "Wait." She called out to it. The water-shaped Waterloo surprisingly stopped for some reason. Little Treasure, milk. Qiao Sang turned to Little Treasure Ghost. Little Treasure Ghost, who was practicing telekinesis with a coin in the room, put down its glowing short claws and spread its paws. It wasn't hungry yet. Qiao Sang's eyes twitched and said, I didn't mean for you to take it out for yourself. Little treasure ghost blinked, took off its ring, and pulled out a bottle of milk. Floating over to hand it to Qiao Sang. I forgot to leave the milk with you when I went out yesterday. Are you hungry? Qiao Sang got out of bed and placed the milk in front of Water Luya. The water-shaped Water Luya stared blankly for a few seconds, didn't take the milk, and turned to flow towards the door gap. TSK didn't expect it to be so proud. Qiao Sang sighed as she watched the water flow out. Although the amount of milk inside hadn't decreased, later, when Little Treasure Ghost took a sip, it found out that it had been mixed with water. The next day, in the living room, Qiao Sang and Yabao stared at each other. After a moment, both the person and the beast nodded seriously at each other. Then, another flame-listening dog, identical to Yabao, appeared beside it. The next second, Yabao and its doppelganger stepped towards the courtyard. Qiao Sang followed behind, feeling a sense of anticipation and excitement. Although yesterday in the secret room, Yabao's doppelganger and the main body could simultaneously unleash different skills. What if it was an accident? After all, some things can only be done under stimulating circumstances. They might not be possible at other times. Just like in her previous life, a female classmate of hers had never passed her running test. To help her pass the physical exam, her father had trained her by letting a wolf dog chase her. That classmate instantly ran like Lu Xiang, surpassing her limits and achieving a jaw-dropping score, declaring she would become a female version of Lu Xiang and participate in the Olympics to bring glory to the country, even posting about it on social media. However, on the day of the school's physical exam, without the wolf dog behind her, she still failed, and after finishing, she set her social media post to be visible for only 3 days. In the courtyard, the two flame-listening dogs had serious expressions, striking the same pose. Then, the left flame-listening dog slightly opened its mouth, exposing its white fangs, while the right flame-listening dog's eyes glowed blue as it glanced to the side, finally fixing its gaze on the milk held by Little Treasure Ghost. The next second, the fangs of the left flame-listening dog were instantly engulfed in blazing flames. At the same time, the milk held by Little Treasure Ghost suddenly flew up and began to move around the courtyard continuously. It worked. Qiao Sang was overjoyed. Although she had a feeling Yabao would succeed, seeing it with her own eyes felt completely different. Yabao. Qiao Sang excitedly looked at Yabao, only to find Yabao equally excitedly looking back at her. Her heart sank, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Before Qiao Sang could finish her sentence, an excited Yabao suddenly charged over and knocked her to the ground. The premonition came true. Yap, yap. Yabao happily wagged its tail and licked its beast tamer's face, completely unaware of how its tamer was struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, Little Treasure Ghost used its telekinesis to timely catch the uncontrollable milk, looked down, saw that the milk hadn't decreased, and leisurely began to drink. In the pond, Water Luya half opened its eyes, watching everything unfold. 2:12 p.m. Beast Center. 3rd floor task hall. As Qiao Sang was about to find a seat after registering, she spotted a familiar face. Short hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and tan skin. Wasn't that Shi Gaofeng from the second-year school team? What a coincidence. Have you finished your task too? Qiao Sang walked over to greet him. To her surprise, Shi Gaofeng stepped back in fright, looking around nervously. Seeing that there was no one else nearby, he let out a sigh of relief and said, What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Didn't you finish your task already? After a moment's hesitation, Shi Gaofeng replied, I'm here to release a task. Chapter 170, Virtual Helmet Release a Task? Qiao Sang was curious, but didn't think to ask further. After all, what task one releases is a personal matter. Some tasks are even shameful. Besides, she and Shi Gaofeng weren't that close. Maybe they chatted a bit more at school, but outside of that, they were just acquaintances who exchanged greetings. Yes, what task I'm here to release, Shi Gaofeng said in a low voice, looking a bit paranoid. What task? Qiao Sang asked instinctively. At that moment, curiosity overcame rationality. Since he was already offering, what was there to be shy about? It's all because of that fat-reducing task. You were right. That guy's 8-pack abs were indeed achieved through liposuction. Shi Gaofeng spoke with indignation about the matter. Qiao Sang was taken aback and asked, What does that have to do with the task you're releasing? Shi Gaofeng scratched his head awkwardly and said, I failed my task and got a 1-star rating. Next time we gather, Zheng Baolong definitely 1T let me off the hook, and I'll suffer serious mental and physical trauma. So, I want to rent a water baby to replace me for a day during the gathering. Qiao Sang was stunned when she heard this. The water baby, a water-type pet beast, can change its form to mimic others. It was particularly popular among office workers and students. The higher the level of the water baby, the more perfectly it could imitate others, but it had a fatal weakness. I remember that the water baby can't mimic human speech, right? Qiao Sang reminded him. If Zheng Baolong finds out, you might end up cleaning the toilets for a month. I know, Shi Gaofeng said earnestly, looking at Qiao Sang. That's why I need your help. She shouldn't have been curious about this task. Qiao Sang thought helplessly. What can I help you with? She could already imagine the scene of the water baby being exposed, and Shi Gaofeng getting caught by Zheng Baolong. Shi Gaofeng's face lit up with joy. It's not a difficult task. Just don't talk to me during the gathering and help me cover for it. I've already spoken to Suiji, and he'll help me too. I was going to send you a message to ask for your help, but since I ran into you, I don't need to send it anymore. So even if she was curious about the task, Shi Gaofeng would still ask for her help. Thinking of this made Qiao Sang feel much better. What about Wang Yao? Does she know? She can't know. Shi Gaofeng said seriously. I've known her longer than you, and I know what kind of person she is. If she finds out, she'll definitely laugh her head off. Even if Zheng Baolong is right in front of her. She won't be able to control her facial expressions, and then Zheng Baolong will definitely notice something's off. Qiao Sang couldn't help but picture Wang Yao laughing uproariously upon finding out. The imagery was too vivid. She had to admit that Shi Gaofeng's concerns were not unfounded. 20 minutes later, Qiao Sang walked out of the Beast Master Center dragging a somewhat worn-out box. The process of receiving her reward was much simpler than she had imagined. She hadn't expected it to be so easy. Back home, Qiao Sang opened the box right away. Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost curiously gathered around. Inside the box, there was a silver-gray helmet and 5 discs, each with different pictures and text on them. Could it be the legendary virtual helmet? Qiao Sang stared at the items in the box, astonished. In her past life, virtual helmets were a futuristic concept stemming from a combination of virtual reality, gaming, and helmets, an ultimate fantasy for gamers. But here, virtual helmets were no longer a fantasy, they were a reality. Wearing the virtual helmet would connect the brain's nerves to the helmet, allowing users to see everything in the virtual world more realistically. However, people in this world invented virtual helmets not for gaming, but to help pet beasts learn skills. Pet beasts could learn skills not only through hands-on teaching from beast masters, but also through self-learning via imagery. Later, researchers found that imagery alone didn't engage pet beasts well enough in learning skills, leading to the creation of virtual helmets. The principle of the virtual helmet was to amplify images produced by small two-dimensional displays through an optical system. Different discs corresponded to different skills, allowing pet beasts to engage better in learning. However, it soon became apparent that a pet beast's ability to learn skills still depended on its innate talent. The introduction of virtual helmets increased the enthusiasm of pet beasts for learning skills. But the actual probability of learning new skills was still far lower than that of having someone teach them hands-on. After all, this gadget was both expensive and could easily lead pet beasts to become addicted to it. If a pet beast could learn new skills, that would be one thing. But the problem was that most pet beasts still couldn't learn. They wanted to play but couldn't learn, and if they were denied playtime, they would cry, throw tantrums, and even refuse to eat. The original intention of buying a virtual helmet was to help pet beasts learn new skills and improve, but instead, it led to internet addiction, which would drive anyone mad. Qiao Sang looked at the virtual helmet in the box, feeling both excited and hesitant. With her memories from her past life, she longed for the virtual helmet, but it was meant for pet beasts to learn skills. And the size of the helmet clearly indicated that only the little treasure-seeking ghost could wear it. If Yabao used it, that would be fine. She believed that Yabao's desire to become stronger would prevent it from becoming too immersed even if it didn't learn any skills. But the little treasure-seeking ghost was a different story. Given its playful nature, if it couldn't learn like most pet beasts and insisted on playing, that would be quite troublesome. The more Qiao Sang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Although the little treasure-seeking ghost had high talent and a good chance of learning, it was better to be safe than sorry. For precaution's sake. This thing definitely couldn't be touched by the little treasure-seeking ghost. Having analyzed the situation, Qiao Sang calmed down and made up her mind. She turned around only to see the little treasure-seeking ghost curiously holding one of the discs and looking at it. The 4 big characters written on the disc were facing her. Dark Shadow Control. Qiao Sang's expression instantly froze. Chapter 171. Dark Shadow Control. Dark Shadow Control was a high-level skill. It allowed the user to control the target's actions by manipulating their shadow. As the skill's proficiency increased, the shadow could even break surface limitations and transform into physical attacks, changing from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. It was a powerful skill that could both control and attack. Qiao Sang fell silent. This feeling was akin to knowing that a game was extremely tempting, and she had managed to resist it through sheer willpower. But in the next moment, someone told her that playing this game would give her a chance to win a $1 million jackpot. Indeed, Dark Shadow Control was that $1 million prize. This was a high-level skill. If she were to find a professional pet training institution in reality to learn it, it would cost at least 7 figures. Similarly, if the little treasure-seeking ghost could learn Dark Shadow Control, could its energy level exceed that too? With that thought, Qiao Sang's heart raced. What about the risks? After all, pet beasts could learn skills through the virtual helmet. If that is the case, why couldn't it be the little treasure-seeking ghost? Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost noticed its beast master's unusual demeanor and tilted its head. It's nothing. just thinking about the skill you're going to learn next. Qiao Sang said. Son, the little treasure-seeking ghost tilted its head again. What skill? However, before the little treasure-seeking ghost could react, Yabao, who was nearby, brightened up upon hearing this and excitedly approached its beast master to express its presence. Yeah, I want to learn too, Qiao Sang coldly said. This is a skill that only ghost-type pets can learn. You can't learn it. Yabao's ears instantly drooped. Qiao Sang comforted it. Haven't you realized that you are already an invincible existence among pets of the same level? The meteor shower you can learn is a high-level exclusive skill for fire types. And the little treasure-seeking ghost can't learn it. Yeah. Yabao thought for a moment and felt that what its beast master said made sense, so its ears perked up again. And it even reached out its paw to pat the little treasure-seeking ghost's head, indicating that it should study hard. The little treasure-seeking ghost nodded helplessly. It was actually only interested in evolution right now. Being invincible at the same level didn't matter if it couldn't evolve. Qiao Sang was unaware of its inner thoughts and assumed the little treasure-seeking ghost had agreed. So she added with concern, you can only study for a maximum of 2 hours a day, don't exceed that. The little treasure-seeking ghost pouted. Wasn't 2 hours too much? Qiao Sang paused for a moment and smiled. Just try it first. If you think 2 hours is too much, you can rest early. The little treasure-seeking ghost immediately perked up upon hearing this. Yabao shook its head at the little treasure-seeking ghost's reaction. My little brother can't do it. It seems that in the future, it will still have to rely on itself in battles. Qiao Sang took the disc from the little treasure-seeking ghost's paw and placed it into the virtual helmet's disk drive. The virtual helmet does not need to be plugged in to turn on. As long as it is charged, it can be used like a mobile phone. Seeing the green indicator light flashing after it started up, it was clear that the virtual helmet was powered. Qiao Sang put the virtual helmet on the little treasure-seeking ghost's head and instructed, don't panic once you go in, just watch. And there will be prompts for what to do. The little treasure-seeking ghost was confused and didn't understand why it needed to wear a helmet to learn skills when it suddenly felt a tingling sensation as the metal touched its head. And then its consciousness quickly sank. Boom. Dear player, welcome to the teaching world of Dark Control Shadow. Yabao curiously circled around the little treasure-seeking ghost wearing the virtual helmet, occasionally tapping the helmet with its paw. Aren't we learning skills? How can we learn with this thing if it doesn't move? Qiao Sang squatted down next to it and checked the remaining 4 discs while explaining, with this helmet on, someone inside will teach it. Yabao was stunned for a moment, then wagged its tail and looked at its beast master with bright eyes. Yeah, I want to wear it and learn skills too, Qiao Sang thought to herself. You think your head matches the size of this virtual helmet? However, she didn't say it out loud. She looked up at Yabao seriously and said, 9 out of 10 pets wearing this won't be able to learn skills, and this virtual helmet is for the lazier pets. You're so smart and diligent. You don't need this at all. Yabao was taken aback, recalling the scene of the little treasure-seeking ghost often lying motionless on its beast master's head. Indeed, the little brother was too lazy. Yeah, Yabao nodded, fully agreeing with its beast master's words. After convincing Yabao, Qiao Sang continued to check the remaining discs. Hypnosis, Shadow Ball, Substitute, Taunt. All of them were skills applicable to ghost-type pets. Qiao Sang couldn't help but sigh. The task was worth it. Aside from hypnosis, the other 3 were skills that the little treasure-seeking ghost couldn't learn yet but could learn. Substitute requires using a quarter of its maximum energy to create, which can withstand part of the damage and effects of moves. In a sense, Substitute is similar to Shadow Clone, but compared to Shadow Clone, Substitute is more deceptive. Shadow Clones might disappear after stumbling or taking some damage, but Substitute won't. After all, this skill is created using a quarter of the body's energy, making it more durable. As for Taunt, looking at the disc about the Taunt skill in her hand, Qiao Sang fell silent. She immediately thought of the scene where the little treasure-seeking ghost flipped the middle finger at the doppelganger puppet in the secret room in the sewer. If it weren't for the fact that there was no mention of the Taunt skill on the page of the little treasure-seeking ghost in the Beastmaster manual, she would have suspected it had already learned it on its own. Qiao Sang silently placed the Taunt disc at the bottom. A 0 damage, hate drawing skill? No need to learn it. 2 hours later, the little treasure-seeking ghost took off the virtual helmet, looking unsatisfied. How do you feel? Qiao Sang asked immediately. Yeah. The little treasure-seeking ghost gave a thumbs up to its beast master, expressing approval. It felt absolutely fantastic. As long as it feels good, Qiao Sang said with concern. Remember, you can only study for a maximum of 2 hours a day. The little treasure-seeking ghost patted its chest with its paw as a guarantee. That night, Qiao Sang and Yabao went to bed on time. The little treasure-seeking ghost first floated in front of Qiao Sang and stared at her for 5 seconds. Not feeling at ease, it reached out a short paw to lift her eyelid and checked. Seeing no reaction, it finally felt relieved. It then floated around Yabao, confirming that both its beast master and Yabao were asleep. After that, the little treasure-seeking ghost quietly tiptoed to the virtual helmet, put it on its head, and mimicked its beast master's actions by pressing the helmet twice. Boom. Dear player, welcome to the teaching world of Dark Control Shadow. The little treasure-seeking ghost excitedly looked at the illusory space before it. In its excitement, it also reminded itself. This was not for playing. It was all for learning skills and becoming invincible at the same level. Chapter 172, Finding a Sparring Partner. Friday, 7 a.m. Qiao Sang opened her eyes from bed. Picked up her phone to check the time, saw it was too early, and without thinking, put the phone down to continue sleeping. If it were time to go to school for training, that would be one thing. But it was frustrating to wake up so early when she could sleep until the afternoon. The school team had given a task time of 5 days. And 3 days had already passed. Just thinking about being able to sleep for only 2 more days made Qiao Sang start to resent her biological clock. After lying there for over 10 minutes, although her eyes were closed, her mind couldn't help but wander to many thoughts. For practical combat, it was definitely more reliable to find professional sparring partners at the battle club. She had considered her teammates from the school team, but to make progress in practical combat, she needed to find beast masters who were on par with her or stronger. They might be outstanding among their peers, but in front of Yabao, who had fire, psychic abilities, and had mastered Meteor Shower with an added proficiency skill, they really fell short. The little treasure-seeking ghost had even more to do. The first thing it needed to do was to practice Ghost Fire and split the ring into 2. Secondly, it needed to practice hypnosis and telekinesis more. These 2 skills had been what the little treasure-seeking ghost practiced the most recently. As long as one of them reached the mastery level, forget about the same level opponents. Challenging higher levels would be a common occurrence. As for the basic physical qualities, there was no need for extra practice. Skills were the most important for pets. As a ghost-type pet with penetrating properties and teleportation, to be stronger, it needed to enhance the proficiency of its existing skills and master new ones. The new skills were already in front of her. After thinking for a long time, Qiao Sang felt that the little treasure-seeking ghost only needed to split the ring into 2 and raise the proficiency of either hypnosis or telekinesis to mastery before getting ready for evolution. During this time, she could find a battle club to improve its practical combat ability while also earning some points to save. As long as the little treasure-seeking ghost accomplished the 2 points above, it could directly fill its points and evolve. Wouldn't that be great? The more Qiao Sang thought about it, the more excited she became, and the more she couldn't sleep, sitting up suddenly. Then she saw the little treasure-seeking ghost sleeping soundly on the floor. Qiao Sang was momentarily taken aback. Ghost-type pets generally don't like to sleep, especially at night. And the little treasure ghost was no exception. However, it didn't stay awake 24 hours a day, due to its young age. It would take a nap for a couple of hours in the middle of the night or around noon. Little treasure? Qiao Sang gently called out. The little treasure ghost, being a light sleeper, sensed a familiar voice calling it, groggily got up, and then flopped back down. Qiao Sang, looks like you're really sleepy. Qiao Sang got up and picked it up, placing it gently on the bed. 9:45 a.m. Honging Beast Tamer Battle Club. Hello, how can I help you? The receptionist smiled, revealing a standard 8 teeth. I'm looking for a junior sparring partner, Qiao Sang said. The division of sparring partners at the Battle Club is primarily based on the pet's level. Junior sparring partners usually have either a junior or intermediate pet. Do you have any specific requirements for the junior sparring partner you're looking for? The receptionist asked with a smile. I want the best and the most expensive, Qiao Sang declared boldly. Who would have thought that just 2 months ago, she couldn't even afford a 1,000 alliance coins hourly sparring fee? And now she was demanding the most expensive without even asking how much it was? Qiao Sang appeared calm, exuding an air of not caring about money. Our prices for all junior sparring partners are standardized, the receptionist replied. If you want a better sparring partner, you could look for an intermediate one to assist you. Our intermediate sparring partners have more experience in battles. Intermediate sparring partners generally have at least 2 pets, with one reaching an advanced level, making the gap between them and junior partners quite significant. Qiao Sang thought for a moment and asked, what is the price for an intermediate sparring partner? 3,000 alliance coins, which was equivalent to her pocket money for 3 months before she became a beast tamer. All right. Do you have any specific requirements for the junior sparring partner you're looking for? The receptionist asked the same question again. The Honging Beast Tamer Battle Club is very efficient. Not long after Qiao Sang entered the large indoor battle arena, the sparring partner she requested arrived. A tall, handsome man, around 23 years old, walked in. Hello, I'm Lin Yuanqi, your sparring partner for this session. Upon seeing Qiao Sang, Lin Yuanqi looked somewhat disappointed. He had rushed over excitedly after hearing it was a girl, only to find it was such a young child. At this age, children not only hadn't achieved financial independence, but also couldn't appreciate his good looks. It seemed he wouldn't be able to develop her into a long-term client. Hello. Qiao Sang looked at her sparring partner with some satisfaction. Not bad. He was old enough and should have considerable battle experience. It's rare for someone your age to be training their pet. Most kids at your age are still just playing with their pets. When I was your age, I only knew how to play every day. Although Lin Yuanqi thought the girl in front of him would become a long-term client, he was very good at socializing and habitually tried to lighten the mood to build rapport. How old are you? You look like a middle school student. I heard you wanted an intermediate pet sparring partner. From my years of experience, it's better not to battle against pets that are a level higher than your own. I have a... Qiao Sang couldn't help but interrupt him. Has the timer started? Lin Yuanqi, it starts now. As he spoke, he summoned his pet. Come out, double-tailed land turtle. Double-tailed land turtle? Qiao Sang thought about it. When her fire-tooth dog was still a fire-tooth, it had thoroughly researched it. So it posed no challenge. She thought for a moment and spoke. Little treasure, you come out. The little treasure ghost appeared and floated lazily to the center of the arena. Treasure ghost. Lin Yuanqi showed a surprised and bewildered expression. Most beast tamers who contract a ghost-type pet aren't good people. However, Lin Yuanqi didn't hold that stereotype. What he thought first was that a treasure ghost isn't cheap. It wouldn't come without a few 100,000 coins, plus the concentration beads around its neck. A rich second generation. Lin Yuanqi's eyes lit up. Regardless of the girl's age, her family was definitely wealthy. And parents generally wouldn't skimp on money when their child was training a pet. Since relying on looks wouldn't work, he would conquer her with strength. As for the fact that the treasure ghost was a ghost-type pet, he wasn't worried about the double-tailed land turtle not having an advantage due to its ground type. In battles, it's never just about attributes. It also depends on the experience of the beast tamer and the pet's own strength. The difficulty wasn't about how to win against the treasure ghost, but rather what the treasure ghost could learn from the encounter. Lin Yuanqi looked at Qiao Sang seriously and said, the upcoming battle isn't child's play. Your treasure ghost might get hurt during the process. So I hope you are mentally prepared. Some rookie beast tamers, as soon as their pets start battling, can't bear to see a few hairs fall out and immediately concede or call off the match, which is a big taboo in training pets. Sparring isn't just about winning. It's about guiding the other party on how to battle. I understand. Qiao Sang nodded, knowing this principle. As the battle started, Lin Yuanqi issued the first command, Mud Bomb. The double-tailed land turtle lifted its head, pouting its mouth, and then began to shoot brown mud at the little treasure ghost floating in the air. Once the battle begins, we can't hesitate. The first person to attack generally has the advantage, especially when the strength disparity is significant. The opponent can only choose. Lin Yuanqi's guiding words suddenly came to a halt, and his usually composed smile froze on his face. He gaped, wide-eyed, staring at the scene before him. What the heck? Can someone tell him why all the mud bombs are frozen in midair? What is this skill? When did ghost-type pets gain such an ability? Lin Yuanqi stood there, momentarily stunned. The little treasure ghost's eyes glowed blue. The blue light that was only on its short claws suddenly intensified, quickly spreading across its entire body. In the next second, the large double-tailed land turtle's front paws left the ground, and it uncontrollably leaned back. Landpaw. The double-tailed land turtle stared blankly at the ceiling of the training ground. It didn't understand how it had suddenly fallen over. Just as the double-tailed land turtle tried to struggle and flip its body, all the mud bombs that were frozen in midair turned around and smashed down onto the exposed weak belly of the double-tailed land turtle. Landpaw. The double-tailed land turtle let out a painful cry. Hypnosis. Before the attack of the mud bombs ended, Qiao Sang spoke up. While the power of the mud bomb was strong, that was when it was fired by the double-tailed land turtle. The mud bomb controlled by the little treasure ghost using telekinesis was slightly slower, and correspondingly, its power wasn't as great. Although it hit the double-tailed land turtle in a vulnerable spot, it would only cause some slight damage and wouldn't defeat it outright. Calm down, double-tailed land turtle. Keep using mud bomb. Lin Yuanqi shouted loudly. Seeing the blue light waves unique to psychic-type pets, the mud bombs flipping around, and the double-tailed land turtle's side flip, he understood everything. Telekinesis. This is telekinesis. The treasure ghost in front of him turned out to be an extremely rare pet that possessed both psychic and ghost types. But isn't it a junior pet? Even if it can use telekinesis, it shouldn't be able to control so many mud bombs while also controlling the double-tailed land turtle. Lin Yuanqi's heart raced, filled with suspicion. Putting aside the issue of energy, just the control of such things would require a mastery level of telekinesis. Treasure ghost, a beginner-level pet beast. With fully developed telekinesis, what a joke. Although Lin Yuanqi felt dazed and thought something was wrong with his understanding, he still reacted instinctively to Qiao Sang's next command based on his experience. If the treasure ghost was going to use hypnosis next, it would definitely need to make eye contact with the two-tailed tortoise, and at the right moment, he could hit the treasure ghost with a mud bomb. The two-tailed tortoise, enduring the pain, puffed its cheeks. Just as it gathered energy, it was startled by the little treasure ghost suddenly appearing in front of it, grinning widely. Lupa? It trembled, the energy within it quivered, and before it could fully gather, it dissipated. The little treasure ghost smiled friendly, and then its eyes glowed purple. The two-tailed tortoise felt drowsy, and its eyelids closed uncontrollably. Damn, it can teleport too. Lin Yuanqi stood frozen in place. If the treasure ghost couldn't teleport, with the normal speed of a ghost-type pet and the speed of the two-tailed tortoise releasing the mud bomb, it would have been possible to execute his original plan. But this treasure ghost could teleport. Dream Eater. Seeing that hypnosis was effective, Qiao Sang seized the opportunity. The little treasure ghost opened its mouth wide. A visibly light pink energy floated out from the two-tailed tortoise's head and slowly drifted into the little treasure ghost's mouth. Energy absorbed. The little treasure ghost felt the restoration of energy within its body and let out a comfortable cry. Lin Yuanqi looked at his two-tailed tortoise lying on its back with its eyes closed, unconscious, and glanced at the unscathed treasure ghost, which had restored most of its energy because of Dream Eater and couldn't say a word for a long time. I lost. After a moment, Lin Yuanqi took a deep breath and said, "Wait." Qiao Sang called out to him. "I'll go out and call a more powerful training partner for you." Qiao Sang paused, then nodded, "Okay." Just as Lin Yuanqi turned his head, Qiao Sang shouted again, "Wait, you don't have to stop me. Although my other pet is also a mid-level beast. It's a fighting-type pet, completely countered by the treasure ghost. I need to go out and call a more powerful training partner to help you train." Lin Yuanqi stopped and turned to explain. "I'm not trying to stop you," Qiao Sang said. "I just wanted to ask, since we fought for 4 minutes, does the remaining 56 minutes count now, or does it only start counting after the new training partner arrives?" Lin Yuanqi, Chapter 174, Fire Dog. Of course, it starts counting after the new training partner arrives. Lin Yuanqi took a deep breath and said. Hearing the answer, Qiao Sang was quite satisfied. 10 minutes later, the gate of the training ground was opened again. "Isn't this too small? Why does it feel like a kid who just became a beast master? My daughter just graduated from junior high, and this one looks about the same age as her." Lin Yuanqi, "You were defeated by such a small child? Isn't that embarrassing?" Didn't you hear him say? "This kid has an extraordinary background. The contracted treasure ghost is considered heaven-defying. I've never seen a ghost-type pet with super abilities in reality. I haven't seen one either." More than a dozen people walked in, and they chatted quietly with each other. When they were about to reach the boundary line of the training ground, everyone walked to the observation seats on the right side, leaving only a square-faced man in the arena. "Hello, I am your training partner this time, Wang Anxiao," the man said, forming a hand seal. Under the gray star formation, a large red dog-like pet with 2 prominent fangs on its upper jaw appeared in front of Qiao Sang. Fire. As soon as this pet appeared in the star formation, it lifted its head and let out a roar. Fire Dog, the evolved form of Fire Fong Dog. Observation seats. I feel like this girl looks a bit familiar. A woman wearing glasses adjusted her glasses and said, "Beautiful people probably all look similar." Someone next to her chimed in. "Isn't this your daughter's former classmate? This kid, doesn't he look much older than your daughter, does she?" Another slightly overweight man speculated. "Impossible, this kid just looks young. My daughter just graduated from junior high." "So are you saying that Achi lost to a recent junior high graduate?" The woman with glasses retorted. "Heh, let you guys go up. And you wouldn't be able to either." Lin Yuanqi sneered inwardly. He stared at Qiao Sang in the training ground, shouting in his heart, "You must win. Whether I can hold my head high here in the future depends entirely on you." How could a pet with such a freakish talent as the treasure ghost lose to a fire dog that only knows how to output violence? Just the teleportation skill alone is enough to give it a headache. At this moment, Lin Yuanqi had completely forgotten that the treasure ghost was 1 level lower than the fire dog. Qiao Sang formed hand seals, and a white-red figure appeared in the gray star formation in front of everyone. The audience fell silent. After a while, someone took out a phone and started taking pictures like crazy, and soon everyone else followed suit, pulling out their phones and turning on the cameras. Wow, it's the flame-listening dog. Seeing it alive. The battle between the 2 evolutionary forms of Fire Fong Dog. This video will definitely go viral online. I even thought of a title, Fire Dog vs. Flame Listening Dog, Fire and Fire Showdown, Old Love or New Flame. I remember now. This girl was the champion of the Baixin competition over a month ago. At that time, her pet was still a Fire Fong Dog. The woman with glasses exclaimed. The crowd fell silent again and turned their gazes toward the girl with a ponytail on the field. Wait. So this girl's first contracted pet was a Fire Fong Dog, which not only evolved into a flame-listening dog, but her second contracted pet, the treasure ghost, defeated Lin Yuanqi not long after. Everyone's actions synchronized as they turned to look at Lin Yuanqi, who was already in a daze. On the field, Yabao excitedly lifted its head and let out a cry as soon as it came out. No wonder they all evolved from Fire Fong Dogs. Even their entrance postures are the same. Qiao Sang couldn't help but smile and asked, "Can we start?" "Yabao, it's your turn," Qiao Sang said. "Yeah." Yabao looked at the fire dog with a fighting spirit. The fire dog stared blankly back, seeing Yabao looking at it with such eager eyes. It blushed and shyly lowered its head. Fire. Wang Anxiang was stunned. What is going on? Why are you shy? Heavenly Fire. Get it together. Quickly use Flame Jet. Wang Anxiang tried to get the fire dog back to its usual self. Fire. The fire dog ignored him, mustering its courage to look at the pet in front of it that had completely captured its heart, and again lowered its head shyly to look at the ground. Yabo enveloped itself in flames, charging towards the fire dog like a fiery phantom. But Yabao's movements were incredibly fast, although it didn't T-hit directly due to evasive actions. It still caused damage to half of the fire dog's body. Bang! The fire dog was sent flying several meters. Fire! The fire dog looked at Yabao, whose flames were dissipating, and let out a weak cry. Wang Anxiang covered his eyes, unable to watch. Why doesn't the fire dog listen to you? Qiao Sang asked in confusion. It seems to have taken a liking to your flame-listening dog, Wang Anxiang said, feeling embarrassed. Qiao Sang. She never expected that her Yabao, which was only a few months old, would actually be favored by someone. No, by a pet. It's still a child. Suddenly, Qiao Sang hesitated and looked at the fire dog. This fire dog seems to be a boy, right? She had studied fire dogs when Yabao was still a firefang dog. She remembered that female fire dogs had a tuft of fur on their heads that was slightly lighter than their red fur, while the fire dog in front of her had uniformly colored fur with no variation. Yes, Wang Anxiang nodded. Qiao Sang was silent for a moment, and then said, my flame-listening dog is also a boy. Wang Anxiang. Heavenly fire. It's male. It's male. Wang Anxiang shouted excitedly. Fire? The fire dog's expression froze, unable to believe it as it looked at the pet that had completely captured its heart. Yaya. Yaba looked at it disdainfully. What kind of look was that? With such a tall, handsome, and imposing image, it was obviously a boy. Hua. The fire dog couldn't bear such a blow and swayed slightly. Yaba. Yaba looked at it disdainfully again. Are you still going to fight? Hua. The fire dog's eyes changed dramatically, and the two sharp teeth wrapped in flames indicated its attitude. Chapter 175. How do you feel about this, Fire Fang? Wang Anxiang was delighted and immediately issued the command. The fire dog's expression turned fierce, its sharp teeth wrapped in flames suddenly increased in power, and a frenzied aura spread wildly from its teeth. It ruthlessly lunged toward Yaba, seemingly filled with a sense of embarrassment and anger. The proficiency of this fire fang is almost at great perfection, right? Someone in the observation area said enviously. For ordinary beast tamers like them, without background or resources, training a pet skill to great perfection relies on long-term training and breakthroughs during crises. On the other hand, it also depends on the pet's innate talent. Without resources and with mediocre qualifications, one can be certain that they will never achieve great perfection in their skills in this lifetime. Everyone was in the same environment, and Wang Anxiang was not that old, yet the fire dog's inherited skill was about to reach great perfection, which was truly enviable. Why isn't the Yenling dog moving? Lin Yuanqi was anxious inside. If anyone present wanted Qiao Sang to win, it would be him. Fire Fang. Just as the fire dog was about to pounce in front of Yaba, Qiao Sang calmly issued the command. The command was issued too slowly. The bespectacled woman shook her head. It should have chosen to evade. The slightly overweight man next to her frowned. It should have used a skill like Jet Flame to stop its advance. Others held different opinions. Most of the people present were training partners, habitually analyzing the performance of customers' battles, and without exception, they felt that Qiao Sang's previous command was not very good. The next second, just as the crowd was discussing Qiao Sang's incorrect command, they all fell silent. Just as the fire dog was about to bite down, the Yenling dog did not immediately retaliate with a violent bite using Fire Fang, but instead, it flew up. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't the Yenling dog a fire-type pet? Why can it fly? The crowd was somewhat dumbfounded. Wang Anxiang was also very confused, to the point that he forgot to issue a command when he saw the Yenling dog appear behind the fire dog. Aka! The fire dog's sharp teeth bit into the air, producing a piercing collision sound. Missing its target, the flames on its teeth dissipated, and it looked up warily. Just as it raised its head, a sharp pain shot through its back. Fire! The fire dog cried out in pain. Oh my god! This fire fang can't be reaching perfection, right? The person who was originally envious of the fire dog's fire fang reaching great perfection suddenly stood up, looking at the center of the arena in disbelief. On the field, the fire fang that Yaba unleashed was not as simple as flames wrapping around its teeth. Flames gathered in front of its teeth, extending a full meter. The air was filled with violent, frenzied fire energy, coalescing into two sickle-shaped flames with a terrifying aura in front of its teeth. Rolling heat enveloped the sickle-like flames, resembling a weapon of death, except it was red. Yaba's own teeth did not touch the fire dog at all. The sickle-shaped flames merely grazed the fire dog's body, and the next second, the fire dog let out a heart-wrenching scream. Boom! The sickle-shaped fire fang suddenly exploded without warning. The fire wave rolled out from the position of the falling flaming sickle, and the scorching flames quickly engulfed the fire dog. The fire dog held on for 3 seconds before collapsing. Everyone watched in shock. What the hell? This is not an ordinary fire fang. Perfection. This is a fire fong that has reached the level of perfection. Perfection, a skill level that many middle-aged beast tamers strive to achieve with great effort for their pets. A student who hasn't even reached adulthood can make their pet reach this level is simply unbelievable. Among those who couldn't calm down was Qiao Sang. Ever since Yaba's proficiency in Fire Spark reached the realm of mastery, it had switched to practicing Fire Fong, and it was only this morning, during the usual skill practice, that it reached perfection. I thought the power would increase, but not to this outrageous extent. I didn't expect this perfect level Fire Fong could directly take down the Fire Dog. One should know that pets generally have resistance to attacks of their own attributes, except for ghost-type pets. The Fire Dog, as a somewhat famous fire-type pet in the Yuhua region, was actually taken down by a mid-level skill of the same attribute. Is a Fire Fong with perfect proficiency really this strong? Qiao Sang felt somewhat confused. Currently, Qiao Sang had some misconceptions about the power increase from skill proficiency, only thinking that it was an ordinary increase in power, unaware that the essence of the skill might change with proficiency. The one most impacted was undoubtedly Wang Anqiang. He thought that once his Fire Dog returned to normal, it could perform a wonderful guiding battle in front of its peers, but instead of guiding, it was completely crushed. I lost, Wang Anqiang said hoarsely. I'm too weak. Qiao Sang was taken aback by this statement and began to think seriously. Could it be that it wasn't the Fire Fong at perfect proficiency that was too strong, but rather the training partner's Fire Dog that was too weak? Fortunately, Wang Anqiang didn't know this inner thought. Otherwise, he would likely have coughed up blood on the spot. Does Yinling Dog have psychic abilities? Wang Anqiang immediately asked. Although his mind had briefly short-circuited when he saw the Yinling Dog fly, it now seemed like a psychic-type pet floating in the air. Yes, Qiao Sang nodded. Indeed. Wang Anqiang seemed somewhat dazed. As a beast tamer whose Fire Dog also evolved from the Fire Fong Dog, his feelings were quite complicated. Qiao Sang, seeing that he was lost in thought for a long time, couldn't help but remind him, do you have another pet? Let's get started quickly, time is money. The group that had just walked over from the observation area. Hey. Although this statement is reasonable, who would say this in front of so many junior training partners? The only one happy to hear this was Lin Yuanqi. Intermediate training partners cost 3,000 alliance coins per hour. Qiao Sang helplessly said, intermediate training partners are too expensive. I don't have money. Everyone, you have a Yinling Dog and a treasure-seeking ghost, and you're saying you don't have money? Isn't the Fire Fong of the Yinling Dog capable of reaching perfection without sky-high resources? Even if the talent is extraordinary, it still takes several years. Just over a month ago, your Yinling Dog was still a Fire Fong Dog. Many who thought about this were left in a daze. So, not only did the Fire Fong Dog evolve into a Yinling Dog over a month ago, but it also trained the proficiency of Fire Fong to perfection. I have a solution. A man in shiny leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly spoke up. You can come to us as a training partner. Chapter 176, although you have money at home. Training partner? Unexpectedly, coming to find a training partner led others to want her to be the training partner instead. Indeed. It was all because she was too outstanding. Qiao Sang thought about it. I have to say, the proposal was very tempting. It saves money, accumulates battle experience, and also increases points. However, training partners are usually full-time, and even if they're not in the Beast Battle Club, a phone call would require them to arrive within a specified time. How could I have so much time to be on call? Not to mention that most of my time is spent at school during the training camp, and when school starts in a few days, the free time will be even less. I still have to go to school. Qiao Sang reluctantly refused. I know, you still look like a student. The man with gold-rimmed glasses smiled and said, you can work part-time. There are no fixed hours. If a client specifically requests you, we will contact you. Come when you have time. If you don't, we'll help you turn it down. Boss, I want to do that too, Lin Yuanqi said enviously upon hearing this. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses glanced at him and asked, do you have what it takes like him? Lin Yuanqi felt as if he had been shot with an arrow in his heart. The man continued, do you have the latest evolution of a certain pet beast that can attract clients? But that was to the end. The man added, do you look better than others? The first two remarks could be brushed off, but the last one was truly unbearable. Comparing an underage girl with an adult man's looks, was that ridiculous? Besides, many people become less attractive as adults. He could argue that his handsome face had already taken shape. If it weren't for the fact that you're the boss, I would have already snapped back at you. Lin Yuanqi raised both hands in surrender, saying, I was wrong. I think my current treatment is quite good. The others secretly felt relieved that they hadn't spoken up. The man with gold-rimmed glasses turned to Qiao Sang and said gently, what do you think of my proposal? Regardless of whether the other party was using the Yin Ling Hound's hype to attract clients, the conditions were beneficial for her. The two quickly reached an agreement, and the man took Qiao Sang to his office to draft a contract. Qiao Sang glanced through it, and when she came across one clause, she looked carefully. It was about the salary, a base salary of 5,000 alliance coins, with a 60 commission. The monthly salary would depend on how many orders she got at the time. The treatment was good. Most professions related to beast tamers were already high-paying jobs, although the money earned from being a trainer seemed substantial. It was only so for ordinary people. If one wanted to go further down the path of a beast tamer, that money was far from enough. Fortunately, she was doing this for the money. Qiao Sang signed her name. Once Qiao Sang signed, the man with gold-rimmed glasses reined in his smiling expression and said seriously, "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xie Yang, and I am the head of the Hong Ing Beast Battle Club. Others call me Boss Air or Brother Yang. You can call me either." Qiao Sang asked curiously, "Why do they call you Boss Air?" "I've seen the news. It didn't mention that the Yinling Hound has superpower attributes. I want to know if it's a unique feature of your Yinling Hound, or if all fire-toothed dogs evolve into Yinling Hounds will have superpower attributes as well." Xie Yang suddenly asked with a serious expression. No one knew that he signed Qiao Sang not just to attract clients with the Yinling Hound's popularity, but to establish a long-term partnership and make a huge profit. In his view, a relationship based on mutual benefit was essential to negotiate this deal. Xie Yang said seriously, "Do you know how much a fire-toothed dog costs now?" Qiao Sang nodded. 120,000 alliance coins. After the news that fire-toothed dogs could evolve into Yinling Hounds came out, the price increased. Many acquaintances had forwarded this news to her. "Do you know how much the price would rise if the news spread that the Yinling Hound also has superpower attributes?" Xie Yang continued to ask. Superpower pets generally sell for 7 figures. The Yinling Hound, possessing both superpower and fire attributes, would certainly not be priced lower than superpower pets. "How can you say it so calmly?" "1 million. This is 1 million. It turned out he was a super-rich second generation who didn't care about money. After forcing himself to calm down, Xie Yang asked, "Have you thought about buying more fire-toothed dogs now and selling them later when the news of the Yinling Hound having superpower attributes is out?" Qiao Sang was silent for several seconds, her voice trembling as she spoke. "What do you mean?" Oh my God. She hadn't even thought about this at all. Always thinking about making money, yet the opportunity to become rich overnight was right in front of her, and she didn't realize it. Heaven, earth. How could she be so stupid? "I know what you're worried about. The Alliance has strict controls over pets, and you're still young. Even if you thought of it, you wouldn't do it." Xie Yang expressed understanding. "No, I hadn't thought of it." Qiao Sang screamed inwardly. However, even if she couldn't buy fire-toothed dogs in large quantities through normal channels, it didn't mean there was no way. "We can open a pet breeding shop specializing in fire-toothed dogs or hire someone to go into secret realms to capture fire-toothed dogs," Xie Yang said. Sharing his idea, Qiao Sang was taken aback. "We?" "Yes, we," Xie Yang said. "Whenever a new evolution of a pet appears, it's always widely reported. And so is the Yinling Hound this time. The hype around the Yinling Hound is about to fade. On one hand, there hasn't been a second Yinling Hound among those buying fire-toothed dogs. On the other hand, the news has reported that the Yinling Hound also has superpower attributes. We can take advantage of this time to stock up on fire-toothed dogs. Once we're ready, you can record a video of a Yinling Hound using superpower attributes and send it out. Then we can provide the exclusive information on how fire-toothed dogs evolve into Yinling Hounds to the clients purchasing our fire-toothed dogs. With you as the living advertisement for being the owner of the first Yinling Hound, we will definitely make a lot of money." Qiao Sang spoke up. Don't rush to reject me," Xie Yang interrupted. "Although your family has money, the expenses for pets only increase as they grow. The more money you have, the stronger the pets can be cultivated. I believe you wouldn't mind having more money." Chapter 177. Huan Qiao Sang listened quietly. Xie Yang continued. "And you need to know that the hype around the Yinling Hound is only temporary. We must prepare early. Although there are many beast tamers, only if you have the ability to purchase pets worth millions. This is also why I want to collaborate with you. We have many channels to purchase fire-toothed dogs in Hangang, and with you here, these people are more likely to pay attention to the fire-toothed dogs we have." Although Qiao Sang had no business experience, she understood a little. Beast tamers rarely buy pets through online channels. They prefer to see and choose them in person. Therefore, pets from different regions seldom end up in the hands of beast tamers from other regions. On one hand, it's because of the long distance. On the other hand, most beast tamers only focus on the pets from their own region. If they were to contract pets from other regions, there would be no one to guide or discuss the subsequent breeding-related matters, including food, skill training, and evolution, and they would have to figure it out themselves. Once the news of the Yinling Hound having superpower attributes is released, it will only be the beast tamers from the Yuhua region who choose to purchase it. The beast tamers from other regions will only discuss it online at most. If the breeding shop for fire-toothed dogs is opened in Hangang City, the buyers would mainly be wealthy individuals from Hangang City. This is also why the other party didn't choose to go solo and look for her. With her there, even nearby cities' beast tamers who could afford fire-toothed dogs would come looking for her. Otherwise, which established pet breeding shop wouldn't be more reliable than a newly opened one? Truly a businessman, he provided her with an excellent money-making idea. Facing the confident gaze of the other party that seemed to suggest she would definitely agree, Qiao Sang said, I actually don't know what the conditions for fire-toothed dogs to evolve into Yinling hounds are. We still have to wait for the Research Institute to conduct research, and once they figure it out, they should announce it. I'm afraid I can't help you. Xianyang was taken aback. That's okay. Even without exclusive information, we're not worried about not making money with you around. Qiao Sang said without blushing or hesitating. I'm still a student and don't want to consider other things right now. I just want to focus on studying. Xianyang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even after saying all this, the other party wouldn't agree. Do you know how much money this can make? Xianyang said stubbornly. As long as we cooperate, you don't have to do anything. I'll handle the money matters. You just need to shoot videos and promote it. It won't affect your studies at all. We'll split the earnings 80-20. If you think that's too little, we can negotiate further. Qiao Sang replied without hesitation. It's not about the money. I'm still a student and don't need to earn that much. Xianyang looked at her in silence, his expression resembling that of a man who has finally met the girl of his dreams, only to discover she has a few screws loose. Taking a deep breath, he said, but you are a beast master. If you want to go far down this path, you will definitely need a lot of money. Qiao Sang smiled shyly. My mom has money. Xianyang. Back home, Qiao Sang immediately summoned Yabao. Looking at Yabao's impressive figure, she felt a wave of affection. You don't need to eat energy pills today, right? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you, Qiao Sang said softly. Yabao, just summoned, was so stunned by her words that it froze in place. Son, little Xuanbao was unhappy. It floated in front of its beast master, pouted, and pointed at itself with its short claws, indicating it wanted to eat too. All right, I'll make something for you as well, Qiao Sang smiled. Little Xuanbao happily circled around its beast master. Yabao's expression was conflicted. This silly thing has no idea how bad the food made by its beast master is. Yabao shook its head, deciding to follow its own stomach. Qiao Sang helplessly said, Fine, little Xuanbao, I'll make something for you. Little Xuanbao joyfully floated around again. Half an hour later, little Xuanbao took a bite of the food in front of it and could no longer feel happy. Yabao happily ate its energy pills, while Qiao Sang picked up her phone and called her mother. As soon as the call connected, Qiao Sang got straight to the point. Mom, stop working. Let's do business. Of course, she wanted to make money, but not with someone she didn't know well. After all, she was still young. And the other party was an adult with business acumen. Historically, unequal partnerships have never lasted long. Besides, what is the point of splitting 80-20? It's much better to have all the money in hand. But since she had to go to school and had no time, she immediately thought of her mom. Yu Xiaoting's temples throbbed, but given her daughter's recent excellent performance, she refrained from scolding her immediately. I'm doing quite well at work. I don't want to do business. It's a guaranteed 8 or even 9-figure business, Qiao Sang said. There was silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Yu Xiaoting asked, What business? Qiao Sang's face lit up, knowing this matter was settled. She repeated what Xianyang had told her to her mother. Yu Xiaoting was silent for several seconds as she processed the information. Qiao Sang continued, With this money, we can buy a standalone house. The faithful Wang wouldn't have to worry about making too much noise and getting complaints from neighbors while staying in the Beast Classic. And Fat Pigeon would have the opportunity to evolve 2 more times into a powerful night owl. After a pause, Yu Xiaoting asked, When did your fire-toothed dog evolve into an infernal barking dog? How come I didn't know? Qiao Sang's expression froze for a moment, her heart skipped a beat, and her mind raced. Mom, don't you watch the news? Qiao Sang said sadly, I thought you would contact me if you saw it. So I didn't mention it. I didn't expect you didn't know at all. Seeing her mother make a decision, Qiao Sang excitedly said, No need. Just come to Chang'an Road, number 1705 Tianjin Garden. I live here now. The voice on the other end suddenly rose. Aren't you living on campus? Qiao Sang replied. After the fire-toothed dog evolved into the infernal barking dog, it got bigger, and the dormitory is too small for me to live on campus. The vice principal agreed. With a legitimate reason to live off campus and the vice principal's approval, Yu Xiaoting didn't say much more. On the day of the gathering, Qiao Sang arrived at school. And this time, she didn't have the little Xuanbao hiding on her head. For some reason, little Xuanbao was still in a sleepy state early in the morning. With no other choice, she could only put it back into the Beast Classic. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, Qiao Sang saw Shi Gaofeng squatting down, apparently talking to the berry spike. Good morning, Qiao Sang greeted. Shi Gaofeng turned his head and smiled. Huan Huan. Qiao Sang, Chapter 178 National Campus Beast Master League. The dead memory suddenly attacked. Qiao Sang then remembered this Shi Gaofeng was not the same as the other Shi Gaofeng, but rather the Huan water baby in disguise. To be honest, aside from the different voices, there really was no noticeable difference in appearance. Berry. The berry spike's eyes widened after hearing Shi Gaofeng's voice, and its spine stood on end. Shi Gaofeng quickly covered his mouth, looking pitifully at the berry spike and then at Qiao Sang. Although Qiao Sang couldn't understand what the berry spike was saying, She vaguely understood the meaning from their actions. It's fine. Your master already told me that he brought a Huan water baby over. Don't blame it. Qiao Sang comforted the berry spike. Berry. The berry spike's spines instantly softened. Huan Huan. Shi Gaofeng's eyes lit up, happily calling out. Qiao Sang. She dared to bet that Shi Gaofeng was done for. Berry. The berry spike placed its claws on its hips, sternly educating Shi Gaofeng, while Shi Gaofeng squatted in front of it like a 3-year-old child, occasionally nodding. Qiao Sang couldn't bear to watch any longer. She could already imagine the scene of Zheng Baolong seeing through Shi Gaofeng in 1 second. After silently mourning for Shi Gaofeng for a second, Qiao Sang went to the side and summoned Yabao. Yeah. As soon as Yabao came out, it happily rubbed against its beast master. Qiao Sang smiled and patted its head. In the past, Yabao always accompanied her. Now it had to stay in the Beast Classic as soon as they went out. Not to mention Yabao, even she was used to it. As long as the second infernal barking dog didn't appear, Yabao would probably be surrounded as soon as it went out. Qiao Sang thought about dyeing its fur and changing its look. Just then, a voice interrupted Qiao Sang's thoughts. You're really early, Qiao Sang. I'm just 3 minutes earlier than you. Qiao Sang turned to the source of the voice. How did your mission go? It can be described as perfect, this time. Xiaoyan's performance was many times better than last time. The mission issuer even wanted to book Xiaoyan for the next modeling job, but I refused. Wang Yao walked in front of Qiao Sang with a proud expression. Yin Yin. The Grand Flame Sparrow proudly raised its head. Why did you refuse? Qiao Sang asked. Now that Xiaoyan has been trained by me and has a good temperament, there's no need to take on such a boring task, Wang Yao replied. Yin Yin. The Grand Flame Sparrow lifted its head even higher. So this time, the mission must have received a 5-star rating, huh? Looks like you won't be called out by Zheng Baolong. Qiao Sang smiled. No, it's a 4-star rating. Wang Yao's face fell. Why? Qiao Sang asked curiously. Wang Yao angrily replied. Just because I refused to let Xiaoyan model again next time, that guy deducted a star from me. But it's okay. I'm definitely the one who completed the mission best besides you, Wang Yao said, then turned to look at Shi Gaofeng not far away, lowering her voice gleefully. I bet Shi Gaofeng's mission definitely received a bad review. In the past, this guy would screenshot and brag in the group whenever he got a good review for a mission. This time, it's been 5 days, aside from the first day. He hasn't shown up in the group at all, and the promised handsome 8-pack abs photo hasn't been sent either. Wang Yao became more excited as she spoke. I'm going to ask him. Qiao Sang's eyelids twitched, and she advised, forget it. Zheng Baolong is almost here. Let's start preparing for training first. Wang Yu thought for a moment, realizing that mocking Shi Gaofeng was not urgent, so she agreed. Qiao Sang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Huan Shui baby. This is all we can help you with. 10 minutes later, everyone had arrived. Zheng Guoping held a tablet and began to comment. I won't say much about Qiao Sang. She completed her first task smoothly and even received a 5-star rating. Look at you all. In a whole year, how many times have you met the task standards? I have 10 times, Wang Yao spoke up. I have 8 times. Suiji said quietly. Zheng Guoping's temple throbbed, and just as he was about to scold them, he suddenly recalled that these two had performed quite well in this task. So he turned his gaze to Shi Gaofeng. Shi Gaofeng blinked innocently in response. What about you? How many times have you met the task standards? Zheng Guoping asked coldly. Shi Gaofeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak. Wang Yao couldn't help but laugh. You can come up with such ridiculous excuses? Only a fool would believe it. Qiao Sang thought to herself, knowing the inside story. Humph, Zheng Guoping sneered. Do you think crying will change the outcome of this task? 1-star rating? You managed to absorb someone else's abs just by getting liposuction? I've never had such a poor student. Shi Gaofeng blinked innocently. You should know that the school team won't be fined just because you're absent. There are many people waiting to fill your spot. There's no sense of urgency at all. In 2 months, it's the National Campus Beast Master League. If you continue to perform like this in the upcoming tasks, I'll have to consider whether to replace you, Zheng Guoping said seriously. The National Campus Beast Master League? Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. The National Campus Beast Master League is the oldest and most widely covered middle school Beast Master event in the country. The event adopts a centralized competition system, covering all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions. While there are many local Beast Master competitions, this one receives the most attention and has the highest value. As long as you break through the provincial competition of the National Campus Beast Master League and place in the top 3 in the final competition, you won't need to take the college entrance examination or any special admission tests. Top universities will come to recruit you directly. It can be said to be a very impressive event. Zheng Guoping frowned tightly. This time you will run 20 laps on the playground. Next time it won't be as simple as running. Did you hear me? Shi Gaofeng blinked and remained silent. Zheng Guoping's veins bulged. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, he shouted. Even if your voice is hoarse, you can still nod or shake your head. I'm asking you again. Did you hear me? Shi Gaofeng was startled by the shout and quickly nodded. Huan Huan. As expected, Qiao Sang was not surprised at all. Chapter 179. Indeed addicted, the entire training ground fell silent. The prickly raspberry stood upright, not daring to move. The instigator, Shi Gaofeng, turned to prepare to run on the playground, but Zheng Guoping was quick to grab him by the collar. Huan Huan? Shi Gaofeng turned around with a puzzled expression. Zheng Guoping was silent for a moment and asked, "What does Huan Huan mean?" Shi Gaofeng was about to explain when he suddenly remembered something, panic appearing on his face. And he covered his mouth with his hands as sweat began to drip down his forehead. Rather than sweat, it was more like water. The more it flowed, the more it resembled rain. Zheng Guoping looked at the unscientific sweating phenomenon in front of him and fell silent again. He did not immediately associate Shi Gaofeng with Huan Shui baby. On one hand, there are many different types of pets in the world, and many have strange characteristics and abilities. It's rare for anyone to immediately connect bizarre phenomena with a specific pet. On the other hand, he never thought Shi Gaofeng would be so bold. Although he had a guess in his mind, Zheng Guoping still felt it was unlikely. He asked again, "I'll ask you one more time, what did you just say?" Shi Gaofeng looked at the prickly raspberry with a pitiful expression, seeking help. The prickly raspberry stiffened even more at the glance. Yabao couldn't take it anymore and wanted to help translate. Qiao Sang swiftly covered its mouth. Yin yin. On this side, Yabao fell silent, while on the other side, Dai and K began translating. Wang Yao, who understood, wanted to laugh but dared not, her expression gradually twisting. The pets understood, but the humans did not. Zheng Guoping's face darkened as he realized, gritting his teeth, he called out Shi Gaofeng's name. Shi Gaofeng and the prickly raspberry shuddered. "You too, get out here." After Zheng Guoping finished, he looked at Suji, who was trying hard to lower his presence. "And you come out too." Suji. The large training ground was left with only Qiao Sang and Wang Yao. Outside, Zheng Guoping's roars could be heard from time to time. Wang Yao finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How on earth did Shi Gaofeng get into Shishui Middle School with that brain? He can come up with such ridiculous ideas. However, Shi Gaofeng was specially recruited. He only scored over 400 in the high school entrance exam. Thinking about it, it seems reasonable that he could come up with such an idea. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Qiao Sang felt insulted. Little Treasure Ghost couldn't wait to put on the virtual helmet and started it up. Unexpectedly, Little Treasure Ghost's learning ability was so strong that it knew where the switch was. Qiao Sang looked at Little Treasure Ghost's skilled action in starting the virtual helmet and felt quite pleased. After eating the energy pill, Yabao went to the courtyard to practice skill release as usual. Unlike before, this time, including the main body, the 16 Yinling dogs were split into two groups. One group practiced Fire Fang, and the other practiced telekinesis. Qiao Sang picked up a book again after several days. She had to admit that Wang Yao's words in the morning did stimulate her a bit. As someone who scored only 359 points on the high school entrance exam, Qiao Sang felt she had to put in some effort. It wasn't impossible to get into a top university based on cultural scores without relying on winning against Litong Middle School for testing qualifications. After all, the knowledge in Beastmaster High School was vastly different from that in middle school. With 3 years left until the college entrance examination, it was just about memorizing books and doing exercises. Qiao Sang felt she could manage. However, after only half an hour of reading, Qiao Sang's mind drifted away from the book. She thought of what Zheng Baolong had said in the morning about the National Campus Beastmaster League. With her golden finger and Yabao and Little Treasure's talents, winning in the National Campus Beastmaster League didn't seem impossible. After all, the participants in this competition were all high school students of similar ages, and with Yabao's high-level skill, Meteor Fire, it could probably wipe out a large number of opponents. If she could win, why would she spend 3 years just studying hard? Wouldn't it be better to be directly recommended for admission? In her previous life, there were super scholars who were admitted to top universities in their first year of high school, so why couldn't she be one of them in this life? Thinking about this, Qiao Sang couldn't focus on her book anymore. She stood in front of Little Treasure Ghost, who was wearing the virtual helmet in the hall. For 5 seconds. Soon, Little Treasure Ghost took off the virtual helmet, looking confused. It's not even 2 hours yet. The virtual helmet can sense the outside world. If someone is within a meter, the interface will give a prompt. I think we can put practicing dark control aside for now. Let us first learn Ghost Fire. Qiao Sang said. If they didn't participate in the National Campus Beastmaster League, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if they did want to achieve good results in this competition, they had to consider Little Treasure Ghost's strength. After all, in the National Campus Beastmaster League, only high school students with 2 intermediate pets can make it to the finals. If there is only one Yabao fighting against them, it would be very easy for them to fully study and understand it. Even if Yabao is powerful, once it encounters an opponent with attribute advantages and tactical analysis, there is still a possibility of defeat. To be cautious, it's better to let the little treasure-seeking ghost develop early. Son, The little treasure-seeking ghost was like a thunderbolt on a clear day. We will absorb materials every day. We will rest when the ring can't absorb anymore. Qiao Sang said. The ring reaches a certain saturation point every day and cannot absorb indefinitely. Sun Sun. The little treasure-seeking ghost pointed at the virtual helmet. Sun. Sun Sun. Upon hearing this, the little treasure-seeking ghost immediately patted its chest, indicating that it was not afraid of getting tired. In an instant, Qiao Sang seemed to see a shadow of Yabao in the little treasure-seeking ghost, but then thought, the little treasure-seeking ghost doesn't have that kind of personality. You're not addicted to playing, are you? Qiao Sang asked suspiciously. Sun Sun. The little treasure-seeking ghost quickly shook its head in denial. How could that be? It just felt that it still had a lot of free time to do other things. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Sang said, then after you finish absorbing with the ring and practicing skills, if you still have time, you can teach Yabao to learn teleportation. No matter how well a pet's stamina is trained or how fast it runs, without a useful skill, it doesn't matter. Even if it becomes the fastest pet in school, what good is that during a battle? High-speed spinning, a flash of lightning, or a fiery charge, what skill is faster than running? Teleportation is naturally the strongest in terms of speed, and in battle, whether to dodge or to exhaust the opponent. It's an unmatched skill. If Yabao can learn it, that would be the best. Sun. The little treasure-seeking ghost was dumbfounded. It stubbornly pointed at the helmet again. Soon? As soon as the words fell, the little treasure-seeking ghost wasted no time taking off the ring and pulling out the materials needed for ghost fire, arranging them. Qiao Sang. Sure enough, it's addicted. Chapter 180. Keep it a secret. All the materials were lined up. The ring was put back on the little treasure-seeking ghost's head, and then it brought its claws together, mobilizing the energy within to extract the energy from the materials into the ring. Visible purple and red light spots continuously transferred from the materials to the ring, which was glowing yellow. It seems like I need to buy a new batch, Qiao Sang thought, looking at some wilted materials with a bit of pain. Before, she thought buying pets was expensive, but later she realized that compared to the money spent on nurturing pets, that amount was negligible. After all, it still comes down to a lack of money. The 7-figure amount in her bank card no longer provided her with a sense of security. Hey Mom, it's been 2 days. When are you coming over? As soon as the call connected, Qiao Sang couldn't wait to ask. Let us not talk about it now. The signal is bad up here. We'll talk when I arrive. Do. Qiao Sang looked at the hung-up phone, feeling quite speechless. What kind of society is this? With the flying height and speed of the fat pigeon, the signal is still bad. Who believes that? 1 hour later, in the living room, Yu Shakting placed several bags of items on the coffee table. I bought some red fruit, Tuayu fruit, and Nian fruit. These are all Yabao and the treasure-seeking ghost's favorites. Call them over to eat some. Qiao Sang glanced at the fruits on the coffee table and asked, Mom, what about mine? Yu Shakting was taken aback, coughed lightly, and said, You're grown up now. Can't you go buy your own food? Well, it seems she didn't buy hers. Qiao Sang went to the courtyard and called out to her 2 pets. Yabao, little treasure-seeking ghost, come over quickly. There is something delicious. Son. The little treasure-seeking ghost happily called out and instantly disappeared from the courtyard. After absorbing materials and practicing skills for half a day, it was already hungry. Yabao then retracted its clone and came to its beastmaster, looking up and blinking its eyes. Yaya? Yabao's eyes lit up, and it excitedly ran towards the living room. Only Qiao Sang was left standing there in confusion. Was it just her imagination? Or did Yabao seem unusually happy when it heard food that wasn't made by her? The little treasure-seeking ghost floated beside its mother, eating Tuayu fruit while curiously looking at the photos on the phone. Yabao didn't eat the red fruit, but bit it in the middle while looking at the camera on the phone, striking a pose. Yes, just like that. So cool. The mother praised as she looked at the photos displayed on the phone. Let us take another one. Just lift your head a bit. The mother squatted down, changed angles, and continued taking pictures. Yabao, with the red fruit still in its mouth, tilted its head slightly upward by 15 degrees. Perfect. Simply amazing. The mother was satisfied. They took pictures for a full 3 minutes. Finally, the mother put down her phone, but as she turned her head, she happened to see the little treasure-seeking ghost beside her. Do you want to take pictures? I can take a few for you too, the mother said with a smile. Soon, the little treasure-seeking ghost immediately struck a pose without saying a word. Qiao Sang. 5 minutes later, the mother sat on the sofa, looking at Yabao and the little treasure-seeking ghost, who were still eating. She sighed. You've raised them really well. No need to mention Yabao. But just look at the treasure-seeking ghost. When it first came to our home, it wasn't this lively at all. It has grown up now. Qiao Sang suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mom, you didn't mention where you went in the last 2 days when we were on the phone. Qiao Sang was taken aback. Fuzhou, on the border of the Yuhua region? Did you go all the way there to watch a match? It's also because last time I lost the signature of the Sharp Bear. I heard that Wang Dianao will be at the match in Fuzhou this time. so I wanted to try my luck to see if I could get a signature from him, her mother said with a sigh. This topic was not suitable to continue. Qiao Sang naturally opened her mouth. How have you considered the matter of opening a breeding store? Other things are fine, but the store can't open in a short time. What if by the time my breeding store opens, no one wants to buy fire-toothed dogs anymore? Her mother worried. Just proceed normally with the store preparations. We will specialize in pet eggs. Even if the research time is delayed, we can still prevent management issues. Becoming a beast master has made you smarter, Yi Xiangting said with satisfaction. All right, Mom understands. You just need to study well. Don't worry about anything else. I still have some money on my side. I'll transfer it to you to use for opening the store. As Qiao Sang said this, she picked up her phone to operate. Yi Xiangting snatched the phone away with one hand, frowning. Your mom still has some savings. There's no need to use your money. You've just become a beast master, and you have 2 pets to nurture. This is a critical time. Keep the money for yourself. Qiao Sang was taken aback and said seriously, Mom, I knew you had money. Yi Xiangting, that night, in the deep of night, after waiting for Qiao Sang and Yabao to fall asleep, the little treasure-seeking ghost took off the ring and quietly put the virtual helmet inside. Then, it floated out of the room, came to the living room, and just as it was about to put on the virtual helmet and turn on the switch, it suddenly noticed a puddle of water on the floor directly opposite, and above this puddle of water was half a head, with a pair of dark eyes staring straight at it. The little treasure-seeking ghost and Waterloo looked at each other. After 3 seconds of staring, the little treasure-seeking ghost took out milk from the ring and handed it to Waterloo. Sun, keep it a secret. Waterloo hesitated for a moment as it looked at the milk, then revealed half of its body and stretched out its claw to receive it, nodding seriously. Lulu. The next morning, when Qiao Sang woke up, she saw the little treasure-seeking ghost sleeping on the bed for 3 consecutive days. Is this kind of situation for a ghost-type pet not a bit unusual? Qiao Sang didn't think too much about it. After a quick wash, she ate a piece of bread and drank a cup of milk before heading to school. As soon as she arrived at the school gate, she saw Shi Gaofeng tugging at a fair-looking girl. Shi Gaofeng shouted loudly, Stop following me. I want tea, unless you change your mind. The girl insisted stubbornly. I will never change. Shi Gaofeng shouted angrily. If you don't change, I want tea, leave. The girl insisted. The love and hate of high school students. Qiao Sang moved her feet, trying to avoid their gaze as she entered the school. Just then, Shi Gaofeng suddenly looked over, waving excitedly. Qiao Sang, come help me. Was his gaze really that good? Qiao Sang helplessly walked over and asked, What's the matter? Shi Gaofeng said aggrievedly, You judge for yourself. Just because the illusion water baby is not dedicated, Zheng Baolong called my mom directly yesterday, and now I have to face who knows what today. And this person still has the nerve to ask me to change the score. When I got a 1-star bad review, I never went to find anyone else. Qiao Sang, so it's not the love and hate of high school students after all. Chapter 181, Why don't you play for a while? Qiao Sang hadn't had the chance to start judging yet. A girl nearby couldn't help but argue after hearing Shi Gaofeng's words. The illusion water baby basically relies on its transformation ability to take on tasks. How am I supposed to take on tasks after you give me a 1-star bad review? Besides, weren't you satisfied when you saw the illusion water baby transform back then? The illusion water baby relies on its unique characteristics to take on exclusive tasks in the task market. If there's a bad review, its transformation ability will be questioned. And if it takes on tasks that any water-type pet can do, the rewards and competition pressure will definitely be different from before. Giving a bad review to the illusion water baby's unique characteristics really feels like cutting off someone's financial path. No wonder others want to change the score when they are blocked at the school gate. Qiao Sang somewhat understood her actions. After all, few people could tolerate having their financial path cut off. The girl's momentum weakened. Even so, you can't give a 1-star bad review. It will make others doubt my illusion water baby's transformation ability. Hey. Shi Gaofeng sneered and said, If I can get a 1-star bad review, why can't you? A 1-star bad review? Why make things difficult for a 1-star bad review? Just when Qiao Sang was quietly watching from the side, silently feeling emotional, Shi Gaofeng suddenly turned his head and asked, Qiao Sang, right? The girl also looked over with a pitiful expression. Qiao Sang was silent for 2 seconds, took out her phone to check the time, and suggested, In 16 minutes it will be time to gather, why don't you chat later? Training ground. Shi Gaofeng stood with his heels together, his body straight, eyes looking straight ahead, striking a military training position. Did you hear what I said? Zheng Guoping asked expressionlessly. For someone who usually gets easily agitated and furious, a flat expression can sometimes be the most terrifying. I heard. After cleaning the toilets for a month, I promised to make them spotless, so that everyone feels like they are using their own toilet. Qiao Sang's mouth twitched. Subtraction? Qiao Sang was taken aback. Zheng Guoping continued. Sometimes in pet battles, being fierce is not always the best. Strategy matters. If you encounter a beast master of similar level during a match, what you're really competing on is tactics. The purpose of this training is to confuse your opponent's eyes so they cannot detect your strengths and weaknesses. You have 1 week to practice each of your pet's strongest attack skills until you can freely switch levels. Qiao Sang immediately thought of the battle she had during the Xin competition with the Tooth Fairy against the Scale Absorber. The Scale Absorber controlled its originally advanced level telekinesis to a beginner level, which is why she was initially willing to struggle a bit. Such situations are quite common in Beast Master competitions. As long as it doesn't violate the rules, anything the contestants do is allowed. Some Beast Masters use trash talk to break their opponent's mentality. In fact, some publishers have even released the complete guide to trash talk, which sold quite well. Some also have their pets pretend to be seriously injured and then deliver a fatal blow when the opponent lets their guard down. These are all tactics. What Zheng Baolong is talking about now is also a type of hidden power tactic, with everyone's pet levels being transparent. The only thing left to hide is information about skills to trick others. To be honest, Qiao Sang felt she didn't need to practice. The campus competition consists of middle school students, and she was confident she could overpower them without these tricks. But since they were all on the same team, she couldn't just not practice while others did. During free training time, Qiao Sang went to the side and said to the Tooth Fairy, "Let us try to lower the power of Fire Tooth by 1 level." The Tooth Fairy's strongest attack skill is Meteor Shower, but its proficiency in Meteor Shower is only at the beginner level, so there's no level to lower. They could only practice the currently second most powerful skill, Fire Tooth. The Tooth Fairy nodded. The next second, 2 scythe-like flames filled with a terrifying aura appeared in front of the Tooth Fairy's sharp teeth. Failed. Qiao Sang fell into deep thought. The perfect level of Fire Tooth is qualitatively different from the advanced level. The latter only covers flames over the sharp teeth, while the former changes its form. Not knowing, just ask the teacher. Qiao Sang quickly gave up thinking and brought the Tooth Fairy to Zheng Baolong, asking her confusion. Qiao Sang nodded. Zheng Guoping took a deep breath, suppressing the shock surging inside him and the strong impulse to exclaim, and tried to speak normally. "Let the flame-listening dog show me Fire Tooth." To change the shape of Fire Tooth, one must at least reach perfect proficiency. A 15-year-old child's pet has reached this level. Isn't this nonsense? Tooth. Qiao Sang turned to look at the Tooth Fairy. Tooth. The Tooth Fairy quickly understood its master's meaning and soon conjured 2 scythe-like flames with energy. The crimson, violent flame energy nearly blinded Zheng Guoping's eyes. Qiao Sang asked, "Teacher, what should I do now?" Zheng Guoping was completely stunned. Really? It was indeed the perfect level of Fire Tooth. The only skill that reached perfect proficiency for his pet was a basic skill. He remembered clearly that the day it broke through to perfect level was the day his son turned 1 year old. Zheng Guoping's expression was dazed. How old was Qiao Sang? Teacher? Zheng teacher? Qiao Sang called out twice. Qiao Sang was taken aback. So what should I do now? Zheng Guoping was silent for a few seconds and said, "Why don't you play for a while?" Qiao Sang? At 6:16 p.m. Tianjin Garden No. 1075. Qiao Sang said to the Tooth Fairy, "From now on, you should take some time every day to learn teleportation from the little treasure. I believe you will learn it quickly." Qiao Sang was worried at all about whether the Tooth Fairy could learn teleportation, after all. If it could learn the advanced skill Meteor Shower, how could it not learn teleportation? Tooth. The Tooth Fairy was also full of confidence. The next second, the Tooth Fairy tilted its head. Tooth? What is teleportation? Qiao Sang, you don't even know what teleportation is. Where does this confidence come from? Qiao Sang turned to say, "Little treasure, show them." Little treasure nodded and then disappeared from thin air, appearing on the ceiling, and then vanished again and reappeared on the sofa. This is teleportation, Qiao Sang explained in simple terms. Remember that time you fought against the Scale Absorber? It kept disappearing and reappearing in different places, that's because of teleportation. If you learn it, you can do the same. Tooth. The Tooth Fairy's expression became serious instantly. Actually, the Tooth Fairy already understood the function of this skill when Little Treasure used teleportation, but what its master said deepened its determination to learn teleportation. Qiao Sang was very pleased. The Tooth Fairy had never made her worry in terms of training. Little Treasure, then I'll leave it to you next. Qiao Sang said to Little Treasure. Little Treasure patted its chest, a look of confidence on its face. Although she wanted to win the National Campus Beast Master League to qualify for a top university, she still needed to study. After all, even if she is confident she can win, it's better to be safe than sorry. To be on the safe side, she definitely needs to prepare for both scenarios. And she cannot neglect her cultural points. After reading for half an hour, Qiao Sang got up and went to the living room to check on Yabao's training progress. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw Yabao biting its teeth, straining its limbs, and contorting its expression. Son. Little Xuanbao was cheering on the side. Qiao Sang's right eyelid twitched, and she had a bad feeling. Could it be that little Xuanbao was teaching Yabao to release the energy of the 5 grains? Qiao Sang took a deep breath and said gently, "What are you guys doing?" "Ya," Yabao shouted with effort. It was almost learned. Sun. Little Xuanbao floated in front of its beast master, showing off. Qiao Sang couldn't help but facepalmed and said helplessly, Yabao, you should stop for a moment. Ya. Yabao trembled slightly. It was almost there. Qiao Sang said, that sounds like you're saying you need to let out a fart. Soon? Little Xuanbao blinked, looking confused. Aren't we learning teleportation? It's almost there, why stop? Don't be angry. The child is still young and doesn't he understand? Qiao Sang silently recited in her heart, then raised her head and said earnestly, did you forget? I told you before that you didn't learn teleportation by farting. Besides, you tried it later, and it had nothing to do with farting. Just teach Yabao how to use the energy in its body for teleportation. Son. Little Xuanbao tilted its head. But that's how it learned teleportation. She was wrong. She shouldn't have let little Xuanbao teach Yabao teleportation. It was just over a month old. How could it understand? It seemed that teleportation had to be put on hold. Qiao Sang deeply reflected on herself. Let us talk about teleportation later. You all. Qiao Sang's voice suddenly stopped. She looked at Yabao, who had suddenly disappeared from her sight and appeared next to the mirror, her body instantly stiffening. Unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time, Yabao. Yabao excitedly shouted. In the next second, it appeared out of nowhere in front of Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang. Chapter 182, Kaguan Miao. To be honest, even when Yabao learned Meteor Shower, she wasn't this shocked. Yabao learned Meteor Shower through normal training. But farting and teleportation, Qiao Sang was confused. Could farting really lead to teleportation? Although she was reluctant to believe it, the facts were right in front of her. This time she didn't T-post, but directly searched for the keyword teleportation and clicked on a hot thread that was already being discussed. I've spent almost 800,000 on my Kaguan Miao, and it still has T-learned teleportation. The training institution said my Kaguan Miao's aptitude is poor, so it's learning slowly. Does anyone have other methods? The post was made by someone with the username school collapsed. It's sunny. Fatty. Normal. Just keep spending another 200,000, and you should be good. My bubble bell took almost 1 million to learn it. Righteousness, as a successful beast master who trained teleportation. I just want to say finding the right training institution is very important. I particularly recommend a beast training institution called Usher. And you can get a 20% discount if you mention my name. If the poster is interested, you can private message me. Leave a knife. My pet learned it after spending 300,000. High uniqueness. To learn teleportation, a pet must first learn to mark coordinates in its mind. Working hard to earn money. I think you still need to enhance the pet's energy. If a superpower type pet has enough energy, it will have enough strength to distort space, allowing 2 points in 3-dimensional space to be pulled together. As long as the force is strong enough to make the 2 points overlap, it can cross the 3-dimensional space between the 2 points and appear at another point at the same time, successfully completing teleportation. Fatty, what the upstairs said makes sense. But this is spatial movement. What does it have to do with teleportation? High uniqueness. I understand. If you can do spatial movement, why would you be afraid of not being able to learn teleportation? School collapsed. It's sunny. Can we talk about practical operations instead of theory? Qiao Sang looked at the poster's latest question and began typing. Genius again and again. You can try farting. After looking at it, she felt something was off. Deleted it and typed again. Genius again and again. You can let Kaguan Miao try farting. As soon as she sent it, Qiao Sang thought it wasn't very elegant. So she deleted it again. Genius again and again. You can let Kaguan Miao try intestinal movement. Soon, someone noticed her comment. Fatty, don't think that just because you deleted it I didn't TC it. Poster 233 is telling you to fart. Righteousness. We are having a serious discussion here. Can you not maliciously comment? Working hard to earn money. 233 must not be a beast master. Otherwise they wouldn't say something so ridiculous. It seemed that everyone's knowledge was lacking. Qiao Sang suddenly felt like she was the only one awake among a crowd of drunk people. However, the internet is a place for communication and sharing information. And participating in forums is a way to quickly broaden one's horizons. Qiao Sang didn't mind sharing and discussing her experiences with her pet learning teleportation with netizens. Beastmaster starts from 0 points. Of course, the main reason was that not discussing it made her feel uncomfortable. Just like some people always want to share gossip after hearing it, they can't hold it in. Qiao Sang considered herself to be someone who could keep secrets well. But this time, she didn't know what was driving her. She just wanted others to know a little. Qiao Sang began to type. Genius again and again. My pet learned teleportation because it underwent training in intestinal movement. It doesn't cost anything. The poster might as well give it a try. Gubei Mansion. One of the 3 most expensive properties in Hangang City. Whether in hardware facilities or software services, it has reached the extreme. By the private pool. A boy in only shorts was lying on a lounge chair, lost in thought while looking at the notebook in his hand. He glanced at the latest comments on the post, then looked at Kaguan Miao beside him, who was wearing a sun hat and sunglasses at night. Elegantly leaning against the lounge chair while sipping a cold drink. After looking back and forth several times, Kagwan Meow elegantly took off its sunglasses and looked over. Kagwan? The boy pondered for a moment and said, "So, I saw a method for learning teleportation online. Do you want to give it a try?" Kagwan. Kagwan Meow elegantly nodded, indicating him to go on. The boy, seeing Kagwan Meow agree, was delighted and said, "It's very simple. It's just practicing farting. You don't even need to practice specifically. I'll ask Aunt Jo to put some food that promotes intestinal movement in your energy meal." The great era of genes. The boy didn't notice anything wrong and kept talking to himself. "We'll work a little harder recently. Go to the training institution. Practice farting, and as long as we learn teleportation, we can qualify for the National Campus Beast Master competition. By then, my pocket money will double." Kagwan. My future depends on you. Kagwan. After a while, Qiao Sang checked the forum again and suddenly found she had several new private messages. Opening them, they were all from someone named School Collapsed. "It's Sunny. It's all your fault. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? Now my Kagwan Meow has run away from home. I shouldn't have trusted you?" I asked. "And there's no way to learn teleportation without doing intestinal movement. Just wait for me to report you." Confused, what kind of person is this? How can a pet run away from home just for practicing farting? Yabao and little Xuanbao were practicing so earnestly, Qiao Sang didn't believe it at all. She casually blacklisted School Collapsed. "It's Sunny," closed her computer, and continued reading. 40 minutes later, her phone vibrated. Qiao Sang picked up her phone from the table and lit up the screen, showing there was an unread message. "Miss Qiao Sang, a customer has specifically requested your Xuanbao. Would you like to accept the order?" Xuanbao? Qiao Sang was taken aback. It had only been 2 days since he signed the contract with the Beast Battle Club, and he had already received quite a few messages, all specifically requesting Yabao as a practice partner. This was the first time he received a request for little Sunbao Gui, and it just happened to be available. He checked the time, 21:03. Still early. After replying, Qiao Sang closed the book. At the front desk of the Hong Ing Beast Battle Club, the receptionist greeted him warmly. "You're here." This attitude was completely different from the professional smile she had last time. "Do we know each other?" Qiao Sang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. "Yes. You remember me." The receptionist pointed to the tablet on the desk and said, "It records all the practice partner information of our club. I like to browse through it when I have nothing to do." "I see," Qiao Sang asked. "Which training field is the customer looking for me?" The receptionist looked around to ensure no one was watching, leaned forward, and lowered her voice. "Training field number 2. But this customer is a bit different." "What's different?" Qiao Sang asked curiously. "This customer isn't a person." Qiao Sang? "The customer is a Kagwan cat, and its beast master isn't here," the receptionist added. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. Kagwan cat, a psychic-type pet, was a noble among cat-type pets. He didn't expect its beast master to let it come alone without worry. What a brave heart. Chapter 183, Come Here. You little thing, although the current beast society seemed peaceful on the surface, there are dark sides wherever there are people. In the past, when pets were not widespread, there were only human traffickers, but as the beast society developed, the profession of beast traffickers emerged. Those engaged in this profession were mostly ordinary people or low-level beast masters, because even intermediate pets that have evolved at least once are generally not small in size, and if intermediate pets sense something wrong, they can cause a commotion with just a skill. Most importantly, even if they succeed, if the beast master with an intermediate pet is level 5 or above, not only does the danger level rise sharply, but they also can't force the pet to break the contract. So the targets of their trafficking are invariably small-sized, easily deceived low-level pets. Of course, cases of beast traffickers abducting pets are rare. Whenever one appears, it makes the social news. After all, there are not many people engaged in this line of work nowadays. The last news report on a beast trafficker was 3 months ago. According to his confession, he had been lurking in a training institution for a month and finally set his sights on a small Qiao Pu that had no beast master to pick it up. He spent a fortune purchasing fragrant fruits that were highly attractive to grass-type pets, and as he expected, the small Qiao Pu became close to him. Later, he successfully took the small Qiao Pu on a long-distance unverified hacker bus under the pretense of feeding it more fragrant fruits. Due to the contract, if the pet's body showed abnormalities, the beast master would sense it, so before the hacker bus left the area, he could only keep the small Qiao Pu well-fed and happy. As a result, that evening, a white light appeared, and the small Qiao Pu directly evolved into a flower-sweet Pu. But that wasn't the end of it. A minute later, while the flower-sweet Pu was eating the fragrant fruits he bought with a loan, it suddenly disappeared from the hacker bus. The trafficker was instantly dumbfounded. Later, after he was arrested, he learned that the owner of the small Qiao Pu was actually a beast master of level 5. And the small Qiao Pu was his 5th contracted pet. The existence of this trafficker was also revealed without reservation by the evolved flower-sweet Pu. After learning the truth, the trafficker cried on the spot, swearing to turn over a new leaf and never engage in this profession again. After the news reported the incident, Many traffickers washed their hands of this profession, and the already few cases of pet trafficking didn't occur again for several months. However, Qiao Sang felt that he still couldn't be careless. After all, just because fewer people were doing this didn't mean no one was doing it. A Kagwan cat, which walked on the street exuding the aura of alliance currency, could easily become a target. Qiao Sang sighed inwardly about the bravery of the Kagwan cat's beast master and asked, why did it specifically request Sun Bao Gui? After understanding the information about the Kagwan cat, Qiao Sang walked into training field number 2. He saw a pet wearing a sun hat and sunglasses sitting in the front row of the spectator seats, elegantly eating the free fruits provided by the club. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment. If he hadn't known in advance that the other party was a Kagwan cat, he really wouldn't have recognized it with the hat and sunglasses on. Kagwan? Upon hearing the noise, the Kagwan cat turned its head and elegantly tilted it. After a moment of silence, Qiao Sang said, Little Sun Bao, translate for me. Little Sun Bao Gui appeared to provide real-time translation, merely introducing its identity. After confirming that Little Sun Bao Gui could teleport, the Kagwan cat took out a phone from a bag beside it with its paw, opened the camera, and pointed it at the training ground. Then it took off its sun hat and sunglasses and walked to the side of the training ground with an extremely elegant pace. Wow, it even wants to record. Qiao Sang suddenly felt deep admiration for the Kagwan cat's beast master. In a sense, training a pet to this level isn't easy. Qiao Sang looked at the fully revealed Kagwan cat. It had a large head, short limbs, white fur, purple eyes, flat small feet, and ears that were also purple. Coupled with its delicate curves and purple, hook-shaped tail, along with the purple crown on its forehead, the impression it gave was simply 2 words, elegant. Kagwan. The Kagwan cat elegantly called out, signaling to start. Little Sun Bao Go. Qiao Sang nodded to Little Sun Bao Gui. Little Sun Bao Gui floated into the training ground and instantly disappeared. Qiao Sang watched the movements of the Kagwan cat with a serious expression, not daring to be careless. This battle was different from the previous ones. Without the beast master giving commands nearby, she couldn't react based on the opponent's instructions. Moreover, as a practice partner, she had to provide corresponding advice during the battle. The Kagwan cat, looking at the vanished Sun Bao Gui, showed no signs of panic. It stepped forward with its right front paw, and a blue glowing energy shield expanded outward from it, stopping at a radius of about 50 centimeters. Seeing this, Qiao Sang was taken aback. A mysterious shield, a defensive skill that can surround itself with mysterious power, preventing it from falling into abnormal states. While this skill seemed quite effective, one of its fatal flaws was that it couldn't prevent abnormal states caused by the opponent's characteristics. In summary, for a fast opponent or one with certain traits like Little Sun Bao Gui, this skill was useless. After casting the mysterious shield, the Kagwan cat elegantly raised its head, as if to say, come here, you little thing. Little Sun Bao Gui reappeared, curiously leaning in to look at the blue glowing shield. It reached out a short claw to poke at the shield, and the spot it poked rippled, allowing its claw to pass through the shield. Soon, Little Sun Bao Gui tilted its head. In the next second, its entire body ignored the blue shield and passed through. Little Sun Bao Gui blinked innocently at the Kagwan cat. Kagwan. The Kagwan cat was startled, its fur bristling, unable to maintain its elegance. It was clear that it had never encountered such a situation in its previous battles. Now it was her turn to take the stage. Qiao Sang cleared his throat and explained, your mysterious shield can defend against interference-type skills, but it's useless against fast opponents or those with certain traits. If the little treasure-hunting ghost uses teleportation to attack you up close, then you would suffer damage before you could even release that move. Kagwan Meow stared blankly at Qiao Sang. The little treasure-hunting ghost took the opportunity to stick out its tongue, wanting to lick it. Just when its tongue was only 0.05 centimeters away from Kagwan Meow jumped back a step, extending its right front paw to make a pause gesture. Kagwan. Chapter 184. This plot is wrong. The little treasure-hunting ghost maintained its tongue-sticking action with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Qiao Sang looked at Kagwan Meow's actions in confusion. Kagwan. Kagwan Meow pointed at the little treasure-hunting ghost's tongue with its paw, and then turned its head away in disdain. Although Qiao Sang couldn't understand what Kagwan Meow was saying, it was easy to guess its meaning from its actions and the little treasure-hunting ghost's expression. It was complaining about the licking skill. Qiao Sang, upholding her role as a sparring partner, said, if you can't even overcome this, when it comes to actual combat competitions, no one will care what you think. Skills like gastric juice and sludge wave are the types you might encounter. You probably don't know what the gastric juice skill is. It's secreted from the stomach. Kagwan. At this moment, Kagwan Meow interrupted what Qiao Sang was about to say. It extended its right front paw to signal for a pause, then turned to look at the bag on the spectator seat. Immediately, its eyes glowed blue. The bag was opened, and a stack of alliance coins flew out, landing in front of Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang stared at the stack of alliance coins in front of her, her eyes widening in shock, frozen for a moment. This. Could it be the legendary bride? Is this for me? Qiao Sang asked with a very complicated feeling. Kiguan. Kiguan Miao nodded. Qiao Sang hesitated. Just to prevent the treasure-hunting ghost from licking? Kiguan. Kiguan Miao nodded again. Wow, this is really something, my first time being bribed, and the briber is actually a pet. Qiao Sang tried to shift her focus away from the alliance coins and said with righteous indignation, you take the money back. I'm your sparring partner. You already paid for this, and your purpose here should be to improve yourself, not to avoid trying to break through. As soon as she finished speaking, the bag was opened again, and another stack of alliance coins flew in front of Qiao Sang. Qiao Sang, what kind of divine pet is this? Qiao Sang struggled to say, you quickly take the money away. I'll just let the treasure-hunting ghost not lick. She feared that if she didn't agree, Kiguan Miao would bring more money to tempt her. If this money was given by Kiguan Miao's Beast Master, she would definitely agree without a second thought, after all. It's not often someone offers to give money, but this was given by Kiguan Miao, and the money definitely belonged to its Beast Master. If its Beast Master found out, it would inevitably lead to an argument. It's like a brat using his parents' money to buy a lot of game cards at a convenience store. And later the store owner would not only be questioned by the brat's parents about why they took so much money from the child, but it would also make the news. Besides, the convenience store at least had cards to give the brat. She had nothing to give Kiguan Miao. Kiguan. Qiao Sang sighed in relief, turning to the little treasure-hunting ghost, and said, from now on, you can stop using the licking. Son. The little treasure-hunting ghost pouted, still immersed in the blow. Was its tongue really that disgusting? Soon, the little treasure-hunting ghost instantly perked up, forgetting about the disdain for its tongue, and looked at Kiguan Miao with determination. Qiao Sang. It seems her previous feeling was not wrong. The little treasure-hunting ghost was not only addicted but also still thinking about it. Kiguan Miao saw the little treasure-hunting ghost turn to itself, and without any extra actions, its eyes glowed blue. For the little treasure-hunting ghost, which also had superpowers, this move was too familiar. The little treasure-hunting ghost disappeared from its spot. Kiguan Miao lost its target and cautiously looked around. The next second, the little treasure-hunting ghost's head appeared magnified in front of it. Kiguan Miao was startled. It's for standing on end, elegance gone. Soon, the little treasure-hunting ghost grinned, its eyes glowing purple. Qiao Sang's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly stopped. Don't use hypnosis. Soon, the purple light in the little treasure-hunting ghost's eyes dissipated, and it turned its head to look at its beast master in confusion. Qiao Sang suppressed the urge to tell the truth. She couldn't say Kiguan Miao was too weak. If it went under a hypnosis that had reached the mastery level, it would probably sleep through an entire hour of sparring time. It couldn't beat the treasure-hunting ghost. Kiguan Miao called for a pause again. It walked over to the phone that was filming, used its paw to delete the footage it had just recorded, then picked up the bag and walked gracefully back to Qiao Sang, placing the bag on the ground and nudging it forward with its paw. Kiguan, what does this mean? Qiao Sang was dumbfounded, and before she could speak, the little treasure-hunting ghost floated over to provide real-time translation. Sun, Kiguan, Sun, Kiguan. After 3 minutes of the little treasure-hunting ghost's translation and communication, Qiao Sang finally understood what Kiguan Miao meant. You want to shoot a video and then lose to you while the treasure-hunting ghost uses teleportation? Kiguan Miao nodded. Why? Qiao Sang didn't understand. Kiguan, Sun. The little treasure-hunting ghost began to translate. Qiao Sang listened to the little treasure-hunting ghost's translation and fell silent for a moment, asking, are you saying your beast master wants you to learn teleportation through an extremely cruel training method? Kiguan Miao nodded vigorously. Qiao Sang couldn't help but start to sympathize with Kiguan Miao. Some beast masters train their pets without considering their willingness at all. She didn't expect Kiguan Miao's beast master to be like that. Kiguan Miao's elegant image, plus the fact that it came alone at night without its beast master to find a sparring partner, made Qiao Sang firmly believe Kiguan Miao's words. Even if you show the video to your beast master, he will still make you learn teleportation. Qiao Sang stated this cruel fact. For superpower-type pets, teleportation can be considered an essential skill. Almost no beast master would want to give it up. Kiguan Miao's expression stiffened for a moment. Then it extended its paw to push the bag on the ground forward again. Kiguan. This time Qiao Sang didn't wait for the little treasure-hunting ghost to translate and directly said, I have a method to learn teleportation that isn't tiring. Do you want to give it a try? Kiguan Miao looked at Qiao Sang, hesitated for 2 seconds, and nodded. It's to use the feeling of farting to teleport. Qiao Sang hugged the little treasure-hunting ghost and said to Kiguan Miao, it learned teleportation using this method. Not only that, but the treasure-hunting ghost also taught my other pet to learn teleportation in less than an hour. Soon, the little treasure-hunting ghost proudly lifted its head. Just when Qiao Sang thought Kiguan Miao would be extremely excited, it suddenly used telekinesis to wrap the bag around its neck without saying a word and turned to walk towards the door. Qiao Sang was stunned. This plot is wrong. Kagwan Miao shouldn't be overjoyed to hear such a simple method for learning teleportation with an available teacher and then immediately pay the tuition fee, right? Then she could also rightfully accept the stack of money in the bag. Why did it leave? Just as Kagwan Miao was about to reach the door, it suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Qiao Sang breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her envisioned plot was fine. Qiao Sang. Chapter 185 Pet Insights. Qiao Sang was a bit bewildered by her first sparring experience. Fortunately, she asked the receptionist, and even if the training time wasn't up, her salary wouldn't be deducted. From this perspective, although the Hongying Beast Battle Club isn't large, its system is quite humane. Back at home, Qiao Sang immediately summoned Yabao. Yeah. As soon as Yabao appeared, it happily rubbed its head against Qiao Sang. Nowadays, Yabao has begun to get used to occasionally staying in the Beast Library. But no matter how many times it comes out of the library, it still carries that excitement as if it were the first time. Qiao Sang patted Yabao's fluffy head and suddenly said, "How about we dye your fur?" Yeah. Yabao suddenly took a step back and shook its head vigorously. How could anyone touch its handsome fur? But without a new style, it's hard for you to accompany me out with such a handsome look, Qiao Sang said. In the past, when Yabao was still a fire-toothed dog, people would instinctively keep their distance when it took the bus. Now that it has evolved into a flame-listening dog, even though it is still a fire-type pet, and its psychic abilities haven't been spread around, people's attitudes have made a complete turnaround, and the attention it receives lasts longer than that of other newly evolved pets. The reason for this, besides the fact that the flame-listening dog is the latest evolution of the fire-toothed dog, is also greatly related to its looks. When the other evolution of the golden vine, the withered vine, first came out, the photos shared online were mostly taken from a distance, unlike the flame-listening dog, which people couldn't wait to take close-up photos with. The world of appearance preferences can be so realistic at times. Yeah, Yabao looked helpless. Did it really have to dye its fur? Son. At that moment, the little Xuanbao ghost spread its paws, saying that even if it didn't dye its fur, it wasn't a big deal. Yeah. Yabao turned its head and looked at the little Xuanbao ghost with anticipation. I can't do anything. What can you do, you little 1-month-old? Qiao Sang raised an eyebrow and said, What can you do? Jie. Qiao Sang was stunned for a moment upon hearing this laughter. She didn't expect the little Xuanbao ghost could make such a sound. After the little Xuanbao ghost laughed enough, it called out to its beast master. Sun. It wouldn't say anything now, but she would know tomorrow morning. Well, it can keep her in suspense too. Qiao Sang laughed and said, But you haven't been able to get up in the mornings these past few days. Yeah. Yaba nodded, confirming that it was indeed the case. The little Xuanbao ghost's expression suddenly froze. Soon, it struggled for a moment and called out, promising that it would definitely get up tomorrow morning. All right, then we'll see tomorrow. Although Qiao Sang didn't think the little Xuanbao ghost would have any good ideas, she still gave her affirmation. After saying that, she prepared to head to the bathroom to wash up and then go to bed. Soon, just as she took a couple of steps, the little Xuanbao ghost teleported in front of Qiao Sang and called out. Qiao Sang looked at it in confusion and asked, What's wrong? Sun. The little Xuanbao ghost fidgeted a bit and gestured to its own head. Do you remember the game helmet you promised to get me? Qiao Sang. The next morning, Qiao Sang woke up to find that the little Xuanbao ghost was indeed awake and had drawn a cross-shaped scar on its left cheek with a black pen. Yaba was looking at it with a curious expression. Qiao Sang initially thought the little Xuanbao ghost was drawing scars on its face just for fun, until they went outside. On the way to school, Yabao walked proudly down the street, and Qiao Sang, sitting on its back, almost cried from happiness. She never expected happiness to come so suddenly. Without needing to dye its fur or change its style, and without waiting for the flame-listening dog's popularity to fade, Yabao could walk openly and freely on the street. Soon, the little Xuanbao ghost was not invisible today. Instead, it appeared on Qiao Sang's head, occasionally showing a fierce expression to passers-by who wanted to get closer. The passers-by dared not make eye contact and hurriedly quickened their pace to keep their distance. Seeing this, Qiao Sang couldn't help but feel emotional. Why hadn't she thought of this? Although the little Xuanbao ghost's current appearance wasn't scary at all, the reputation of ghost-type pets was well known. And most people wouldn't want to be targeted by one. Where there was a ghost-type pet, most people, except for professional beast masters, would generally keep their distance. The little Xuanbao ghost was really smart. Qiao Sang enjoyed the scenery around her with a relaxed heart. Before long, an advertising airship passing overhead caught her attention. Qiao Sang leisurely looked up. In the past, she had to pay attention to the road and hurry. So she had no mood to focus on the TV screens on the airship, but now it was different. She had all the time to watch. Breaking news. Yesterday at 8:12 p.m., a crow meow went missing at the Gubei mansion. It is female, 35 centimeters tall, wearing a big wave straw hat and black cat-shaped sunglasses. The last footage captured on surveillance shows it carrying a cheese-colored square bag. The airship gradually flew away. Qiao Sang sat on Yabao's back, lost in thought. She was silent for a while before asking, Little Xuanbao, did you see that just now? Soon, The little Xuanbao ghost nodded vigorously. It saw it. Just now, someone was quietly taking pictures nearby. Qiao Sang murmured. So, I wasn't mistaken. The crown meow that was looking for us to train yesterday is the one just shown on the airship screen. Soon? The little Xuanbao ghost tilted its head. What was its beast master saying? It couldn't understand. So, I brushed past 1 million yesterday, Qiao Sang muttered to herself in shock. 1 million? Oh my god. What had she missed out on yesterday? Qiao Sang's heart roared. She thought, how could a beast master be so careless? How could they leave the crown meow alone outside? So it had run away on its own. Qiao Sang felt like she was filled with regret. And her previously happy mood vanished. No, wait. A reward of 200,000 for providing accurate information. Qiao Sang suddenly realized. She still had 200,000. Right. The contact person is Wang Yiding. What was the phone number again? Qiao Sang's brain was racing and her blood seemed to be boiling. She didn't know that at this moment, her brain cells were exceptionally active, and many light points were gathering in her beast library. The images in her mind began to rewind. Oh no, which jerk is calling at this moment? Qiao Sang angrily pressed the answer button. Who? Hello. Is this Miss Qiao Sang? I'm Wang Yiding. I received news that you helped the crown meow with training at the Hongying Beast Battle Club last night. That crown meow is actually my pet. It had a fight with me and ran away from home. Did it say anything to you during the training? Do you know where it went afterward? Can you tell me? I'm really worried. Hello, Miss Qiao Sang. Are you there? Hello? Hello?